Double door leads to a parallel apocalypse, wasteland farming, great power industry, and mindless thrill. In 2025, a double door appeared in Lin Han's rented apartment, leading to a parallel post-apocalyptic world. On the other side lay a zombie-infested, black rain-swept hell, and also an untapped treasure trove of gold and forgotten advanced technology. Faced with this hellish scenario, Lin Han, a rational, life-conscious, and extremely panicked modern office worker, made a decision that defied his ancestors. Hello, 110? I need to call the police. A Resident Evil clone has grown on my wall. Come save me. And then, the story took a dramatic turn. While others were fighting tooth and nail for a can of food in the apocalypse, Lin Han was already leading a fully armed chemical defense unit, driving heavy tanks and crushing hordes of zombies. While others were selling their souls for a sip of clean water, Lin Han had already traded mineral water for lithography machine blueprints and controlled nuclear fusion technology. Commander, a survivor camp has been discovered across the way. They have electromagnetic rifles. When impoverished, use tactical infiltration. When successful, use overwhelming firepower. By that camp. Refusal to sell? Then send the bomber squadron to negotiate. From trading gold to monopolizing global energy, from repairing genes to building an interstellar fleet. Lin Han, backed by a powerful motherland, transformed a wasteland into the backyard of Chinese civilization. If it doesn't belong to Earth, then it's new territory. If it belongs to the future, then it's our hope. General Zhao Jiangwo. Chapter 1. This rain is poisonous. Haiban City, Xingfuji UN Community. 2:15 a.m. The curtains in apartment 302 of Building 4 were drawn tightly, only the faint blue glow of the computer screen illuminating Lin Han's slightly tired face. As a freelance graphic designer, staying up all night is the norm. Lin Han held a pressure-sensitive pen, making final adjustments to a poster that the client requested, a vibrant black. Buzz. A strange electrical sound suddenly rang out in the quiet bedroom. Lin Han frowned and took off his headphones. Where's that sound coming from? Is the power strip short-circuited? He turned around, looking in the direction of the sound. The next second, the pressure-sensitive pen in his hand fell to the table with a thud. The wall in the bedroom next to the bed, where a huge Cyberpunk 2077 poster had been, had now transformed into a massive vortex. It was a circular portal about 2 meters in diameter, its edges emitting an unstable, eerie blue light, like a living black hole, slowly rotating. Holy crap! Lin Han instinctively sprang up from his gaming chair, taking 2 steps back until his back hit the wardrobe. A hallucination? Retinal detachment from staying up too late? He rubbed his eyes hard, even pinching his thigh. A sharp pain. It wasn't a dream. The portal was still suspended on the wall. The poster, wallpaper, even the red bricks inside the wall that should have been there had all vanished. Through the vortex, he saw a completely unfamiliar scene. It was a room. The layout was almost identical to his bedroom, but it was utterly dilapidated. By the faint blue light emanating from the portal, Lin Han could see a thick layer of dust and withered leaves on the floor of the opposite room. Where the bed should have been, only a moldy, rotting bed frame remained. The walls were covered in black mold, with large patches of plaster peeling off. What chilled him to the bone was a dark red mark on that blackened wall, like the residue of some dried liquid, stretching from the bedroom doorway towards the living room. It was a drag mark, a trail of blood. Gulp. Lin Han swallowed hard. A strong will to survive told him he should turn and run immediately, but the curiosity ingrained in human nature scratched at his heart like a cat's claw. Is this a parallel universe? Or a haunted house? Lin Han, mustering his courage, grabbed a stainless steel thermos from the table as a weapon and cautiously took 2 steps towards the portal. As he drew closer, a damp, decaying wind, mixed with the smells of rust and mildew, blew in from the other side of the portal. It was the smell of death. Lin Han held his breath and slowly peered into the portal. His gaze passed through the broken French windows of the dilapidated room, looking at the world outside. Boom! Just then, a pale white bolt of lightning streaked across the sky of the opposite world. That instant of light allowed Lin Han to see the entire world clearly. His pupils contracted sharply. It was a desolate, ruined city. Countless towering skyscrapers, like broken blocks from a giant's block, stood incompletely between heaven and earth. Eerie, dark green vines climbed the buildings. The streets were jammed with rusted, wrecked cars, stretching for kilometers, like a steel tomb. The sky was a despairing leaden gray, and a torrential downpour was falling. The rain was black. The black rain washed over the ruins, gathering into a murky river. A deafening roar pierced the rain and reached Lin Han's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound. On the street below the building across the street, by the faint glow of a lamppost, he saw several swaying figures. They weren't human. Their clothes were tattered to shreds, and rotting flesh clung to their ashen skin. They were gathered around an overturned bus, frantically tearing at something. Lightning flashed again. Lin Han saw clearly. They were tearing apart a corpse. One of the people suddenly raised its head, revealing a face with only half a body, its cloudy, white eyes seemingly piercing through the void, staring intently in Lin Han's direction. Zombies. Real, living, feeding zombies. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Lin Han felt his scalp was about to explode. Squeak, squeak. Just then, a large gray moth, attracted by the light, oblivious to its impending doom, flew up from Lin Han's bedroom, fluttering its wings through the portal. It flew into the dilapidated room, then out the broken window, and plunged into the pouring black rain. The instant it touched the first drop of black rain. Sizzle. Like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. The moth didn't even have time to struggle before a puff of white smoke rose from its shell. Its wings and body were corroded away in less than a second, instantly turning into a pool of black pus, disappearing into the dark rain outside the window. Highly corrosive acid rain. This rain is poisonous. This scene became the final straw that broke Lin Han's mental defenses. Close the door. Close the door. Close it. Lin Han screamed frantically in his mind. Miraculously, with his intense mental surge, the blue vortex on the wall suddenly contracted. With a buzz, in less than half a second, the portal vanished. The original walls and posters reappeared before his eyes. The bedroom returned to a deathly silence, broken only by the faint hum of the computer case fan. Lin Han leaned against the wardrobe, sliding down the door to the floor, panting heavily. Cold sweat soaked through his t-shirt. His hands trembled violently, his heart pounding as if it would break his ribs. It's not a hallucination. It's real. Apocalypse.zombies.acid rain. Lin Han reached for his phone with trembling hands. His brain raced. As a modern young man who had watched countless movies and read numerous online novels, he knew exactly what kind of legendary cheat code he'd encountered, a double portal. According to the usual formula, he should immediately raise funds, stockpile supplies, go to the other side to become a middleman, trade for gold and high-tech, reach the pinnacle of life, and marry a beautiful and wealthy woman. But Lin Han glanced down at his frail body, a result of years of staying up late. He recalled the moth that had instantly turned into pus, and the terrifying gaze of the zombie with half a face. To hell with my life's peak. If I went there, I wouldn't last 3 seconds. That rain can corrode moths, so it can corrode my hazmat suit. That zombie might not be strong individually, but this is a biohazard crisis. One bite, and I'm done for. This kind of hellish dungeon, is it even possible for a mortal like me to handle? Lin Han took a deep breath, his eyes gradually hardening from fear to determination. He was greedy for money, but he valued his life even more. In this world, if any power could combat this apocalyptic crisis, it wouldn't be the reclusive designer in this rented room. There was only one power. It was a behemoth possessing an iron torrent, an army of millions, and a complete industrial system. Lin Han unlocked his phone, but instead of opening WeChat or Alipay, he opened the dial pad. Without hesitation, he pressed the 3 numbers etched into the very bones of every Chinese person. Beep. Beep. The call connected. A steady female voice sounded. Hello, this is the 110 Emergency Center. How can I help you? Lin Han swallowed hard, trying to make his voice sound less like a madman. Hello, officer. This sounds absurd, but I hope you can send someone over. It seems like a portal to the world of Resident Evil has appeared on my wall. Yes, I don't drink, I don't do drugs, and my mental status is normal. I'm serious. This thing is too dangerous. I can't handle it. The address is 302, Building 4, Xingfu Jiayuan, Nanshan District, Haiban City. Hurry up. Bring SWAT officers. And chemical defense troops too. Hanging up the phone, Lin Han collapsed to the ground, staring at the wall that had returned to normal, muttering to himself. This immense wealth. I guess I should just hand it over to the state. Chapter 2. You call this special effects? Ding dong. The urgent sound of the doorbell pierced through the silence of the midnight hour, startling Lin Han awake. He glanced at the wall clock, 2:35 a.m. It had been 20 minutes since he had called the police. In Haiban City, that response time was considered standard. Lin Han did not rush to the door. Instead, he darted into the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to restore some color to his pale complexion. He then rummaged through a drawer for 2 N95 masks, layering them before donning them. Only after completing these preparations did he approach the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood 2 police officers. One, an elder officer who appeared to be in his 50s, had graying hair and a weary yet shrewd gaze. The other, a young auxiliary officer who seemed to have recently joined the force, held a body camera in his hand. Who called the police? The elder officer knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Taking a deep breath, Lin Han opened the security door just a crack, the chain still secured. I'm the one who called, he replied. His voice muffled through the masks. Officers, do you have your weapons? The officers exchanged glances. The younger officer, Xiaoli, couldn't help but chuckle. How much have you had to drink, buddy? Weapons. Why not ask if we brought grenades? However, the elder officer, Lao Zhang, frowned, scrutinizing Lin Han, whose eyes were all that were visible. Young man, did you report a biochemical crisis at your home? Zombies, you say? I know this sounds insane, Lin Han replied, surprisingly calm rather than angry. But if I open this door and you come in, whatever you see, do not touch or approach it. Can you promise me that? Lao Zhang's expression hardened. After 30 years on the force, he had encountered false alarms, hallucinations from drug use, and cases of schizophrenia. Yet, the clarity and composure in this young man's eyes struck him. It was not the mania of a madman, but a forced steadiness born of sheer terror. All right, Lao Zhang nodded, instinctively reaching for his utility belt, though it only contained a baton and pepper spray. Open the door. Lin Han unlatched the security chain and swung the door open. Without a word, he stepped aside, gesturing towards the master bedroom. In that room. Don't go in, just look from the doorway. Lao Zhang and Xiaoli entered the apartment. The interior bore the typical disarray of a single man. Takeout boxes and delivery packages cluttered the corners, while the aroma of braised beef noodles hung in the air. Everything appeared normal until they reached the master bedroom door. Holy! Xiaoli exclaimed, freezing in place as if struck by a spell. Lao Zhang remained silent, his pupils dilating dramatically, veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the baton. The wall of the master bedroom had vanished, replaced by a slowly rotating, ethereal blue portal. Through the portal, what should have been a cozy bedroom had transformed into a dilapidated, mold-infested ruin. A visible haze of dust and a chilling breeze emanated from that room. The most shocking sight was that all the glass in the windows had shattered, and black rain was pouring in, hissing as it struck the floor. The leaden sky and the silhouette of a ruined city outside were suffocatingly real. Is this a hologram? Xiaoli stammered, inching closer. Is 3D technology really this advanced? Naked Eye 3D? He instinctively reached out to touch the edge of the portal. Don't move, Lin Han shouted, lunging forward to grab Xiaoli's arm and yanking him back. Have you lost your mind? What if that light is toxic or radioactive? Startled by the outburst, Xiaoli protested. Come on, man, you're taking this too seriously. This is clearly some kind of visual effect, even if it is a bit too realistic. Lin Han let out a cold laugh. He knew that without something tangible, these two would remain skeptical. Just wait, he said, darting into the kitchen. 10 seconds later, he emerged holding a live chicken, which he had ordered from a nearby market to test his hypothesis. Now, this chicken would serve as humanity's pioneer in exploring another realm. He had tied a long nylon string to the chicken's leg, the other end secured to the doorknob. Watch closely, he instructed, standing 2 meters away from the portal. Here goes. With a powerful motion, he hurled the chicken into the portal as if it were a grenade. The officer's eyes were glued to the creature. The chicken tumbled through the portal and landed heavily on the floor of the dilapidated room. The startled chicken began to flail, crashing into the shattered window as a gust of wind and black rain surged in. Dozens of droplets splattered onto it. Then, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Gah! The chicken emitted a chilling, twisted shriek, a sound utterly alien to its nature. Before the officer's eyes, its feathers blackened and withered. Its skin turned red, blistered, and then grotesquely rotted, a slow, visible decay that was far more disturbing than instantaneous demise. Quick, throw it out. Don't let it die in there, Lin Han shouted, seeing the chicken struggle while splattering corrosive black rain everywhere. Down you go. With swift precision, he severed the nylon string with a utility knife. Grabbing a long-handled mop, he thrust it through the portal, jabbing the half-lifeless chicken. The bloodied, half-feathered chicken was propelled through the shattered window. As it fell, its cries transformed from clucks to a low, raspy, menacing growl. Its body convulsed violently, its once red comb now a lifeless gray, eyes bulging, and claws elongating to glint with a metallic sheen. It was mutating, but the transformation came too late. It landed on the street below, attracting the attention of several nearby zombies, who abandoned their previous meal and lunged at the thrashing chicken like rabid dogs. Moments later, amidst the sickening sounds of tearing flesh, the chicken fell silent, leaving only a severed nylon string dangling outside the window. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Xiaoli's mouth gaped open, his face as pale as a sheet, legs trembling uncontrollably. Lao Zhang fared no better, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, his hands shaking violently around his baton. As a seasoned officer, he had encountered corpses, accident scenes, and murder cases, but he had never witnessed such a brutal and incomprehensible form of death. His throat felt constricted. Unable to produce a sound, Lin Han expressionlessly retracted the mop, its head now charred and emitting a noxious white smoke due to the black rain. "Did you see that?" Lin Han pointed at the charred mop, declaring that the rain could cause biological mutations and that the creature lurking beneath could devour flesh. Heaving, Xiaoli could no longer contain himself, covering his mouth as he dashed to the restroom, unleashing a gut-wrenching retch. Old Zhang, a seasoned veteran, managed to suppress the turmoil rising in his stomach. He cast a profound glance at Lin Han, his expression now entirely altered. It was no longer that of an investigator, but rather one of someone confronting an extreme hazard. Without hesitation, Old Zhang trembled as he pressed the intercom on his shoulder. His voice, strained with anxiety, pierced the air, calling command center. "This is Unit 09251, Apartment 302, Building 4, Happiness Garden, Haiban City. A major unknown incident has occurred. This is not a criminal case. Not a fire. I repeat, there is a door here, leading to hell. Requesting SWAT support. Requesting chemical defense troops. Requesting a lockdown of the entire community. Quickly. This is a level 1 biological threat. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." Chapter 3. Top Secret. Flame of Hope. At 3:30 a.m., the usually tranquil Happiness Garden community was abruptly shattered by the blaring sirens and glaring searchlights. Strangely, the cacophony of alarms did not last long, replaced instead by an oppressive, orderly bustle. "All units, lock down all entrances from Area A to D. Evacuation team, move swiftly. The reason, severe gas main leakage with explosion risk. Have the chemical defense team arrived? Let them enter through Gate 4. All unrelated personnel, clear the area." Outside the community, yellow caution tape was strung in 3 layers. Dozens of camouflaged military vehicles, dark SWAT armored cars, and several conspicuously bright yellow biohazard rescue trucks formed an impenetrable barrier around the complex. In the sky, police drones circled, monitoring every movement below. At the foot of Building 4, a temporary frontline command center was established. A modified black communications command vehicle was parked at the entrance. Several technicians clad in full white protective gear, armed with precise instruments, were frequently entering and exiting the building. Inside the command vehicle, Lin Han sat on an uncomfortable folding chair, cradling a steaming cup of hot water. His t-shirt was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to him uncomfortably. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue jacket. The man, in his 40s, had a square face and piercing eyes sharp as a scalpel, as if he could see through Lin Han's very soul. His name was Chun Qiaveng, a director from the National Security Bureau. Lin Han, male, 24 years old. A local from Haiban City, freelance designer. Parents deceased, no criminal record, no history of mental illness. Chun Qiaveng recited blandly from a tablet, as though reading an utterly mundane menu. "Half an hour ago, you claimed that a door had appeared on your wall, leading to a parallel world. And you even threw a chicken through it for verification?" Lin Han nodded, his hands trembling slightly around the cup. "I know this sounds absurd, but we have verified it." Chun Qiaveng interrupted, setting down the tablet and leaning slightly forward, exuding an intense pressure. "Old Zhang, the officer who took your report, recorded everything on his body camera. Our technicians just went in and conducted preliminary drone scans." At this point, Chun Qiaveng paused, his expression turning grave. "The analysis of the air samples has returned. In addition to containing a significant amount of unknown viral aerosols, the oxygen levels, gravitational environment, and even atmospheric pressure are all identical to Earth. It is, indeed, another Earth." Lin Han's eyes widened. "Then my house. Your house is now a national level 1 confidential scene," Chun Qiaveng stated firmly. "All residents of the building have signed confidentiality agreements and have been relocated. From now on, that place is no longer yours, or rather, it no longer belongs to the civilian Lin Han." Lin Han opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately could only choke out, "What about me? Am I to be subjected to dissection for research?" A rare smile flickered across Chun Qiaveng's stern face. "Dissection? No, you are of far greater value." He pressed a button on the remote. The large screen inside the command vehicle lit up, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and military insignia, seated in a vast conference room bustling with staff. Zhao Jiangguo, the general frequently seen in military news. Lin Han instinctively attempted to rise, but found his legs weak. Failing at the attempt, the figure on the screen waved his hand, his voice resonant and powerful. "Sit down, young comrade. I trust tonight has been quite alarming for you." "Not too bad." Lin Han managed a strained smile. I am fully apprised of the situation. Zhao Jiangguo's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Can you control that door? For instance, open or close it, or move it? Lin Han took a deep breath and replied honestly, I can open and close it. I control it with my thoughts. Moving it, however, seems impossible. It is firmly affixed to that wall. Moreover, I sense that the size of the door may be related to me, but I do not fully comprehend it yet. Being able to open and close it is sufficient. Zhao Jiangguo nodded. Comrade Lin, I now officially pose a question on behalf of the nation. You must understand the significance of that door. It represents a crisis. If the viruses from there were to leak here, it would spell disaster for us. Yet, it is also an opportunity, a parallel world brimming with unknown technologies and resources. You hold the key to unlocking it. What do you intend to do? Lin Han fell silent, though he had considered his answer while making the report. Facing such a high-ranking official still left him breathless under the pressure. He recalled the moth that had turned to goo, the half-faced zombie, and the nights spent toiling over designs in this city for a meager rent. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shining with newfound clarity. Sir, I am but an ordinary citizen. I do not grasp grand philosophies, but I know that whatever lies beyond, I cannot consume alone, nor do I dare to. That chicken met a horrific fate. I do not wish to end up like that. After a moment, his voice grew resolute. I fear for my life. I only wish to live well. Therefore, I will surrender that door to the nation. But I have one condition. State it. Zhao Jiangguo's expression did not sour at the mention of conditions. Instead, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his gaze. I require absolute protection from the state, not only to shield me from the monsters beyond, but also to ensure I am not exploited by those with ulterior motives. I trust only the state. A brief silence ensued, as the atmosphere in the command vehicle seemed to solidify. Seconds later, Zhao Jiangguo on the screen suddenly stood up and saluted the camera with a crisp military gesture. Comrade Lin Han, your trust has been acknowledged by the nation. Lowering his hand, Zhao Jiangguo turned to the advisors behind him, his voice resonant and clear, echoing throughout the command network. Order. Immediately establish a special task force for interdimensional strategy, codename Flame of Hope, signifying the continuity of civilization. Comrade Lin Han, you are specially recruited. Granted the rank of major in a civilian role, appointed as a special consultant for the Flame of Hope initiative, enjoying brigade-level benefits. Your immediate family will be included in the Level 1 security list. The Chemical Defense Regiment and Special Operations Brigade of the Haiban Military District will immediately be deployed to Happiness Garden. At all costs, secure this door. If it does not belong to Earth, it is a new frontier. If it belongs to the future, it is our hope. Upon hearing this cascade of commands, Lin Han felt utterly bewildered. Major? Brigade-level benefits? Was he truly being integrated into the system? Was this a golden opportunity? Chun Qiuveng rose, retrieving a top-secret document stamped with a red header from his briefcase, presenting it to Lin Han while extending his right hand. Welcome to the Ember, Major Lin. A glimmer of recognition shone in Chun Qiuveng's eyes as he signed the document, signifying that you are now one of us. From this moment forth, the entirety of Huaxia stands behind you. Lin Han gazed at the document, then at the outstretched hand of Chun Qiuveng. Trembling, he grasped it. In that instant, he realized that his arduous existence as a corporate drone had come to an end. A magnificent new era quietly unfurled its curtains on this night. Half an hour later, Lin Han donned a somewhat ill-fitting spare camouflage uniform. As there was no chemical protective suit available, and accompanied by Chun Qiuveng, he returned to room 302 in Building 4. The room had undergone a remarkable transformation. The living area was filled with an array of instruments, the original furniture having been cleared away. The door to the master bedroom had been removed and replaced with a heavy, airtight isolation door. Through the glass window of the isolation door, Lin Han observed that his bedroom had been completely converted into a sterile white chamber. The light portal still floated on the wall, emanating a soft blue glow. In front of the light portal, a squad of soldiers clad in fully sealed heavy chemical protective suits, resembling astronauts, had assembled. They held sampling devices and detectors, with oxygen tanks strapped to their backs, and one even bore a flamethrower. This was indeed the vanguard of the nation's elite chemical defense brigade. Are you ready? Chun Qiuveng inquired. Lin Han nodded and pressed the communicator button, addressing the soldiers within. This is Lin Han. The door may be opened. With a mere thought, the portal to the abyss began to rotate slowly once more. Chapter 4. The arrival of the chemical defense troops at 0600 hours. Dawn had barely broken. Yet, within this negative pressure isolation chamber located in Haiban City, the lights remained ablaze. Attention all units, this is not a drill. Chun Qiuveng's voice rang clearly through the internal communication channel, reaching every earpiece. This is an exploration that transcends time and space. Our primary objective is to confirm environmental safety, followed by sample collection. Remember, safety first. If you encounter uncontrollable danger, withdraw immediately. Before the light portal, 6 fully armed warriors stood ready. They wore the latest domestically developed Chongqing 3 heavy chemical protective suits. This exoskeleton-assisted, enclosed armor could withstand any known biochemical virus and strong acid corrosion and could sustain life for at least 12 hours in an oxygen-deprived environment. They appeared as a group of astronauts poised to land on Mars. The team leader, a lieutenant colonel named Lei Long from the Special Operations Brigade, glanced through the thick visor at Lin Han, who stood outside the glass wall of the isolation chamber. Lin Han took a deep breath. Though he could control the light portal with mere thought, he instinctively raised his right hand, palm facing the wall. Countdown, commanded Chun Qiawang. 3, 2, 1. Open the door. Lin Han's gaze sharpened as he concentrated. The familiar, exhilarating sound of electricity hummed once more. The once bare wall transformed into a swirling blue vortex, expanding rapidly until it stabilized into a 2-meter diameter circular passageway. A cold breeze, mingled with the scent of death from that world, surged forth. However, this time, the prepared negative pressure extraction system activated at full capacity, drawing in the alien air through multiple filtration pipes for incineration and purification. Environmental Monitoring Team, report readings. Chun Qiawang fixed his gaze on the data on the screen. Report. The radiation levels on the opposite side of the passage are slightly elevated, yet within safe limits. Oxygen concentration is 208, consistent with Earth. Viral aerosol reactions detected, but with extremely low activity, posing no airborne transmission risk. Is there no risk of airborne infection? Chun Qiawang pressed for confirmation. Confirmed. Based on animal testing and rapid assessments, the current air samples have not induced immediate infection reactions. It is speculated that the airborne transmission capability has significantly diminished. Maintain level 1 protection. Proceed. With Chun Qiawang's command, Lei Long took the first step, his military boots crossing into the blue vortex. There was no dizziness as anticipated. It felt akin to passing through a simple curtain of water. In the next moment, he emerged through the shimmering portal, his feet landing on the dust-covered floor of a dilapidated room in another realm. From the perspective of the real world, it appeared as though he had stepped into a holographic projection, his silhouette perfectly merging with the surrounding ruins. Vanguard 1, respond. Check communication signals. Came the call from the command center. Buzz. Vanguard 1 received. Signal strength is good, Lei Long replied coolly. We can proceed. Understood. Lei Long raised his rifle, swiftly scanning the surroundings, reporting to headquarters. I have successfully arrived at the target area. Visual confirmation indicates an indoor environment, with severe structural damage to the building, but no immediate risk of collapse. As Lei Long reported, the camera on his helmet transmitted real-time footage back to the command center's large screen. Everyone held their breath, although they had previously surveyed the area via drone. The immersive experience of the first-person perspective was entirely different. The footage revealed a thick layer of dust and dead leaves covering the floor. Mold stains in the corners resembled faces. In the center of the room lay a charred mop, adjacent to a pool of dried, darkened blood, the remnants left by the Vanguard chicken. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 5 team members entered in succession. Trained for such operations, 2 stood guard. 2 set up a communication relay, and 2 began sample collection. One team member cautiously used a robotic arm to pick up a piece of moldy wall plaster from the ground and placed it into a specially designed sealed box. Another approached the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, extending a telescopic rod outside to collect some black rainwater residue clinging to the windowsill. Captain, take a look at this. Suddenly a team member's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Lei Long approached. The team member was crouched beside a pile of debris in the corner, gently brushing away a thick layer of dust with gloved hands. Revealed was a half-crushed metal road sign, although rusted and deformed. The white reflective paint still faintly displayed the characters in simplified Chinese. Haishan City, 3rd High School. Below the sign lay a tattered backpack, from which a few books had spilled out, their covers marked with 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. In the command center, a hushed silence fell. Chun Qiawang removed his glasses, rubbed his temples, and spoke with a hoarse voice. Simplified Chinese materials from Haishan City for the college entrance examination, combined with identical gravitational and atmospheric conditions. He replaced his glasses, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. I believe we need no further doubt. This is neither an alien planet nor a demonic realm. This is Earth in a parallel world. Standing outside the glass wall, Lin Han watched the scenes unfold on the screen, his emotions a tumultuous mix. although he had long been aware. Witnessing the familiar traces of civilization unearthed amidst the ruins still rendered him breathless. That world once echoed with the sounds of students studying and bustling traffic. Yet now, it was left in profound silence. Wait, something's happening. Suddenly, Lei Long's voice turned urgent. There's movement outside. The command center's screen instantly switched to Lei Long's main perspective. He was crouched by the window, his Type 191 assault rifle disengaged, with the muzzle aimed at the street beyond. Outside, the torrential black rain had ceased. The leaden clouds parted, revealing a pale sun hanging in the sky. Though the light was bright, it bore a cold, deathly stillness, illuminating a city akin to a mausoleum. At the end of the street, a shadow lurked in the corner, moving with an extraordinarily eerie grace. It crawled on all fours, resembling a human-like cheetah, its pallid skin reflecting a nauseating sheen under the sunlight. It seemed to have caught a whiff of the living and abruptly halted its advance. Raising its head, it gazed towards the shattered window on the third floor. What met the eye was a horrifying visage, devoid of irises, with the corners of its mouth grotesquely stretched to the roots of its ears. A guttural, inhuman roar pierced the suffocating silence, signifying it had detected the intruders. All units, prepare for combat. The voice of Commander Thunder Dragon was chillingly calm as he locked onto the target. Fire permission granted. Chapter 5. First contact battle. All units, be advised. Target identified. Thunder Dragon's voice rang out in the comms channel, exhibiting an unusual composure in the face of the unknown beast. Kneeling by the window, his Type 191 assault rifle rested against the sill, forming a stable shooting position. The tactical rail on the rifle was equipped with the latest optical sight. The crosshairs firmly zeroed in on the ominous shadow below. The command center's massive screen displayed a real-time feed split into two segments, one showcasing Thunder Dragon's perspective, the other offering an aerial view from a drone. Target feature analysis. The tactical analyst stated rapidly, quadrupedal, high mobility, pallid skin exhibiting severe signs of decay. Preliminary assessment suggests an unknown zombie virus infection. It looks like a hairless monkey, Lin Han quipped beside him. That is not a monkey. Chun Qiaveng pointed to a data corner on the screen, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a researcher. Based on skeletal analysis, it was once human, now severely deformed. And look at its claws. The image zoomed in, revealing the creature's hands, or rather, forepaws, whose claws had evolved into 10-centimeter-long black blades, glinting with a metallic sheen under the harsh sunlight. They were not designed for scratching, they were instruments for disemboweling. A growl erupted from the creature below, indicating its impatience. Unlike the mindless zombies of cinema lore, it crouched low, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a wild beast. Its hind leg muscles tensed like a drawn bow. It was about to leap. Lin Han gasped. But we are on the third floor. A loud thud reverberated as the creature propelled itself off the concrete floor, creating two shallow dents. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot upward. Eschewing the stairs, it utilized its astonishing leaping ability to grasp the second floor's security net, then launched itself again towards the shattered window on the third floor, creating an afterimage in its wake. Too fast. The tactical analyst recorded data swiftly, suggesting an escalation of the threat level to D-class. Confronted with the approaching stench and razor claws, Thunder Dragon did not even flinch. As a lieutenant colonel in the Special Operations Brigade, he had executed numerous high-risk peacekeeping missions abroad, a veteran who had risen from the deadliest of scenarios. In his eyes, as long as it was a carbon-based life form, no bullet was incapable of resolving the matter. If one was insufficient, then another grenade would suffice. Faced with this unknown monstrosity, Thunder Dragon exhibited no bravado. He understood that behind him lay the dual-access door, the sole connection to his homeland, and he could not afford any missteps. Thus, at the instant the creature leaped, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 short bursts from the suppressed Type 191 rifle echoed. The first bullet struck the creature's right shoulder joint with pinpoint accuracy, the immense force shattering its scapula and diverting its claws, which were aimed at Thunder Dragon's face. The beast lost its balance midair, emitting a shriek. Then came the second shot. The bullet pierced through its forehead and exited the back of its skull, expelling a spray of dark blood and brain matter. Thud. The creature's body was hurled through the air by the force, crashing heavily against the window frame before rebounding down to the street below. Thud. The corpse hit the ground with a dull thud. Thunder Dragon advanced swiftly, his gun still trained on the lifeless body below, ensuring it remained motionless. Target eliminated. He reported calmly, confirmed deceased. The head was the weak point. Body is on the street, requesting instructions. In the command center, the previously tense atmosphere relaxed immediately. Good. Zhao Jiangwo slammed the table with vigor, his eyes glinting with excitement. It appears this creature is not so extraordinary after all, as long as the laws of physics hold. Our firearms are effective. Lin Han exhaled a sigh of relief. His greatest fear had been that the creature would be impervious to blades and bullets, or that it would require some mystical force to be vanquished. Since bullets could kill it, the situation became significantly easier to handle. As long as it could be physically obliterated, it was merely a statistic on an industrial assembly line. All teams, pay attention. Chun Qiawang's voice rang out again, this time laced with excitement. Collect samples immediately. This is invaluable first-hand data. I want to know its muscle density, bone strength, and the composition of those black claws. Advance Team 2, follow me downstairs for sampling. The rest remain on the third floor to maintain vigilance. Thunder Dragon commanded, still adopting a defensive posture as he leapt from the window, utilizing a rope to descend to the ground. Yes, Advance Team 2 followed closely behind. After landing, the two swiftly established a perimeter. Thunder Dragon covered their position while Advance Team 2 grasped the creature's hind leg, dragging it into the dilapidated lobby of the building's first floor to ensure a relatively safe environment for operations. Commence sampling. In the dimly lit lobby, Advance Team 2 opened the portable sampling kit, operating under the beam of a tactical flashlight. They first used a mechanical arm to extract the creature's black blood from its wounds, then employed a laser cutter to remove a small segment of its claw. Report to command. The soldier responsible for sampling observed the instrument readings. Preliminary tests indicated a high concentration of viral activity within the target. Furthermore, its bone density was 15 times that of a normal human, and its muscle fiber strength was double that of an average person. The primary components of the claw were a mixture of keratin and metallic elements, with a hardness approaching that of steel. Metallic elements? Chun Qiawang mused momentarily, pondering how they had been ingested. It could have consumed some mutated organism containing metals, or perhaps the virus itself is capable of enriching environmental metallic elements, one researcher speculated. Fascinating. Chun Qiawang adjusted his glasses. If we can unravel the mechanism behind this biological metallization, our ballistic vests and tank armor materials might experience a revolution. Lin Han, listening nearby, was taken aback. Goodness, are we already considering how to exploit this for research? Is this the mindset of a national team? Everything can be resourcized. Captain, we have new developments. Unusual activity detected at 12 o'clock. Just then, the urgent voice of a soldier on the third floor echoed through the comms channel. Thunder Dragon immediately darted to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window in the lobby, peering through the dust-laden glass. Through the high-powered scope, he observed that the previously aimless wandering zombies at the street's end seemed to have been drawn towards the creature's dying shriek. They began to slowly turn and converge towards their location. Despite their sluggish movements, their numbers, estimated to exceed 50 at 12 o'clock, were alarming. Report, Thunder Dragon stated. They are approaching our position, requesting instructions. Inside the command vehicle, Zhao Jiangwo surveyed the multitude of red dots on the screen, waving his hand decisively. End exploratory contact. We need a solid foothold now. Orders. The Chemical Core Engineering team is to enter immediately. Establish forward outpost 0 in the room housing the dual-access door. Inform the soldiers to spare no ammunition. In this world, truth only exists within range. Chapter 6. Establishment of Outpost 0. Attention all teams. Engage in free fire. The voice of Thunder Dragon echoed through the communication channel, cold and resolute, as if issuing a cleaning order. The commander had spoken. There was no need to conserve ammunition. Send them on their way. Received. From the third-floor window, 3 silenced Type 191 assault rifles emerged simultaneously. Despite the suppressors, the concentrated gunfire echoed harshly through the desolate streets. The precise bursts of fire wove an intricate web of death. The zombies, who had just caught the scent of living flesh and were eagerly surging from all directions, collided with an invisible wall. The 58mm steel core projectiles displayed terrifying penetrating power at such close range. Often, a single bullet would pierce through the head of one zombie and create a gaping hole in the chest of another behind it. Blood splattered and limbs flailed. Thunder Dragon and the forward team stood behind the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows of the first-floor lobby, refraining from firing immediately, instead maintaining a calm observation of the battlefield as the last line of defense. This is the allure of modern industrial firepower. In front of the command center's large screen, Chun Qiawang gazed at the footage transmitted by the drone, marveling at how, in the face of absolute range and precision, quantity is rendered meaningless. In less than a minute, the more than 50 aggressive zombies on the street had all succumbed to the ground, not a single one able to approach within 10 meters of the building's entrance. Target eliminated. Thunder Dragon reported, threat neutralized. Excellent. Zhao Jiangwo nodded and immediately issued the second command. Engineering Team 1, move in. Establish Outpost 0 immediately. Yes. The engineering team, already poised by the double doors, sprang into action. Lin Han felt a blur before his eyes as a group of soldiers clad in specialized operational gear, equipped with various modular devices, surged through the double doors like a gust of wind. Their movements were dazzlingly swift, yet remarkably orderly. There was no superfluous chatter, no chaotic collisions. Each individual was acutely aware of their position and task. Airtight barriers deployed. Sealant operations commenced. Air circulation systems engaged. Electrical transmission lines laid. Lin Han stood by, feeling like a superfluous mascot. He had originally thought that establishing an outpost merely entailed moving a few tables and chairs, perhaps setting up some machine guns. However, he had clearly underestimated the significance of the infrastructure. It was not only about speed, it was a manifestation of extreme industrial aesthetics. The first soldiers on site fully enveloped the dilapidated room's walls in a mere 5 minutes using a type of silver-white lightweight alloy panel. These panels interlocked through a mortise-and-tenon structure, followed by another soldier wielding a high-pressure spray gun, applying a layer of pale blue polymer gel over all the seams. This gel would solidify within 10 seconds upon contact with air, forming a molecular-level seal. Chen Qiuveng provided a brief explanation to Lin Han, stating that not even viral aerosols, let alone nerve gas, could penetrate. Subsequently, a compact air purification and circulation unit was installed in the corner. A thick gas supply hose traversed the double doors, directly connecting to the local gas system. Lin Han noted that a unique red and blue magnetic quick connect interface was employed at the junction of the hose and equipment. This was an emergency disconnection device. Seemingly sensing Lin Han's confusion, Chen Qiuveng explained that in the event of an uncontrollable crisis or the need to rapidly seal the double doors, this interface could detach at the touch of a button and automatically seal the opening within 0.1 seconds, leaving no room for hesitation. A chill ran down Lin Han's spine as he silently nodded. The consideration was thorough, even accounting for a contingency escape plan. Report. The airtight integrity of Outpost Zero's core area has passed inspection. Internal pressure has been adjusted to positive pressure mode. Report. The power system has successfully connected to the grid. Voltage from the alternate realm is stable. Report. The military-grade broadband communication base station has been established. Signal strength is optimal. From Thunder Dragon's elimination of the zombies to the room's transformation into a modern, sci-fi-inspired forward base, less than 20 minutes had elapsed. Lin Han watched in astonishment. Is this it? The foundational construction is complete. Zhao Jiangwo, looking at the transformed room 302 on the screen, turned to Lin Han and said, Comrade Lin Han, prepare yourself. We need you to go over. Me? Lin Han pointed to himself in disbelief. You are the master of the door, Zhao Jiangwo replied, his gaze gentle yet resolute. We need to test whether the door remains stable if you are in the alternate realm. Moreover, there may be certain things only you can sense. Lin Han took a deep breath. Though a hint of anxiety lingered, the sight of the fully armed soldiers on the screen reassured him. The recent one-sided slaughter had given him a significant sense of security. All right, I will go. 10 minutes later, Lin Han donned a specially designed lightweight protective suit. This outfit was far more convenient than the heavy chemical protection gear worn by the soldiers, yet it offered no compromise on protection. Standing before the light gate, he cast one last glance back at his bedroom. What had once been a cozy sanctuary was now crammed with various instruments, transformed into a temporary command center. Let us go? Zhao Jiangwo personally accompanied him, flanked by 4 fully armed guards. Everyone had donned the highest grade protective suits, which appeared somewhat cumbersome. But no one would take chances with their lives. Lin Han nodded and stepped across the luminous threshold. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, akin to passing through a cool membrane of water. The next moment, the texture beneath his feet changed. It was no longer wooden flooring, but rather a surface laid with non-slip steel plating. A faint odor of ozone filled the air, emanating from the air purifier, entirely devoid of the anticipated stench of decay. Welcome to Outpost 0, Commander. Thunder Dragon had returned to the 3rd floor, standing before the airtight door, saluting Zhao Jiangwo, then nodding at Lin Han. Lin Han surveyed his surroundings. The once dilapidated, moldy walls were now obscured by silver-white alloy panels, and the room was brightly lit. Through a high-strength, bulletproof glass observation window reserved in the wall, he witnessed the apocalypse for the first time. The sky was a leaden gray, oppressive enough to stifle breath. The street below lay in ruins, with the recently dispatched zombie corpses sprawled haphazardly in the middle of the road, black blood pooling into small streams, flowing into the sewers. This is the apocalypse. Real, brutal, devoid of any filter. How is the door's status? Chun Qiuveng's voice came through the communicator. It is highly stable. A technician observed the readings, noting no fluctuation. Preliminary tests indicated that regardless of which side Comrade Lin Han occupies, the double doors can maintain a stable open state. Excellent. Zhao Jiangwo approached the observation window, pointing toward a distant building. That is a gold shop at the street corner. Although the glass doors have long been shattered and the interior shrouded in darkness, the faint light still reflects a tempting golden hue from the display case. Is that a gold shop? Lin Han's eyes widened as he followed the gaze. It seems our luck is favorable. A smile appeared on Zhao Jiangwo's lips as they stumbled upon hard currency at their arrival. In this world, gold is as worthless as scrap metal. Zhao Jiangwo turned to face Lin Han, giving his shoulder a meaningful pat. Yet on Earth, it has been the most resilient currency for the past century. With it, we can exchange for more steel, more chips, more food. Comrade Lin Han, are you ready to become a porter? Chapter 7. The first gain. Chapter 7. Gold? That is a building material. The next day, at 8:00 a.m., the sky in the alternate realm remained a lifeless lead gray, the sun obscured, with only a pale diffuse light barely illuminating the dead city. Within Outpost 0, the atmosphere was vibrant with fervor. The first team was tasked with vigilance, the second with clearing obstacles, and the third carried bags and entrenching tools. Lei Long, fully equipped, was executing the final preparations for the impending operation, targeting a gold store located 150 meters away with a low threat level. Lin Han, cradling a cup of hot soy milk, stood before the bulletproof observation window of Outpost 0. Although he yearned to witness the scene of gold scattered everywhere, Zhao Jiangwo had firmly issued a prohibition. Until the surrounding area was entirely purged, Comrade Lin Han was not to step outside the outpost. Lin Han wholeheartedly supported this directive. For after all, one's life is paramount. With the airtight door slowly opening, a fully armed squad filed out. Although yesterday's sonic assault had cleared the zombies from the corridors, numerous stragglers still roamed the streets. The sound of suppressed rifle fire punctuated the morning air, becoming the sole melody of the dawn. Through real-time footage relayed from Lei Long's helmet camera, Lin Han felt as if he were immersed in the scene. The soldiers advanced swiftly and silently, dispatching ordinary zombies with precise headshots before they could emit a sound, leaving behind nothing but lifeless remnants. The asphalt road beneath was riddled with cracks, with dark red moss sprouting from the crevices. Abandoned cars had long succumbed to rust, their shattered windows crunching underfoot. 5 minutes later, they reached the entrance of the gold store. The glass door had vanished, leaving only a contorted metal frame. The interior was dimly lit, with a thick layer of dust covering the ground, revealing scattered footprints and dark bloodstains. Safety confirmed. Lei Long led the way inside, swiftly checking behind the counters and in the storeroom, finding no zombies. All was secure, as several high-powered tactical lights flickered to life. The gold store was instantly transformed into a dazzling spectacle. Lin Han, observing the footage on the large screen, could not suppress an exclamation. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the counters still gleaming with enticing gold jewelry struck him with overwhelming force. Gold necklaces, bracelets, and rings lay discarded like refuse, some even resting in the dust on the floor. In one shattered display case, he spotted several neatly arranged golden ornaments, a golden toad, a gold ingot, and a golden Buddha. Was this the absurdity of the apocalypse? Bending down, Lei Long picked up a gold bar from the ground. Likely an investment piece weighing around 100 grams, marred by a dark stain resembling dried bodily fluid. He casually wiped it on his clothing and held it up to the camera. Lin, how is this specimen? Lei Long's voice crackled through the communication channel. On Earth, this item was valued at over 600 per gram, worth around 60,000. Lin Han mused aloud. Here, it seems less valuable than a pack of instant noodles. That is indeed the case. Chun Qiuveng's voice chimed in. The value of gold lies in its societal consensus as a common equivalent. When societal order collapses, such consensus dissipates. In this world, the only hard currency is survival resources, water, food, medicine, and weapons. But for us, Chun Qiuveng paused, a hint of humor in his tone. It remains the blood of industry, the foreign exchange reserves, the hard currency for acquiring advanced technology and strategic materials. Enough dawdling. Lei Long pocketed the gold bar and clapped his hands. Let us get to work. What unfolded next astonished Lin Han, who had envisioned the transport of gold akin to a cinematic portrayal, taking great care to secure the bars in a safe. However, the soldiers operated in a manner both simple and brutal. With a clang, one soldier swung his rifle butt, shattering the glass of the counter. Two soldiers then approached. one unfurling a specially designed military bag while the other wielded an entrenching tool, shoveling the gold and silver jewelry, along with the velvet trays beneath them, into the bag as if shoveling sand. The sound of metal clashing rang crisp and clear. The artistry, the designer's vision, none of it mattered at that moment. Here, they possessed but one attribute, metallo. There's a safe. A soldier called from behind the counter. Blow it open, Lei Long instructed casually. Yes, sir. An engineer adeptly affixed directional explosive charges to the safe's door seam. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the heavy vault door was blasted away. Inside lay dozens of 1-kilogram gold bars neatly stacked, alongside a heap of currency that had turned to mere waste paper. The bills were made of a peculiar material, resembling high-strength synthetic plastic. Most striking was their design, devoid of the typical human portraits found on Earth's currency, replaced instead with grand technological edifices. Lei Long picked up a 1,000 credit note. On the reverse was a soaring tower connecting heaven and earth, the space elevator. The front bore a map of East Asia without borders, inscribed with small text, Central Bank of the East Asian Union. Lin Han, watching the details of the note displayed by Lei Long, felt a tempest surge within him. These details silently narrated the former splendor of this world, a civilization highly advanced in technology, perhaps even on the brink of interstellar age. Yet, despite its brilliance, it had met its demise. In the face of the apocalypse, even the most resplendent civilization reduces to a pile of waste paper. The soldiers swiftly transported the gold bars, stacking them into transport boxes as if stacking bricks. The paper-like currency was also ordered by Lei Long to be packed into several large bags. Take the counting machine, the cash register, and that device resembling a holographic projector, Lei Long directed, pointing at the dust-covered electronics. Dr. Chun instructed that even electronic waste with chips must be collected. We need these civilian devices to reverse engineer their technological level. Reporting to the captain, the inventory is complete. Half an hour later, the soldier responsible for inventory reported a preliminary estimation, approximately 52 kilograms of gold. Additionally, there were 15 kilograms of platinum, along with various gemstones such as diamonds and emeralds. 52 kilograms. At current gold prices, that amounted to over 30 million. And this was merely one small roadside gold store. How many gold stores were there in this city? How many bank vaults? Lin Han felt as if his breath was suspended. This was no wasteland. It was clearly a veritable treasure trove of gold. Return to base. With a wave of his hand, Lei Long signaled the soldiers, who hoisted bags filled with gold and transport boxes as effortlessly as carrying sacks of potatoes, cheerfully embarking on their journey back. 20 minutes later, at Outpost 0, Lin Han finally held the brilliantly polished gold bar in his hands. The weighty sensation imparted an almost surreal feeling. Zhao Jiangguo surveyed the heaps of golden spoils with a satisfied smile. With this initial capital, the upcoming procurement plans could be executed without restraint. Although the fire plan was backed by the state machinery with nearly limitless budgetary support, each expenditure at the national level required stringent approval processes. Moreover, the ultimate goal of the project was to benefit the nation, not merely to become a gluttonous beast. In less than 24 hours, they had returned with hard currency worth tens of millions. While this yield was still a mere fraction compared to the resources expended, it underscored a crucial fact. This other world was indeed profitable. It was a perfect beginning. Zhao Jiangguo turned to Lin Han. Comrade Lin Han, another entry has been added to your merit book. Chief, this is nothing, Lin Han replied, placing the gold bar into the box and taking a deep breath. What concerns me more is the footage that Captain Lei Long transmitted earlier. He gestured toward the distant skyline outside the window, the half-completed skyscraper still shrouded in haze, indicating the city's central business district. If we can locate the bank vaults or the servers of the tech companies there, Lin Han's gaze sharpened, that is where the true treasure lies. Zhao Jiangguo nodded appreciatively. No rush. One must savor each bite. Turning to Lei Long, he inquired, what is the status of the drone reconnaissance? Report. A technician swiftly switched the display. The Hummingbird drones had just detected an unusual heat source 2 kilometers away in the unfinished building zone. On the screen, a vivid red stood out starkly against the bleak ruins. Heat source? Lin Han leaned in. Not just heat, the technician explained, enlarging the image. Spectral analysis reveals it is sunlight reflected off a mirror, forming a regular pattern, like Morse code. Morse code? Zhao Jiangguo's eyes narrowed. Translate it. SOS, the technician replied. 3 short. 3 long. 3 short signals repeated. Silence fell over the command room. A survivor, Chun Qiaveng, pushed up his glasses, voice firm. Zhao Jiangguo was silent for a moment before decisively ordering, make contact. We need a local guide. Chapter 8. Discovery of the survivor. The contact plan was established. Chen Qiuvang stood before the tactical map, his finger gliding across the screen. The target was located 21 kilometers from Outpost 0 in the unfinished building area. Heat source analysis indicated only one survivor. Just one? Lin Han was surprised. How could a solitary soul endure in such a forsaken place? That is precisely what we must understand, Zhao Jiangwo said gravely. To survive alone in the apocalypse is no trivial feat. We need their experience and insight into this world. Operation Codename. Asked for directions. Executing unit. 1st Reconnaissance Squad of the Special Warfare Brigade, equipped with a swarm of hummingbird drones. Lei Long stood at attention. Saluting, mission will be accomplished. For this operation, Lin Han was confined to the outpost as an observer. However, to facilitate communication, the technical department installed a dedicated high-resolution display before his observation window, synchronizing the perspectives of the drones and the soldiers in real time. What if the survivor is hostile? Lin Han asked. Courtesy precedes force, Zhao Jiangwo replied calmly. We come with goodwill, but should that be rejected, our firepower will ensure they reconsider. At 1,400 hours, 2 hummingbird micro-drones silently launched, resembling inconspicuous gray magpies gliding above the ruined cityscape. Lei Long and 4 elite scouts followed closely, avoiding main roads and hugging shadows cast by buildings, utilizing abandoned vehicles and walls for cover, advancing swiftly and silently. This tactical approach both evaded the wandering undead and minimized exposure. Maintain concealment, Lei Long whispered. 300 meters ahead, signs of marauders. On the screen, Lin Han glimpsed a familiar gray creature basking atop a bus. The soldiers passed like ghosts through a second-floor window nearby, disturbing none. 10 minutes later, the unfinished building zone loomed before them. A half-constructed high-rise residential area, steel and concrete exposed like skeletal spikes reaching skyward. The target was on the rooftop of building number 3. Lei Long reported. Drone has locked onto the location. The view switched to the drone's perspective. On the rooftop of an incomplete building, a frail figure adjusted the angle of a broken cosmetic mirror toward the sun. A young woman, clad in filthy, ill-fitting gray coveralls, her hair tangled and pinned back, her face obscured by grime. At her feet lay a makeshift filter fashioned from a cut mineral water bottle stuffed with sand, charcoal, and torn cloth. Beneath the filter, a cracked bowl held only a shallow layer of murky liquid, her sole yield for the day. Evidently, she had reached the limits of endurance, risking exposure by ascending the rooftop in broad daylight to send a distress signal. She was signaling with the mirror. Lin Han observed silently. This archaic method implied that communication devices had long since failed. Yet, her persistence betrayed an undying hope. Chen Qiuvang analyzed calmly. The will to survive is present. Desire forms the foundation for negotiation. So pitiful, Lin Han murmured, gazing at the murky water. Though familiar with many apocalyptic tales, the visceral impact of witnessing such humble struggle firsthand was profound. The desperation to survive pierced deeply into his modern sensibilities. Captain, shall we initiate contact? Came the observer's query through the comms. Lei Long glanced toward the command center. Zhao Jiangwo nodded. Proceed with Plan A, deliver supplies, and establish initial trust. Understood. Lei Long input the commands. The drone hovered over the rooftop, descending slowly. The woman suddenly lifted her head, eyes wild and wary like a cornered beast. She seized a sharpened steel rebar, curling behind a concrete pillar, her gaze fixed on the tiny drone above. Her expression was fierce. In this world, drones were no novelty, often harbingers of danger. Do not be afraid. The drone's speaker emitted a standard, gentle Mandarin synthetic voice. We mean no harm. The woman said nothing, tightening her grip on the rebar until her knuckles whitened. A soft click, the drone's belly hatch opened, and a small package was gently dropped 2 meters in front of her. Startled, she recoiled instinctively. Yet, after a tense moment, the package neither exploded nor released poison gas. It lay silently, a transparent sealed bag containing a compressed biscuit, a box of amoxicillin capsules, and a 550 milliliters bottle of mineral water stripped of its label. In this grimy, fetid, decaying world, that pristine bottle of water shone like a dazzling diamond, instantly capturing her entire attention. It was a treasure she had only seen in dreams, a hue of civilization. Through the high-powered lens, Lin Han saw her swallow. It was an instinctive yearning, overwhelming all reason and suspicion. This is only a token of goodwill. The drone's voice resumed. If you wish to communicate, we require some intelligence. In exchange, we can provide more food and water like this. The woman's fierce gaze softened into struggle, then resolve. Tentatively, she reached out as if touching a fragile dream, grasped the package, tore it open, twisted off the bottle cap, and tilted her head back. Without hesitation or waste, she took a small sip, eyes closed, savoring the sweet liquid as if tasting the finest nectar. 2 clear tears traced down her dirt-streaked cheeks, cleansing paths of purity. Contact successful. Lei Long's voice crackled over the channel. The fish is bitten. Before the screen, Lin Han watched the woman weep over a bottle of water. His heart a tumult of emotions. Could a mere bottle break her defenses? For one drowning, even a straw becomes the entire world. Zhao Jiangwo's gaze was profound. And we, he thought, hold the entire arc in our hands. Chapter 9. Trade and Intelligence. Su Wan's moment of disarray lasted only a fleeting few seconds. As the sweet liquid coursed down her throat, bringing an exquisite sense of hydration long forgotten, her previously muddled mind, clouded by thirst and hunger, swiftly regained clarity. As the former chief virologist of Haishan Biotechnology Research Institute, rationality was an instinct etched into her very being. She quickly secured the bottle cap, cradling the remaining half of the water protectively in her arms, and then lifted her head, hastily wiping her face with her sleeve. The fragility in her gaze vanished, replaced by a demeanor of scrutiny and assessment. Her counterpart possessed a drone. They had access to industrial-grade purified water, the bottle unmarred and flawless, indicating it was freshly produced. They also had pharmaceuticals, as evidenced by the unopened box of amoxicillin. The conclusion was clear. This was a formidable force with a complete industrial production line, maintaining a semblance of pre-war civil order, perhaps a large refuge, or even the fabled Central War Zone. What do you want? Su Wan's voice, though hoarse, was articulate. I have no supplies. I possess only this life and the knowledge within my mind. We seek intelligence, came the gentle voice from the drone. Information regarding this city, the zombies, and the existing power distributions. The more detailed, the better. Su Wan fell silent for a moment. She understood this was her only opportunity. In this apocalyptic world, value equated to survival. If she could not demonstrate her worth, they could discard her at any moment, as easily as one might discard an ant. Very well. Su Wan inhaled deeply, retrieving a meticulously folded map from her inner pocket. It was a tourist map of Haishan City, its edges worn and faded. She had marked it extensively with red and blue ink. This is the information I have gathered over the past 3 months. She unfolded the map before the drone's camera, her finger gliding across it. The red zones indicated heavily infected areas, the gathering points for the undead. The city center, the train station, and several large hospitals. Avoid them at all costs. There were violent marauders and even spitters lurking there. The blue zones represented safe houses and supply points, though most had already been stripped bare. Her finger paused at a black cross, indicating the territory controlled by the Black Steel Group. They occupied the industrial park and refinery in the northern part of the city, heavily armed and fiercely exclusionary. They captured survivors for slavery, or worse, experimentation. Inside Outpost 0, Chun Qiaveng observed the clear map on the screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This girl was a talent for intelligence gathering. He swiftly commanded the technicians to take screenshots, create models, and integrate this information into the tactical map. And what else? Lin Han prompted through the microphone. Aside from these, do you have any peculiar news? Any strange occurrences? Su Wan pondered briefly. A memory flickered in her mind, accompanied by a flash of revulsion and fear. Recently, the Black Steel Group has been obsessively collecting the heads of zombies. Heads? Lin Han was taken aback. More specifically, the contents within the heads, Su Wan elucidated. I have seen from a distance their hunting teams, after killing mutated zombies, dissecting the back of the skulls to extract a crystalline object. It is said to be of great significance to them, even more valuable than gold or food. Crystals? The mere mention struck Lin Han like a lightning bolt, igniting a surge of urgency in him. He instinctively glanced at Zhao Jiangwo and Chun Qiaveng. At that moment, Chun Qiaveng's eyes gleamed like twin searchlights. He lunged toward the microphone, his voice rapid with excitement. What color is the crystal? How large? Does it emit light? Su Wan was taken aback by the sudden intensity of his inquiry, but answered truthfully. Most are a grayish white, about the size of a fingernail. But I have seen them sacrifice an entire squad to seize a red crystal. Crystal core. Chun Qiaveng inhaled deeply, turning to Zhao Jiangwo, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Chief, if I am not mistaken, this could represent a new form of high-energy material, a substance capable of driving biological mutations, perhaps even harboring unimaginable energy. Though Zhao Jiangwo was not versed in biology, he understood strategy. If this crystal core was indeed a high-energy substance, its value would be incalculable. Ask her if she knows its specific uses, Zhao Jiangwo instructed solemnly. I understand a bit. Su Wan hesitated before continuing. I have heard the Black Steel members refer to it as blood of the gods. They believe it grants power. But the side effects are severe. Direct use can lead to death or mutation. Only through a special purification process can it be utilized as a strengthening agent. Grants power? Lin Han's heart raced. As the master of the dual gate, he was more sensitive than anyone else. That gate was still at level 1, able to accommodate only a few meters wide. To upgrade it, to transport tanks, planes, or even destroyers, they would undoubtedly require a special energy source. Could this be it? Comrade Lin Han, Zhao Jiangwo interjected suddenly, breaking into his thoughts. It seems we must engage in deeper contact with this survivor. He regarded the frail yet resilient woman on the screen, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. She was astute and perceptive. Most importantly, she was a local. Bring her back, Zhao Jiangwo ordered. We need her. On the rooftop of the abandoned building, Suwon anxiously awaited their response. She had divulged all the valuable intelligence she possessed. If they were dissatisfied, at that moment, the drone spoke again. Your intelligence is quite valuable. With those words, Suwon's taut body finally relaxed. In return, we can offer you protection. The gentle voice continued. If you are willing, we can take you to a safe place. There, you will find clean water, hot food, free from zombies, and the Black Steel group. Suwon was taken aback. A safe place? In this hell? Could such a sanctuary truly exist? Instinctively, she wished to refuse, for there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet, as she gazed at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, the clear liquid beckoned, rendering her unable to utter a word of rejection. It was the temptation of civilization, the light she had yearned for amidst countless nightmares. Suwon. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. I am willing. Excellent. The drone began to ascend slowly, remaining in place. Do not move. Our retrieval team is just downstairs. Additionally, there is one more question. The voice shifted to a more casual tone, as if engaging in light conversation. What is your profession? Your analytical logic seems beyond that of an ordinary person. Suwon hesitated, adjusting her tattered collar and straightening her back. Despite her soiled appearance, at that moment, she exuded a unique aura of intellect. I am Suwon, the director of the 3rd laboratory at Haishan Biotechnology Research Institute. The Z virus was discovered there. Chapter 10, Crystal Core and Upgrade Clues. When Suwon revealed her identity as a related personnel of the Z virus discoverers, a brief silence enveloped the command center of Outpost 0. Everyone realized that they had not merely found a person, they had unearthed a living repository of knowledge. Immediately escort her back to the outpost, Zhao Jiangwo commanded decisively, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Raise the security level to the highest. Lei Long, if you encounter any obstruction, you are authorized to use all necessary means. Understood. Lei Long's response was succinct and resolute. 15 minutes later, Suwon was brought into Outpost 0. As she crossed the airlock door and beheld the futuristic, silvery space filled with orderly, well-uniformed personnel busily engaged in their tasks, she froze entirely. This is not a survivor camp. The equipment, the energy supply, the quality of personnel, and even the faint scent of disinfectant in the air, all evoke a disorienting illusion of time and space for her. It felt as though she were not wandering in a post-apocalyptic world, but had instead returned to a national-level laboratory before the catastrophe. Welcome, Dr. Su. A young man in casual attire greeted her with a smile and extended his hand. He appeared affable, his gaze clear and devoid of the unique malevolence and madness characteristic of those from the end times. It was Lin Han. Suwon awkwardly shook his hand, her own filthy and caked with dirt, while his was clean and warm. I am Lin Han. He introduced himself. This is, well, you may understand it as a special operations base. I am Suwon, she murmured, her gaze inadvertently drifting to a nearby table. There lay a freshly unwrapped self-heating rice meal, still steaming, alongside an open can of Red Bull. Are you hungry? Lin Han pushed the food towards her. Eat first. We can talk afterward. There was no pretense. Suwon nearly lunged for the table, shoveling the rice into her mouth with urgency, yet maintaining a semblance of decorum. The scalding rice brought tears to her eyes, but she swallowed it down, unwilling to let go. Lin Han observed, his heart aching. This is the apocalypse. Even a once great scientist, when faced with hunger, is reduced to primal instincts. 10 minutes later, the remnants of the meal lay before her empty. She took a sip of Red Bull, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank you. Her eyes regained clarity, even sharpening slightly. Now, we can discuss the transaction. Not so fast. Chun Qiuveng approached, holding a sealed bag containing a grayish-white crystal, the very core that Lei Long had previously extracted from the head of a ravager. Dr. Su, is this the crystal core you mentioned? Suwon glanced at it, her pupils contracting slightly. Yes, she nodded. This is the most basic type of crystal core, typically found within first-level mutated organisms. Ordinary zombies contain none. What exactly is it? Chun Qiaveng pressed, his gaze fixed on her. We refer to it as a high-energy biological aggregate. Suwon shifted into professional mode, her speech quickening. The Z-virus not only destroys cells, but also reorganizes the host's energy metabolism system. It accumulates indigestible energy from the host and radiation energy absorbed from the environment into a special organ in the brain, forming this crystal. In simpler terms, it acts as the battery of the mutated organism. A battery? Lin Han's mind stirred. Indeed, Suwon continued. The Black Steel Group discovered that if they directly consume this crystal core, there is a minuscule chance that ordinary individuals can gain enhancements or even awaken special abilities. However, the mortality rate is as high as 99. Most will either become zombies or explode due to energy overload. Then why do they continue to collect them? Lin Han inquired. Perplexed. Because they have lost their minds, Suwon replied coldly. Moreover, they seem to have found a method of purification that reduces the mortality rate. Though I am unaware of the specifics. Energy. Lin Han paid no heed to the insanity of the Black Steel Group. His attention was entirely captured by that word. He instinctively reached out, touching the crystal core through the sealed bag. The moment his fingertip made contact, a soft hum resonated in his brain. The sensation was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of when he first activated the dual gate. Suddenly, a translucent stream of information materialized on his retina. Detected absorbable energy, first-level biological crystal core. Energy purity, 12, containing numerous impurities, equivalent to 12 energy points. Would you like to absorb? Current dual gate level, LV1, upgrade progress, 0-1000. Upgrade effect, expand the spatial gate to 5 by 5 meters. Unlock material transmission channel, allowing large vehicles to pass. Lin Han was momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of elation surged within him. Indeed, this was the key to upgrading. The so-called submission to the state was not merely about surrendering resources and technology. It was about leveraging the state's power to hunt those formidable mutated creatures, acquire crystal cores, and thereby upgrade the dual gate. This was a perfect closed loop. Comrade Lin Han, what is the matter? Chun Qiaveng noticed his unusual demeanor. Lin Han snapped back to reality, suppressing his inner excitement. He glanced at Suwon, who was still intently studying the crystal core, realizing this was not the place for discussion. Chief, I have important information to report. He indicated to Zhao Jiangwo with a nod, pointing towards the adjacent secure communication room regarding the use of this crystal core. Zhao Jiangwo understood at once. Dr. Su, please take a moment to rest, he said to Suwon, then led Lin Han and Chun Qiaveng into the adjoining secure room. As the airtight door closed, Zhao Jiangwo regarded Lin Han. Speak. Chief, I know what this thing is capable of. Lin Han inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. It can charge the gate. Charge. Zhao Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lin Han gestured towards the light gate. The moment I made contact, I received feedback. This can provide the energy needed to upgrade the dual gate. As long as there are enough, I can expand the gate, even allowing tanks to pass through. His words sent a wave of excitement through the command center. Let tanks through. What does that mean? Currently, the dual gate's diameter was merely 2 meters, sufficient only for personnel and light equipment. Heavy machinery had to be disassembled and brought in for reassembly, an exceedingly inefficient process. If tanks, armored vehicles, and even armed helicopters could enter directly, it would be a true torrent of steel, a genuine dimensional strike. How many do we need? Zhao Jiangwo asked directly. For these low-level crystal cores, approximately 100 pieces, Lin Han estimated. 100 pieces? Zhao Jiangwo turned to the tactical map, his gaze settling on a point marked in red, where a horde of corpses was congregated. His expression sharpened, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Lay long gather. Inform the Special Operations Brigade to assemble immediately. He pointed to the red mark on the map, his tone grave. Surround this area. Since these monsters contain the energy we need, they are no longer threats, but rather walking mines. From now on, we shall commence mining. Chapter 11. Braised pork across worlds. After issuing the command for the entire army to commence mining, Zhao Jiangwo's gaze returned to the screen before him, displaying real-time footage of Suwon in the rest area of the outpost. Since Dr. Su's identity has been confirmed, I recommend we transfer her to the P4 laboratory for a comprehensive examination, Chun Qiaveng suggested, his eyes glimmering with the thrill of discovery. The knowledge she possesses is vital for our understanding of that world. No, Zhao Jiangwo decisively refused, his voice calm to the point of being cold. Until we have completely ruled out the risks of viral latency and mutation, she must not cross that threshold. We cannot risk the lives of one. For billion citizens behind us. He turned to the fully armed commander of the Chemical Defense Regiment. Order the engineering battalion to expedite their progress. The Zero outpost established in building number 4 must be fully sealed as soon as possible. Additionally, in room 301, right next to the light gate, construct a fully enclosed medical isolation chamber. Ensure the best equipment, medicine, and supplies are transported there. Since she cannot come to us for now, we shall send civilization to her. In the other world, at the Jinxiajuan Community, Building 4, after a full day of cleanup by the Special Operations Brigade, the building and the surrounding 200 meters have been cleared of zombies. Before modern automatic rifles, these decaying, sluggish corpses posed no greater challenge than moving targets. At this moment, the windows of the entire building were being sealed one by engineers with thick steel plates and sealant. Massive air purification units roared, attempting to replace the air inside with a safe and breathable environment. Lin Han's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Dr. Su, I believe you have realized that we come from another world. For health and safety reasons, we cannot invite you through the light gate for the time being. However, you are absolutely safe in the adjacent medical pod 301. Suwon glanced at the busy yet orderly soldiers, offering a bittersweet smile. She understood that she carried not only dirt, but possibly the most lethal plague from that world. To this pristine civilization, she was a perilous source of infection. I understand. Suwon inhaled deeply. As long as I can have a sip of clean water, it matters not where I am. Upon entering room 301, transformed into Medical Pod 0, she was taken aback by the professionalism that surpassed even the pristine appearance of the outside outpost. The once dilapidated living room had been thoroughly cleared, replaced by a silvery negative pressure isolation tent. The floor was laid with dust-free, anti-static flooring, and various medical instruments flickered with indicator lights. Although these devices appeared somewhat bulkier than those she remembered from before the calamity, they were, without exception, brand new and impeccably maintained. As a former top scientist, Suwon immediately discerned the specifications of the equipment: ECG monitors, blood gas analyzers, and spiral CT scanners. Her fingers brushed over the casing of one of the machines. Despite its seemingly cumbersome design and lower integration than pre-catastrophe products, it was entirely new and meticulously cared for. This evoked an inexplicable sense of reassurance within her. While the technological level of this civilization might be slightly inferior to that of the pre-catastrophe Blue Star, their industrial system was complete and vibrant. Dr. Su, we must first conduct a decontamination procedure. 2 fully armed female medics guided her into the shower. Warm water cascaded down. Suwon stood rigidly beneath the shoriad, watching the black water swirl at her feet. There was no stinging sensation of radioactive acid rain, nor the foul odor of recycled water. It was genuinely heated, pure water. She scrubbed her skin vigorously, as if striving to wash away all the marks left by 12 years in the apocalypse. After the decontamination, clad in a pristine sterile patient gown, Suwon reclined on a soft medical bed. The monitoring instruments emitted a rhythmic ticking sound. Severe malnutrition, multiple soft tissue contusions, mild radiation sickness. At that moment, the transfer window of the isolation pod opened with a soft chime. Lin Han, dressed in a lightweight protective suit, stood outside with a meal tray in hand. Dr. Su, General Zhao specifically instructed that your stomach has not had oil for too long. You must not eat too vigorously for your first meal. This is a specially prepared nutritional meal. Lin Han smiled somewhat sheepishly through the glass. I brought it myself as a greeting from a fellow compatriot. As the lid was lifted, there lay a bowl of soft, fragrant millet porridge, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, 2 boiled eggs, and a small bowl of glistening, fatty, red-braised pork, carefully cut into small pieces. Suwon's gaze fixated on the bowl of red-braised pork. Across 12 years, the familiar aroma struck her heart like a heavy hammer. In the apocalypse, food represented class. In the lighthouse survivor camp where she had once resided, even as the head of research, she could only ration a small piece of synthetic meat each month. Such authentic, unmutated red-braised pork was likely something the dictatorial director would only indulge in during his birthday. Is this for me? Suwon's voice trembled. Eat, there's plenty. Lin Han gently encouraged. Trembling, Suwon picked up a spoon, scooped up a piece of red-braised pork, and brought it to her mouth. The fat melted on her tongue, bursting with rich flavor. In that instant, the tension she had held for so long within her snapped. She stifled a sob, her hand covering her mouth, which quickly transformed into a heart-wrenching cry. As she wept, she desperately stuffed food into her mouth, tears mingling with the porridge and red-braised pork that she swallowed down. In that moment, the dignity of a scientist, the hardened shell forged in the ruins, were rendered utterly inconsequential. She was merely a common girl, having struggled in hell for 12 years, finally tasting the warmth of humanity. This was the essence of civilization. Lin Han stood quietly outside the window, observing her without a word, silently offering a packet of tissues. After a long while, Su-won finished the last bit of sauce, setting down her spoon. She accepted the tissues, wiping her tears. When she raised her head again, the fragility in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination. "Mr. Lin Han." She addressed him, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "I understand your concerns. I am a virologist, and I am more aware than you of the terror of the Z virus. I will remain here, cooperating with all your research. I will provide you with everything I know about the viral maps of this world, the weaknesses of mutated organisms, and resource distribution." She glanced at the wall as if she could see the adjacent space gate emanating a ghostly blue light. "I have but one request. If one day it is confirmed that I pose no danger, please allow me to see the sun on the other side." Inside the command vehicle, Zhao Jiangguo observed the surveillance screen in silence for a long while before slowly nodding. "Tell her that such a day will come." He ordered the engineering battalion to work in shifts around the clock, completing the airtight transformation of Building 4 within 3 days. "I want our soldiers to breathe freely inside this building without their gas masks." Chapter 12. The secret of the crystal core. The construction of Outpost 0 was in full swing, while in the medical pod 301 adjacent to the light gate, a scientific dialogue bridging two worlds was set to commence. Although officially a medical pod, it was, in fact, a fully enclosed negative pressure isolation area. Right next to room 302's light gate, through the one-way glass, the busy figures of the engineers in the corridor were still visible. Su-won's mental state was better than expected. After enjoying that unforgettable bowl of red-braised pork, she immediately requested to begin work. "This is all the information we have gathered regarding what you refer to as the Z virus." Chun Qiuveng's voice came through the communicator. He was currently seated in the P4 laboratory of the real world, with a screen displaying Su-won's image in medical pod 301 before him. "Is this the only simple analysis report from the past 2 days?" Su-won examined the data on the screen, frowning slightly. The information was too superficial, merely based on samples collected from ordinary infected individuals over these 2 days. The true Z virus was far more complex. Seated at the control panel, she found that while the operating systems of the two worlds differed slightly, it was a matter of mere minutes for a scientist of her caliber to adapt. "What you are seeing is only its superficial appearance. In our studies, the Z virus resembles a nanoscale biological machine, rather than a mere virus." "Biological machine?" Chun Qiuveng furrowed his brow, incredulous. "How is that possible? What we see under the microscope is clearly a protein structure. That is merely its disguise," Su-won elucidated. "Though I have only scratched the surface of the core data. My father mentioned before his passing that the core of the Z virus contains a segment of encrypted genetic locks, which can not only rewrite biological DNA but also reorganize the host's energy metabolism system." She pointed to a flashing red node on the screen. "This is why zombies can survive for extended periods without feeding, and why higher-level mutants can unleash energy attacks. They all possess this high-energy biological aggregate, commonly referred to as the crystal core." Upon hearing the term crystal core, Lin Han, who had been listening nearby, instantly perked up. He held the sealed bag in his hand, containing the grayish-white crystal extracted from the head of the violator. "Dr. Su, as a virus expert, you must be aware of its specific composition," Lin Han inquired. "I only understand a portion," Dr. Su replied, her gaze fixed upon the crystal core, her expression grave. "We refer to this substance as the crystallization of the blood of the gods. This particular one is a level 1 crystal core and appears to be laden with impurities. Its primary composition is an unknown biological piezoelectric ceramic, which can instantly release high-voltage electricity under the stimulation of neural currents." "Biological piezoelectric ceramic," Chun Qiuveng murmured. "No wonder our instruments cannot detect radioactivity. What use do we have for this?" Lin Han pressed on. "Aside from studying it as a sample, Dr. Su hesitated for a moment, seemingly wrestling with whether to divulge the forbidden knowledge. "In my world, certain individuals, such as the Black Steel Group, attempt to enhance themselves by injecting the crystal core extract. They believe it grants them power, but my father has always opposed this practice. Direct contact or implantation of the crystal core carries a high mortality rate, and even those who survive face a significant risk of mutation." She raised her head, looking through the screen at Lin Han. "As for how much energy it truly contains, or how to extract it safely, even our initial laboratory could not fully conquer that. I can only tell you that this substance is extremely dangerous." Lin Han smiled lightly. "Rest assured, we do not intend to utilize its biological enhancement capabilities, but rather its physical attributes. With that, he picked up the sealed bag and approached the massive bulletproof glass. On the other side of the glass lay the dual passage gate, radiating a ghostly blue light. Dr. Su, since you are uncertain of its energy magnitude, let us verify it. What do you intend to do? Dr. Su asked, perplexed. Lin Han did not respond. He took a deep breath, placing his hand against the bulletproof glass. His eyes locked on the crystal core in his grasp. System, absorb, he silently commanded. In the next instant, Dr. Su was astonished to see the grayish-white crystal core in Lin Han's hand begin to emit light, without any instrumental assistance or physical contact. The crystal seemed to ignite as if by some invisible force, trembling slightly within the sealed bag before visibly disintegrating and vaporizing. Wisps of faint blue light, barely discernible to the naked eye, flowed from the crystal core, penetrating the sealed bag, the bulletproof glass, and directly plunging into the enormous dual passage gate. The once calm swirling light of the gate appeared to be injected with a stimulant, suddenly accelerating its rotation. A deep hum resonated throughout the entire floor. The faint blue halo at the edge of the light gate surged, emitting a rhythmic pulsation akin to breathing. What principle is at play here? Dr. Su gasped. Incredulity etched across her face. This was entirely beyond her scientific comprehension. Had it been consumed by that gate? Lin Han released his hand. The sealed bag now contained only a small amount of grayish-white powder. Simultaneously, an eagerly awaited message flashed in his mind. Successfully absorbed level 1 biological crystal core. Energy points gained, 12 points. Current upgrade progress, 121000. Indeed, Lin Han clenched his fists. A smile of uncontainable joy spreading across his face. Dr. Su, he turned to face the screen where she stood in stunned silence. This is the true purpose of this substance. It is not a poison, it is a key. A key? Dr. Su murmured. Precisely, Lin Han pointed at the light gate. This gate is hungry. These crystal cores are its sustenance. If we feed it sufficiently, it will grow larger, stronger, and more stable. At that moment, both Chun Qiavang on the other side of the screen and Zhao Jiangguo in the command vehicle were profoundly shaken by the scene unfolding before them. Crystal cores, energy, zombies, mobile mines. Once this equation was established, the entire strategic situation would shift dramatically. The once repulsive and to be avoided zombies now appeared to Zhao Jiangguo as blocks of gold and barrels of oil. Comrade Lin Han. Zhao Jiangguo's voice crackled over the channel, barely concealing his excitement. Are you certain that only 100 of these level 1 crystal cores are needed to complete the first phase of the upgrade? Absolutely, Lin Han replied, observing the progress bar in his mind, and I have a hunch that the upgraded dual passage gate will undoubtedly surprise us. Excellent. Zhao Jiangguo slammed his fist on the table. Relay my orders. All personnel of the Special Operations Brigade, enter a state of level 1 readiness. Engineers, immediately clear a passage to the light gate. Since the zombies on the other side contain the oil we seek, let us extract it. Inside the 301 medical cabin, Dr. Su watched the screen filled with soldiers who suddenly appeared fierce and determined, then glanced at the light gate outside that seemed to glow even brighter. A surge of indescribable shock swelling within her. In her world, humanity hid underground, viewing crystal cores as a curse and zombies as harbingers of death. Yet in the eyes of those in this world, zombies had become a resource? Is this the disparity of civilization? Dr. Su pondered. She vaguely sensed that the involvement of this world might indeed completely alter the fate of that wasteland. Not salvation, but conquest. Chapter 13, All-Out Assault. Objective, mining level 1 readiness. Level 1 readiness. The sharp alarm echoed throughout the happy home community on the reality side and the luxurious residence building no. For on the other side, teams of fully armed soldiers streamed out of the light gate, swiftly forming defensive formations on the streets surrounding the Zero outpost. Attention! This is not a drill. Everyone, check the airtightness of your gas masks. Activate friend or foe identification systems. Heavy weapons teams, take your positions. Lei Long stood atop the Zero outpost's rooftop, military binoculars in hand, his gaze coldly scanning the devastated streets below. Behind him, 289-type heavy machine guns were set up, their dark muzzles aimed at the end of the street. Report to command. The diversion team is in position. The voice of the reconnaissance platoon leader crackled over the communications channel. Commence action. Zhao Jiangguo's voice was steady and resolute. Approximately 500 meters from the Zero outpost. At a crossroad, 2 Hummingbird drones hovered in midair, equipped with powerful military loudspeakers. With a crackle of electrical noise, a song that had been absent from this world for 12 years suddenly exploded over the desolate ruins. The vast horizon is my love. Flowers bloom beneath the endless green mountains. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song brings the greatest joy? The deafening, most dazzling national style shattered the silence of the apocalypse in an instant. The zombies, previously lurking in shadows, under debris, and within the wreckage of vehicles, surged forth like a disturbed hive of wasps, erupting into chaos. Though they had lost their sanity, they were incredibly sensitive to sound. A chorus of roars erupted. Countless grayish-white figures swarmed from all directions, coalescing into a decaying torrent, frantically pursuing the two low-flying drones. The bait has been taken. The reconnaissance platoon leader maneuvered the drone as if flying a kite, leading the zombie tide toward the zero outpost. All units, take note, targets entering firing parameters. Distance, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Lei Long watched the zombie horde surging like a tide below, numbering at least 500, including several swift violators. In a typical survivor camp, faced with such a scale of zombies, the only choice would be to abandon the city and flee. But today, they were facing a modernized composite infantry battalion. Fire! With a single command, the two heavy machine guns atop the building roared to life. The 127mm bullets lashed out like whips against the forefront of the zombie horde. The terrifying kinetic energy instantly shattered the foremost zombie into a myriad of fragments, severed limbs flying and foul blood splattering. Following that, dozens of automatic rifles stationed at the windows of the second and third floors opened fire simultaneously. The crossfire net swiftly enveloped the entire street. This was not a battle, it was an industrial slaughter. Those zombies that instilled fear in the hearts of survivors were as fragile as paper before the metallic storm. They did not even reach the barricade formed by heaps of abandoned vehicles before collapsing in droves, akin to harvested wheat. Violator detected in Zone 3. Requesting sniper support. Received. On the rooftop, a sniper calmly squeezed the trigger of his QBU-191 precision rifle. Previously, when the zero outpost was established, Thunder Dragon had eliminated such a creature and recorded the footage. Suwon confirmed that this powerful, tough-skinned mutant was referred to as a violator. An ordinary rifle bullet struggled to take it down with a single shot. Bang! A violator attempting to leap forward using the remnants of walls had its head explode like a watermelon, its headless corpse crashing heavily to the ground. Within 10 minutes, the gunfire gradually diminished. The once crowded and clamorous street returned to an eerie silence, littered with severed limbs and a strong stench of decay. Is this the end? Suwon, observing through the surveillance in the 301 medical capsule, was left dumbfounded. She had witnessed a tide of corpses before, a kind of despairing natural disaster. Yet, before these camouflaged soldiers, the tide seemed utterly feeble. This is the power of firepower. Lin Han's voice came from beside her, tinged with a hint of pride. Dr. Su, welcome to the realm of truth within artillery range. Clear the battlefield. Thunder Dragon's voice rang out again. Engineering battalion, move out. Chemical defense unit, provide cover. We must excavate before the crystal core energy dissipates. Dozens of soldiers clad in fully sealed protective suits surged from their cover, wielding specialized sampling pliers and cutting tools, commencing their work amidst the pile of corpses. For these soldiers, this task tested their psychological resilience more than combat. They had to endure the nauseating stench while skillfully cracking open each zombie's skull in search of the grayish-white crystal. Report. Level 1 crystal core discovered. Here too, Captain. We've unearthed a red one. It seems to be a level 2 crystal core. The intercom was filled with jubilant updates. Lin Han stood before the light gate, watching as bags of blood-stained crystal cores were sent back, the system's notification chimes echoing incessantly in his mind. Absorbed level 1 crystal core X1. Energy 12. Absorbed level 1 crystal core X1. Energy 11. Absorbed level 2 crystal core X1. Energy 150. The progress bar indicating upgrade status surged at a heart-thumping pace. 1201003501000068010009001001000 finally, when the last bag of crystal cores was sent into the light gate. Ding. Energy charging complete. Current progress, 10001000. Dual passage gate level upgraded to LV2. Space gate dimensions expanded to 5 by 5 meters, adjustable. New feature unlocked. Material transmission channel, stable state. New permissions unlocked. Bidirectional large vehicle passage permit. New permissions unlocked. Space anchor point relocation, boom. The originally 2-meter diameter circular light gate vortex suddenly erupted in dazzling blue light. As the brilliance faded, what appeared before everyone was no longer an unstable circular black hole, but a rectangular light screen with straight edges, stable as a mirror. It resembled an interstellar gateway to another world, firmly embedded in the wall of a bedroom. However, It now seemed constrained by the confines of this small room. The light screen pressed tightly against the ceiling and floor, nearly filling the entire wall, imparting a strong sense of oppression. Current space constraint detected. Light gate dimensions have auto-adapted. Maximum expandable size, 5 by 5 meters. Host can adjust the size of the light gate at will through thought. Lin Han gazed at the immense light wall before him, then glanced at the somewhat oppressive ceiling above, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned and spoke into the communicator to Zhao Jiangwo on the other end. Chief, the gate is open. Moreover, it is larger than we anticipated. He pointed to the ceiling. However, this temple is too small to accommodate that great Buddha. We need to find it a new home. Chapter 14, The Steel Torrent, Entering. A new home? On the other end of the communicator, Zhao Jiangwo observed the light gate compressed within the narrow room on the screen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Are you saying the light gate is now mobile? Yes, Chief. Lin Han nodded, his thoughts sweeping across the newly unlocked Space Anchor Point Relocation option on the system panel. While I cannot open it anywhere at will, I can move it to any sufficiently large wall nearby. As long as the wall is spacious enough, it can fully expand. Good. Zhao Jiangwo abruptly stood up and briskly walked to the tactical command table in the command room. Informed the engineering department to immediately initiate Plan B. The so-called Plan B was the second phase scheme preset by the Ember Action Group. Even before Lin Han submitted the light gate, the national machinery had quietly begun to operate, to prepare for potential future demands for large equipment entry. A contingent of engineering troops belonging to the Rocket Army had secretly taken over the air raid shelter beneath the Happy Home community. That old civil defense project, constructed in the 1980s, was fortified, expanded, and transformed into an underground fortress with independent ventilation, power supply, and the highest level of blast resistance within a mere 48 hours. Initially, this was just a precautionary backup plan. Little did they know it would be needed so soon. On the other side, at the Zero outpost, all personnel, prepare to evacuate room 302. Upon receiving the order, Thunder Dragon swiftly organized the team to dismantle the newly constructed defensive fortifications. Where are we moving to? Suwon asked in confusion while packing her documents. Isn't it a pity to abandon the defense system that has just taken shape? Not at all. Lin Han replied from the other side of the light gate, smiling at her across the flowing blue curtain. Because the place we are heading to is a true fortress. With a mysterious smile, he added, and we need to clear a path for some big fellows. Thunder Dragon, take Dr. Su to the underground parking lot for assembly. We shall regroup there. Yes. Thunder Dragon saluted sharply. Preparations for the migration swiftly commenced. In the realm of reality, the engineering troops had already cleared a massive concrete wall within the underground base. It was a load-bearing wall 3 meters thick with a smooth surface, sufficient to accommodate the 5 by 5 meter light gate. Meanwhile, on the other side, the engineering battalion, after surveying, proactively designated the entrance of the underground parking lot of the Splendid Garden community as the new anchor point, originally an open ramp leading to the underground. With a height exceeding 6 meters and ample space, it could easily accommodate heavy vehicles. Despite being cluttered with abandoned vehicles, under the efficient operations of the engineering battalion, a vast fan-shaped area was cleared within just 2 hours, and a positioning frame was marked on a sturdy retaining wall. The coordinates between the two realms were calibrated. The structural integrity of the wall was verified. Personnel from the other side had evacuated to a safe zone. Migration can commence. Inside room 302, Lin Han surveyed the bedroom, which had been converted into a negative pressure isolation chamber. Although the light gate was about to be relocated, this space would still serve as his living area and backup observation point. Reseat. With a thought, the rectangular light screen that had been pressed against the ceiling instantly shrank, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared into his brow. The room reverted to its original dimness, the walls pristine as before, as if nothing had transpired. Let us go? Lin Han turned and walked towards the door. As the heavy airtight door emitted a soft hissing sound while depressurizing, he traversed the transitional disinfection chamber alone. Departing from room 302, and, under the escort of special operatives, made his way directly to the entrance of the underground air raid shelter in the community. 10 minutes later, in the core area of the underground civil defense project, Lin Han stood before the imposing concrete wall, flanked by the fully equipped Zhao Jiangwo and numerous researchers clad in white lab coats. He took a deep breath and placed his palm against the wall. It unfolded. A resonant hum filled the air, unimpeded and unrestrained. An ethereal blue light spread like mercury, instantly enveloping the entire wall, 5 meters high and 5 meters wide. The square light screen was as smooth as a mirror, its edges emanating a stable energy fluctuation. Standing before it, humanity appeared diminutive. This was the LV-2 form of the dual pass gate. Zhao Jiangguo, positioned at the command platform, gazed down at the magnificent interstellar portal, and even he, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a surge of emotion. Sir, the passage test is complete. Across from him lay the entrance to the underground parking lot of the Jingxiu Jiewen community, spacious and unobstructed. Excellent. Zhao Jiangguo adjusted his military attire and picked up the Crimson Command phone. This is Zhao Jiangguo. Order. Iron Torrent, commence entry. With a rumble, the earth began to tremble slightly, accompanied by the deep growl of engines. The heavy gate leading to the underground base slowly opened. The first to emerge was a steel behemoth adorned with digital camouflage, the 99A main battle tank. This titan of land warfare, weighing 55 tons, boldly entered the underground hall. Its long 125mm smoothbore gun exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Following it were the second and third tanks, an entire battalion. Next came the 04A infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and heavily laden military trucks. This was the might of the state machinery. This was a true dimensional strike. Objective, Otherworld Base Number 0. Move out. With the commander's signal, the first 99A tank's tracks ground against the surface, producing a grating sound. With an unstoppable momentum, it slowly approached the vast light gate. The light screen rippled. The massive tank gradually sank into the portal, as if entering an unfathomable blue ocean. In the other world, the previously dim and cold entrance of the underground parking lot was suddenly illuminated by two blinding beams of headlights. With a thunderous roar of engines, the 99A tank burst forth from the wall's light gate, like a steel giant traversing time and space. Its tracks crushed the bones and debris beneath, while the turret slowly turned, emitting the characteristic mechanical clattering. Soon after, the second and third tanks followed suit. Within mere minutes, a fully mechanized heavy armored force miraculously appeared amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world. Su Wan, standing in a corner, watched this scene, completely petrified. She recognized the strength of the people in this world, but she had not anticipated it to reach such heights. Tanks. Moreover, these main battle tanks, which belonged to the pinnacle of technology even in her own world. It seemed the presence of the living had drawn the attention of the undead. As a few zombies roared from the depths of the underground parking lot, a dozen tattered zombies staggered out from the shadows, among them a particularly large brute. In the past, this would have been enough to annihilate a survivor team. However, now, the leading 99A tank did not even bother to turn its turret. It simply maintained its speed and rolled straight over them. Crack! A chilling sound of shattering bones echoed. Whether ordinary zombies or the powerful brute, before the 55-ton steel body, they were rendered indistinguishable, instantly turned into a puddle of flesh, not even slowing the tank for a moment. This was the Iron Torrent. This was true crushing power. Lin Han stood atop an armored vehicle, observing the unfolding scene, and turned to the still-dazed Su Wan, saying, "Dr. Su, allow me to reintroduce you. This is Otherworld Development Office Base Number 0. He gestured toward the endless stream of armored vehicles emerging behind him, a slight smile gracing his lips. And this is merely the beginning. Chapter 15. Saturation Cleanup. The roaring sound of diesel engines resonated like a heavy drumbeat in the quiet high city, which had remained silent for 12 years. Not only the Jingxiu Jiewen community, but also the surrounding 2 kilometers found themselves drawn to this unprecedented commotion. The zombies crawled out from dark corners, surged forth from abandoned shops, howling like a murky gray-black tide, madly rushing toward the entrance of the underground parking lot. Report. Radar has detected a large number of heat-source biological responses approaching. The number exceeds 3,000 and continues to increase. In the temporary command center of the underground base, a communications officer stared intently at the densely packed red dots on the screen, speaking urgently yet calmly. Faced with a horde capable of overwhelming any survivor camp, Zhao Jiangguo did not even raise an eyebrow, merely standing before the tactical map, calmly issuing orders to avoid having to search building by building, draw them in closer. Command the armored unit to block the entrance. Open fire freely. At the entrance ramp of the underground parking lot, 399A main battle tanks formed a solid line, like an unassailable steel fortress, completely sealing the 20-meter-wide entrance. The heavy reactive armor exuded a chilling aura that seemed to deter any living thing. Behind them were 204A infantry fighting vehicles and 4 elevated heavy machine gun positions. The dark muzzles of the guns and cannons silently pointed toward the foul-smelling exit. The first wave of the horde crashed through the rusted railings of the community S gate, roaring as they charged toward the ramp. They felt no fear, no pain. only an insatiable thirst for flesh. A few fast-moving hunters leapt high, using their brethren's shoulders to attempt an aerial assault. Humph. The commander of the first 99A tank observed the scene coldly through the targeting system, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Pop, pop, pop. It was not the main cannon that fired. That would have been overkill. They pushed enormous shovels, clearing away the piled corpses as if shoveling refuse, creating a passageway. Shortly thereafter, a recovery team clad in fully enclosed white hazmat suits entered the scene. Armed with specialized instruments and cutting tools, they deftly severed the skulls of advanced zombies, searching for the softly glowing crystal cores within. Meanwhile, the bodies of ordinary zombies were incinerated en masse by flamethrower soldiers to prevent the spread of disease. First-tier crystal core confirmed. First-tier crystal core confirmed. Second-tier crystal core. This Ravager has a red one. A team member excitedly raised a blood-red crystal. In other survivor camps, hunting a single Ravager could cost an entire squad and necessitate meticulous trap setups. Yet here, this unfortunate Ravager hadn't even comprehended the shape of a tank before being obliterated by a single shot from a 30mm cannon, meeting a most undignified end. Suwon stood atop a command vehicle, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Her hands gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She had witnessed the waves of corpses before. In her memory, they signified death, flight, and endless despair. Each outbreak of the undead was a catastrophe for human strongholds. But today, she beheld a different vista. The once nightmarish monsters that had haunted her dreams now resembled raw materials on an assembly line, efficiently exterminated, cleared, and reclaimed. Is this the power of order? Is this the might of the nation? She murmured, her voice somewhat dry. This is just the beginning. Lin Han appeared beside her, handing her a freshly opened bottle of ice-cold cola, droplets of condensation clinging to the glass. Wait until the Air Force arrives or missiles start carpet bombing. You'll understand what true firepower coverage means. Suwon accepted the cola, feeling its chilling touch in her palm, experiencing a surreal sense of detachment. In a world where even a sip of clean water was a struggle, how could she savor an ice-cold cola? Rather than spectating, Dr. Su, that over there is your battlefield. Lin Han pointed to a nearby scene. On the other side of the parking lot, engineering troops were constructing a cluster of white modular buildings at an astonishing pace. Heavy trucks slowly unloaded massive container modules, while robotic arms skillfully assembled them together. That is AP3, Level Mobile Biological Laboratory, Lin Han remarked with a smile. For safety's sake, we've brought in an entire field hospital and the highest-grade mobile laboratory. The equipment here is the most advanced in active service. Centrifuges, electron microscopes, gene sequencers. While I don't know exactly what you need, we've brought everything top-notch that we could think of. Suwon's hands trembled slightly. She understood the immense value of such equipment. In the apocalypse, even a functioning microscope could ignite conflicts between two camps, let alone a complete biological laboratory. Moreover, observing the engineers laying cables and installing new ventilation systems, she realized that this was not merely about equipment. It represented a powerful industrial system backing it up, with electricity, water, consumables, and security in place. This was paradise for a scientist. As long as I have the equipment, I can conduct an in-depth analysis of these crystal cores. The crude methods employed by the Black Steel Group are not only hazardous, but also yield low efficiency. Give me 3 days, along with the data I've brought, and I will surely uncover its energy composition and discover genuinely safe utilization methods. The spark of determination and fervor reignited in Suwon's eyes, embodying the essence of a true scientist. Good. Lin Han nodded, gazing at the iron tide cleaning the battlefield and the gradually illuminating lights of the base. Several high-powered searchlights lit up atop the Jingsuan residential complex, piercing through the 12-year darkness of Haishan City. The beams of light, like swords, heralded the return of human civilization. This area is now secure. Lin Han inhaled deeply, savoring the long-lost sense of order in this wasteland. From today onwards, with this building as the epicenter, a 2-kilometer radius is our absolute territory. As night fell, the searchlights atop the Jingsuan residential complex illuminated the surroundings, breaking the long-standing darkness of Haishan City. The No-Zero base had officially taken root in the apocalypse. Chapter 16, The Covetous Eye of Black Steel. Haishan City, the third water purification plant. This was the only place in the city that remained relatively alive after the catastrophe, and also the largest den of vice and debauchery in this wasteland. The towering walls were lined with electrified barbed wire, and the corners of the sentry towers were equipped with heavy machine guns and searchlights scavenged from pre-war military bases. their cold beams frequently sweeping over the slums of tattered tents and containers outside the walls. Thousands of ragged survivors huddled together like cattle. Their daily toil consisted of using manual levers to extract deep groundwater for the lords of the inner city or braving perilous journeys to scavenge for supplies. All for a bowl of murky recycled water and half a block of moldy synthetic protein. The air was thick with the stench of excrement, rotting garbage, and despair. Yet, merely a wall away, the inner city was an entirely different realm. Generators roared, and lights blazed brightly. In the luxurious office on the top floor of the Central Administrative Building, Lin Han sat on a genuine leather sofa, elegantly slicing a piece of fried luncheon meat from a can, sprinkled with black pepper, with half a glass of red wine beside him. As the intelligence director of the Black Steel Group and one of the boss's most trusted 3 lieutenants, he reveled in the finest privileges of the apocalypse. This batch of luncheon meat doesn't taste as good as the last. Lin Han frowned, setting down his knife and fork to dab his mouth with a napkin. Next time, have the scavenging team check the basements in the affluent district. There should still be some imported goods that haven't expired. Understood, brother senior. The beautiful secretary responded timidly, fearful of inciting the whims of this capricious man. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking shattered the tranquility of the room. Lin Han's expression instantly hardened. Did I not say not to disturb me while I'm eating? Brother son, something big has happened. The door burst open, and a stocky subordinate clad in a black tactical vest rushed in, his face betraying uncontainable terror. What is the matter? Lin Han glared at him with discontent, lifting his wine glass once more. Is it those wild dogs from the wolf pack harassing the water trucks again? Or has that group of cultists from the Relief Society started another collective sacrifice? Neither. The subordinate gulped nervously, pointing outside the floor-to-ceiling windows at the pitch-black night sky. You might want to see for yourself. Lin Han snorted disdainfully, rising to his feet and leisurely walking to the window, pulling aside the heavy blackout curtain with a sudden motion. In the next instant, the wine glass in his hand shattered on the floor with a loud crash, the crimson liquid splattering onto his polished shoes, yet he remained oblivious. His pupils dilated in shock as he stared intently outside, approximately 5 kilometers southeast of the purification plant. A blinding white beam of light shot up into the clouds. It was a concentrated beam formed by several high-powered military searchlights, appearing dazzling and unabashed in the pitch-black desolation of the apocalypse, like a sword piercing through the veil of night. Is that near Jinxiuan by Haishan No. 1 High School? Lin Han squinted, his mind racing. Isn't that a zombie hotspot? Who dares to turn on the lights there? It's not just turning on the lights. The subordinate stammered, his voice trembling. Half an hour ago, there was a sudden barrage of explosions and gunfire from that direction. It was quite the commotion, very loud. How loud? It sounded like an army was entering the city, the subordinate pondered, providing the most fitting analogy. Boom. As if to confirm his words. A muffled explosion resounded clearly within the office despite being 5 kilometers away, causing the bulletproof glass to vibrate ominously. Lin Han's complexion changed drastically. As a retired officer of the former Federal Army, he was all too familiar with that sound. His ears twitched slightly as he swiftly distinguished each syllable carried by the wind. Could it be a 30mm high-explosive round? He murmured in disbelief. Such a rate of fire. Such a rhythm. It was the autocannon of the 04A infantry fighting vehicle. And that was the sound of a 127mm anti-aircraft machine gun. In this post-apocalyptic world where even 58mm rifle bullets had become precious currency, and most survivors could only wield nail guns and cold weapons. Who could possibly possess such heavy firepower and formation? Could it be the remnants of the federal government making a comeback? Impossible. Lin Han immediately dismissed the thought. The Haishan military district had been overwhelmed by the corpse tide 8 years ago, a fact he had personally confirmed. It had long since turned to ruins. Moreover, if it were a regular army counterattack, there would be more than just this faint commotion. There would be at least some air support. Brother son, could it be that the Wild Wolf gang uncovered some pre-war armory? A subordinate cautiously speculated. I heard that Lei Hu has been prowling the Western Industrial Zone lately. Lei Hu? Lin Han sneered with contempt in his eyes. That brute who only knew how to fight recklessly? Even if you gave him a cannon, he'd only use it like a hammer. Besides, even if he had artillery, he wouldn't have that many shells to fire like this. He pointed at the incessant column of light and the relentless gunfire. His fingers trembled slightly. Listen to that noise. It's been going on for nearly an hour. Hasn't it? That's saturation fire. Every single bullet expended per second could buy us 100 slaves. Not even in our prime would we squander ammunition so recklessly. Fear surged through him, swiftly followed by a profound greed. A predatory gleam flickered in Lin Han's eyes. He turned, pacing back and forth across the office. The sharp tap of his leather shoes echoing in the silent room. Whoever was over there, it meant one thing, a colossal treasure. It could be an undiscovered, top-tier pre-war military base, an unknown energy facility, or even the legendary divine blood. If the enemy wielded such firepower, slaughtering zombies without restraint, did that not imply they possessed vast quantities of crystal cores? For the Black Steel Group's clandestine god-making project, crystal cores were the lifeblood. Relay my orders. Li Han halted, straightened his collar, regaining his usual cold composure, though the fanaticism in his eyes remained unmistakable. Deploy the Night Owl squad. His subordinate shuddered and looked up sharply. Brother Sun, the Night Owl? That's our finest unit. Since the enemy has heavy firepower, sending ordinary men would be a death sentence, Li Han said icily, his tone imbued with unchallengeable authority. Have Night Owl lead the team. Equip them with the best gear, night vision goggles, suppressors, and those prized Gauss rifles. He paused, then approached his desk, retrieving a faintly blue-glowing syringe from the drawer and tossing it to his subordinate. Tell Night Owl that if he encounters tough resistance, he is authorized to use the Type 2 serum. The subordinate caught the vial hastily, trembling. The Type 2 serum was an improved version of the Black Steel Group's rage-enhancing drug, capable of dramatically boosting the user's speed and strength for a short duration, albeit with severe side effects. The mission was singular: uncover the enemy's true nature. Li Han stood by the window, gazing at the pillar of light, making a throat-slitting gesture. If they were just passing wolves, they would feign submission and negotiate cooperation. If they were lucky fat sheep, his lips curled into a cruel smile, then they would devour them bone and all. Every bullet, every crystal core there belonged to Black Steel. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers from the splendid homeland, in an abandoned logistics park, the stronghold of the marauder faction known as the Wild Wolf Gang, contrasted with Black Steel's formidable fortress. This place resembled a wild wasteland tribe. The walls, constructed from scrap vehicles, were adorned with the skulls of mutated beasts and desiccated corpses. Normally, a bonfire celebration would be underway here, commemorating a successful raid, but now the camp was deathly silent. All the gang members gathered atop the container-stacked walls, staring in stunned silence at the distant flames. Lei Hu, a burly, tattooed man, stood at the highest point, grasping a battered monocular, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on that direction. Boss, should we go check it out? A subordinate approached, greed glinting in his eyes as he licked his cracked lips. Judging by the noise, it's got to be a big score. They've been fighting for so long, they must be exhausted. Maybe we can scavenge some good guns after they finish off the zombies. Smack. A crisp slap echoed. Lei Hu spun the subordinate around twice with a powerful ear slap. 2 bloodied teeth flying out. Scavenge. You'd better be looking to pick up ashes. Are you deaf? That's a tank. A real, tracked tank. And that rat-a-tat-tat is the infantry fighting vehicle's autocannon. He seized the collar of the subordinate, spitting venomously in his face. Back when I was on the streets, I've seen it all. That kind of sustained fire could plow through our entire camp in one burst. You want to bring a few broken nail guns to scavenge? 1 shell from them, and there's nothing left of you. He released the man, inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. As a local warlord in this wasteland, Lei Hu's survival depended not on brawn, but on instincts sharper than mutated rats. When the column of light first appeared moments ago, he felt an unprecedented chill, not the fear of the zombie tide, but an overwhelming sense of powerlessness before a higher dimensional force. Orders. Everyone stays inside the den. Extinguish all bonfires. Anyone who dares approach that area. Without the enemy's intervention, I'll skin them alive myself. Also, pull back all outposts by 200 meters. Don't let those gods over there think we're making trouble. The gang members, usually audacious, now fell silent, nodding obediently. Lei Hu stared at the towering pillar of light, eyes full of reverence and apprehension. The world is changing, he muttered, rubbing his bald head. Haishan City is about to get a new master. From now on, the loudest voice in this land won't be Black Steel or us, but those ruthless people over there. Chapter 17. Welcome to Modern Warfare. Night blanketed the ruins of Haishan City like ink. The wind howled through the shattered streets, mingling with the occasional roar of mutated beasts in the distance. A shadow slipped ghost-like from a broken overpass, landing silently on the rubble-strewn street below. Then a second. A third followed, 5 in total. They wore tight battle suits crafted from the blackened hides of mutated beasts, a material both resilient and puncture-resistant, capable of partially deflecting thermal imaging. Each wore a modified gas mask, the red lenses of their night vision goggles gleaming eerily in the darkness. This was the Black Steel Group's sharpest fong, the Night Owl Squad. Their leader, Night Owl, knelt on one knee, signaling a halt. He glanced at his wrist, noting the pre-war military tactical watch indicating 2 a.m., the hour when humanity slept most soundly, the perfect moment for hunters to strike. Ahead lay the splendid homeland. The night owl lowered his voice and spoke through the throat microphone, warning that the target area was illuminated by a strong light source and to maintain concealment. Captain, the sound of cannon fire has just ceased. The voice of the assault team member, known as Mad Dog, crackled through the earpiece, tinged with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. It appeared that the group of fat sheep had finished their battle and was now resting in their nests, exhausted. Do not be careless, the night owl coldly reminded. Such commotion could only be caused by extraordinary survivors. The boss had instructed that the mission was primarily reconnaissance, to ascertain the situation. He touched the tactical dagger, laced with potent poison, at his waist, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If their defenses are lax, we shall capture one alive. The night owl was confident in his abilities. As a first-tier speed enhancer, his neural reaction speed was thrice that of an ordinary person, capable of sprinting 100 meters in under 8 seconds, accompanied by teammates who had injected a trace of berserk serum. Even when faced with the notorious second-tier mutated beasts in Haitian City, they could retreat unscathed. In his eyes, regardless of the enemy's heavy firepower, the night would belong to these evolved beings in urban warfare. Tanks? Artillery? In the complex terrain of ruins, those clumsy iron behemoths would be nothing but live targets. Should he get close, he had 100 ways to eliminate the drivers within. Move out. At the night owl's command, 5 shadows instantly dispersed, using the cover of abandoned vehicles and collapsed walls to stealthily approach the beam of light. Their movements were light and agile, their footsteps quieter than a passing mouse. With professional tactical maneuvers and perfect coordination, they were undoubtedly the most elite special team in this post-apocalyptic world. However, unbeknownst to the night owl, as he believed he was slipping in unnoticed, a pair of unseen eyes 500 meters above were fixated on them. Tisk tisk, quite professional, murmured a voice from the temporary command center in the underground parking lot of the Jinxia home, Base 0. Lin Han cradled a bucket of freshly prepared braised beef noodles, slurping the noodles while watching the massive high-definition display that occupied half the wall. The screen was not pitch black, but showcased a remarkably clear gray-white thermal imaging image. 5 distinct humanoid silhouettes were infiltrating the outskirts of the base in a tactical formation. Under the 4 lenses of the high-definition drone, every move they made, even the warmth of each breath, was captured in meticulous detail. Next to the image, real-time data was thoughtfully annotated. Target A, leader heart rate 85, body temperature 37, 2. Wielding a high-hardness alloy blade, suspected of carrying biochemical agents. Target B, assaulter heart rate 92, armed with a short-barreled firearm, abnormal muscle density, suspected strength enhancer. So this is what they call the night owl? Remarked Lei Long, sitting beside Lin Han, disdain evident in his expression. Such stealth skills wouldn't even pass the first round of our special forces selection. He pointed at the figure on the left, whose rear was raised high, seemingly afraid of being sniped. For post-apocalyptic survivors, they're not too bad. Zhao Jiangguo held a teacup, his tone flat. They know how to utilize the terrain, understand the importance of dispersing their formation, and are equipped with heat-imaging resistant leather. Too bad their equipment philosophy seems stuck 2 decades in the past. He indicated a small red dot on the screen. Our hummingbird micro-drone is hovering 100 meters above them, and they haven't even noticed. This is what we call a technological gap. The so-called heat-imaging beast skin is as transparent as a layer of sheer stockings in front of military-grade multispectral detection radar, revealing no secrets at all. Sir, shall we eliminate them? Lei Long inquired, as the sniper team had locked onto all targets. With a single command, they could blow their heads apart in 3 seconds. Patience. Lin Han swallowed the beef and wiped his mouth. Since the Black Steel Group has sent gifts, why would we turn them away? Didn't Su Wan mention needing test subjects? These evolved beings are perfect for her slice and dice research. No, I mean collaborative research. Zhao Jiangguo nodded. Capture them alive. If we are to establish our authority, let them witness what modern warfare truly means. Order. Special Operations Team 1, net them. At that moment, the night owl suddenly felt an inexplicable chill shoot up his spine. It was as if a terrifying prehistoric beast had locked its gaze upon him. As an evolved being, this instinct had saved his life countless times before. Stop. The night owl abruptly halted, signaling the team to shrink beneath the chassis of an abandoned bus. What's wrong? Captain, came the puzzled voice from the earpiece. Something's off. The night owl's voice was dry. It was too quiet. Yes, far too quiet. They had infiltrated within 300 meters of the light source. Logically, There should be sentries, patrols, or even the stench of rotting corpses from cleared zombies. But there was nothing. A deathly silence enveloped the area. Even the distant hum of the generator seemed to have diminished. "Captain, look over there," the assaulter suddenly exclaimed. The night owl followed his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. In an open space ahead, several colossal machines were parked. By the faint moonlight, he discerned the outlines of these objects. They were tanks. However, these were not the makeshift tanks he had seen at the Black Steel Group, cobbled together with bulldozer plates, but true killing machines, featuring streamlined turrets and elongated barrels. They stood silently, their gun barrels lowered, resembling slumbering steel behemoths. Even in their repose, the palpable aura of metallic menace suffocated the night owl. Are those main battle tanks? He widened his eyes, staring intently at the steel giants. Although he could not identify their specific models, and they appeared reminiscent of relics from a bygone era, lacking flashy hovering devices or energy shields, their pristine composite armor, the long and menacing smooth-bore barrels, and the remote-controlled anti-aircraft machine guns atop spoke volumes of their perilous nature. These were not the makeshift tanks of the Black Steel Group. These were true war machines, equipped for a regular army. This is bad. The turret is moving. The night owl's pupils dilated in alarm. He was horrified to see the turret of a tank silently pivoting towards them, its dark muzzle instantly locking onto their hiding spot. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him. It was far too quiet. If this were merely an ordinary survivor camp, even with tanks, they could not maintain such perfect silence in their defense. This indicated that they had long since detected their presence, merely waiting for them to walk into the trap. "Retreat! Quick, retreat!" The night owl roared, his voice filled with urgency. "It's a trap. Move now." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The confidence he had felt moments ago evaporated in an instant. Faced with such a well-prepared heavy-armored unit, their feeble knives and guns were as good as invitations to death. However, it was too late. The moment they turned, a dull gunshot shattered the silence. The night owl felt his right hand go numb, followed by a piercing pain. His tactical dagger, along with half of his palm, was obliterated by a large-caliber bullet. "Sniper!" 2 o'clock. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. 2 team members who had just drawn their weapons found them wrenched from their grasp. Their palms bloodied from the tremendous impact. "Who? Show yourself. Come out and face me." The assault's mad dog roared, abruptly drawing a red syringe from his waist and stabbing it fiercely into his neck. That was the second-tier serum. As soon as the injection was administered, his strength would surge threefold in a brief span, with pain sensations vanishing, transforming him into a true human-shaped beast. However, just a centimeter away from his skin, a blue arc of electricity tore through the night sky. The mad dog convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, and collapsed like a piece of timber. 50 meters behind him, a Special Forces soldier clad in tactical gear slowly lowered his stun gun. Damn it! Night Owl watched his teammate fall in an instant, a flicker of desperate madness flashing in his eyes. Since escape was impossible, he would fight. As a first-tier speed enhancer, he had absolute confidence in his explosive short-distance speed. If he could just rush into that shadow, he could seize a hostage. His leg muscles tightened, and he launched himself forward like a bowstring released, moving with lightning speed. Yet, at the very moment he took off, blinding beams of white light erupted simultaneously from all directions, illuminating the area as bright as day. The intense brightness blinded Night Owl, who had acclimated to the darkness. He screamed in agony, covering his eyes and falling to the ground. "Welcome to Base Zero." A cold voice echoed through the loudspeakers, resonating throughout the entire block. Or perhaps, "Welcome to the battlefield of information warfare's annihilation." Night Owl gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his eyes, forcing them open a crack. What he beheld would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Surrounding him, atop rooftops, behind ruins, and within shadows, dozens of fully armed soldiers had appeared unbeknownst to him. They donned identical digital camouflage tactical vests, equipped with tactical helmets featuring night vision goggles, and their black assault rifles were adorned with various tactical accessories whose names he could not recall. Countless red laser dots converged densely upon him and his comrades, akin to a red polka-dotted shirt enveloping them. Directly ahead, the once dormant Type 99A main battle tank had, without his notice, rotated its turret. The hefty 125mm smoothbore gun was now coldly aimed at his head, less than 20 meters away. Night Owl could even smell the faint scent of gunpowder emanating from the barrel. Pointing a main battle tank at a man wielding a dagger? Is this even human? Despair. Utter despair. The speed Night Owl had prided himself on, the stealth he had boasted about, now appeared as nothing more than a pathetic jester before these iron behemoths and infrared sights. Do not fire. Night Owl slowly raised his hands and knelt before the gun capable of obliterating him into oblivion. I surrender. 10 minutes later, in the underground interrogation room of Base Zero, 5 former formidable members of the Night Owl team resembled plucked chickens, shackled to interrogation chairs with specially designed alloy handcuffs. As Lin Han entered, Night Owl hung his head, staring vacantly at the floor. Look up, Lei Long commanded sharply. Trembling, Night Owl raised his gaze to meet the overly youthful man seated across from him. There was no fierce demeanor, no aura of malevolence. The man wore a crisp, shining casual outfit and held a steaming cup of coffee. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Han, the master of this place. To be frank, I find your so-called enhancer abilities rather intriguing. Lin Han set down his cup, gesturing towards the laboratory behind the one-way glass. There, Su-Wan was excitedly adjusting a blood centrifuge while clad in a lab coat. My chief scientist is in need of a few live samples to study the impact of the crystal core on the human body. Thus, the ensuing dialogue will determine whether you lie on the dissection table for the sake of science. Lin Han's smile remained radiant, yet to Night Owl, it was more terrifying than that of a demon. Alternatively, you may serve as laborers, moving bricks for us. Now tell me, before the higher-ups of the Black Steel Group dispatched you, did they mention how they wish for you to perish? Chapter 18. The so-called evolution is merely slow suicide. In the underground interrogation room of Base Zero, an hour had elapsed. The wounds on Night Owl's hands had been hastily bandaged, yet the piercing pain incessantly reminded him that what had transpired was no mere nightmare. He hung his head, resembling a defeated rooster, devoid of his previous arrogance. On the other side of the one-way glass, Su-Wan held a freshly printed test report, her brow furrowed. The results are in. Lin Han stepped into the observation room, still clutching his half-finished cup of coffee. They are out. Su-Wan took a deep breath and handed the report to Lin Han, her tone laced with a hint of sympathy. Alarming. What does it say? The so-called enhancers are nothing more than a complete sham. Su-Wan pointed at the magnified microscopic image of cells in the report. Look, their cellular activity is over 5 times that of an ordinary person, but this is not natural evolution. It is a virus forcibly igniting them. Igniting? Yes. Like injecting excessive fuel into an engine, Su-Wan explained. The variant strain of the Z virus continually erodes their telomerase, forcibly exhausting cellular vitality in exchange for short-lived explosive power. At this rate of depletion, she glanced at Night Owl in the interrogation room. Even without any external injuries, he will not survive more than 3 to 5 years. Eventually, he will die from organ failure or devolve into a mindless zombie. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. So, the Black Steel Group's so-called God-making plan is essentially mass-producing short-lived beings? Not merely short-lived beings, but mobile biochemical bombs, Su-Wan stated coldly. This modification is irreversible. That man named Li Sun is treating living people as disposable commodities. I see. Lin Han nodded, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. This information holds far greater value than their defensive diagrams. With that, he took the report and entered the interrogation room. With a thud, a document was slammed onto the iron table before Night Owl. Take a look, Lin Han said as he pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone flat. This is your medical report. Night Owl, bewildered, lifted his uninjured left hand to grasp the report. Though he could not comprehend the complex medical data, he recognized the final line's bold red conclusion. Diagnosis: severe cellular degeneration, precursor to gene chain collapse. Estimated remaining lifespan: less than 3 years. What does this mean? Night Owl's voice trembled. It means that the divine blood you so proudly possess is, in fact, a lethal poison. Lin Han pointed towards Su-Wan behind the glass wall. My chief scientist has just analyzed your blood. The so-called enhancement serum injected by the Black Steel Group is merely draining your life away. You believe you are growing stronger. Yet you are merely burning the last candle. Impossible. Brother Sin said this is the key to evolution. This is the hallmark of a new humanity. Night Owl sprang to his feet, only to be yanked back into his chair by the handcuffs. You are deceiving me. You wish to shake my resolve. Deceiving you? Lin Han scoffed. Do you not feel it yourself? The extreme weakness after each use of power, the excruciating pain deep within your bones at night, and the increasingly uncontrollable bloodlust. Night Owl froze. His complexion turned ashen, for every symptom Lin Han described struck precisely at the core of his deepest fears. He had always believed it to be the price of evolution, the trials of becoming divine. Was it merely a countdown to death? Were they all deceiving us? Night Owl murmured, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Nothing is more despairing than the collapse of faith. Yet, it is not all bad news. Lin Han suddenly shifted the conversation, stating that although the situation was irreversible, if one were to cooperate, Dr. Su might have a way to slow down the process, even allowing one to live with a semblance of humanity in the remaining days. Night Owl abruptly lifted his head, fixating intently on Lin Han, demanding, "What do you want?" "I require everything concerning the third water purification plant." Lin Han leaned forward, locking eyes with Night Owl. "The defense blueprint, the firepower locations, personnel arrangements, and the whereabouts of Lee Senator, I want it all." Half an hour later, in the command center, a detailed defense map of the third water purification plant was projected onto the large screen. It was undeniable that this was a tough nut to crack. Zhao Jiangguo surveyed the densely packed firepower points on the map, his expression grave. 3 defensive lines, over 2,000 slaves as human shields, and 300 fully armed mercenaries. In addition to the modified armored vehicles we had seen, they even concealed an armed helicopter. It was a pre-war, Storm-class tilt-rotor aircraft. Despite its formidable firepower, they lacked specialized high-energy solid fuel, consuming half a warehouse of reserves for a single flight, thus rarely deploying it. Lin Han added, based on Night Owl's disclosures, that the Black Steel Group's core combat strength consisted of these 300 mercenaries, along with approximately 50 evolved individuals like himself. The strongest among them was the security captain, the Butcher, reputed to be a second-tier strength enhancer capable of flipping a small car with bare hands. Flipping a car holds no tactical value against a heavy machine gun. Lei Long interjected, his tone laced with disdain for such biological weapons. The key issue now is that they control the water source. Zhao Jiangguo pointed to the core water treatment facility on the map. If we launch a frontal assault, that madman Li Sun will likely destroy the purification equipment or even poison the water. That is the only operational deep underground well in Haishi City, a crucial resource for our future development. So, we cannot attack head-on. We must outsmart them? Lin Han inquired. No, Zhao Jiangguo shook his head, a glint of steely resolve flashing in his eyes. It must be a decapitation strike. He drew a red line on the map, piercing directly into the core administrative building of the Black Steel Group. The special forces will infiltrate, coordinating with a feigned frontal assault. Before they can react, we will take out their command center. Zhao Jiangguo turned to Lin Han. Comrade Lin, have you not always wanted to test the practical effects of spatial anchor point migration with the dual portal? Lin Han was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Chief, are you suggesting that we open the portal directly inside their headquarters? Zhao Jiangguo smiled slightly. Perhaps right next to Li Sen's office? Lin Han gazed at the map, inhaling deeply. This was not merely a decapitation. It was akin to placing a knife to their throat and opening a door. Let's do it. Lin Han slammed the table, declaring this as undoubtedly the most unscrupulous special operations in history. Chapter 19. The Decapitation Operation in the Dead of Night, in Haishi City. The sky continued to pour its unending black rain. Approximately 2 kilometers from the third water purification plant, a 12-member elite team stealthily advanced under the cover of darkness. Clad in deep black tactical exoskeletons, not activated for assistance, merely armor, and equipped with full-face night vision goggles, they moved as silently as phantoms. At the center of the formation was Lin Han, under strict protection. How much longer? He whispered through a bone-conducting earpiece, his heartbeat quickening despite being clad in a full heavy-duty bomb suit and gripping a compact submachine gun. After all, this was not a game of Call of Duty. It was a genuine infiltration behind enemy lines. Traversing this maintenance corridor leads directly to the underground pump house of the purification plant. The guide, codenamed Night Owl, replied hoarsely. That pump house has been abandoned for a long time, situated directly beneath the administrative building where Li Sen's office is. It is the only blind spot in the entire base's defenses. Lei Long's weapon was persistently aimed at Night Owl's back, coldly asserting, "You better pray that path hasn't collapsed. Otherwise, you will be the first to be buried." Night Owl forced a bitter smile, remaining silent. After seeing the medical report, he was more eager than anyone to eliminate Lee Senator. 10 minutes later, the group navigated through the mud-laden maintenance corridor, filled with mutated rats, arriving at a thick concrete wall covered in moss. This is it. Night Owl pointed upwards, indicating that directly above them was the basement of the administrative building. Behind this wall was the backup generator room, with ample space. Lin Han stepped forward, reaching out to touch the cold, damp surface of the wall. Detected suitable host for attachment. Would you like to initiate the spatial portal here? Take him down and keep watch, Lin Han ordered before activating the portal. Lei Long nodded, and 2 team members promptly approached, securing a black noise-canceling hood over Night Owl's head and dragging him to a distant corner of the passage where he could not see the secret of the portal. Once confirming that no unrelated personnel remained, Lin Han turned back. He exhaled deeply, glancing at Lei Long and the resolute Special Forces soldiers. Zhao Jiangguo had initially opposed him taking risks personally, but the spatial anchor point migration required the host to be present at the target site for precise positioning. To achieve a zero-casualty decapitation tactic, this risk was essential. Everyone, prepare. Lin Han's voice, though strained, conveyed a determined resolve. The Special Forces soldiers quickly spread out, weapons aimed outward, forming a temporary defensive formation. Lin Han closed his eyes, connecting with the consciousness communication system. Initiate. With a hum, a ghostly blue light suddenly illuminated the pitch-black underground space. The once solid concrete wall seemed to melt away, revealing a massive rectangular light curtain, 5 meters wide and 4 meters high, manifesting before them. Almost instantaneously, a chilling, lethal aura surged forth from beyond the portal. It was not the stench of another world, but the scent of steel and gunpowder. Operation Codename Thunder, came Zhao Jiangguo's calm and powerful voice from the other side of the portal. Attack! Boom, boom, boom. The synchronized sound of marching feet echoed like war drums. The first to emerge were not infantry, but 3 sci-fi-looking Lynx all-terrain assault vehicles. The 127mm remote weapon station on their rooftops glimmered with the cold light of death under the blue glow. Following closely behind were 2 full platoons of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, clad in fully enclosed heavy biohazard protective suits over urban camouflage tactical vests. They wielded 191 type assault rifles, surging into the narrow underground space like a tide of darkness. The once spacious basement was instantly flooded with the steel torrent transported from Earth. Lin Han quickly stepped aside, watching this breathtaking scene unfold as his tension vanished, replaced by an indescribable exhilaration. This was the power backed by the nation. What warlords of the apocalypse, what awakened beings, all pale in comparison to a modern, structured army. At that moment, in the administrative building's 3rd floor, in the general manager's office, Li Sun lounged with his feet propped up on an opulent mahogany desk, swirling half a glass of red wine. He was a corpulent middle-aged man, his gaze reflecting both a merchant's shrewdness and a thug's cruelty. Night Owl hasn't returned yet. He sipped his wine and inquired of his deputy beside him. Not yet, boss. However, there were gunshots from that direction a moment ago. It seems that small camp put up some resistance, causing a slight delay, the assistant replied obsequiously. Rest assured, Night Owl will get the job done. Before dawn, the supplies from that camp and that lovely lady will surely be delivered to your bed. Humph, it better be so. Li Sun emitted a cold sneer. Recently, unrest had been stirring. Rumors whispered that the Salvation Army from the west was once again making moves. If Night Owl could bring back some valuable spoils this time, it would be an opportune moment to bolster their armaments. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous explosion erupted, akin to the earth itself convulsing. The entire administrative building trembled violently. Wine glasses toppled from the table, crimson liquid spilling in a vivid cascade. What on earth was happening? An earthquake? Li Sun leapt up in panic. Report, sir. The terrified voice of a guard crackled through the walkie-talkie. The basement has exploded. What? No, it hasn't exploded. There are vehicles, tanks. They're bursting out of the basement. Are you insane? Li Sun cursed furiously. Where on earth would tanks come from in the basement? Are there moles tunneling in there? Yet, the next moment, his curses were silenced. The staccato rattle of heavy machine gun fire shattered the hall below, followed by deafening blasts and agonized screams. This was no mere skirmish of light arms. It was a metallic storm tearing through every obstacle. Boss, they're advancing. Too fast. Special Forces. Truly Special Forces. The frantic voices on the radio abruptly ceased, replaced by a dull gunshot. Li Sun's face drained of color, paling as white as paper. Trembling, he drew a modified Desert Eagle from the drawer, intent on rushing to the door. Bang! The solid wooden door and its frame were savagely kicked aside by a boot clad in tactical footwear, splinters flying. 2 stun grenades clattered inside. No buzz. Blinding white light and deafening noise instantly overwhelmed Li Sun's senses. His vision whitened and his mind buzzed. He collapsed like a drunken man. When his sight gradually returned, cold gun barrels pressed firmly against his temple. A chilling voice whispered in his ear. Li Sun, is it? If you don't want your head blown apart, have all your men lay down their arms. Li Sun struggled to open his tear-filled eyes. Before him stood a group of fully armed, impeccably equipped soldiers whose presence drained all hope. Behind them, a figure clad in heavy bomb disposal armor stared coldly through a sealed visor. This is impossible, Li Sun uttered in despair. Where on earth did you emerge from? Lin Han stepped forward, looking down upon the once arrogant overlord of the apocalypse. He gestured to the floor beneath their feet and smiled radiantly. You might find it hard to believe, but we grew out of your own basement. Chapter 20. taking over Black Steel, the first and last refuge. The battle concluded sooner than anticipated, yet the aftermath was more painstaking than the fight itself. As the first rays of dawn pierced the heavy radioactive clouds, casting mottled light upon the ruins of Haitian City's third water purification plant, the fortress once ruled by violence and terror finally embraced a long-awaited tranquility. In the square before the administrative building, the once arrogant private army of Black Steel Group now crouched with heads bowed, resembling a flock of plucked quails. Stay put. Don't move. A special forces operative struck the back of a private soldier attempting to conceal his hands with the butt of his rifle. A hidden dagger clattered to the ground. If you want to die, say so plainly. Don't drag others down. The soldier pressed his gun barrel against the man's forehead. The private trembled violently, soiling himself, no longer daring to make a move. This scene was witnessed by over 2,000 survivors huddled in a nearby corner. Their once numb, hollow eyes now reflected not only their habitual fear, but also an incredulous shock. Their understanding of this wasteland-esque law was simple: the strong devour the weak. The wicked torment the virtuous. New conquerors meant fresh rounds of slaughter, or even crueler enslavement. Many had resigned themselves to being selected as the next wave of sacrificial lambs. Yet, the anticipated whipping, insults, and executions never came. Instead, carried on the morning breeze came an aroma that stirred humanity's most primal desires. It was neither the acrid stench of roasted mutated beasts nor the sourness of moldy bread. It was the distinctive fragrance of carbohydrates simmered over high heat. Rice porridge. In a corner of the crowd, a gaunt old man twitched his nostrils. His cloudy eyes suddenly ignited with a fleeting gleam, fixed intently on the opposite side of the square. There, beside several armored vehicles bearing red identification marks, soldiers clad in fully sealed protective suits were carrying large stainless steel insulated containers. As the lids were lifted, white steam billowed forth. For these people who had struggled to survive 12 years in the apocalypse, this white vapor was more addictive than the purest narcotic. Form a line, everyone will get some. A soldier in charge of distribution spoke through a loudspeaker, though muffled by the mask. The tone was calm and orderly, a celestial sound these survivors had never heard in 12 years. Elderly, women, and children first. Don't push. Plenty of food for all. After receiving your meal, proceed to the medical tent on the left for a checkup. A commotion arose. Some instinctively tried to surge forward, but halted upon seeing the black-clad guards with weapons at the ready. Are they really feeding us? A little girl timidly peeked from behind her mother, her large, haunting eyes filled with both yearning and fear as she looked at a soldier approaching. The soldier knelt, peering through his visor at the dirt-smudged child resembling a mud-streaked monkey. He produced a vacuum-packed sausage from his tactical vest and handed it to her. Eat. You won't have to starve anymore. At that moment, the girl's mother, a woman long drained of tears in this wasteland, broke down, sobbing uncontrollably while clutching her child. The crying was contagious. From a single point, it spread rapidly throughout the crowd. Over 2,000 survivors wept their hearts out for the bowls of white porridge and the unfamiliar soldiers. It was the release of 12 years of pent-up grievances and the catharsis of finding hope amid despair. Behind the administrative building, in the underground laboratory, the atmosphere was starkly different. If the square symbolized rebirth, this place was the remnant of hell. Monsters. Suwon stood inside a room labeled Purification Chamber, clutching her electronic recorder until it creaked. Even through her protective suit, she could almost smell the lingering scent of blood and formaldehyde. The room was filled with enormous glass jars, not specimens, but failures. Humans forcibly injected with excessive crystal core extract, their genes shattered, bodies grotesquely mutated, submerged in preservative fluid. Their eyes frozen in eternal agony. This is their so-called God-making project? Leilong stood behind Suwon, his tone chilling. Using living humans as lab rats to test viral thresholds? Not just testing, Suwon pointed to a blood-stained experimental log, her voice trembling. They're attempting mass production of evolved beings. Lee Sun believed that with a large enough sample, a few children of gods who could coexist with the virus would emerge. The failures are what you see in these jars. The log was densely filled with experimental data. Subject number 074, injected with 10 milliliters of first-stage crystal core extract. Severe reaction, blood vessels ruptured. Cause of death, multiple organ failure. Subject 109, injected 5 milliliters of second-order crystal core extraction liquid. Partial skeletal metallization occurred, but it subsequently went out of control and became violent, leading to its elimination. Subject 213, behind every line of cold data lies a precious human life. Please ensure these records are preserved. Suwon took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the nausea and anger within her, restoring the rationality of a scientist. Though cruel, This data holds significant reference value for our vaccine research and the search for safe methods to utilize crystal cores. Their deaths must not be in vain. Understood. And what shall we do with those scoundrels? Lei Long gestured toward the corner where several trembling researchers from the Black Steel Group, clad in white lab coats, stood. Suwon cast them a cold glance. Let the survivors judge them. I believe those who have lost loved ones would be eager to exchange their experimental insights with them. On the top floor of the administrative building, the general manager's office had transformed into a temporary frontline command center. Despite having been cleaned, the air still lingered with a strange mixture of red wine and gunpowder. Lin Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the orderly queue of individuals below receiving food, as well as the engineering vehicles in the distance beginning to clear the rubble. This marks the first step toward the reconstruction of civilization. Zhao Jiangguo's figure appeared on the portable command terminal screen on the desk, with the bustling reality of the command center in the background. Lin Han, you have performed admirably. Not only have you secured territory, but more importantly, you have won the hearts of the people. Sometimes, a bowl of hot porridge proves more effective than a barrage of gunfire. Lin Han reflected on this, yet he understood that maintaining this goodwill would require more. Have the resources been accounted for? Zhao Jiangguo inquired. We are currently tallying them. The results are beyond imagination. Lin Han turned to observe the logistics officer diligently working nearby. Several enormous metal boxes had been opened and were neatly arranged in the center of the room. Report, sir, the preliminary inventory is ready. The logistics officer presented a tactical tablet. First, we have gold. This miser, Li Han, hoarded approximately 21 tons of gold in the underground vault. Most of it consists of gold bars, while some were jewelry scavenged from survivors. The purity varies, but the total amount is substantial. Lin Han nodded. This 2 tons of gold equates to nearly 1 billion in the real world, sufficient to fill many gaps in the initial phase of the Flame Plan. Next, we have technological equipment. The logistics officer pointed to 3 silver briefcases nearby. This is the biggest surprise. We discovered a batch of military-grade tactical tablets and a portable server in Li Sin's private collection. Although it's a model from 12 years ago, it has remained perfectly preserved in a lead box. Lin Han casually picked up a tablet, swiping across the screen. The moment it illuminated, the system operated smoothly, showing no signs of age. This resolves a significant issue for us. Lin Han's eyes brightened. While we can bring contemporary communication devices from Earth, the municipal network protocols and encrypted maps stored on this tablet are unavailable on Earth. With this, we may attempt to infiltrate and awaken certain dormant systems in this city, such as traffic monitoring or the gates of underground bunkers. Lastly, and most importantly, the logistics officer's voice lowered slightly, tinged with barely contained excitement. He opened the central black and gold briefcase. In an instant, a captivating crimson glow illuminated the dimly lit office. Crystal cores, the entire high-quality inventory that the Black Steel Group had scavenged over the years, was contained within. Inside the case lay over 30 blood-red second-order crystal cores and more than 400 grayish-white first-order crystal cores, quietly resting in shock-absorbent foam, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. High-purity energy source detected. Discovered 32 second-order biological crystal cores for 15 first-order biological crystal cores. Estimated convertible energy, 4,800 points, second-order. 4,980 points, first-order. Current energy reserve, 978010000. Lin Han gazed at the system data flashing before his eyes, his breath momentarily halted. Nearly 10,000 points. Merely by dismantling a regional warlord's power, we have amassed 90 of the energy required for upgrading to level 3. Although we are still a step away from the legendary level 3, possessing such a vast energy reserve signifies that he is now a true nouveau riche. He can freely activate the material transmission channel of the dual transit gate, continuously transporting tanks, armored vehicles, and even heavy machinery. He can utilize spatial anchor point migration at will, bringing the flames of war to any enemy's doorstep. In addition to this, we discovered something else on Li Sin's computer. The logistics officer operated the tablet, pulling up a blurred satellite map. This is a power distribution map surrounding the city of Haishan, though somewhat outdated. It marks 2 crucial coordinates. He pointed to a red dot at the edge of the map. The first is the lighthouse camp in the west of the city. It is noted to have gathered a large number of pre-war researchers and possesses relatively complete industrial production capabilities. Lin Han's gaze flickered. Suwon's home. And the second? The logistics officer's finger moved toward the city's center, to the area marked in crimson. The second is the central hospital of Haishan. The Black Steel Group has marked it with a gigantic skull symbol on the map, designating it as a forbidden zone. However, beneath this note, there is a line of smaller text. The logistics officer zoomed in on the image and read aloud. Suspected location of the Fourth Order mutant mother nest. Crystal core reserves, unquantifiable. A brief silence fell over the office. Lin Han stared at the crimson skull symbol, as if he could sense the terrifying aura emanating through the screen. The Fourth Order mother nest. If a second-order crystal core can provide 150 points of energy, then for the Fourth Order, it appears our next target is quite clear. Zhao Jiangwo broke the silence from the screen. However, before that, we need to digest the results of this battle. We must proceed steadily and cautiously. Lin Han nodded, redirecting his gaze to the view outside. In the distant morning mist, several engineering vehicles adorned with red identification symbols were clearing roadblocks. Suwon's medical team was examining the survivors, while special forces were setting up heavy machine guns at elevated positions. This is no longer the den of the Black Steel Group. This is Base 01, the first flicker of hope rekindled for human civilization in this desolate world. Lin Han took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs. He knew that this game had only just begun. Yet he was no longer the ordinary youth trembling in a rental apartment. Behind him stood a formidable nation. Attention, everyone. The calm and authoritative voice of Zhao Jiangwo resonated through the communication channel, formally issuing the first military order after the occupation. Level 1 combat readiness is lifted, and all units are to transition to construction mode. It is imperative to establish a preliminary defensive perimeter within 24 hours. Furthermore, Zhao Jiangwo glanced at Lin Han on the screen, his tone slightly softened. Notify the cooking team that we'll have an extra meal tonight. Braised pork, and plenty of it. Chapter 21. New order under the point system, the third water purification plant in Haishan, or rather, its official designation in documents is Base 01. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the city for years, a new 5-star red flag fluttered proudly in the central square of the base. The vibrant red stood in stark contrast against the surrounding gray ruins, resembling a blazing flame that reignited the long-extinguished hope within the hearts of all. For the over 2,000 survivors here, this flag was not merely a symbol of power, but a long-awaited promise of civilization. The air was no longer permeated by the nauseating stench of decay and despair. Instead, it was filled with the enticing aroma of congee wafting from the large pot in the distant kitchen. This fragrance seemed to possess a magical quality, causing all who inhaled it to unconsciously swallow their saliva, their previously murky gazes now brightening with hope. However, civilization does not equate to a free lunch. Lin Han and Zhao Jiangwo were acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, mere charity would only breed idleness and ingratitude. It was only through the establishment of a fair exchange system that the vitality of this desolate society could truly be revived. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. The base's announcement reverberated through the air with a clear and authoritative Mandarin voice. All healthy adults aged 16 to 55 are requested to gather at the plaza in front of the administration building for identity registration and labor allocation. This was repeated for emphasis, yet there was little commotion among the crowd. After 12 arduous years of survival in this brutal world, no one expected to be able to feast without toil. Their only concern was whether the new overlords would exploit them more ruthlessly than the Black Steel Group, or whether they might even offer the living as fodder for the zombies. Old Zhang mingled within the throng, nervously rubbing his calloused hands. Once an engineer at the water purification plant, he was now in his 50s, slightly hunched, with graying hair. During the reign of Black Steel, his technical skills allowed him to survive, barely, but existence was grim, his daily sustenance limited to a moldy protein block, and he slept in a leaky shed. Ever fearful of punishment, he glanced around. The expressions of those nearby mirrored his own, a mix of numbness tinged with fear, and fear cloaked in anticipation. Old Zhang, what do you think they'll have us do? Surely they won't use us as bait for the zombies? A gaunt young man whispered beside him. Don't be ridiculous. Old Zhang shot back, though he too felt apprehensive. Yet, as he observed the soldiers standing tall and orderly in the distance, he felt a flicker of hope. Could these individuals truly be different from the thugs of Black Steel? Had he ever seen bandits clothe their slaves in new garments? Indeed. Just yesterday, upon taking control of the base, these new commanders had distributed clean uniforms to everyone, albeit outdated stock, yet to them, it felt like silk, and had arranged for hot showers. The line slowly advanced. Name? Asked a young soldier clad in a black tactical exoskeleton who was responsible for registration. Unlike the foreman of Black Steel who wielded whips with menace, this soldier sat calmly at a desk, his tone measured, even tinged with a sense of formal diligence. Before him lay a sleek silver device, emitting a soft, technological glow. Zhang Jingguo, Old Zhang stammered, instinctively bowing slightly. "No need for formalities, stand straight," the soldier replied, casting a glance at him devoid of disdain, only calm. "What did you do before?" I was the engineer here. And later I handled the repairs of water pumps and generators under black steel." "An engineer?" The soldier's eyes brightened momentarily as he manipulated the device, positioning it towards old Zhang's gaze. A gentle blue light swept across his iris. Ding. Identity profile established. Zhang Jingguo, 52 years old, senior technician, ID number 01T042. The soldier retrieved a black rubber wristband from a nearby box and handed it over. "Wear this. It serves as your identification at the base, as well as your wallet and health monitor." "A wallet?" Old Zhang held the elegant wristband, momentarily stunned. In this apocalyptic era, money had long since turned to waste paper. The only currency was bullets, food, and crystal nuclei. Indeed, the soldier pointed towards a large, colorful LED display that had just been erected in the center of the plaza. "At Base 01, we do not use the currency of the old world, nor do we practice slave labor distribution. We operate on a contribution point system." Old Zhang followed the soldier's gesture. The enormous screen, akin to a cinema display, showcased a rolling list of red items, as clear as day even from dozens of meters away. Base 01 Task Release Board, Basic Labor, Battlefield Cleanup and Corpse Transport, 1 point per unit, including Epidemic Prevention Subsidy, Debris Clearance, 0. 5 points per 100 kilograms, Base Sanitation, 5 points per day, Plantation Clearing, 8 points per day Technical Positions, Urgent Needs, Mechanical Repair Electrician, 20 points per day, Requires Assessment. Senior technicians receive additional allowances. Medical care, 25 points per day, assessment required. Construction engineering and civil design, 15 points per day. Vehicle driving and repair, 18 points per day. Resource collection, high risk, high reward. First tier crystal nucleus, 100 points each. Second tier crystal nucleus, 1,500 points each. Mapping unexplored areas, 500 points, depending on value. Searching for specific pre-war equipment, negotiable on the opposite side of the screen. An overwhelming array of material exchange list left Old Zhang breathless. Food, white rice congee and steamed buns, unlimited supply 0. 5 points per serving. Self-heating military rations, MRE. Multiple flavors 5 points per serving. Luncheon meat can, 340g 10 points per can. Braised pork can, special supply 50 points per can. Fresh vegetables, limited supply 20 points per pound. Purified water, 1 point per liter. Happy water, cola 15 points per can. Luxury item, daily necessities, soap and shampoo, 3 points per unit. Antibiotics, amoxicillin 50 points per pack. New winter clothing, 100 points per set. Hot shower ticket, 2 points per use, 15 minutes. Cigarettes, hard currency 30 points per pack. Old Zhang stared in astonishment, his throat tightening. He quickly calculated in his mind. If he took on the grueling task of transporting corpses, moving 10 each day would earn him 10 points, enough to eat well and even enjoy a hot shower. But if he could pass the mechanical repair assessment, my goodness, 20 points a day. That meant he could exchange for a can of braised pork in just 2 days. Saving for a month could even earn him a new set of clothes. More importantly, the rules here were open and transparent. There were no foremen to exploit them. No arbitrary punishments. As long as one was willing to work, one could live like a human being. This was not merely a base, it was akin to paradise. "Is this for real?" Old Zhang asked tremulously, a hint of disbelief coloring his voice. "Are they truly offering braised pork? They're not deceiving us into labor, are they?" Of course, the soldier smiled, seemingly accustomed to such reactions. He produced a can of braised pork from beneath the table and shook it before Old Zhang. The sound of the metal can clattering against the table was music to Old Zhang's ears. "As long as you have points, you can eat as much as you desire. Our leaders have stated that here, labor is glorious, and those who work more will earn more. I volunteer. I can repair pumps. I was the chief engineer here." Old Zhang straightened his back, a newfound light igniting in his previously dull eyes. "I can fix not only pumps, but also generators and transformers. Give me tools, and I can start working right now." "Excellent." The soldier nodded in satisfaction, entering a series of codes into the wristband. "Proceed to Area B for your assessment. If you pass, your pay will commence today." On the top floor of the administration building, which had once belonged to Lin Han, a luxurious office now transformed into a temporary command center, Lin Han stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the bustling scene below. While the crowd was lively, it remained orderly. The lifelessness that had once clouded every face was dissipating, replaced by a vibrant energy known as hope. It seems that humanity's capacity to adapt to its environment is far stronger than we ever imagined. Lin Han remarked, holding a steaming cup of tea. Not merely adaptation. Zhao Jiangguo's holographic image appeared on the communication terminal, simultaneously monitoring data from the command center in the real world. It is also a yearning for order. This point system, at its core, is a reconstruction of the trust framework. As long as they believe that effort yields reward and trust that tomorrow's life will surpass today's, their productivity is nothing short of astonishing. This is further bolstered by the material support provided by the state. Lin Han smiled, noting that without the mountain of canned goods and grains as a form of credit, I wouldn't be able to navigate this system. This is merely the beginning. Zhao Jiangguo's expression turned serious, as the domestic expert team had conducted a preliminary analysis of the crystal core samples you sent back. The energy density contained within is extraordinarily high. If we can decipher its energy conversion mechanism, even a fraction of that could revolutionize the energy landscape of our world. Therefore, Lin Han, Base 01 must be secured. This is our future energy mine. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, Lin Han nodded. By the way, how is Suwan doing? She's busier than you are, interjected Lei Long, who had just returned from an inspection, his military attire still carrying the scent of gunpowder. She has just selected over 30 individuals with medical and biological backgrounds from the survivors, and, Lei Long paused, a hint of admiration crossing his face. Our first batch of construction experts has already passed through the light gate. Those old professors from the Academy of Sciences, normally out of breath after a few steps, were nearly fainting with excitement when they saw the virus samples and mutant tissue slices presented by Suwan. They have now all immersed themselves in the P3 laboratory on the second underground level, following Suwan's guidance. That scene, tut-tut, a group of elderly academicians surrounding a young girl, calling her teacher and seeking knowledge about alien biology, was truly amusing. 3 people walking together. There must be a teacher among them, Lin Han mused with a knowing smile. Suwan, having struggled through 12 years in the apocalypse and being the heir to cutting-edge technology, indeed possesses far richer experience in this area than we do. Let's allow the experts to learn more and integrate the technological trees of both worlds as swiftly as possible, as long as we avoid creating a bioweapon crisis. Lin Han joked. Lei Long took the opportunity to respond seriously. Rest assured, Advisor Lin, we are always vigilant regarding safety protocols. All labor teams dispatched must be led by elite squads. Additionally, we are closely monitoring those courageous individuals willing to collect crystal cores. They are bold and skilled, making them ideal candidates for expanding local auxiliary forces in the future. Understood. Lei Long saluted and was about to turn away when suddenly, the red alert light in the command center illuminated. Beep, beep, beep. A radar operator abruptly stood up, urgency in his voice. Report. The reconnaissance radar has detected an anomalous signal. Lin Han and Lei Long simultaneously turned, hastening to the large electronic map. Direction? Due west, 5 kilometers from the base. Approaching us along the old national highway at high speed. The operator's fingers danced across the keyboard, pulling up real-time reconnaissance images from drones. The image trembled slightly, yet it clearly displayed a small convoy consisting of 3 modified off-road vehicles and a heavy truck racing along an abandoned road. The vehicles were clad in crude steel plates and spikes, with heavy machine guns mounted on their roofs, their engines roaring and spewing black smoke. To the west, Lin Han raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the area marked in red on the map. Is that the direction of the lighthouse camp? Yes. Lei Long magnified the image, scrutinizing the symbols on the vehicles. A black lighthouse emblem within a white circle confirmed their identity. It was indeed the convoy from the lighthouse camp. Given their demeanor, they seemed less like an army on the march and more like a group fleeing for their lives. The convoy swerved erratically, occasionally colliding with abandoned vehicles along the roadside, as if something was pursuing them. No matter their intentions, Lin Han observed the rapidly moving dot on the map, nervously gripping his teacup. Since guests have arrived, we must extend our hospitality, though it remains unclear whether they come as friends or foes. When neighbors come knocking, we must adopt a resolute stance. Lei Long's expression grew solemn as he stepped forward, his tone imbued with the iron will and confidence of a seasoned soldier. Advisor Lin, leave the defensive arrangements to me. Since this is our first formal contact, we must present our strongest hand. I will position those 2 99A tanks directly at the entrance, with infantry fighting vehicles flanking them. Since they have come, we must make it clear who is in charge here. The first step in this diplomatic encounter is to show our strength. We will teach these neighbors how to communicate properly. Indeed, with you here, I feel much more at ease. Chapter 22. Suwan's Laboratory Base 01, Underground Level 2. This area was originally the underground water control center of Haishan City's 3rd water purification plant, transformed into a notorious forbidden zone during the reign of the Black Steel Group. At that time, the only sounds echoing through these halls were the desperate screams and the clinking of chains dragging across the floor, with deep brown stains of blood covering the walls, and the air perpetually thick with a lingering stench of decay. However, only 48 hours later, a transformation of monumental proportions had taken place. After 2 uninterrupted days and nights of cleaning, disinfection, and renovation by the engineering battalion, the former hell on earth had become the cleanest and most sophisticated location within the entire base, the P3 Biosafety Laboratory. As the heavy airlock doors slowly slid apart with a soft hiss, a wave of cool air, tinged with the faint scent of disinfectant, greeted Lin Han. Clad in a full sterile suit and having undergone 3 rounds of air shower disinfection, he stepped into this newly designated core area. What met his eyes was no longer a grim array of torture devices and iron cages, but rows of top-tier scientific equipment urgently transported from the real world. High-throughput gene sequencers, cryo-electron microscopes, ultracentrifuges, and automated pipetting workstations, precise instruments that had become invaluable in the apocalypse, now quietly humming in operation, producing a rhythmic sound. Various indicator lights blinked in succession, illuminating the laboratory like a scene from a science fiction film. A dozen researchers in white lab coats busily attended to their respective workstations. Most among them were elderly individuals with graying hair, alongside a few middle-aged individuals sporting thick glasses. These were the first group of construction experts urgently summoned by the state from the Academy of Sciences. At that moment, these esteemed academicians and professors, who were revered in the real world, surrounded a young woman with the eagerness of schoolchildren, their eyes filled with fervent curiosity. Dr. Su, do you think the RNA transcription process of this sample bears some resemblance to the influenza virus? Professor Su, I have a new hypothesis regarding the metallic reaction of the abomination's muscle fibers. The young woman at the center of attention was none other than Su Wan. Dressed in an oversized white lab coat that was ill-fitting, her once disheveled hair was neatly pinned back, and she wore protective goggles over her eyes. Despite the deep dark circles beneath her eyes, her spirits were remarkably high, radiating an aura of focused and capable academic demeanor. Professor Chun, that RNA fragment is a trap. The Z virus has a strong capacity for camouflage. Please perform the reverse transcription once more, Su Wan instructed while operating the electron microscope, not glancing back. As for the metallic reaction, that characteristic only appears in third-stage mutations. The current first-stage sample data is insufficient, so do not make hasty deductions. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Wan straightened, removed her goggles, and turned to see Lin Han, a trace of fatigue but satisfaction gracing her smile. Lin Han, what brings you here? Lin Han walked over with a smile, gesturing for the elderly professors who wished to stand and greet him to continue their work. Then turned to Su Wan. I came to see our chief scientist. How do you find this new equipment? More than satisfied, Su Wan replied, surveying the surrounding apparatus. Her fingers gently brushing over a brand new mass spectrometer, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's simply heavenly. Although the lighthouse camp still retains some pre-war equipment, due to a lack of electricity and maintenance, over half of it is out of commission and the rest frequently malfunctions. But here, everything is brand new. And some models even surpass my memories of the most advanced pre-war technology. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, Lin Han remarked. Lin Han approached the experimental table, gazing at the several rows of test tubes laid out before him. I heard Lei Long mention that you made quite a stir upon your arrival. Upon discussing serious matters, Su Wan's expression instantly turned grave. Follow me. She led Lin Han to a secluded data analysis area and handed him a thick paper report. Over the past few days, I meticulously analyzed the so-called God-making plan experimental data left behind by Lee Senator. I must admit, despite the heinousness of the Black Steel Group, the vast troves of data they amassed from human experimentation are indeed a treasure trove. Su Wan pointed to a chart within the report, her tone laced with a mix of disgust and relief. In their quest to create so-called enhanced soldiers, they injected thousands of survivors with varying concentrations of core extraction fluid. The majority perished due to severe rejection reactions, but while reviewing the death records, I stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. What phenomenon? Lin Han inquired, flipping through the report. Although he struggled to comprehend the intricate molecular formulas, a few highlighted keywords in red caught his attention. Perception failure. Look at this subject numbered A302. Su Wan brought up a surveillance video. The footage revealed a man, his body grotesquely decayed, writhing in agony within a cage teeming with zombies. Strangely, the surrounding zombies, which would typically go into a frenzy at the scent of a living being, seemed oblivious to him, even sidestepping him as if he were merely a stone. Lin Han's pupils constricted. Invisibility? Not in the visual sense, but a masking of smell and perception, Su-won elucidated. Zombies primarily rely on their sense of smell to detect the specific pheromones emitted by living beings, followed by hearing. In the 30 minutes prior to that subject's demise, a certain metabolic byproduct in his body neutralized the scent of life. The fools at Li Sen's lab, in their relentless pursuit of strength enhancement, deemed this subject a failure and disposed of him, unaware that what they discarded was a true marvel. Su-won turned to retrieve a spray bottle containing a pale green liquid from the refrigeration unit, gently shaking it. The liquid shimmered alluringly under the light. I extracted that unique enzyme, utilizing your provided gene editing technology to eliminate the toxic fragments responsible for cellular collapse, and synthesize this using first-stage core powder as a stabilizer. I call it Miss Number 1. A hint of pride tinged Su-won's voice as she explained, it is a zombie pheromone camouflage spray. Once applied, it can completely obscure the perception of ordinary zombies for 30 minutes. Lin Han took the cold spray, waves of astonishment surging within him. He understood all too well the implications of this discovery. In a post-apocalyptic world, the greatest threat posed by zombies was not their combat prowess, but their sheer numbers. The sound of gunfire would attract hordes, ultimately leading to exhaustion and death. But with this, it was clearly an official cheat for traversing the wasteland. Has it been tested? Lin Han inquired, suppressing his excitement. Live tests have already been conducted in the quarantine zone, Su-won replied, opening another recently recorded video. The footage depicted a special forces soldier, clad in protective gear, cautiously entering a cage containing 5 zombies after being doused in the green spray. To the soldier's astonishment, the previously frenzied zombies calmed down as he entered, wandering aimlessly in a corner. The soldier even dared to wave his hand in front of one zombie, which remained unresponsive. The effective radius is approximately 3 meters, with a duration of 30 minutes, Su-won added objectively. However, there are limitations. First, its efficacy diminishes significantly against second-tier or higher mutants, as they have evolved sharper visual and auditory capabilities. Second, it cannot withstand aggressive actions. Should any violent movements or gunfire occur, the camouflage will fail. That is sufficient. Lin Han inhaled deeply, gripping the test tube tightly. This is enough for our team to penetrate the city center, enough to venture into places we previously dared not imagine. Su-won, you have done a monumental service. Lin Han regarded the frail scientist before him earnestly. If this can be mass-produced, its value is on par with an armored division. Mass production will require time. Our current core reserves are insufficient, Su-won responded calmly. Moreover, to enhance its effectiveness against higher-tier mutants, I will need more data, particularly live samples of second-tier mutants. There will be data, and there will be cores. Lin Han was about to say more when his tactical communication terminal vibrated at his waist. He picked it up, glancing at the message displayed on the screen, his expression shifting slightly. What is it? Su-won noticed the change in his demeanor. Just now, the communication team restored shortwave communication monitoring around the city using the municipal network protocols left by the Black Steel Group. Lin Han approached the large electronic map of Haishan City on the wall, pointing to an area in the western suburbs. 10 minutes ago, we intercepted a distress signal. The signal is weak and intermittent, transmitted in plain text. Lin Han paused, looking at Su-won. The frequency code indicates it is from the lighthouse camp. Su-won's notebook fell to the floor with a thud. She rushed to the map, fixating on the flickering red dot, her voice trembling. What has happened at the lighthouse? What did the distress signal convey? Only 4 words. Beast tide. Evacuate fast. Lin Han's voice was low. The reconnaissance drone has already been dispatched. The footage showed a sizable horde of mutated beasts assaulting the outer walls of the lighthouse camp. If we do not intervene, given the lighthouse's defensive capabilities, they will not survive the night. Su-won fell silent, gripping the experimental table with white-knuckled fingers. Not everyone inside the lighthouse is a good person, she murmured. Her gaze complex. Those upper echelons who drove my father and me away for scarce resources were selfish and cold-blooded. They even cut off power to my father's cryogenic pod to save electricity. I know, Lin Han interrupted her, his tone calm yet firm. But I also know that there are hundreds of innocent researchers like your father inside, along with tons of experimental data and blueprints. Those people may be scum, but that knowledge is invaluable. He turned to face her, his gaze intense. Dr. Su, I am not going to play the babysitter, nor the savior. The current Base 01 has weapons, supplies, and medicine, but is sorely lacking in personnel, technology, and research capabilities. What the lighthouse possesses is precisely what we need. And what we have, he patted the supply box beside him, is something they can only dream of. I am going to acquire everything at the lighthouse. both personnel and equipment. Lin Han's lips curled into a fierce smile, one that radiated a chilling resolve. As for those who once bullied you, he halted, turning back with a bright smile that concealed a frosty edge. You will witness firsthand how trivial their arrogance and power are in the face of absolute strength. Prepare yourself. Dr. Su. Lin Han strode toward the door. Bring along your Miss Number 1. This time, we will grandly retrieve your former colleagues. We will make it known to all, in this apocalypse, who the true beacon is. Watching Lin Han's retreating figure, Su Wan inhaled deeply, picking up the fallen notebook. She removed her glasses, wiping away the glimmer of moisture that had unexpectedly gathered at the corners of her eyes before putting them back on, her gaze resolutely steadfast. Professor Chen. She turned to the expert team behind her, her voice crisp. Prepare to establish a secondary biological safety isolation zone. We need to ready ourselves to receive a large influx of new live samples and new colleagues. Chapter 23. Uninvited Guests Base 01, Western Main Entrance. This area was originally the cargo passage of a water purification plant, and the once broad concrete surface was now blocked by 2 defensive lines made of discarded shipping containers and sandbags. Beyond the defensive line, 2 newly erected watchtowers pierced the heavens, their dark, gaping machine gun muzzles commanding the entire highway from above. A deep, guttural roar of engines shattered the hush of afternoon, a thunderous, metallic growl that rolled across the wasteland like distant thunder. 3 wildly modified off-road vehicles and 1 battle-scarred heavy truck surged forward like wounded beasts, churning plumes of ochre dust in their wake as they hurtled toward the compound. Their chassis bristled with jagged steel spikes. Their windows were sealed behind coarse iron mesh. Even desiccated, leathery hands of the dead dangled from the bumpers. Raw, unrefined, brutalist artistry born of desolation and survival. Halt! This is a military exclusion zone, boomed the base's loudspeaker, voice glacial and unyielding. Advance further, and you will be deemed hostile, immediate lethal force authorized. Yet the convoy showed no sign of stopping, or perhaps momentum had long since eclipsed control. From the sunroof of the lead SUV, a broad-shouldered man in windproof goggles thrust half his torso into the open air, waving a crimson signal flare and shouting hoarsely, voice fraying at the edges. Crack! The sharp, clean report did not come from his flare, but from the watchtower. A 12.7mm round struck the asphalt 5 meters ahead of the lead vehicle's front tire, detonating a crater the size of a soup bowl. Shrapnel spat skyward. The driver wrenched the wheel violently, and the convoy screeched to a chaotic, sideways halt barely 100 meters from the perimeter. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. We're human. The man leapt from the vehicle, arms raised high. In his 30s, thick beard shadowing a weathered face, his leather jacket worn thin at the elbows, yet his eyes burned with fierce, unbroken clarity. We're from the lighthouse camp, West Sector. No hostile intent. Something's chasing us, he shouted, then flinched, glancing back down the road, just as if summoned by his dread. A colossal plume of dust rose on the horizon. From it emerged several canines, each the size of calves, muscles coiled beneath grotesque, crimson-tinted tumors, hurtling forward with terrifying velocity. Hunters! Cried the observer atop the tower. The man closed his eyes in despair. Stopping at this distance meant certain death. These second-tier mutants, famed for their blistering speed, would overtake them before they could draw breath. He gambled on sanctuary within this nascent stronghold, only to find its guardians merciless. Yet no fangs tore flesh. No snarl split the air. A grating, teeth-rattling whine of hydraulics cut through the silence. He snapped his eyes open and beheld a sight that would sear itself into memory for the rest of his days. Behind the line, a vast tarp, camouflaged as a shipping container, was violently ripped aside. From beneath it emerged a cannon barrel impossibly long, impossibly cold, exuding the silent, ancient menace of annihilation. It was a Type 99, a main battle tank, painted in seamless desert camouflage. Boom. It did not fire its main gun, but its coaxial machine gun erupted in a sustained, thunderous barrage. Simultaneously, concealed 30mm autocannons flanking the perimeter opened up in unison. A wall of fire, dense, unrelenting, absolute, materialized 100 meters behind the convoy. The charging hunters never even howled. Mid-leap, they were atomized, ripped apart by high-velocity ordnance, their bodies dissolving into crimson mist beneath the sun, staining the earth of violent, iridescent rust. Annihilation. Instant, absolute, clinical. The man's jaw fell slack. The signal flare slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the gravel. Behind him, a dozen ragged survivors, armed with jury-rigged rifles and rusted machetes, clambered from their vehicles, frozen in mute awe. staring at the armored Leviathan emerging from its concealment. Their faces etched with terror and bewilderment. This level of heavy ordnance, this precision fire control system, this is a regular army? Pre-collapse regulars? 10 minutes later, on the base's central plaza, the Falcon contingent sat disarmed and crouched on the sun-baked concrete. Though technically captives, their eyes refused stillness, darting hungrily at the soldiers in crisp, uniform fatigues, cheeks flushed with health, at the distant car wash station, spraying arcs of glistening water, at the humming diesel generators, massive and steadfast. For those who had clawed their way through the ash and silence of the wasteland, this place, its clean water, its humming electric life, even the faint, savory perfume of cooking drifting on the breeze, felt less like reality and more like a dream too vivid to be trusted. Drink. A chilled bottle of mineral water landed in the man's lap. He caught it instinctively, twisted the cap, and drank deeply. Cool, crystalline, impossibly sweet, its purity soothing his scorched throat, his parched lungs, as if washing away years of dust and despair. Real water. Wiping his mouth, he looked up, into the gaze of a young man standing before him like a monolith clad in full tactical gear. His presence radiated something ancient and terrible, the quiet, heavy aura of one who had walked through rivers of blood and emerged unbroken. The man found it hard to breathe. Speak. The voice was low, gravel thick, unadorned. Where are you from? Why are you here? And why do you have that trailing behind you? The man, call him Wang Ming, inhaled sharply, steadying his nerves. A seasoned wastelander knew his worth lay not in strength, but in what he knew. My name is Wang Ming, deputy head of security at Lighthouse Camp. He glanced at the tank, then back at the soldiers, swallowed hard. We were dispatched on reconnaissance. Rumor had it Black Steel Group had been wiped out. Our leader sent us to verify who now held this territory. He gave a dry, hollow chuckle. Turns out it's a real deity. Enough. Lei Long cut in. Voice icy. Focus. Those hunters, how did they find you? At the word hunters, Wang Ming's face drained of color. A tremor flickered in his eyes, raw, unvarnished fear. A beast tide. His voice shook. The western mountains have erupted. No warning, no pattern. Creatures that had hibernated for years. Buried deep in the highlands they all surged forth at once. Not just hunters, not just brutes, but some claimed to have seen dragons in the sky. Dragons? A quiet voice interjected. Lin Han, standing slightly apart, dressed in plain training fatigues, no insignia, no rank. Yet the moment he spoke, Lei Long fell silent, stepped aside, and bowed his posture, subtly, respectfully. Wang Ming's pulse stuttered. Carrion sky dragons, Su Wan added, stepping forward, her tactical tablet glowing with intercepted signal data. Lin Han, the report is confirmed. Lighthouse Camp is fully encircled. Those hunters weren't the vanguard. They were scouts. Wang Ming blinked, then froze, eyes widening. Su, Dr. Su, you're alive? You're here? She met his gaze, cold, unblinking. Surprised? A pause, razor thin. Captain Wang, I recall you led the mob that shattered my father's laboratory door. He lowered his head, ashamed, silent. In Lighthouse, the Su family's fall had been tragic, yes, but in that world, tragedy was currency, and the fallen paid in silence. No one had imagined the exiled princess would one day stand at the heart of such power, calm, unshaken, holding the keys to salvation. Reconciliation can wait. Lin Han's voice was quiet, unwavering, neither kind nor cruel, only precise, like a scalpel assessing tissue. So you escaped? Broke out, Wang Ming corrected, jaw tight. Before the siege tightened. Our leader sent multiple convoys in different directions, seeking aid. We were lucky and hunted. Those beasts caught our scent and chased us all the way here. He dropped to his knees, suddenly. Abruptly, forehead nearly touching the ground. Commander Lin, please, save Lighthouse. 3,000 souls remain there. Yes, our leadership is corrupt, venal, but the people? They're innocent. And the camp holds irreplaceable equipment, archives, research. If the tide breaches the walls, it all burns. Lin Han gazed silently at the man who knelt, desperate for survival. 3,000 souls. Turning around, he looked at Lei Long and Su Wan behind him. 3,000 laborers, combined with the equipment and colleagues that Dr. Su so fervently cherished. This transaction was feasible. Indeed, a profitable bargain. A deep, resonant voice echoed from behind. Zhao Jiangwo strode forward amidst a cluster of aides. He first nodded approvingly at Lin Han, affirming his judgment. Director Zhao, Lei Long and the surrounding soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted, their eyes brimming with reverence for the venerable leader. Zhao Jiangwo returned the salute solemnly. The staff and equipment at the Lighthouse Camp have been assessed by the command. They are precisely what we need. Lei Long, your combat request is approved. Take the armored company and 2 mechanized infantry companies to retrieve the personnel. Remember, our objective is people and equipment, not ruins. Minimize collateral damage. Understood. Mission shall be accomplished. A flash of bloodthirst gleamed in Lei Long's eyes as he seized the communicator. His roar instantly reverberated throughout the square. All units, prepare for level 1 combat readiness. Wang Ming knelt dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding scene. As the alarm blared, the distant underground garage gates thundered open. 1, 2, 3, 1099, a main battle tanks rolled out in precise formation, shaking the earth with their might. Behind them, dozens of infantry fighting vehicles and heavily laden trucks followed. At that moment, tears streamed down Wang Ming's face. He knew the lighthouse was saved. Or rather, this damned apocalypse had finally met its terminator. Chapter 24. The steel torrent sets off at forward base number 01. The assembly square brimmed with a potent, intoxicating aroma. To a wasteland wanderer like Wang Ming, it was the most precious scent in the world, the high-grade military diesel fuel burning fiercely. Like an unsophisticated rustic, he shrank into a corner, wide-eyed at the spectacle before him. A dozen fuel tankers lined up, inserting thick fuel nozzles into the steel beast's tanks. Golden fuel gushed freely, dripping wastefully onto the ground, causing Wang Ming to wince in anguish. Such wanton extravagance, he muttered. At the lighthouse camp, fuel was a strategic resource more precious than gold. Every drop accounted for meticulously. Only the leader's vehicles and critical generators were permitted its use. Even supply convoys often resorted to blends of alcohol and inferior biodiesel. Yet here, he witnessed a young soldier casually discard a half-used bucket of engine oil into the waste recovery bin, then pour a fresh can into the engine. Is this the power of a nation? Wang Ming was no stranger to the world. Before the catastrophe, he was a veteran. But the army he remembered paled in comparison to this futuristic, modern force. Wang Ming, snap out of it. Get in the vehicle. A third-generation Minzi assault vehicle stopped before him. The window rolled down, revealing Lei Long's stern face behind tactical sunglasses. You're leading the way to the vanguard. Yes, sir. Wang Ming jolted, scrambling aboard the fully armored assault vehicle. The cool air conditioning and leather seats felt otherworldly. All units, attention. Target, due west, lighthouse camp. Distance, 25 kilometers. Operation codename, Dawnbreak. Move out. The ground trembled thunderously. 1099, a main battle tanks spearheaded the convoy, flanked by 2004 infantry fighting vehicles. Behind them, dozens of heavy trucks carried ammunition and supplies. This steel leviathan exhaled black smoke as it slowly exited the base. Although Haishan City's streets were broad, 12 years of abandonment had transformed them into impassable corridors choked with rampant vegetation, derelict vehicles, and collapsed ruins. Previously, clearing such obstacles would have taken half a day or necessitated cautious detours. But today, Wang Ming witnessed the power of direct logic. Roadblock ahead, approximately 50 abandoned cars blocking the intersection. The Vanguard observer reported. Run them over. Lei Long's voice came cold and unwavering through the communicator. Acknowledged. The 99, a tank driver, slammed the accelerator. The 500 horsepower diesel engine roared like a beast, the massive vehicle barreling forward like a bulldozer. Screeches and crashes rang out as once precious private cars crumpled like paper beneath the relentless steel tracks. No detours, no clearing. This was forging a path by sheer force. Inside the vehicle, Wang Ming's throat grew dry as he watched the ruins blur past through the bulletproof glass. This march was a declaration of war against every zombie in Haishan City. Inevitably, the commotion attracted trouble. Approaching a commercial street, swarms of zombies erupted from alleys on both sides. At least 1,000 undead, drawn by the engine's roar and the scent of the living, surged like a black tide toward the convoy. Commander, zombie horde. A horde. Wang Ming's face drained of color as he instinctively grasped the door handle. Stop. We must seek refuge in buildings. According to apocalyptic survival tenets, facing a horde in the open demands immediate shelter in sturdy structures or rapid escape. Yet no one heeded him. The driver maintained a steady grip on the wheel, even chewing gum leisurely. Don't panic, Su-Wan said coldly from the back seat. Clad in tactical camo, a tablet resting on her knee, her expression indifferent. The next moment, Wang Ming understood. Open fire. Lei Long's command was succinct and resolute. Rat-a-tat-tat. The infantry fighting vehicles' 30mm autocannons and mounted heavy machine guns wove a lethal net of fire. Zombies at the forefront fell like ripe wheat. Large-caliber rounds did not merely pierce the fragile corpses, they detonated them outright. Limbs and torsos exploded in a macabre dance, black ichor staining the streets like ink. Some tenacious zombies attempted to climb the vehicles, but were obliterated by reactive armor or precise shots from accompanying infantry before they could reach the steel beasts. The convoy did not slow. Steel tracks crushed bone and flesh, emitting chilling, crackling sounds. This was the epitome of modern industrial civilization's violent machinery. Before the steel torrent, the zombie horde was nothing more than ants before a steamroller. Is that it? Wang Ming slumped in his seat, overwhelmed as he witnessed the blood-soaked path left behind. He had fought 12 years, rationed every bullet, and avoided hordes. Yet these people simply bulldozed through. This is the difference, Wang Ming, Su Wan remarked. Her gaze complex as she stared out the window. We were surviving. They are conquering. The convoy pressed westward. 2 hours later, as they neared the lighthouse camp, the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder. Flashes of tracer rounds and explosions illuminated the distant sky. Here, Wang Ming pointed, voice trembling, at a fortress-like structure nestled against the mountainside, the lighthouse. At this moment, the lighthouse camp was in a condition tenfold worse than when he had departed. The once towering walls had been breached in several places, with countless mutated beasts surging through the gaps. The gunfire from the defenders had become sporadic, clearly indicating that their ammunition was nearing depletion. Outside the camp, a dense mass of beasts resembled a black ocean, stretching endlessly. Among them, several enormous brutes could be seen violently battering the gates. It appeared we had arrived just in time. Lin Han lowered his binoculars and picked up the communicator. Attention all units. Disengage marching mode and switch to combat formation. Target, the oncoming tide of beasts. Mission, leave none alive. Open fire. With his command, 10 Type 99A tanks simultaneously turned their turrets, their long 125mm smoothbore barrels slowly aiming at the distant horde of creatures. This was a greeting from humanity's pinnacle of industrial civilization. Boom. Chapter 25. Dimensional strike. The lighthouse camp had transformed into a scene of utter carnage. This survivor enclave, established in a hillside villa area, had once been regarded as one of the safest havens in Haitian City. Its sturdy walls, perilous terrain, and the remnants of automated defense turrets from before the war, though most had fallen silent, had allowed it to withstand the apocalypse for 12 years. But today, this beacon was on the verge of extinguishing. The defenses were collapsing. The eastern wall had fallen. The hunters were inside. Where are the heavy machine guns? Why aren't they firing? We're out of bullets. The last box of ammunition was expended 5 minutes ago. The communication channel was filled with desperate screams and cries. Camp leader Zhou Cheng stood atop the command post, his face smeared with blood, fixated on the throngs of beasts surging up the hill like a black tide. In his hand, he clutched a pistol with an empty magazine, his knuckles whitening from exertion. It's over, he murmured. Before him, thousands of mutated entities relentlessly assaulted the last line of defense. Agile hunters scaled the vertical walls like geckos, easily overcoming obstacles to pounce upon the defenseless guards. Even more terrifying were the brutes among the corpses, wielding massive bone hammers that sent tremors through the ground with each strike. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the iron gates of the villa area finally succumbed to the onslaught, toppled by one of the brutes. As the gates fell, the last vestiges of mental fortitude crumbled. Run. The monsters are coming. The survivors erupted into frantic screams, scattering in all directions. But in this enclosed camp, where could they possibly escape? A hunter tackled a soldier who was reloading, its razor-sharp claws instantly slashing through his throat. Blood gushed forth, inciting the surrounding zombies into a frenzy. Zhou Cheng closed his eyes, recalling the look in Su Wan's eyes 3 days prior when she had left. The woman he had driven away might have foreseen this day. If only he hadn't forced her out for the sake of the equipment. His heart was heavy with regret. Here lay the most complete scientific data in Haitian City, alongside the last few prototype exoskeletons. He had aspired to utilize them as capital to establish a new civilization in this apocalyptic world, not to become fodder for monsters. Roar. A massive mutated beast spotted Zhou Cheng on the command post. It roared, trampling over the corpses of its kin as it charged toward the command center. Zhou Cheng managed a grim smile, raising his empty gun in a futile gesture of resistance. Yet, at that moment of imminent despair, boom, a cataclysmic explosion erupted at the foot of the hill. The sound was so overwhelming that it drowned out all the screams and roars on the battlefield. Zhou Cheng felt the entire mountain tremble beneath him. He opened his eyes wide. The brute that had been about to charge was now a mass of burning flesh. No, not just it. Within a 20-meter radius, every zombie was obliterated by the terrifying shockwave. What is happening? Zhou Cheng had yet to comprehend the situation when whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp whistling sounds followed. Dozens of orange trails, like the whips of death, lashed out from the darkness below the hill. Those were the tracer rounds from 30mm autocannons. Each shell carried kinetic energy capable of piercing armor. They carved bloody paths through the horde of beasts. The tough-skinned, resilient mutated creatures, which were impervious even to rifle bullets, crumbled like fragile tofu in the face of this metal storm. Thud, 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 accompanied by a dull, rhythmic cannonade. The darkness was torn asunder. 10 Type 99A main battle tanks, camouflaged in desert patterns, emerged like 10 moving fortresses, crushing the debris in their path. Behind them trailed 20 infantry fighting vehicles belching flames. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Both the despairing survivors and the bloodthirsty mutated beasts felt an instinctual dread beneath the oppressive force of industrial civilization. Roar! A hunter, still unaware of the situation, attempted to dash toward the tanks with speed. Bang! The tank's coaxial machine gun merely tapped the trigger. The nightmare creature, once feared by the survivors, was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist midair. A dimensional strike. This was a complete and utter dimensional strike. There were no tactical maneuvers. No luring the enemy into a trap. This was the simplest, most brutal, and most effective firepower coverage. Advanced thermal imaging rendered the mutated beasts invisible in the smoke and dust, while the fire control computer precisely locked onto every high-threat target. The tank cannon identified the brutes. The autocannons cleared the hunters, and the heavy machine guns harvested ordinary zombies. The once formidable tide of beasts, confronted by this steel defense line, shattered like waves crashing against rocks. In a mere 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, the horde that had the potential to annihilate the entire lighthouse camp was obliterated. The ground at the foot of the mountain was littered with severed limbs and burning remains. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, masking the original stench of blood. Zhou Cheng stood dazed atop the command post, his gun clattering to the ground. He gazed at the slowly advancing steel behemoths, observing the bright red flag flying from their turrets, trembling uncontrollably. The regular army is indeed the regular army. He laughed and cried in madness. The country has not forgotten us. The country has come to save us. As the last shot rang out, silence reclaimed the battlefield. An armored Humvee emerged from the tank formation, halting before the shattered gates. Several fully armed soldiers leaped out to establish a perimeter, and then Lei Long opened the rear door, allowing a young man to step out. Clad in a sleek black tactical suit and wearing a transparent filter mask, he exhibited a level of caution when stepping over the bloodied ground that betrayed his non-professional military status. This protective gear, neither as cumbersome as a heavy chemical suit nor lacking in respiratory protection amidst the toxic battlefield, offered a perfect balance. Lin Han suppressed the nausea in his stomach as he stood firm under Lei Long's protection. Facing the battlefield for the first time, his complexion was pale, yet the iron tide behind him bolstered his confidence. He took the megaphone from Lei Long and addressed the eerily silent lighthouse camp. This is the Ember Rescue Team. I am Lin Han, representing the Ember Rescue Team. We now take command here. Lin Han's voice was not loud, yet at that moment, it resonated like thunder. He raised his gaze, peering through the clear mask, and fixed his eyes on Zhou Cheng, standing atop the command post amidst the smoke. Though his legs stiffened from tension, he endeavored to make his voice sound calm and resolute. Leader Zhou, will you not come down to greet your savior? In that moment, Zhou Cheng realized that from this day forth, the lighthouse camp bore a new name. Chapter 26. Reunion after a long separation as the smoke of battle dissipated. The special forces of Base 01 swiftly secured all vital routes within the lighthouse camp. There was no resistance. Indeed, the survivors regarded these soldiers clad in black tactical hazmat suits and wielding advanced rifles with an almost reverent gaze. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, overwhelming force was the ultimate justice and the sole source of security. Surrounded by a squad of guards, Lin Han entered the camp's main building, a once opulent mid-mountain villa. Formerly the private residence of Haishan City's wealthiest magnate, it had been transformed into a refuge for survivors after the catastrophe. Though the peeling wallpaper, dust-laden crystal chandeliers, and moldy fine oil paintings faintly hinted at its past grandeur, it was now but a vast refugee encampment. The hall teemed with wounded and traumatized survivors. The once exquisite marble floor was concealed beneath filthy bedding and tattered cloths. The air hung heavy with the stench of blood, sweat, excrement, and a peculiar sourness born of chronic malnutrition. In a corner, several emaciated children huddled in their mother's arms, their wide, terrified eyes fixed upon the intruding strangers. The moment Lin Han stepped into the hall, the clamor ceased instantly. All eyes converged upon him, and the figure shadowed behind. It was a woman clad in a pristine white scientific uniform. Though her face was shielded by a transparent visor, her cold, clear eyes were unmistakably familiar to all present. Dr. Su? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, a young man with a broken leg groaning on a stretcher. Once Su-Wan's laboratory assistant. He had remained silent during the last power struggle, helplessly witnessing Su-Wan's exile. Seeing her now, his shame caused him to lower his gaze. Attempting to shrink beneath his soiled blanket, Zhou Cheng, lightly bandaged, stood in the hall's center, his left arm suspended before his chest. His face ashen and his expression fraught as he regarded the woman he had once deemed a burden and cast aside. 3 days prior, when Su-Wan departed, she carried only a tattered backpack, exhausted and disheveled, like a lost dog. 3 days later, she returned in commanding presence. Behind her marched a fully equipped medical team, each member bearing a gleaming silver first aid kit and clad in immaculate white protective suits, a stark contrast to the squalor of the hall. At her side stood the young man who had just razed the battlefield with artillery fire, protecting her as if she were the very center of the universe. Zhou Qing opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Yuve returned. His prepared speeches, apologies, pleas for mercy, attempts to curry favor, evaporated before the overwhelming disparity in strength. He had expected mockery, humiliation, or even death at the hands of these soldiers. Instead, Su-Wan merely glanced at him with detached indifference, as if he were a stranger on the street. Her gaze skimmed past Zhou Cheng without lingering for a single moment. Is the air quality poor here? Has the ventilation system failed? Su-Wan frowned, ignoring Zhou Cheng, and turned to the medical team leader behind her. Establish a quarantine zone. Prioritize treatment for the severely wounded. Moreover, the sanitation here is abysmal. Initiate comprehensive disinfection at once. I will not tolerate cross-infection. Yes, Teacher Su. Several young experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences responded promptly, swiftly deploying portable medical units. Xiao Lu, if your leg injury is not treated promptly, it will necrotize. Su-Wan approached the young assistant, attempting to hide, her tone unruffled and devoid of emotion. She helped him onto a stretcher and prepared for debridement surgery. Overwhelmed by emotion, Xiao Lu burst into tears, trembling as he tried to apologize, but Su-Wan had already turned toward the next patient. Zhou Cheng was stunned. The sting of utter disregard was more painful than a slap. It revealed that in Su-Wan's eyes, he, Zhou Cheng, and the entire power struggle within Lighthouse Camp were utterly inconsequential. She remained the exalted scientist, engrossed in her realm, while he was but a clown wallowing in the mire. Dr. Su, Zhou Cheng attempted to regain some dignity. Leader Zhou, Lin Han interrupted, stepping forward with a gentle smile. His tone was mild, yet his commanding presence forced Zhou Cheng to retreat involuntarily. We will discuss old matters later. He gestured toward the gaunt, hollow-eyed survivors packed in the hall. The urgent priority now is food. Food. The word seemed to cast a spell, clutching at everyone's hearts. The previously lifeless hall shimmered with a glimmer of vitality. Lin Han waved his hand. Outside, soldiers entered bearing several enormous stainless steel insulated containers. Their weight alone made every onlooker swallow hard. With a clang, the lids were lifted. An intoxicating aroma of rice mingled with the rich fragrance of braised pork burst forth, saturating the hall. This potent scent overwhelmed the blood and decay, piercing every nostril and awakening primal yearning. Someone swallowed first, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds. That was kanji. That was meat. Even Zhou Cheng, a high-ranking figure, could barely sustain himself on barely edible synthetic protein paste or moldy rations. Meat was a luxury reserved for festivals, often sourced from mutated beasts with a sour taste. Yet now, these people had brought in entire containers filled with finely chopped preserved eggs and lean pork kanji, and trembling chunks of fatty braised pork glistening tantalizingly under the light. To celebrate the survival of Lighthouse Camp and the return of Dr. Su, Lin Han declared loudly, his voice echoing through every corner of the hall. Tonight, unlimited servings of preserved egg and lean pork kanji and braised pork cans. Eat to your heart's content. The crowd erupted. If moments before they had been subdued by force, now they were utterly captivated. Long live the leader. Thank you, Dr. Su. A mother clutching her child trembled as she accepted a bowl of steaming kanji, tears falling into it before she could eat. Ignoring the heat, she spooned a portion to her child, whose dull eyes brightened instantly as he devoured it, mumbling indistinctly, meat, meat. Some even knelt, prostrating themselves before Lin Han and Su-Wan, weeping bitterly. In this desolate world, a warm meal was godlike, parent, savior, rebirth. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Cheng closed his eyes bitterly. He understood that from this moment, the hearts of the Lighthouse Camp's people had irrevocably shifted, consolidated around the young man before them. His painstakingly cultivated prestige was fragile and powerless before a bowl of hot congee. Leader Zhou, do not be so disheartened. Lin Han approached Zhou Cheng, patting his shoulder, and withdrew a pack of cigarettes from his tactical vest pocket. He offered one, pristine and fresh from the factory. The two Chinese characters Zonghua emblazoned on it, piercing Zhou Cheng's eyes. We are not brigands. We come in pursuit of collaboration. Lin Han produced a lighter, its spark igniting Zhou Cheng's cigarette with a sharp snap. I possess provisions, you hold the expertise. This transaction will not leave you at a loss. Zhou Cheng's trembling fingers clasped the precious cigarette as he drew a deep inhale. A sudden cough interrupted him, the smoke stinging his throat. Yet soon the familiar rich aroma filled his lungs. The nicotine surged through his veins, soothing the taut nerves on the verge of snapping. This, he thought, is life. He observed his subordinates devouring their meals with ravenous gratitude, their faces alight with smiles long unseen. The survivors who usually cowered before him now scarcely glanced his way. His gaze then fell upon Su Wan, diligently tending to the wounded. Head bowed, she operated a portable biochemical analyzer with focused precision. Her profile, bathed in light, appeared ethereal and distant. She no longer belonged to this squalid refuge, but to that luminous realm of endless resources and formidable power. In that moment, Zhou Cheng found a strange solace in the outcome. Perhaps it was not so dire after all. At least, everyone would survive. Cooperation, Zhou Cheng offered a bitter, hoarse laugh laced with resignation. Commander Lin, take whatever you desire. So long as it ensures our survival, allows us to live with dignity. I seek more than mere survival. Lin Han replied, drawing closer. His voice, muffled behind the mask, yet resonant with conviction and allure, declared, I endeavor to rebuild civilization. The technology harbored within your lighthouse camp forms one of the cornerstones for that renaissance. His gaze burned into Zhou Cheng's soul. Follow me, and you shall no longer be mice hiding in holes, but pioneers who restore this world. Zhou Cheng shuddered involuntarily. Rebuilding civilization, such a concept seemed an eternity away. Yet, the young man's unwavering confidence stirred the long-dormant ember within his heart. Take me to see it, Chief Zhou. Lin Han indicated the subterranean entrance of the villa, leading toward the P4 laboratory. Show me what you truly conceal, what captivates Su Wan's heart and draws the covetous eyes of the Black Steel Group. Zhou Cheng inhaled deeply, extinguishing the cigarette beneath his heel as if crushing his former ambitions and inner turmoil. Follow me, he gestured, his posture straighter than before. Our combat prowess may be lacking, but in scientific research, the lighthouse camp possesses some legacy. Some secrets remain inviolate, even from the pre-apocalypse era. Chapter 27. Unequal negotiations passing through the villa's concealed underground entrance and 3 heavy blast doors. The stench of decay gave way to a faint aroma of ozone and machine oil. This was the P4 level laboratory of the former Haitian Biotechnology Institute, the lighthouse camp's final trump card. Please, enter. Zhou Cheng entered a complex biometric password, and the last alloy door slid open. Before them lay a futuristic subterranean chamber. Though dimly lit by emergency lights due to insufficient power, rows of precise instruments, massive transparent cultivation tanks, and silent server arrays were discernible. This was their core asset. Zhou Cheng pointed to a glass display at the center. Titan exoskeleton prototype, paired with the 3rd-generation neural interface system. Lin Han approached, scrutinizing the mechanical behemoth through his tactical visor. The black, fully enclosed exoskeleton was not sleek like in films, but adorned with exposed hydraulic lines and servo motors, exuding a rugged industrial aesthetic. Its left arm bore a foldable alloy shield. The right featured a modular weapon mount. This was the 4th-generation infantry combat system planned by the army, Zhou Cheng explained. It grants an ordinary soldier the strength to lift a car, run 60 kilometers per hour, and withstand direct hits from 127mm caliber machine guns. Impressive, Lin Han acknowledged. He had studied many exoskeletons, but most were mere assistive devices. A fully powered combat armor of this caliber was revolutionary. Unfortunately, it is but a heap of scrap. Su Wan interjected coldly. She had silently approached the console and brought up the data. Without compatible high-energy batteries, it could only stagger tethered within the lab, unplugged. It became a cumbersome iron coffin. Zhou Cheng's expression stiffened briefly before regaining composure. Indeed, energy is our greatest obstacle. He moved to the other side of the lab, indicating an unassuming safe. This is the true treasure. He opened it to reveal a palm-sized black cube. High-density, solid hydrogen battery. Zhou Cheng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Haitian City's Energy Research Institute's highest secret. Its energy density is 50 times that of conventional lithium batteries. Theoretically, a single cell could power the Titan at full capacity for 6 hours. Lin Han's pupils contracted 50-fold. The implications were staggering. Electric vehicles cruising over 3,000 kilometers. Drones flying nonstop for days. Mobile phones charged once a month. This was not merely a military asset, but a paradigm-shifting energy revolution. Yet Suwon struck again. But you cannot manufacture it. Yes, Zhou Qing admitted with a rueful smile. Production demands an ultra-clean vacuum assembly line, vast stable power supply, and a complete rare metal refining industry. In this wasteland, even a single qualified screw is scarce, let alone this industrial crown jewel. At this, Zhou Qing turned to Lin Han, eyes ablaze. Lin Han smiled. Ultra-clean vacuum lines? Stable power? Complete industrial chains? These conditions, near impossible in the apocalypse, are precisely within my domain, backed by a mighty industrial nation. Mr. Lin, you possess unimaginable resources and even mysterious transport channels, Zhou Qing acknowledged. He was astute enough to realize that the fresh provisions and pristine equipment Lin Han bore could not have originated from this desolation. I am willing to offer everything: blueprints, samples, data, and all my scientific personnel. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qing revealed his final card. In return, I request to retain authority over the lighthouse camp survivors. Officially, we will be your subordinate institution, but internal affairs, do you intend to be a vassal king? Lin Han interrupted with a faintly amused yet probing glance. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth. I only seek a path for my brothers to survive this chaos and preserve some dignity for myself. After all, this technology was priceless even before the collapse. Lin Han said nothing immediately. Circling the Titan exoskeleton, he tapped the cold alloy armor, producing a crisp sound. Chief Zhou, you seem to misunderstand one thing. He stopped and fixed Zhou Qing with a chillingly calm stare. In business negotiations, an asset's worth depends not only on itself, but also on who the buyer is and whether the seller holds the right to refuse. He gestured toward the black battery. In your hands, this is merely an expensive brick or a mere light bulb power source. It not only fails to shield you from the onslaught of beasts, but rather, it attracts ravenous wolves like the Black Steel Group. In my possession, Lin Han's voice rose slightly. I possess a complete industrial system, thousands of engineers, and an inexhaustible supply of raw materials. The industrial barriers that trouble you are merely the cost of powering machines for me. I can transform it into products on an assembly line, a shield to protect humanity, a light to illuminate the darkness. You call it a treasure, yet in your hands, it is merely a death warrant. Lin Han stepped before Zhou Qing, looking down at him from a position of authority. As for the management rights you mentioned, Chief Zhou, do you believe those survivors who have just feasted on braised pork would prefer to continue following you in a life of meager rations? Or would they rather accompany me for hearty meals? Zhou Qing's complexion instantly turned pale. His greatest bargaining chip, the goodwill of the people, had been bought by Lin Han with mere buckets of porridge half an hour ago. Thus, this was not a negotiation at all. Lin Han extended his hand, gently taking the black battery from Zhou Qing's grasp. This was an acquisition, and a liquidation-style one at that. I present you with two choices. Lin Han raised two fingers. First, leave here with your dignity intact and reason with the zombies outside. Second, unconditionally merge into Base 01. You may join our logistics or human resources department. Though you will lose the title of chief, you will have clean water to drink, warm meals to eat, and a safe bed to sleep in. Moreover, if you perform well, I can provide you with a well-equipped team that truly belongs to you, to fulfill your ideal of protecting the survivors. The hall fell into a profound silence, with only the hum of the server's cooling fan echoing. Zhou Qing stared intently at Lin Han, his chest heaving violently. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Yet reason told him that every word from this young man was the truth. In this apocalyptic world, possessing a treasure without the strength to protect it is a grave sin. After a long pause, Zhou Qing, like an elderly man drained of strength, dejectedly lowered his head. I choose the second option. If given a choice, who would want to be a precarious tyrant amidst the ruins? Perhaps being a privileged worker who can fill his belly is the greatest happiness in this apocalypse. A wise choice. Lin Han revealed a satisfied smile, tossing the battery casually to Su Wan behind him. Dr. Su, these belong to you. Please organize the data promptly. We need to bring them home. Chapter 28. The Lost Black Technology at Base 01. The underground P3 laboratory is currently experiencing an unprecedented academic frenzy. Genius. Simply a stroke of genius. On the other end of the video call, Professor Chen Qiawang from the Institute of Energy Research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences was so excited by a complex molecular structure displayed on the screen that he was flailing his arms. If not for the screen separating them, Lin Han would have suspected that the elderly academic might leap forward to kiss that black battery. How do you say, Professor Chen? Lin Han sat in a nearby chair, toying with the solid-state hydrogen battery sample just returned from the lighthouse camp. Lin Han, do you realize what this signifies? Chen Qiuveng inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his excitement, yet his voice trembled. Before this battery's emergence, humanity's energy storage technology had essentially remained in the Stone Age. Be it lithium batteries or graphene batteries, they fundamentally failed to transcend the limits of chemical energy. But this battery, Chen Qiuveng pointed at the screen, utilizes a unique crystalline structure to solidify hydrogen atoms in a metallic state within the lattice. This is not merely a battery. It is, in fact, a miniature, safe hydrogen bomb energy reservoir. Its energy density reaches an astonishing 5,000 Whg. Chen Qiuveng's voice suddenly soared. What does this mean? The best military lithium batteries currently only offer around 300 Whg. This is over 10 times stronger than existing batteries. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Did Zhou Qing not claim 50 times? He may have been comparing it to their outdated energy systems before the apocalypse, or perhaps to theoretical limits. Chen Qiuveng waved his hand. But even at a mere tenfold increase, it is sufficient to change the world. Imagine an electric vehicle originally capable of a 500-kilometer range. With this, its range could reach 8,000 kilometers. It would even outlast fuel vehicles. More importantly, Chen Qiuveng's eyes sparkled with fervor. It addresses our most significant pain point, the miniaturization of high-energy weapons. Lin Han's heart stirred. Are you referring to exoskeletons? Not just exoskeletons. Chen Qiuveng replied excitedly. There are also electromagnetic railguns, high-energy laser weapons. The reason these technologies were previously unadopted was due to the necessity of carrying enormous generators. But now, a battery the size of a brick can support high-intensity urban warfare. Lin Han, what you have brought back is not merely a battery. You have returned with a key to unlock the future of warfare. Lin Han gazed at the cold black cube in his hand, feeling a surge of exhilaration. This embodies the true significance of the dual-world portal. It is not for the mere tons of gold or the few crystal cores, but for this black technology that could allow Chinese civilization to leapfrog ahead in the real world, even soar directly into the skies. What about mass production? Lin Han posed the most critical question. Zhou Qing had indicated that a stringent industrial environment was necessary. Not a problem. Chen Qiuveng replied decisively. Vacuum and dust-free? We have that. Stable electricity? We have the national grid. Rare earth elements? The national reserves are stacked high. As long as we understand its principles and the catalyst formula. Give me 3 months, no 1 month. I can produce the first batch of domestically manufactured samples. Excellent. Lin Han nodded vigorously. Then I shall entrust this to you. After ending the communication, Lin Han turned to Su Wan, who was busily working at the laboratory bench. It seems your dowry is quite substantial, he joked. Su Wan shot him a glance, but the smile in her eyes was undeniable. As a scientist, witnessing one's research, albeit that of predecessors, being so highly regarded and poised to become reality is a sense of accomplishment that words cannot capture. Don't celebrate too early. The battery is merely a power source. The real treasure lies here. Su Wan pointed to the Titan exoskeleton being disassembled by technicians alongside a server connected to it. Did you think the exoskeleton was just a few steel plates and motors? Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and the screen instantly filled with dense lines of code and blueprints. This is the crystallization of a complete industrial system. Su Wan's eyes shimmered with excitement. To drive this behemoth, scientists in Haishi City developed a complementary carbon-based chip architecture, with computational power 10 times that of current silicon-based chips and extremely low power consumption. To enable it to move as flexibly as human limbs, they programmed a third-generation neuromorphic AI. This is the true prototype of artificial intelligence. And this, Su Wan called up a 3-dimensional model, is a holographic tactical visor. It requires not just microprojection technology, but also real-time battlefield situational awareness algorithms. This code simply lies dormant in the server's hard drive. Lin Han listened, dumbfounded. He had originally thought he had merely stumbled upon a gun, only to be informed by Su Wan that he had uncovered an entire military-industrial chain. Chips, AI, operating systems, holographic technology, any one of these, if brought back to the real world, would be enough to trigger a technological earthquake. And now, they were all packaged within this small laboratory. Then let us transport both the equipment and the personnel back. Lin Han inhaled deeply, gesturing grandly. What Haishi City cannot produce, we shall create in our world. What our world cannot create, we will mine, refine, and then bring back. With the dual worlds complementing each other, There will be nothing we cannot conquer. Just as he spoke, Lin Han strode in briskly. The relocation operation has commenced, Commander. Lin Han saluted and reported that Zhou Cheng was quite cooperative. All the researchers and their families at the lighthouse camp have registered and are being transferred in batches to Base 01. The experimental equipment and documents are also being packed. However, Lin Han paused, noting that while clearing the lighthouse camp's warehouse, we discovered some other items. What? A large stockpile of sealed agent number 2. Lin Han's expression grew grave, referring to the enhancement agents from the Black Steel Group. Although Zhou Cheng had not used them extensively, it seemed he had been conducting clandestine improvement experiments. Lin Han narrowed his eyes. Enhancement agents. These substances are akin to Pandora's box, despite their significant side effects. The allure of instant superhuman abilities is undeniably difficult to resist. Suwan, I entrust this to you. Lin Han turned to Suwan. I understand, she nodded seriously. I will analyze its components. If we can eliminate the side effects, it may serve as our trump card against higher-level mutants. If not, then we shall destroy it. Lin Han stated coldly, we do not need to create a horde of short-lived monstrosities to defend our home. Understood. Lin Han stood up, adjusting his collar. Let us proceed to inspect our new possessions. Moreover, it is time to prepare a grand gift for the Black Steel Group. With the advent of battery technology, perhaps certain formidable weapons that were once merely sketches can now be realized. For instance, the individual electromagnetic rifle still in the testing phase. A hint of anticipation curved Lin Han's lips. Chapter 29. Emptying the lighthouse in the West District of Haishi City, the lighthouse camp. If you have ever witnessed a column of army ants passing through, you can imagine the current scene. However, compared to the destruction wrought by army ants, this procession is evidently more constructive, though to the survivors of the lighthouse camp, the distinction is negligible. That microscope, handle it with care. It is an antique from Zeiss, Germany. Over there, dismantle the hard drives from the server cabinets. Yes, be cautious of static. Pack those petri dishes, regardless of their utility. Professor Chun insisted we take everything back for analysis. Suwan stood beside the command vehicle, tablet in hand, orchestrating this monumental relocation effort like a conductor leading a symphony. Under her direction, dozens of engineers clad in exoskeleton suits worked with astonishing efficiency, dismantling everything from precision centrifuges to ordinary office chairs in the underground laboratory of the lighthouse camp, even removing the whiteboards from the walls and the coffee machine from the corner. The meticulousness displayed left Zhou Cheng, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. He had initially believed that Lin Han's directive to receive meant merely taking the core technologies and personnel. He had not anticipated that this team was genuinely intent on emptying the place. Ahem, Commander Lin. Zhou Cheng observed a few soldiers dismantling the emergency lights in the corridor, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are they taking those as well? Those are long-lasting lights powered by nuclear batteries. Lin Han stood beside him, holding a bottle of mineral water, his tone matter of fact. Although the technology is somewhat outdated, it remains quite useful in the field. Chief Zhou, wastefulness is disgraceful. Zhou Cheng suddenly felt that losing to these individuals was entirely justifiable. It was not merely a disparity in force. It was a profound difference in a deeply ingrained ethos of frugality and resourcefulness. 2 hours later, a convoy consisting of 299A tanks leading a procession of heavy trucks and modified passenger vehicles laden with supplies departed from the lighthouse camp. The once bustling underground refuge now echoed only with empty walls and scattered debris. The convoy wove through the ruins of the forest. Inside the modified passenger vehicles, the lighthouse survivors leaned against the windows, gazing with complex emotions at the familiar streets outside. They had endured 12 years of survival here, and today, they were finally leaving. Where are we going? A young female researcher asked her companion nervously. I do not know. The companion, a middle-aged man with thick glasses clutching a stack of manuscripts, replied. I heard we are headed to Base 01. Hopefully, we will have a warm meal. In this apocalyptic world, dignity and ideals are luxuries for most. Survival and sustenance are the pressing necessities. Half an hour later, the convoy reached its destination. When the base, surrounded by towering concrete walls, in reality, hastily erected blast barriers, illuminated and patrolled by drones, came into view, a wave of suppressed gasps filled the vehicle. My heavens, there is electricity. Is that a searchlight? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? Look, those are vegetable greenhouses. Through the barbed wire surrounding the base, they beheld a shocking scene. Rows of neatly constructed greenhouses in an area that should have been barren, exuding an enticing green hue. That is the color of life. The convoy slowly entered the base's gates. Instead of the ominous black muzzles of guns, They were greeted by rows of medical personnel clad in white protective suits and an aroma of food so rich it brought tears to the eyes. Everyone disembark. Follow the instructions and proceed with decontamination. A command voice blared from a loudspeaker. There was no shouting or pushing. The survivors were gently guided into a vast temporary tent. There, they experienced their first luxury in 12 years, a hot shower. As the warm water washed away months, even years, of accumulated filth and radioactive dust, and they changed into clean, dry uniforms, they were handed a steaming white bun and a bowl of braised pork with potatoes. In that moment, many people's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Oh, it's meat. It's really meat. I thought I would never eat white flour again in my life. Mom, this water is sweet. The sounds of weeping, laughter, and swallowing intertwined in the cafeteria. Zhou Cheng sat in the corner with a tray, observing the gleaming bowl of braised pork before him, glancing around at his subordinates devouring their meals and the busy yet hopeful-eyed staff of the base. He suddenly understood something. For the past 12 years, he had merely led these people to survive. Lin Han, however, was leading them to live. Defeated, Zhou Cheng picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth, the rich flavor melting in his mouth. The long-lost taste exploded on his palate, dissolving the last remnants of reluctance and ambition in his heart. He lost, but he accepted it willingly. At the base command center, Lin Han watched the touching scenes unfold on the surveillance screens, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. The transition was proceeding smoothly. Li Zhan stood behind Zhao Jiangguo, reporting quietly that after preliminary screening, a significant proportion of the survivors were researchers. Among them were 35 experts with advanced titles, over 120 mid-level engineers, and nearly 200 skilled technicians. Particularly, we are in urgent need of biological and mechanical engineering experts, and they are all here. Treasures indeed. Very well. Zhao Jiangguo nodded and instructed Dr. Su to arrange their assignments promptly, especially those working in electronics. Have them collaborate with Professor Chun to thoroughly analyze the data from that server. Understood. By the way, Commander, Li Zhan seemed to recall something, his expression as grave as before. The sentinels on outer patrol reported feeling vibrations in the ground on the return journey of the convoy. Vibrations? Zhao Jiangguo furrowed his brow. Was it caused by the tanks? Not likely, Li Zhan shook his head. The frequency of the vibrations is quite low and seems to be emanating from deep underground, as if some colossal entity is stirring. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at the electronic map on the wall. Base 01 lies approximately 20 kilometers from the city center, while the fabled mother nest resides directly beneath the heart of the city. The magnitude of this relocation operation is immense. Could it have disturbed the enigmatic landlord? Heighten vigilance. Zhao Jiangguo issued a solemn command. Radar systems to operate at full capacity. Drone patrols to double their coverage. The moment any anomaly is detected, sound the highest level of combat alert. Understood. Outside, night deepens. Though the base is ablaze with lights and filled with laughter and cheer, an invisible tempest seems to be brewing within the obscurity of the darkness. Chapter 30. Top Secret Earth, Beijing. Western Hills, a clandestine underground command center. There is no ostentation here, only thick concrete walls fortified with nuclear-grade lead shielding. The atmosphere is heavy with solemnity and oppression. Around a long conference table sit 7 or 8 venerable elders clad in Zhongshan suits or military uniforms. Each of them, if ever to appear on the evening news, would send ripples through the international geopolitical landscape. At this moment, their gazes fixate upon a black briefcase positioned at the center of the table. Standing beside it is Professor Chun Qiaveng, dust-laden and still in his lab coat. His eyes bloodshot, yet brimming with an electrifying fervor. Commanders, esteemed leaders, Chun Qiaveng breathed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. After 3 teams from our academy conducted 48 continuous hours of cross-validation, I can now responsibly report to the organization. He abruptly opened the briefcase, revealing a seemingly unremarkable black cube within. We have obtained the key to the future. Silence engulfed the chamber. The eldest among them, eyes profound, spoke slowly. Professor Chun, you are a national hero and a titan of science. We require data, not adjectives. Yes, sir. Chun Qiaveng straightened his posture and activated the large screen behind him. This is Sample 01, the solid-state hydrogen battery retrieved by Comrade Lin Han from the Otherworld Lighthouse Camp. Energy density, 5,000 watt-hours per gram. This figure is not mere numbers. It signifies, his finger traced the screen, if integrated into submarines, our conventional vessels could achieve perpetual underwater navigation akin to nuclear submarines. If installed in tanks, our armored divisions would no longer require accompanying fuel trucks. If embedded within drones, our swarms could circle the globe thrice without landing. Simulated images appeared, each depicting a revolutionary strategic advantage. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chen Qiuvang pressed the remote, shifting the display to a complex chip architecture diagram. This is the carbon-based chip design transmitted by Dr. Su Wan, although we currently lack the photolithography equipment to manufacture it. Its conceptual framework surpasses our silicon-based chips by 2 entire generations. Mastering this would obliterate the 3-decade-long chip bottleneck imposed by the West. He continued, moreover, here is the neural mimetic control algorithm for the exoskeleton and the foundational logic of holographic imaging. As Chen Qiuvang spoke, the atmosphere subtly transformed. The once somber and oppressive mood gave way to an ineffable excitement. These seasoned strategists comprehended better than anyone the monumental implications. This was not merely scientific progress. It was a reversal of national destiny. After a prolonged pause, the eldest gently tapped the table. Have these been verified? Verified, Chen Qiuvang replied resolutely. We powered a high-energy laser in the laboratory with that battery. The beam effortlessly pierced 10 layers of tank armor, with less than 1% battery depletion. The elder nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the video window on the screen's opposite side, where General Zhao Jiangguo was stationed at Base 01, South Command Center. Zhao Jiangguo. Present. Zhao Jiangguo saluted crisply. What is Comrade Lin Han's position? Reporting, Commander. Zhao's voice was grave. Comrade Lin Han's stance is unequivocal, to submit these technologies to the nation. He requests only that the state expedite transforming these into combat capabilities to support the otherworld, as the threats there may far exceed our imagination. The elder fell silent for a moment, eyes sweeping the room. Comrades, fortune unseized becomes a curse. Though his voice was low, it carried an irresistible force. Since that youth entrusted us with this unprecedented treasure, we must not merely accept it, but transform it into a sword safeguarding the renaissance of the Chinese nation. I propose, first, establish the Kunlun Technology Group under the guise of military-civil fusion, led by Comrade Chen Qiuvang, to marshal the nation's strength in reverse engineering otherworld technologies. Second, elevate the secrecy level of the Flame Project to the highest classification, top secret. Apart from those present and direct participants, any attempt to pry information shall be deemed treason. Third, approve the deployment of Engineering Corps and Special Forces battalions to Base 01. Comrade Lin Han is correct. We must achieve dual-world complementarity. Experiments infeasible on Earth will be conducted there. Materials scarce, there will be supplied by us. Personnel, funds, weaponry, whatever is required. The elder rose, eyes blazing like a beacon. This time, we shall show the world the meaning of Chinese speed. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, United States, Langley, headquarters of a certain intelligence agency. An analyst scrutinized the latest satellite data report, brow furrowed. Sir, something is amiss. What is it? The supervisor approached, coffee in hand. The energy network and logistics system of that eastern nation have recently exhibited inexplicable fluctuations. The analyst pointed to several sets of curves on the screen. They have mobilized vast quantities of strategic materials, special alloys, rare earths, high-grade cement, even some sealed military equipment. Yet, none of these supplies have been directed toward any known national key projects. No aircraft carriers, nor the Northwest Launch Base. The supervisor expressed puzzlement. No, their destination is ambiguous, seemingly converging on a coastal southern city, then vanishing without trace. The analyst shook his head. Moreover, civilian power grid loads in that area show no significant increase. However, encrypted military optical cable communications have surged by 300%. Strange. The supervisor narrowed his eyes, peering at the cryptic report, an ominous premonition rising within. As a seasoned intelligence officer, he instinctively sensed a looming threat. Such a vast, yet silent mobilization often signals a grand stratagem in the making. Could they be constructing secret underground defenses? He mused. Or developing a novel weapon demanding colossal resources? Uncertain. No direct evidence at present. Whatever it is, keep them under close watch. The supervisor set down his coffee, voice icy. Activate our deep cover operatives there. Tell them, at any cost, even if only to procure a scrap of paper, I must uncover what the Chinese are concealing. Chapter 31. Rising storm time swiftly passed. Half a month had elapsed since the flame operation. Earth, Coastal City High-Tech Development Zone. A sprawling industrial park, previously dormant for half a year due to financial collapse, had been fully revitalized within this fortnight. Nearby residents were astonished to witness countless heavy trucks bearing military plates lining up from late last night, roaring into the park. Armed paramilitary police swiftly seized control of surrounding intersections, erecting yellow caution tape, and even designated the airspace above the park as a temporary no-fly zone. In front of the most prominent office building within the park, workers have just installed a brand new sign, Kunlun Technology Company, Limited. There was no grand opening ceremony, no media coverage, nor any flowers or applause. This company, destined to reshape the global landscape, was established in an eerily understated manner. On the top floor of the office building, in the executive president's office, although the nominal legal representative is a cadre from the state-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the true authority overseeing this colossal entity is Professor Chun Qiawang's esteemed disciple, Lin Han, the executive director of the Kunlun project. At this moment, he stands before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling scene below, his coffee long since cooled. Mr. Lee, a young secretary enters, cradling a thick stack of documents. Her expression hurried. The first batch of raw materials has been received, 300 tons of special titanium alloy, 50 tons of high-purity graphene, and rare earth permanent magnet materials urgently allocated from the National Reserve Bureau. All are in place. And the production line? Liam turns, his eyes tinged with the redness of sleepless nights, yet his gaze remains sharp as a blade. It is operating at full capacity, the secretary reports. According to Professor Chin's blueprints, we worked overnight to retrofit 3 automated robotic production lines. The first line is responsible for manufacturing the hydraulic joints of the Kunlun exoskeleton, the second line for the precision casting of the load-bearing frame, and the third line for the core energy transfer module. We expect to produce the first batch of qualified components within 24 hours. Liam nods, moving to his desk and pointing at a red secure phone. Just now, 3 suppliers called, probing for information about what we are producing and why our purity requirements are so stringent. Tell the procurement department that anyone who dares to ask further questions will be immediately removed from the supplier list and permanently blacklisted. Additionally, notify the security department to elevate the confidentiality level of the park. Not even a fly should enter without distinction. Yes, the secretary responds, clearly unnerved. Liam takes a deep breath, returning to his chair and massaging his throbbing temples. Just half a month ago, he was merely a researcher fretting over project funding. Now, the resources at his disposal could make any Fortune 500 company envious. With a single signature, billions in funds could flow, and entire trains of supplies could be allocated. The intoxicating taste of such power fills him with both exhilaration and trepidation. Project 01, Liam murmurs, his gaze drifting toward the distant city skyline outside the window. Where did it emerge from? As an executive, he lacks the clearance to know about the existence of the dual-channel gate. The command from above is simple. At all costs, produce the best components according to the blueprints, and then transport them through the green channel to the designated location. As for the purpose of these components, do not inquire. Report. The secretary returns, this time in an even lower voice. A batch of special equipment has arrived. It was airlifted directly from the Institute of Biological Sciences, accompanied by 2 fully armed special agents. They have specifically requested to deliver it to that special warehouse. Liam's expression sharpens, and he rises abruptly. The special warehouse is the endpoint of the vanished supplies, the most enigmatic black hole in the entire plan. Grant them access, Liam commands solemnly. Transmit my orders. Henceforth, all vehicles going to that warehouse will use the green channel, exempt from inspection. No one is to obstruct, examine, or record. Understood. In the other realm, the 01 forward base is undergoing a transformation more profound than the frenetic activities occurring on Earth. As the personnel and equipment from the lighthouse camp fully integrate, this base, once steeped in cold military aesthetics, has begun to breathe life and research. The formerly vacant underground level 2 has been transformed into a vast comprehensive laboratory. Various precise instruments blink with indicator lights, while researchers in white lab coats bustle about. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In the biological laboratory, an elderly professor wearing reading glasses holds Su-Wan's experimental notes in high regard. He is Professor Zhang, a distinguished figure from the Institute of Biological Sciences and the leader of the supporting expert team. Dr. Su, to think you could stabilize the active structure of the Z virus using extracts from mutated plants under such resource constraints. This idea is nothing short of genius. Professor Zhang gestures excitedly at the sample under the microscope, his hands trembling with enthusiasm. We have spent a lifetime in sterile laboratories on Earth contemplating how to kill viruses, never once considering how to harness their energetic properties. Your discovery could rewrite the history of human immunology. Su-Wan smiles modestly, adjusting a newly assembled centrifuge. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It was born out of necessity, she replies humbly. At that time, without low-temperature preservation equipment. Virus samples would become inactive within 3 hours. I tried everything at my disposal and ultimately discovered that the juice of the ghost face vine, which grows in ruins, could induce the virus into a dormant state. Experience in the field reveals true knowledge. Another physicist approaches, examining a crystal core emitting a faint glow. We initially believed this crystal was merely some biological stone, yet it turns out to be a high-density energy aggregate. This energy structure completely contradicts existing thermodynamic laws. Here, the laws of physics seem to be more lenient. Lin Han leans against the laboratory doorframe, observing this harmonious scene with a slight smile. This is what he wished to witness. The practical experience of the other realm combined with peculiar materials, alongside the profound theoretical foundation and robust industrial capabilities of Earth, creates a chemical reaction far beyond mere simplicity. Commander, Lin Han appears silently behind him, clad in a training uniform reeking of machine oil. The first batch of Kunlun exoskeleton components sent from the other side has arrived. Our engineers are assembling them. Would you like to take a look? Let us go. Lin Han's eyes brighten. The two traverse the long corridor to the equipment workshop on the base's first floor. This area has transformed into a small arms factory. A dozen mechanics are busy around 3 silver-gray exoskeletons, sparks flying from electric welders, and the hissing of pneumatic wrenches fills the air. Compared to the heavy, crude Titan prototype at the lighthouse camp, these 3 Kunlun Type 1 exoskeletons are nothing short of masterpieces. Aerodynamically designed titanium alloy armor envelopes all critical areas, with more flexible bionic hydraulic structures at the joints. The power pack has been reduced to backpack size, comprising Professor Chen Qiaweng's latest solid-state hydrogen battery pack. This is Kunlun. Lin Han caresses the cold surface of the exoskeleton, his eyes filled with fervor. Weighing 35 kilograms, with a maximum load of 150 kilograms. It can sprint 100 meters in 12 seconds. Furthermore, it integrates the latest fire control assistance system, allowing even a novice to easily manage the recoil of a heavy machine gun. This is what we call dimensionality reduction strike. Lin Han nods in satisfaction. Equip it to the special operations team first. I have a feeling that this tranquil period will not last much longer. Just then, his intercom vibrates at his waist. Lin Han, come to the P3 laboratory. Su Wan's voice carries an unmistakable excitement. The item has been completed. Lin Han and Lin Han exchange a glance. A glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. It seems today is indeed a fortuitous day. Lin Han pats Lin Han on the shoulder. Let us go see what surprise Dr. Su has prepared for us. Chapter 32. The Key to Genetics 01 Forward Base, Underground Level 2, P3 Biological Laboratory. As Lin Han and Lin Han arrived, Su Wan was cautiously extracting a metallic tube from the refrigeration unit. The atmosphere in the laboratory was heavy and solemn, punctuated only by the faint hum of machines. This is the key, Su Wan proclaimed, lifting the light blue syringe encased within the metal tube, briefly shimmering it under the light. It combined the inducement principles of the second agent, the recently discovered ghost face vine inhibitor, and the purified energy extracted from the first stage crystal nucleus. Before her stood a row of precision monitoring instruments, alongside Professor Chen Qiaweng and General Zhao Jiangguo, whose expressions were grave. How safe is it? Chen Qiaweng inquired. Theoretically. It is safe, Su Wan replied, taking a deep breath. The original second agent had forcefully breached the genetic locks of the human body, ruthlessly depleting vitality. However, this modified version can be likened to a gentle key. It does not forcibly unlock the genetic locks, but instead induces self-repair and slight enhancement of cells by supplementing high-purity energy. And the efficacy? Zhao Jiangguo was more concerned with its practical value. It is not as exaggerated as the previous version, Su Wan assessed objectively. It is expected to enhance an average person's strength and endurance by approximately 30, with a 20 increase in reaction speed. Most importantly, it significantly boosts the immune system, providing a certain resistance to the Z virus. In essence, a soldier injected with this agent, even if scratched by a zombie, stands a high probability of not mutating as long as treatment is administered within an hour. This is a strategic breakthrough, Chen Qiaweng exclaimed, rising in excitement. An immunity to the virus. This is more precious than any enhancement in strength. It signifies that humanity will no longer be at an absolute disadvantage when confronting zombies. However, Su Wan's tone shifted. This is, after all, a first-generation experimental product. We require a volunteer for human clinical trials. I'll do it, Lin Han interjected without hesitation, extending his arm. As the base commander, it is my duty. Nonsense. Zhao Jiangguo interrupted sternly from the screen. Lin Han, you are not just the base commander. You are also the sole host of the dual crossing door. Your life belongs to the nation, not just yourself. Don't be a hero. Lin Han hesitated, reluctantly retracting his hand. I'll do it. Li Han stepped forward, ready to remove his tactical jacket. Don't move either. Lin Han halted him with a hand. His gaze calm and rational. You are the Special Operations Team leader, the highest combat commander of the base. Until we are 100% certain of safety, I cannot gamble with your life. Then who should we find? Li Han frowned. For such a confidential project, we have 2,000 survivors and several hundred awaiting redemption from the Black Steel remnants. Lin Han turned, commanding through the intercom. Go to the prisoner camp and bring over a man named Zhang Hu. Tell him there's an opportunity to rise to greatness, and ask if he dares to seize it. 5 minutes later, Zhang Hu, once an assault soldier of the Black Steel Group, stood nervously in the laboratory. His imposing figure and rugged face made him resemble a sheep in front of Lin Han and a group of fully armed soldiers. This agent can make you stronger, but it can also kill you, Lin Han stated bluntly. If successful, you will become a formal combatant of Base 01, enjoying double point benefits. And your past will be forgiven. If you fail, we will erect a monument in your honor. Zhang Hu's eyes flickered as he gazed at the light blue agent. As a veteran who had navigated the apocalypse for 12 years, he understood the true essence of power. In Black Steel, only the most elite had the privilege of using enhancement agents, while the lower-tier foot soldiers had to wager their lives. Commander, I'll do it, Zhang Hu declared, a fierce resolve in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and climbed onto the testing platform. 18 years later, I will be a hero again. Let us begin. Lin Han nodded. Su-Wan expertly operated the instruments, the cold needle piercing Zhang Hu's vein as the light blue liquid slowly infused. The room fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, halfway through the injection, Zhang Hu emitted a blood-curdling scream. His muscles spasmed violently, veins bulging like worms, as if a fiery dragon was rampaging through his veins. Heart rate at 160, blood pressure off the charts. Su-Wan fixated on the screen, her palms clammy with sweat. His physical condition was inferior to Li Han's, resulting in a more intense reaction. Hold him down, Li Han ordered. And 2 Special Forces members rushed forward to restrain Zhang Hu's limbs. Zhang Hu's eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, roaring like a beast. This agonizing struggle continued for a full 10 minutes, each second feeling like an eternity in hell. Just when Lin Han thought he could not endure any longer, Zhang Hu's convulsions abruptly ceased. He lay limp on the testing platform, gasping for breath, his skin crimson as if he had just emerged from boiling water. Heart rate stabilizing. Body temperature normal. Su-Wan sighed in relief. Success. Zhang Hu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the world had transformed. The dust on the laboratory ceiling, the distant hum of machines, all became exceptionally vivid. The long-standing weakness from malnutrition had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power, as if he might burst at the seams. I feel. Zhang Hu abruptly sat up, instinctively clenching his fist. Bang. He merely intended to steady himself on the armrest, but the stainless steel armrest crumpled under his grip. Wow. Zhang Hu was taken aback. Strength increased by approximately 40. Su-Wan observed the data. A glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Perhaps due to his previous condition, the enhancement was even more pronounced. Well done, Lin Han approached, regarding the bewildered Zhang Hu. Congratulations. You have won your gamble. From this moment, you are a member of the Firebrand Special Operations Team. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Zhang Hu, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on the ground in reverence. In this world where strength reigned supreme, this newfound power was his lifeline. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a violent tremor abruptly interrupted everything. Boom. Even the beakers on the testing platform toppled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Alert! Alert! The voice of Lei Long roared through the broadcast, filled with urgency. The underground defense wall has been breached. Repeat, the underground defense wall has been breached. Something has burrowed in, right below the armory. Lin Han's expression shifted. The armory. That was the lifeline of the base. It seems our guests can no longer wait. Lin Han seized the intercom, his gaze icy. Li Han, assemble your special forces and don the new gear. Zhang Hu, since you have reaped the benefits, it is now your turn to fight for your life. Yes. Li Han snapped his helmet into place with deadly resolve. Zhang Hu rose from the ground, seizing a combat shovel, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Rest assured, Commander, whoever dares to touch our armory, I will tear them apart. Chapter 33. Night Hunters. The exterior corridor of the underground armory at Base 01 had once been designed as an air defense shelter, boasting 3-meter-thick reinforced concrete walls and an independent ventilation system. At this moment, The emergency lights cast a ghastly pallor in the dust-laden air, flickering ominously and distorting the shadows of those present. Crack! A gaping, irregular hole, approximately 2 meters in diameter, had appeared at the base of the once impenetrable defense wall. Rubble and violently twisted rebar lay scattered across the ground, resembling a gaping maw. From the depths of the hole emanated a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine. The sound of claws scraping against rock, a cacophony that was hair-raising. All teams establish a fan-shaped defense line. Shields in front, firepower units behind. Lin Han's voice was steady and commanding, clearly transmitted through the tactical helmet's communication channel to every team member. At that moment, he donned the unpainted silver-gray titanium alloy prototype of the Kunlun I model. This mech exuded the rugged aesthetic of the industrial era. The solid-state hydrogen battery pack on its back was secured by several black provisional braces. And on the exposed hydraulic lines, one could still discern the hurriedly scrawled markings left by engineers. Although it was merely a hastily assembled prototype, with conspicuous weld seams along its shell, this equipment, melding otherworldly energy with terrestrial industrial design, still radiated an intimidating sense of power. With every step, the servo motors beneath its feet emitted a subtle hum, a testament to the latent force poised to unleash. Behind him, 12 Special Forces operatives swiftly assumed combat positions. 2 clad in heavy riot gear raised alloy shields, sealing off the corridor's flanks while leaving a firing lane in the center. The rear ranks gripped Type 191 assault rifles, already fitted with tactical grips and extended magazines, their dark muzzles steadily fixed on the ominous black aperture ahead. "I'm ready too." A heavy thud announced Zhang Hu's breathless arrival at the squad's flank. He wore no exoskeleton, only a thickened heavy bulletproof vest. With 2 rifle ammunition belts draped around his neck, and in his hand, he carried a colossal hydraulic cutter designed for dismantling tank tracks. Crafted from high-strength alloy, weighing some 40 to 50 kilograms and measuring about 1.5 meters in length, its massive pincers struck an intimidating figure. Yet, in Zhang Hu's genetically enhanced grasp, this formidable tool felt as light as a mere firewood stick. "Don't act rashly. Hold the right flank dead angle." Li Zhan cast him a glance. Through his visor, one could see Zhang Hu's reddened eyes and bulging veins, a sign the serum's effect still surged within. Without orders, he was forbidden to obstruct the firing line. Yes, Zhang Hu swallowed hard. His primal instincts stirred from deep within his genes, warning him of a terrifying presence approaching the cave. The air bore the stench of decayed earth and thick blood, more perilous than any zombie he had previously encountered. Suddenly, 2 glaring crimson points flared within the suffocating darkness of the cave's mouth. Then 4, 6, 8, countless red dots illuminated the abyss like myriad hellish eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Li Zhan's tactical visor flashed frantically with red warnings, data streaming like a waterfall. Thermal imaging revealed numerous high-energy biological signatures. Number 30. Contact in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. A shrill, piercing screech erupted as a shadow streaked out like black lightning from the cave, hurtling toward Li Zhan at the front line. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a blur in midair. Under the pale light, the creature's true form was revealed, a slender, quadrupedal humanoid beast covered in jet-black scales. Faceless save for a maw bristling with razor-sharp teeth and atrophied nostrils. Its hands had grotesquely mutated into enormous bony claws, each blade razor-like, gleaming coldly in the light. "Hold steady. Engage at close range," Li Zhan roared, not ordering fire but, aided by the exoskeleton's hydraulic support, instantly lowering his shoulders and dropping his elbows into a defensive stance. Firing at this distance risked the swift creature breaching the barrage and potentially causing friendly fire. He had to intercept this vanguard first. Clang! The beast's claws, capable of tearing through armored vehicle steel, slammed onto Li Zhan's crossed arms shielding his chest. The tremendous impact cracked the ground beneath his feet, yet he stood firm like a nail hammered into the earth. Sparks flew from the titanium alloy armor plating of the Kunlun exoskeleton, and the hydraulic drives emitted a low roar as they bore the blow. The display flashed red text. Left arm armor damage 5, hydraulic system pressure normal. "Is that all you've got? Get lost," Li Zhan bellowed, unleashing full power. Before the creature could retract its claws, his right fist shot out like a cannonball, whistling fiercely as it crashed into the monster's chest. Boom. A muffled thud followed by the sickening sound of shattering bone. The 200-pound creature was blasted backward, its chest caved in, black blood mixed with viscera spraying everywhere. It tumbled like a ruptured sack back toward the cave mouth, toppling 2 others attempting to charge forward. Now, suppressive fire. Li Han sidestepped left, clearing the frontal firing lane as he commanded loudly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. The unleashed torrent of gunfire and grenade detonations reverberated throughout the corridor. 12 rifles wove a metallic storm, pouring relentlessly into the crowded cave entrance. With the exoskeleton's mechanical arms absorbing recoil, the soldiers could hold continuous fire with unerring precision. The newly exposed night hunters were instantly riddled, their black blood splattering midair. Spent shells fell like raindrops, clinking crisply. The air was thick with gunpowder and the metallic stench of monster blood. Die, 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 one soldier shouted ecstatically, firing single-handedly while deftly reloading with the other, a feat once only seen in video games, now made reality by the Kunlun system. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, and their ferocity boundless. Several night hunters who slipped through the net used their fallen comrades as cover, suddenly scaling the corridor walls and skittering across the ceiling like geckos, attempting to bypass the frontal fire and assail the rear troops from above. Right flank. Ceiling. Li Han warned. I've got this. Came a roar. Zhang Hu, guarding the right dead angle, sprang into action. He bore no firearm, but he wielded strength. As the ceiling-dwelling monster lunged down, Zhang Hu surged forward like a mad bull, swinging his giant hydraulic cutter like a baseball bat, using his momentum to smash it fiercely. Whoosh. The heavy cutter whipped up a gust of wind. Squelch. The creature's head exploded midair like a rotten watermelon, red and white matter splattering over Zhang Hu, who didn't even flinch. Roar. Another beast charged, its claws tearing 3 deep gashes across Zhang Hu's bulletproof vest and slicing his arm, blood streaming. Yet Zhang Hu seemed impervious to pain. The genetic serum granted not only strength, but significantly dulled his nociceptive nerves. He seized the monster's neck, crushing its throat with his left hand, then raised the cutter with his right and slammed it down hard upon its spine. Crack. The creature collapsed, lifeless. Ha! Hell yes. That's the thrill. Zhang Hu wiped the black blood from his face, intoxicated by the power to command life and death. Every cell within him rejoiced. The 12 years of terror haunted by zombies vanished in that instant. The battle raged for a full 15 minutes. In that brief span, at least 50 night hunters fell within the corridor, their bodies piled high, black blood pooling ankle-deep. Only when no more shadows emerged from the cave did the gunfire gradually cease. Ceasefire. Maintain vigilance. Li Han raised his fist, signaling a halt. His mech was scarred with claw marks, its once silver-gray metallic surface soot-blackened, yet the core's blue glow remained steady. Secure. Secure. Reload and cover. The team, thoroughly trained, commenced alternating cover fire, systematically clearing the battlefield and delivering finishing shots to the convulsing monsters. Li Han approached the corpse of the leader-like creature he had knocked away with a single punch, crouched down, and activated the tactical helmet's scanning mode. The creature exhibited no sensation of pain. Its bone density was thrice that of an ordinary zombie. Observing its fully degenerated eyes and enormous auricles, Li Han deduced it had long dwelled underground, resulting in diminished vision but extraordinarily acute hearing and smell. Its claws bore barbs suited for digging. These were night hunters. Suwon's voice came through the communicator, tinged with gravity. I've seen such descriptions in the Black Steel database. They are scout units of the Mother Hive, specialized in excavating tunnels and conducting nocturnal raids. Their presence here indicates the Mother Hive has locked onto our position, meaning the main beast tide is not far behind. Li Han rose and gazed into the fathomless abyss. From within, faint scraping sounds persisted, as if countless claws crawled through the darkness, awaiting another assault. Seal the entrance. Li Han commanded decisively, his tone unyielding. Engineering squad, deploy quick-setting cement immediately. Block that tunnel completely. Additionally, embed vibration-sensitive mines within the walls if they dare to dig again. Send them straight to the heavens. Yes, sir. Several engineers, equipped with jetpacks, swiftly advanced, spraying specially formulated rapid-curing concrete at the cave's mouth. At that moment, Lin Han's calm and steady voice joined the channel. Li Han, how are you feeling? Reporting, Commander, Li Han replied, glancing at his exoskeleton and flexing his arm. The equipment performed superbly, utterly overwhelming. Aside from some heat accumulation in the cooling system under sustained heavy load, there were no issues. His gaze shifted to Zhang Hu, who sat upon a corpse, panting heavily, clutching a hydraulic wrench smeared with brain matter. Despite multiple wounds, Zhang Hu seemed oblivious, his face adorned with a wild grin born of survival. Li Han paused before assessing. That man is a born warrior, ruthless and resilient. Though unmethodical, he excels in chaotic combat. Excellent, Li Han murmured. Within the command center, Lin Han observed the screen displaying countless corpses strewn across the ground, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Clear the battlefield and extract the crystal cores. None must be wasted. Inform everyone. This is merely an appetizer. The main course lies ahead. Chapter 34. Probing and Deterrence. The alarm in the underground armory had just ceased when a piercing air raid siren abruptly shattered the silence over Base 01. The wailing scream rent the night's tranquility. Lin Han and his team, still catching their breath from the subterranean skirmish, were immediately redeployed by new orders. This is the command center. Radar has detected a large number of fast-moving targets at the perimeter of our ground defenses. Zhao Jiangwo's voice was imbued with grim resolve. They are probing the blind spots of our firepower network. Repeat, they are probing the blind spots. On the ground, the survivor residential area stirred. Previously asleep survivors were roused by the alarms, panic spreading like a plague among the crowd, especially the newly integrated members from the former lighthouse camp, whose memories of this siren were soaked in terror. Only recently, the same alarm had heralded their camp's annihilation. It's those monsters. They're chasing us. A middle-aged woman clutching her child trembled, despair flooding her eyes. It's useless. The walls 1T hold. They climb and dig tunnels. Silence. A guard charged with maintaining order bellowed. Everyone, stay put. This is Base 01, not your shattered camp. Though his voice was loud, the guard's hand gripping his rifle trembled slightly. The oppressive dread emanating from the abyss was an instinctual terror no human could resist. Outside the base's perimeter walls, a dozen high-powered searchlights swept wildly over the ruins. In the shadows cast by these beams, several black silhouettes darted close to the ground like phantoms. Using abandoned vehicles and collapsed walls as cover, their movements were coordinated, clearly executing tactical maneuvers. Report. Enemy spotted at Watchpoint 3 in Sector C. They're too fast to lock onto. Report. Digging traces found beneath the D sector wall. They're attempting a breach. On the command center's large screen, dozens of red dots circled the base's perimeter, converging and dispersing like a pack of cunning wolves stalking a colossal beast, seeking an opening. Clever. Zhao Jiangwo sneered before the screen. First, they lure our main force underground by tunneling, then use surface troops to probe our air defense blind spots and reaction speed. This is no mere beast, it's an army. This was the terrifying nature of the mutants. Suwan stood beside Lin Han, her face pale as she observed the data on the screen. They share a unified brain. These night hunters are merely their eyes and tentacles. If we fail to inflict substantial damage at once, they will continue sending themselves to their deaths until they uncover our secrets. Want to uncover our secrets? Zhao Jiangwo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then let us show them what secrets really mean. Grasping the communicator, he issued a calm command. Lilong. Activate the area denial system. Fire 5 illumination flares simultaneously, light up the sky. Then, warm up the Ludon. Yes, sir, came Lilong's excited roar from the other end. The next moment, 5 bright illumination flares, trailing long tails of flame, soared into the sky and detonated 500 meters above the base. The pitch-black night instantly transformed into daylight. The ghastly light enveloped a 2-kilometer radius around the base without shadows. Those night hunters, who had relied on darkness to approach the walls, were exposed without refuge. Even a rotting flesh wyvern, circling low and attempting an aerial scroll attack, was forced into the open, emitting a panicked screech. A low, dense hum of motors, like the whisper of death, sounded from the base's main tower rooftop. There, a massive turret previously concealed beneath canvas was unveiled. To confront this crisis, the latest close-range air defense missile system, the Ludon 3000, had been specially transported from Earth. Compared to its predecessors, this steel behemoth boasted a terrifying 11-barrel 30mm rotary cannon with a firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute. Equipped with phased array radar and integrated infrared and television dual-mode tracking systems, it truly realized a fire and forget, find and destroy integrated strike capability. Radar locked on targets. Fire control data computed. With no manual aiming required, the fully automated fire control system had captured all high-threat targets the instant the flares ignited. Die. Lilong slammed the launch button. A sound unlike the staccato of gunfire erupted. It resembled the ripping of fabric. Flames erupted several meters from the muzzle, the dense stream of bullets forming a dazzling fiery whip. This fiery lash seemed alive, guided by intelligent fire control, sweeping precisely through the night. The first victim was the half-airborne rotting flesh wyvern, unable even to flap its wings before being struck. The 30mm high-explosive rounds detonated instantly, shredding the 5-meter wingspan monstrosity into a crimson mass midair in a mere 0.5 seconds. Without even a scream, it vanished utterly. Then, the fiery lash descended, sweeping toward the ground. Whether lurking behind abandoned vehicles or sprinting along the base of walls, the night hunters became mere jesters in the face of a terrifying rate of fire at 160 rounds per second. The dense tungsten core armor-piercing rounds effortlessly pierced the engine hoods of cars and shattered thick concrete, obliterating the monsters taking refuge behind them along with their cover. It was true annihilation. A creature attempting to leap to safety was struck mid-air by a fiery whip, its body instantaneously torn asunder. Its severed limbs crushed once more by the subsequent hail of bullets. In a mere 5 seconds, a brief, chaotic burst, the surrounding ruins of the base appeared as if plowed, with dozens of probing night hunters and a rotting dragon vanishing without a trace, leaving only a ground strewn with smoldering metal fragments and grotesque remnants of flesh. The gunfire ceased abruptly, and the heat dissipating from the barrels rose languidly into the air. At that moment, the world seemed to press a mute button. In the residential area, survivors who had been crying out now stood agape, staring blankly at the scene outside, as though robbed of their ability to articulate. The middle-aged woman who had previously deemed the situation hopeless now gaped wide-eyed at the fearsome machine still billowing smoke, trembling not from fear, but from an overwhelming sense of shock and security. What kind of power is this? Is this divine retribution? Is it over? A former guardian of the lighthouse camp swallowed hard, nearly dropping his makeshift rifle. We used to lose several brothers to slay a single creature like that. We couldn't even scratch that dragoness hide. They accomplished it in 5 seconds? This is the difference. Beside him, a veteran from Base 01 clapped him on the shoulder, pride radiating from his demeanor. This is what is known as integrated fire support. Once the radar detects you, you are already a dead man. Here, any problem that can be resolved with ammunition shall never cost a life. One must simply get accustomed to it. Within the command center, the targets were confirmed as eliminated. The radar indicated that no high-energy responses remained in the area, the operator reported. Lin Han watched as the pools of red thermal imaging vanished from the screen, not revealing a relaxed expression. They have retreated. Suwon fixed her gaze on the screen. The mother nest had severed its link with these scouts. It had obtained the information it desired. An assault from the ground is unfeasible, and aerial strikes are likewise impractical. Thus, it must be compelled to adopt a different approach. Zhao Jiangguo turned, his eyes deep and resolute, instructing all to remain vigilant. Since the probing had concluded, it was highly likely that a full-scale assault would follow. He approached the window and gazed upward at the still pitch-black night sky. The illumination flares were gradually extinguishing, plunging the earth back into darkness. Yet, in the depths of that darkness, it seemed a far greater storm was brewing. Li Zhan, ensure your special forces take the time to recuperate. Additionally, Zhao Jiangguo turned to Su Wan. Dr. Su, prioritize the recently extracted crystal cores for Zhang Hu's team. We need more enhanced warriors. The next encounter will be the true decisive battle. Chapter 35. The first production line Earth, Haiban City, Kunlun Technology Industrial Park. The park remained brightly lit in the dead of night, akin to daylight. Within the vast steel-structured factory, the low-frequency roar of hundreds of CNC machines operating simultaneously coalesced into a formidable industrial torrent. Unlike the desolate state it had been in when he first took charge 2 weeks prior, Kunlun Technology Park had now transformed into a veritable steel behemoth. The perimeter was fortified with armed police stationed every few steps, and even the high ground surrounding the park was manned by sniper teams. Any unauthorized vehicles or individuals approaching the security line were swiftly turned away or detained. Inside the park, management was even more stringent, with all workers having signed the highest level of confidentiality agreements, residing on-site, severing all physical ties to the outside world. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This batch must be loaded by 3 o'clock in the morning. The logistics supervisor waved the dispatch documents, his voice hoarse from shouting. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he directed a group of workers moving cargo boxes. These boxes were uniformly military green, high-strength engineering plastic, each weighing 200 kilograms, with camouflage labels indicating precision agricultural machinery components. However, only a select few core personnel understood that each box contained components of the individual exoskeleton, codenamed Kunlun, capable of sparking a military revolution worldwide. In the workshop, 3 urgently modified, fully automated production lines operated at high speed. Mechanical arms moved with blurring speed, and laser welding heads emitted dazzling sparks with micron-level precision. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of hydraulic presses, specially treated titanium alloy sheets were stamped into shape, polished, and then assembled with newly mass-produced solid-state hydrogen battery packs and miniature hydraulic servo motors from this side of the planet. The entire process flowed seamlessly, embodying the aesthetic of industrial order. Mr. Lee, the latest yield report has come in. A young secretary approached Lee Mo, who was overseeing operations from the second-floor observation corridor, her voice trembling slightly from fatigue and excitement. Following process improvements, the yield rate for the Kunlun Type 1 mass production model had risen to 98, with a current daily output of 50 units. This was nothing short of a miracle in industrial history. 50 units. Lee Mo gazed at the assembly line producing the steel battle suits, a glimmer of fervor crossing his eyes, tempered by a grave demeanor. He took the report, scanned it quickly, and shook his head. Not enough. The directive states that within 3 days, I want to see 200 complete units dispatched to that location. This is a non-negotiable order. 300 units in 3 days? The secretary gasped, realizing that this meant they needed to boost production capacity by 30. The machines were already operating at overload. If they accelerated further, the spindles might overheat. Then we'll add water cooling. Increase the lubrication. The machines will keep running, even if the workers must rest. Lee Mo spun around, his gaze sharp as a blade. This is a direct emergency order from the military commission. No one is to falter. Every exoskeleton must be flawless. They are not merely machines. They are a soldier's second life. Although he was unaware of the specific purposes of this equipment, the urgency of reallocating rare earth materials directly from the National Reserve and borrowing senior engineers from military-industrial groups instilled in him an instinctive understanding that this involved a nationally significant strategic operation. Regardless of what it entailed, as the military-industrial leader in the rear, he would not permit his production issues to leave frontline soldiers without armor. Understood. I will arrange for increased night shifts immediately. Also, inform the cafeteria to provide extra meals for the night shift workers, doubling their overtime pay. The secretary, inspired by his fervor, hurried off to relay the orders. Lee Mo took a deep breath and turned his attention back to the production line. There, a recently assembled exoskeleton was undergoing final factory testing. As the tester operated it, the black mechanized suit deftly executed running, jumping, and lifting motions, with hydraulic joints emitting a pleasing hum. Go forth and create history, Lee Mo murmured softly to himself. At 3:30 a.m., 5 unmarked heavy container trucks, escorted by 2 armored vehicles, silently left the park. The convoy traversed a newly opened green passageway that only appeared on the highest level maps, moving smoothly towards the abandoned underground parking lot on the outskirts of Hyben City, the Earth entrance to Base Zero. All traffic lights along the route had been locked to green by the Traffic Control Department, and all surveillance cameras at intersections had entered maintenance mode at that moment. Half an hour later, in the other world, Base 01, Underground Plaza. The space here is far more spacious than the underground parking lots back on Earth. With a height of 6 meters, the originally dark and damp walls have been reinforced and painted white, while a massive ventilation system operates at full capacity, circulating fresh air underground. In the center of the plaza, a colossal light gate glows with an ethereal blue radiance, pulsating as if it were breathing. The surface of the light gate ripples with undulating patterns reminiscent of water waves, each fluctuation accompanied by a slight overflow of spatial energy. Boxes emblazoned with the Kunlun Technology logo are continuously transported via an automated conveyor belt from the light gate. Logistics personnel, who have been waiting for some time, swiftly approach to skillfully unpack, inspect, and register the goods. Heaven help us. Zhang Hu, who has just finished his rest and arrived to collect his equipment, gazes at the meticulously arranged rows of silver-gray mechas with wide eyes, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. This is no longer the makeshift model adorned with seams and threads that Li Zhan wore. It is a true industrial masterpiece. Each exoskeleton is coated with a matte black tactical layer, which not only absorbs radar waves, but also provides excellent concealment during the night. The joints are covered with honeycomb-patterned flexible armor, ensuring both mobility and ballistic protection. The battery compartment at the back has been designed to be more compact and streamlined, no longer jutting out like that of a prototype. The chest bears a laser-etched serial number for the Kunlun mass-produced Model 001, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the light. This is yours, the logistics officer states, pushing a set of exoskeletons towards Zhang, who while checking data on a tablet. Zhang Hu, serial number 01025. Based on your physique and the strength data post-gene injection, this heavy assault model has been specially crafted for you. Heavy assault model? Zhang Hu blinks in surprise. Indeed, it sacrifices some agility, but enhances frontal armor and load capacity. The officer points at the thickened hydraulic rods on the Mecha-S legs. which possess a power output 15 times that of the standard model, enabling you to wield heavy melee weapons with ease or operate a heavy machine gun single-handedly. Trembling. Zhang Hu touches the cold metallic surface, the sensation reminiscent of the first time he held his father's hunting rifle as a child, an extension of power, a guarantee of survival. Try it on, Li Han urges, having already donned a brand new Commander model exoskeleton, which features a far more complex communications command module and 2 additional interfaces for mini tactical missile launchers on the shoulders. Yes, Zhang Hu inhales deeply and, with the assistance of technicians, steps into the exoskeleton's frame. Click, click. The sound of latches locking into place signals the system's activation. A faint current flows throughout his body, calibrating the neural connection sensors. Zhang Hu feels an exhilarating lightness, as if liberated from the grip of gravity. The once cumbersome armor now feels like a part of him. With every breath and muscle contraction, the mecha responds perfectly. The sensation of power surging through his veins compels him to let out a triumphant roar. How does it feel? Li Han inquires, peering at him through the visor. I feel like I could take on 10 of them. Zhang Hu clenches his fist, and merely this motion causes the hydraulic assistance system to produce a thunderous crack. He feels invincible, as if he could easily fell a bull with a single punch. Not so fast. There will be plenty for you to fight. Li Han reassures him with a pat on his sturdy shoulder, the sound resonating like a crisp metallic clash. This batch consists of 150 units, prioritized for your group of newly injected recruits. From this moment on, you are the heavy infantry company of Base 01. He turns to face the more than 100 newly outfitted warriors behind him. Once survivors, drifters, or even criminals, they now exude an overwhelming aura of a steel torrent. Clad in uniform black mecha. Remember, this equipment is provided to you by the organization. When you wear it, you are no longer wanderers of the apocalypse, but defenders of civilization. Li Han's voice reverberates through the vast underground plaza, striking the hearts of every individual present. Behind us are over 2,000 unarmed compatriots, the people of Base 01. If we retreat, even a step, they face certain death. Do you understand? Understood. More than 100 steel warriors roar in unison, their voices shaking the overhead fluorescent lights. At that moment, a piercing alarm blares once more. This time, it is not the tremors from below or the probing of the ground, but a warning from above. The shrill air raid siren pierces the sky, more urgent and shrill than any prior alert. It is the highest level air raid warning. Report. A panicked voice from the communication device of the radar station announces. Long-range aerial radar has detected a large-scale airborne target cluster. Bearing 030, altitude 2,000, quantity exceeds 10,000. Repeat, quantity exceeds 10,000. Oh heavens, is that a storm cloud? Li Han exclaims, abruptly looking up at the monitoring screen on the base's dome. The previously dark night sky is now obscured by an immense shadow. It is not a cloud. It is a multitude of decaying flesh dragons, resembling a black tsunami, blotting out the stars and moon as they descend upon Base 01. Is this what you call the main course? Li Han takes a deep breath and pulls down his tactical mask, a flash of red light flickering in his eyes. Everyone, Level 1 combat readiness. Heavy infantry company, move to the surface. Bring those birdmen down. Chapter 36, Beyond Visual Range strikes beep, beep, beep. At the underground command center of Base 01, a crisp electronic prompt shatters the tranquility of the night. Before the vast holographic tactical map, dozens of LCD screens illuminate simultaneously, displaying real-time situational awareness within a 360-degree radius around the base. This is the nerve center of the entire Base 01. Seated at the main console is a young lieutenant, barely 2 years out of military academy. Adjusting his glasses, he calmly picks up the communicator and reports to Li Han. Report. Long-range air surveillance radar has detected a large-scale abnormal signal. Bearing 030, distance 250 kilometers, altitude 3,000 meters, speed approximately 200 kilometers per hour. How many targets? Li Han immediately requests sector specifics. The holographic screen updates in real time with the physical parameters of the targets, and the red threat level blinks incessantly. The operator's fingers dance swiftly across the keyboard, pulling up detailed radar analysis data. On the screen, a dense cluster of red dots has coalesced into a massive cloud, moving steadily toward the base. Preliminary estimates exceed 10,000. A tremor of uncertainty seeps into the operator's voice, but he quickly regains his composure. Confirmed as a swarm of decaying flesh dragons. According to database comparisons, this is the largest known airborne mutant cluster surrounding Haishan City. 10,000. Li Han's brow furrows as he swiftly issues orders to initiate Level 1 air defense response. Notify the Hunky Brigade to engage. As the frontline commander, he is now fully immersed in combat mode. Inside the command center, there is no trace of tension. Only a chilling efficiency reminiscent of precision machinery at work prevails. Long ago, when the decision was made to establish a permanent base, the staff had already devised a detailed defensive plan against aerial beast hordes. This is not a battle of equals, but an industrial extermination operation. For these low-tier mutants, driven solely by the instinct to kill, the firepower advantage of the modern military system is absolute. They cannot even comprehend what they are facing. Buzz. On the outskirts of the base, several positions disguised as abandoned structures slowly shed their heavy camouflage nets. 4 heavy military trucks equipped with vertical launch systems reveal their true form. An urgently deployed Hunky 16 FE medium-range air defense missile system brought in via Green Channel. Each launch vehicle is equipped with an octuple vertical launch system, capable of simultaneously locking onto and attacking multiple targets. They raise their heads, and the phased array radar atop begins to spin at high speed, emitting a low, resonant hum. The radar beam, akin to invisible tentacles, instantaneously locks onto a dark cloud 200 kilometers away. The target has entered range, 70 kilometers. The operator's voice resonates in the command center, announcing that all launch units are ready, and the fire control system has locked onto the target cluster. Fire all missiles. Lin Han commands decisively. On the holographic map, white points of light representing interception guidance illuminate the screen, piercing through the darkness. Received. First wave, 32 missiles, launch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of surface-to-air missiles, trailing long white smoke, soar like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the night sky. Originally designed to intercept supersonic fighter jets and cruise missiles, these lethal projectiles are now repurposed to combat a swarm of mutated creatures that can only fly in straight lines. Each missile costs millions of yuan, yet in this battle, their sole purpose is to obliterate the threat in the most direct and violent manner possible. 70 kilometers above Haishan City. This is nothing less than a massacre beyond visual range. The first wave of missiles impacts. Boom, boom, boom. Violent fireballs erupt at the heart of the dark cloud, akin to a sun suddenly igniting in the night sky. Designed specifically for biological cluster targets, these missiles are equipped with high-explosive fragmentation warheads. Upon impact, tens of thousands of tungsten alloy pre-fragments spray outward like a torrential downpour, forming a death sphere over 100 meters in diameter. For such a densely packed formation of creatures, this devastating strike proves catastrophic. One dragon is obliterated, its bone fragments becoming new shrapnel that pierces through its companions. The chain reaction resembles a cascade of dominoes, as dragon after dragon is transformed into a crimson mist amidst the explosive shockwaves and debris. It is as if a rain of flesh and blood has begun to fall from the night sky. Broken wings, shattered bones, and torn scales flutter down like black snowflakes. The first wave of interceptions confirms approximately 500 targets neutralized. The operator's voice in the command center remains calm, reporting a 15 reduction in target cluster density. The second wave of missiles is loaded. Launch. The third wave follows suit. This is a merciless game of mathematics. The red dots on the radar screen vanish at a visibly rapid pace. Every second, hundreds of dragons are annihilated. The missile guidance systems precisely lock onto individual targets attempting to disperse, and no amount of struggle can alter their fate of destruction. Fourth wave launch. Fifth wave launch. 5 consecutive waves of missile attacks sweep through the sky, clearing the dark cloud layer by layer. When the last wave's explosive light fades, fewer than 10% of the once dense red dots remain on the radar screen. Those fortunate survivors, using the corpses of their companions and the smoke from the explosions as cover, staggeringly approach within 10 kilometers of the base. Yet, they remain unaware that true despair is only just beginning. Awaiting them is a far more desperate hail of fire. Entering the closed defense zone. Land Shield 3000, unlock. Free fire. In the heart of the base, the long-starved steel beast finally roars. Virum. The 11-barrel 30mm rotary cannon begins to spin at high velocity, its barrels emitting a deafening roar. In the next moment, a 3-kilometer-long crimson whip bursts forth from the cannon's maw, tearing through the night sky. With a firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute, it translates to over 180 shells being discharged every second. These shells form an impenetrable barrage in the air. Any creature attempting to traverse it is instantaneously shredded into fragments. The few dragons that slip through the net are immediately obliterated upon entering range. Without even a scream, they are reduced to clouds of exploding blood mist. One dragon attempts to dive for cover, but as its wings unfurl, It is turned into a sieve by the relentless hail of bullets. Another dragon tries to flank from the side, but the Land Shield 3000's fire control system locks onto it in an instant. The whip seemingly possessing a mind of its own as it pursues and tears it apart along with its nearby companions. This exemplifies the might of integrated firepower radar detects, locks on, and destroys, all within less than a second. The closed defense zone has been cleared. The operator's voice resonates once more, confirming no surviving targets. From the first missile launch to the last shell fired from the closed defense cannon, the entire process takes less than 10 minutes. 10,000 rotting flesh dragons are completely annihilated. Is this truly the end? On the ground, Zhang Hu and the heavy infantry soldiers, previously on high alert, gaze at the dazzling display of fireworks in the sky, exchanging bewildered glances. They haven't even engaged their safety measures. Zhang Hu touches the heavy Kunlun I-type assault exoskeleton weighing over 100 kilograms, glancing at the pre-warmed chainsaw sword in his hand, bemused. I thought I'd get to stretch my muscles, he mutters. This is modern warfare. Li Zhan stands beside him, watching the dissipating smoke in the sky. His tone flat, no melee, no fervor, only data and cleanup. For these low-tier mutated beings, they are not even worthy of seeing our faces. Then why are we in this gear? Zhang Hu inquires, puzzled. Because not all enemies are so feeble, Li Zhan turns to gaze at the ruins beyond the base. The true threat lies ahead. Just then, an urgent alarm blares through the communication channel. However, just as everyone believes the battle has come to a close, beep, 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 alarm, alarm. The radar operator's voice suddenly grows frantic, tinged with a tremor, detecting a high-energy target response. The target is moving at great speed. It is flying low, 5 kilometers from the base, at an altitude of less than 50 meters. What? Lin Han is startled by the piercing alarm. Finally setting down the report in his hands and turning to the main screen. On the large display, a massive purple light point suddenly bursts forth from the shadows of the base's outer ruins. Its radar reflection signal is exceedingly weak, nearly blending into the background noise. Had it not been for its overwhelming energy response, the radar system might have overlooked it entirely. It has been cleverly using the low-altitude clutter and the rain of dragon corpses as cover. The operator rapidly analyzes the data, noting that it suddenly ascends just 2 kilometers from the base. This is a premeditated ambush. Land Shield, lock onto it. Li Zhan commands decisively. The entire base's closed defense system instantly enters the highest priority automatic tracking mode. Swoosh. The fire whip pivots, sweeping towards the purple light. The 11-barreled cannon unleashes a dense barrage, creating a crimson web in the air. Yet, a shocking scene unfolds. A thick, dark purple halo envelopes the target, resembling a translucent energy shield. The 30mm high explosive armor-piercing rounds impact, creating ripples as they are deflected by an extraordinary biological force field. Energy shield. Suwon exclaims in the command center, quickly accessing the database. According to research from the Lighthouse Camp, this is a special ability possessed only by third-tier mutated beings. They can convert energy from their crystalline cores into a biological force field, forming physical protection. What is the strength? Li Zhan inquires urgently, observing the rapidly fluctuating kinetic energy absorption values on the screen. Extremely high. Suwon replies, watching the data surge. The 30mm armor-piercing rounds from the Land Shield 3000 possess enough kinetic energy to penetrate 200mm thick homogeneous steel plates, yet upon striking its shield, they are entirely deflected. The defense of this shield is at least equivalent to that of over 500mm of composite armor, illuminated by the beam of the searchlight. The true form of the monster finally came into view. It was a colossal dragon with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters, its entire body cloaked in black and purple scales, each scale the size of a basin, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the searchlight. Its eyes burned with the fiery rage of intelligence, not the madness of a beast, but rather a manifestation of something far more perilous, tactical thinking. A third-tier Dragon King. It bore the brunt of the ground shield's firepower, soaring like a violet meteor straight towards the base. The shells powerful enough to shred steel merely rippled against its shield before being deflected, exploding into sparks against the night sky. It was consuming the energy of the shield. Suwon fixed her gaze on the data, but at this rate, it could reach the base long before the shield was depleted. The tank's elevation angle was insufficient. Unable to lock on, the Thunder Dragon shouted over the communication channel. It was flying too high. Our main cannon can't reach it. Lin Han watched the approaching violet dot on the screen, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Thunder Dragon, do not rush. Li Zhan spoke over the public channel, his finger tracing the designated engagement area on the screen. Since missiles cannot reach it and the machine guns cannot penetrate, he gritted his teeth, his gaze piercing as he prepared to initiate Plan B. Activate the electromagnetic gravity trap. Lin Han observed the fluctuations of the various data, rapidly calculating the collapse threshold of this third-tier shield in his mind. Li Han abruptly pressed the global communication button, his steady and powerful voice resonating throughout the entire base. All ground personnel, immediately take cover. Heavy infantry platoon, prepare for engagement. Li Han issued the final combat mobilization, while he himself switched the fire control to manual mode. Li Han, get ready to work. Let it in. Li Han locked onto the purple afterimage at the command platform. Since it wished to play decapitation, they would accompany it to the end. Since it desired close combat, they would oblige. Li Han's voice carried the coldness characteristic of a soldier as the heavy electromagnetic traps in the square entered the countdown to charging. In the communication channel, Li Han's calm response came through. Understood. The heavy infantry platoon is in position. We will await it at the base square. Lin Han set down the communicator, turning his gaze back to the large screen. The violet that was hurtling towards the core area of the base at a speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Su-Wan, analyze its weaknesses, Lin Han commanded. According to the data from the lighthouse camp, although the third-tier mutated creature's energy shield is formidable, it possesses a fatal weakness. Su-Wan swiftly retrieved the data. The shield's energy emanated from its internal crystal core. If they could directly attack the core or cause its energy consumption to exceed its replenishment rate, the shield would collapse instantaneously. In other words, they needed greater firepower or more precise strikes. Lin Han pondered. In theory, a 125mm tank shell should be capable of penetrating its shield, Su-Wan stated. But the prerequisite is that it must be on the ground or at a sufficiently low altitude for the tank to aim. Then let it come down. Li Han circled a red mark on the main screen. Since it wanted to play decapitation, they would accompany it to the end. Lin Han nodded slightly, trusting the judgment of these professional soldiers. In the command center, everyone held their breath. This battle had only just begun. Chapter 37, The Justice of Caliber Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as the hardened ground of Base 01's central square was instantaneously shattered. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive purple figure descended. The Dragon King spread its folded wings, unleashing a violent hurricane that scattered the nearby stacked supply crates. Roar! It raised its head, emitting a soul-shattering roar. Its purple vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, filled with disdain and brutality. To it, the bipedal creatures on the ground were nothing more than ants awaiting harvest. However, the panic it anticipated did not materialize. The square was eerily silent. Only the cold beams of the searchlights remained, fixated upon it like stage spotlights. A faint mechanical whirring sounded. From the shadows, dozens of tall figures emerged, clad in black Kunlun Type 1 exoskeletons. They wielded unsharpened heavy chainsaw swords or bore launchers equipped with barbs. Leading them was Li Han. He adjusted the hydraulic neck of his exoskeleton and, through an external amplifier, issued a deep, metallic voice. Welcome to hell. The Dragon King seemed to comprehend this provocation. It roared in fury, its spiked tail swinging violently like a battering ram, emitting a sonic boom as it swept towards Li Han. Scatter! Li Han shouted, the hydraulic pumps in the exoskeleton's legs exploding with power, propelling him 5 or 6 meters to the right. Bang! The massive tail struck the ground with tremendous force, carving a half-meter deep trench into the reinforced concrete. Debris flew, clattering against the surrounding soldier's exoskeleton armor. Engage. Don't let it take off. At Li Han's command, 4 soldiers carrying launchers simultaneously pulled their triggers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 thick special alloy steel cables, barbed like venomous snakes, shot towards the Dragon King's limbs and the base of its wings. Thud, thud. 2 cables pierced the thin membrane of the Dragon King's wings, the barbs locking tightly within the gaps of its bones. The other 2 ensnared its hind legs. Roar. The Dragon King writhed in pain, thrashing violently. It flapped its wings, attempting to lift off the ground. Hold it. Pull it down. Zhang Hu bellowed. The exoskeleton's output set to maximum. The hydraulic servo motors emitted a piercing shriek as the steel legs dug deep into the ground, leaving sparks flying across the concrete. The other 3 soldiers also clung tightly to the cables. 4 Kunlun exoskeletons, combined with 4 genetically enhanced super soldiers, produced a total force exceeding 5 tons. Yet, in the face of the absolute strength of the third-tier Beast King, this was still insufficient. The Dragon King merely beat its wings furiously, and the 4 soldiers were instantly lifted off the ground, dragged into the air like kites. Damn it, the disparity in strength is too great. Zhang Hu hung in midair, gritting his teeth. This beast possessed at least dozens of tons of thrust. Then let's give it some more. Li Han's gaze turned cold as he activated the chainsaw sword in his hand. Zzz. The high-speed rotating teeth emitted a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Utilizing the exoskeleton's jet-assisted jump system, he propelled himself like a cannonball straight towards the Dragon King's abdomen. There lay its unprotected soft spot, devoid of scales. The Dragon King clearly sensed the danger. It opened its massive maw, and a purple glow ignited deep within its throat. Watch out. It's going to spit acid. Suwon's voice screamed over the communication channel. There was no time. Li Han had no choice but to shield himself with the exoskeleton's arms, bracing for impact. A thick stream of purple acid erupted, instantly engulfing Li Han. Sizzle. The special alloy armor emitted billowing white smoke as it corroded under the strong acid. The surface's anti-corrosive coating rapidly peeling away. Alarms blared in Li Han's helmet. Warning. Armor integrity reduced to 60. Warning. External sensors malfunctioning. Captain. Zhang Hu's eyes bulged, and he abruptly released one hand, retrieving a tactical high-explosive grenade from his waist, biting the pin open and tossing it towards the Dragon King's head. Eat this. Boom. The grenade exploded in front of the Dragon King's eyes. While it could not penetrate its energy shield, the explosion's fire and shockwave temporarily blinded it, interrupting the acid it was about to spew. Li Han crashed heavily to the ground, his exoskeleton pockmarked, yet he resolutely stood up. I'm fine. It's enraged. The opportunity has come. Indeed, the Dragon King, wounded by the ants, succumbed to a complete frenzy. It ceased its attempts to ascend, folding its wings and charging towards the warriors on the ground like a heavy tank, intent on trampling these pests into a bloody pulp. With each thunderous step, the earth trembled beneath it. Yet, none of the warriors faltered, for they understood that the true king had yet to make its entrance. Just as the Dragon King was about to plunge into the throng, a dull, yet resonant sound of chambering echoed from the shadows of the hangar at the side of the square. This was followed by the unnerving clanking of treads. The Dragon King abruptly halted, instinctively sensing an unprecedented and lethal threat. It turned its gaze toward the shadow. Suddenly, a searchlight illuminated the area, and in that moment, the air seemed to freeze. A colossal steel beast slowly emerged from the shadows. Unlike the ferocious appearance of the Dragon King, it bore no extravagant energy halos, only cold, hard lines and heavy armor, topped with a despairingly long cannon, the ZZ-99, a main battle tank, the king of the land. Its turret rotated slowly. The 125mm smoothbore cannon aimed unerringly at the Dragon King's head, a distance of less than 50 meters. This was a classic textbook face-off. Did you hear that your shield is formidable? Came Lin Han's cold voice over the tank's communication channel. Armor-piercing round, one loaded. The Dragon King felt the chill of death creeping in. Desperately, it drew upon all its energy, the purple shield flaring brilliantly, its thickness doubling instantly. It opened its mouth, ready for a final counterattack. However, the laws of physics are unyielding. Fire. Boom. Even in the open square, the cannon's report reverberated painfully in everyone's ears. The blast of the cannon sent debris flying within a radius of several dozen meters. An armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot, APFS, round, propelled at an astonishing initial velocity of 1,700 meters per second, erupted from the barrel. It was a long rod penetrator made from high-density tungsten alloy, and at such a close range, its kinetic energy was terrifying. There was no extravagant explosion, only the purest form of physical penetration. The purple energy shield, which claimed to withstand a 30mm autocannon, collapsed like a mere sheet of paper before the 125mm armor-piercing round. With a faint sound, the shield shattered, followed by the gruesome sound of flesh being torn apart. The armor-piercing round pierced through the Dragon King's chest, where its core resided, creating a gaping hole that was clear from front to back. Countless streams of purple blood and shredded viscera sprayed from its back, splattering against the wall behind. Even the ground beneath was gouged into a deep pit by the residual kinetic energy. The Dragon King's movements came to an abrupt halt. The purple glow in its eyes dimmed rapidly, and the overwhelming pressure it exerted dissipated. With a resounding crash, its massive carcass toppled like a mountain of gold and jade, stirring up a cloud of dust. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Zhang Hu remained suspended in midair, entangled by the steel cables around the Dragon King's leg, staring blankly at the scene before him, swallowing hard. So this is the justice of caliber? In the command center, Suwon watched the life signals on the screen plummet to zero, exhaling deeply. This is the sample we sought. Lin Han stood up, straightening his collar, and informed the recovery team to extract the core. That is our ticket to the third tier. He glanced at the screen displaying the disheveled appearances of Li Han and others, instructing the medical team to attend to them. Tonight's supper will include 2 extra drumsticks for the heavy infantry unit. Yes. Chapter 38. Third-tier crystal core, an upgrade on the square, now cleared of smoke. The enormous corpse of the Dragon King still radiated a lingering, spine-chilling aura. Clad in a white biohazard suit and wielding a high-frequency laser cutter, Su-Wan stood before the gaping wound in the Dragon King's chest, created by the tank's cannon. Despite the surrounding stench of blood and charred flesh, her gaze brimmed with fervor. "I found it," she declared, gingerly extracting a fist-sized crystal from the charred mass of flesh with mechanical pincers. Under the searchlight, the crystal emanated a deep, dark purple hue, unlike the dull gray of a first-tier core or the frenzied blood red of a second-tier core. It seemed to encapsulate a swirling purple nebula, its surface shimmering with energy pulses that distorted the air around it. The radiation readings were high, yet the energy was remarkably pure. Su-Wan's voice trembled with excitement as she examined the instrument. "This is an immaculate energy aggregate. Its energy density is at least 10 times that of a second-tier core. If we can decode its structure, it will revolutionize our research on solid-state hydrogen batteries." Lin Han approached her, admiring the exquisite yet deadly gemstone. "Well done. However, its primary purpose is not as a battery, but rather as a key." Su-Wan placed the crystal into a specially designed lead-lined container and handed it to Lin Han. "Be careful. Its energy field is highly active." Lin Han nodded. Accepting the weighty container, he could sense the system within his mind pulsating with a near-hungry call. "Let us see what door this key can unlock." In the underground workshop, within the luminous portal hall, the area had been transformed into a vast circular chamber, surrounded by intricate monitoring devices and defensive installations. The portal, radiating a ghostly blue light, stood silently at the center. After a period of charging, its glow had stabilized significantly, yet it still exuded an air of mystery from higher dimensions. Lin Han dismissed those around him, leaving only Su-Wan and a few core guards. Taking a deep breath, he opened the lead box and revealed the deep purple third-tier crystal core. The moment it was exposed to the air, the dual portal seemed to sense something, and its light suddenly surged. The previously calm blue vortex began to whirl violently, emitting a deep, resonant hum as if yearning and calling. The air in the underground hall quivered, as if some colossal entity were awakening. Lin Han's system interface automatically emerged, golden text shimmering in his vision. "High-tier energy core, tier 3, detected. Base energy reserves sufficient 12500100000. Upgrade conditions met. LV2 to LV3. Would you like to upgrade immediately?" "Yes," Lin Han silently affirmed. The third-tier crystal core in his hand levitated, transforming into a purple streak of light that swiftly merged into the center of the portal's vortex. Boom! An invisible wave of energy rippled outward from the portal. The entire underground base seemed to shudder. Immediately, the portal underwent a remarkable transformation. The original 5 by 5 meter portal began to expand rapidly. Threads of noble purple began to interlace with the blue light, deepening the whirlpool as if it led to the cosmos's end. The metallic frame restructured itself, the formerly rough patterns becoming intricately exquisite, gleaming with a cold silver light, faintly revealing unknown runes. This transformation persisted for a full minute. When the light finally converged and the tremors ceased, a brand new and even more magnificent door stood before Lin Han. It towered 10 meters high and was likewise 10 meters wide, ample enough for 2 heavy trucks to pass side by side. The dual portal has been upgraded to LV3. Lin Han eagerly gazed at the system panel, where lines of new data unfolded before his eyes. Dual portal system LV3. Host. Lin Han current status. Stable, fully charged. Dimensions. 10 meters x 10 meters. Capable of accommodating heavy trucks. Main battle tanks. And even small aircraft. Cooldown time. None. Maintaining an open state reduces consumption by 50. New functions. 1. Activate personal space. Unlocks a 1,000 cubic meter subspace warehouse. Absolutely secure, with time standing still, restricted to inanimate objects. 2. Subspace door. 11. Allows the opening of a secondary door at a designated location in another world, directly connected to the main door, enabling instantaneous material transport. 3. Environmental purification force field, centered around the light portal, within a radius of 5 kilometers. It automatically purifies the air of viruses and radiation, suppressing the activity of low-level zombies. The personal space had finally arrived. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Previously, he had to rely on carrying supplies on his back or transporting them by vehicle. where even a gun or a box of ammunition would take up space. But now, he possessed a personal armory. With a mere thought, he attempted to store the lead box in the space. Whoosh! The lead box vanished instantaneously, appearing in a gray, empty realm within his consciousness. It was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of tanks. He tried to retrieve it, and the lead box reappeared in his hand, the entire process taking less than 0.1 seconds, with no delay whatsoever. This was truly a logistical marvel. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel. He would no longer need to worry about ammunition supplies. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the second function, the subspace door. Lin Han's breathing quickened. This was the true strategic capability. Although base number 1 was solid, it was constrained by its geographical location, situated at the edge of Haishan City. Whether exploring the city center or mining resources in distant areas, it required organizing a large convoy, facing long supply lines and the threat of mutated beasts along the way. If the convoy were intercepted, the front line would become an isolated island. But with this subspace door, it meant he could open a portal right at the resource point. Lin Han, look at this. Su Wan, who had been intently observing the monitoring instruments, suddenly exclaimed, interrupting his thoughts. The radiation index around the light portal was plummeting. Moreover, the concentration of viruses in the air was also decreasing. This door was purifying the environment. Lin Han snapped back to reality and glanced at the third function on the panel, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is called the Environmental Purification Force Field. From today onward, the area within 5 kilometers of base number 1 will be the only sanctuary in this wasteland. We can consider removing our protective suits. Unbelievable. Su Wan gazed at the monitor in her hand, her eyes filled with astonishment. The purification efficiency was hundreds of times greater than the most efficient air purification towers on Earth. If the range could be expanded, perhaps one day. Lin Han interrupted her, his gaze resolute. But for now, we must make good use of these new functions to reclaim what belongs to us. He turned to the stunned warriors behind him and declared loudly, "Relay the orders. First, immediately expand the underground garage. We must prepare for larger vehicles. Now that the door has increased in size, heavy machinery and larger weapons from Earth can also enter. Second, instruct the command staff to revise the operational plans. Our next objective is no longer simply to clear the surroundings." He approached a massive map of Haishan City, his finger pressing firmly through the urban area, pointing at a red zone in the northwest corner of the map. "Here lies the Redstone Canyon." Lin Han's voice was deep and powerful. According to the records from the lighthouse camp, this area harbored rich rare earth deposits, as well as a type of high-energy co-associated crystal, or known as redstone. He paused, his gaze ablaze. "Professor Chen Qiawang has informed me that Earth is encountering a bottleneck in reverse engineering solid hydrogen batteries. We can produce batteries, but we cannot resolve the stability issues under high-energy conditions, preventing miniaturization. This redstone is a natural perfect stabilizer. Only by obtaining it can we truly mass-produce military-grade high-energy batteries." Equipping the Kunlun exoskeleton with a genuine heart, he pointed to another spot in the city center. "And here lies the Tianxing building, the tallest structure in Haishan City, housing the most complete pre-war technological data and supercomputing center." Su Wan regarded those 2 points thoughtfully. Both locations hold significant strategic value. Although the Tianxing building is only 30 kilometers away in a straight line, it is situated in the deadly red zone of the city center, surrounded by millions of corpses. The Redstone Canyon, though on the outskirts, is over 120 kilometers away and features fragmented terrain, making it difficult for heavy vehicles to traverse. Given our current troop strength, forcing an advance would be too costly. It was so before, Lin Han replied with a confident smile. But with the subspace door, distance is no longer an issue. We will establish a foothold in Redstone Canyon and transform that mining area into our backyard. Chapter 39, Long-awaited smoke and fire in the world in the real world. Haishan City, the underground civil defense project of the Happy Home community. This was the first forward base established by the state after taking control of the light portal, Base No. 0. Its main body was located within the civil defense works on the 3rd underground level of the community. After 3 months of urgent expansion, it had connected the underground spaces of several neighboring communities, forming an enormous underground fortress. The core area was encased in thick lead plates and special alloy walls, with massive hydraulic blast doors isolating it from the outside. Deeper within, a newly excavated heavy railway line connected directly to the military warehouse in the suburbs, from which tanks and missile launchers had previously been transported. However, beyond the grim military zone, a portion of the living area remained intact. Buzz. In the center of the core area, the enormous light portal trembled slightly. A deep blue light shimmered, and a tall figure stepped through. Su Wan. dressed in the standard uniform of Base Number 1, with a white lab coat draped over her arm, emerged. Her hair was neatly arranged, and the dirt and pallor from her initial rescue had faded. Yet, a lingering fatigue shadowed her features, a testament to the toll of working in a high-pressure environment, where nerves were perpetually taut. "Welcome to Earth, Dr. Su," Lin Han greeted, leaning against a metal table, tossing a car key playfully in his hand. Su-won took a deep breath, greedily inhaling the scent of the air. Although the otherworldly Base Number 1 had achieved full water and electricity access, provided hot meals, and maintained an operational air circulation system, it was still another world. Stepping beyond that thin protective barrier meant confronting a wasteland filled with radiation dust and the stench of decay. That oppressive feeling weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, making it difficult to breathe freely. Yet here, even the slightly murky air of the basement was sweet to Su-won's senses, for there was no deathly aura. Only a faint scent of dust and disinfectant. All indicators are normal, no viruses detected. The nearby monitoring device lit up green. Thanks to the LV3 light portal's purification force field, the cumbersome decontamination procedures had been entirely bypassed. "Let's head to the changing room and get you into something more comfortable," Lin Han suggested, gesturing towards the adjacent living area. "Since it's a vacation, there's no need to dress so formally." A few minutes later, Su-won emerged from the changing room, clad in a clean casual outfit, a loose white sweater, light blue jeans, topped with a light gray down jacket, and simple sneakers. This was the Earth standard attire specially prepared for her by the logistics department. Though ordinary in style, it marked the first time in 12 years that she had donned regular clothing instead of combat gear. "Let us go?" Lin Han stood upright and walked towards the dedicated elevator. "I'll take you upstairs to get some fresh air. For safety, we'll use the personnel-only passage that leads directly to the community garden." Su-won remained silent, merely nodding and following Lin Han closely. The elevator ascended, and as she watched the numbers drop from 3 to 1, her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her clothing. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly. There were no jarring alarms, no zombie howls, nor the thunderous sounds of gunfire. Instead, the first sound that reached her ears was a lively and bustling cacophony. "Old Wong, keep your dog in check." "Mom, what as for dinner tonight?" "I want braised pork." "Ha ha ha, you can't catch me." With some stiffness, Su-won stepped out of the elevator lobby and pushed open the door disguised as a unit entrance. At that moment, the world illuminated. The midday sun poured down unabashedly, causing her to squint slightly. Before her lay the small square at the center of the community. Although the military had enveloped the entire area under the guise of urban renewal, the residents' lives appeared largely unaffected, maintaining their original rhythm. Several children clad in vibrant down jackets were chasing each other, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the air on a nearby bench. Two elderly individuals were engrossed in a game of chess, their faces flushed from the intensity of the match. A golden retriever lounged lazily on the grass, basking in the sun, its tail lazily wagging. In the distance, skyscrapers loomed, their glass facades reflecting dazzling light. The streets were bustling with vehicles, and the faint sounds of honking could be heard. This was a quintessential winter afternoon scene. Yet, to Su-won, it represented paradise. She stood transfixed at the entrance, gazing at a sycamore tree stripped of its leaves, its branches bare, observing plastic bags whisked away by the wind, taking in every seemingly trivial, yet vibrantly alive detail. Tears, without warning, streamed down her cheeks. In that other world, all flora was contorted and dark, capable of consuming flesh. All fauna were frenzied and bloodthirsty. Every sound was a cry or roar born from the struggle for survival. But here, life was free. That was the sun. Su-won extended her hand, attempting to shield herself from the blinding light, yet hesitated to lower it. The sunlight bathed her face warmly, a tangible warmth that penetrated her skin, melting away the 12 years of icy desolation that had accumulated in her blood. "Yes, the sun," Lin Han said softly, standing beside her. "You need not worry about radiation, acid rain, nor the sudden emergence of mutants. Here, you can sleep under the sun until you awaken naturally." Su-won turned her head to look at Lin Han, her tears blurring her vision. "Thank you," she choked out, her voice trembling almost inaudibly. "If I hadn't come here, I might have forgotten that the world could be like this." Lin Han handed her a tissue, allowing her to release her emotions without interruption. He understood that for the inhabitants of Base 01, although civilization had ignited a spark over there, it was here that their souls found anchorage. After a long moment, Su-won calmed her tears. She wiped her face with a hint of embarrassment, yet her gaze continued to greedily sweep over everything around her, as if she wanted to engrave every frame into her memory. "Shall we go?" Lin Han suggested, pointing to a nearby bench. "Let us sit for a while." By the way, I have good news. Just yesterday, the government announced a new energy policy. They walked over and sat down on the bench. Nearby, a young couple was engrossed in their phones, their voices loud enough to drift into Su Wan's ears. Wow, did you see the news? Huawei and BYD have jointly released a new generation of electronic devices, claiming to use some new battery technology called Kunlun, with smartphones lasting a week without charging. Is that for real? Of course. It was even reported on the news. And look at that new electric vehicle. Boasting a range of 2,000 kilometers with just a 5-minute charge. It's outrageous. It's practically black technology. No wonder oil stocks have plummeted recently. Should we rush to grab one at launch? Listening to their idle chatter, Su Wan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lin Han. That's the youthful version of the solid hydrogen battery technology we brought back from the other world, Lin Han whispered with a chuckle. While we have fully mass-produced military-grade high-energy batteries, the byproduct technologies we've extracted are already sufficient to advance civilian technology on Earth significantly. Su Wan looked at the excited couple, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. In that world, this technology was employed to power killing machines, to survive another second amidst the tide of corpses. Yet here, it transformed into battery life for phones, mileage for cars, and became a marvel spoken of in everyday conversations. A convenient tool for enhancing life. Is this the essence of peace? Su Wan murmured to herself. Yes. Lin Han leaned back against the bench, gazing at the sky. We brought back the nightmares from that place and transformed them into miracles here. We used the resources from that world to safeguard the vibrancy of this one. Dr. Su, that is the value of our work. Su Wan remained silent for a long while. She observed the radiant smiles on the couple's faces. Watched the carefree children running in the distance. Suddenly, she smiled. It was the first time Lin Han had seen Su Wan display such a relaxed, heartfelt smile, not for survival, nor for scientific breakthroughs, but simply because she felt the beauty of life. Lin Han, she called softly. Take me for a stroll. Su Wan stood up, adjusting her clothing, her eyes sparkling like stars. I want bubble tea, full sugar, with ice. Lin Han chuckled in disbelief, rising to gesture for her to lead the way. At your command, Dr. Su. Chapter 40. Reflections of Two Worlds. Here is your full sugar, iced bubble tea. Lin Han handed a chilled cup of bubble tea to Su Wan. Su Wan accepted the dew-covered cup, carefully taking a sip. The icy liquid, mingling with the sweetness of milk, exploded in her mouth, causing her to shiver before she squinted her eyes in delight. So sweet, she sighed contentedly. Back there. Sugar was a controlled commodity, only available in tiny amounts during significant holidays. And there were never any ice cubes. She watched the translucent ice cubes swirling in her drink, refracting a spectrum of colors. Did you know? At the lighthouse base, we didn't even have an ice maker, Su Wan spoke softly. All water had to undergo strict purification before boiling. Even in the hottest summer, we could only drink warm water. Take your time, no need to rush. Lin Han pointed to a nearby small square. There's a cafe over there. Shall we sit for a while? They walked to the outdoor seats of the cafe. And Su Wan cradled her bubble tea, curiously observing everything around her. This was a commercial area in the heart of Haiban City. Although it was already afternoon, the streets remained bustling with people. Office workers hurried past, rushing to pick up their children. Couples strolled hand in hand, pointing at shop windows. Elderly individuals leisurely pushed strollers. Everything seemed so normal. What are you looking at? Lin Han noticed Su Wan's gaze lingering on the elderly pushing strollers. Children, Su Wan replied softly. Over there. It's rare to see infants anymore. Lin Han paused momentarily, then understood her implication. In the post-apocalyptic world, the harsh environment and scarcity of resources had led to a drastically low birth rate, with survival rates even more dismal. Even if they survived, very few grew up healthily. There, children learned to evade danger and maintain silence from the moment they could walk. Yet here, the elderly could stroll leisurely with strollers in the streets. And children could run freely in the square, screaming without fear of sudden mutant attacks or the looming threat of rotting flesh flying overhead. This is the price of peace. No, it is the gift of peace. Did you know? At the lighthouse base, we have an unwritten rule, Su Wan suddenly said. If a pregnant woman is discovered, everyone will voluntarily offer the best food and medical resources. Every new life embodies hope. She paused, her voice quavering slightly. Yet, despite this, only 3 children have been born in the base over the past 12 years. 2 of them did not survive beyond a month. Lin Han silently gazed at her, choosing not to speak. He understood that such anguish could not be alleviated by mere words. Let us go, Lin Han finally said, rising to his feet. I shall take you to the mall. Since we are here, we might as well procure some souvenirs. Su Wan nodded. finishing the last sip of her milk tea before discarding the empty cup into a trash bin. The two walked slowly along the street, Su-won's eyes greedily scanning the surroundings. The flower beets by the roadside were ablaze with blossoms of various hues. In the other world, all plants were twisted, dark, and carnivorous. Yet here, the flowers were so vibrant, so innocuous. What is that? Su-won inquired, pointing at a pet shop. Through the glass window, they could see an array of pet supplies, along with several kittens and puppies dozing in their cages. A pet shop, Lin Han explained. People keep small animals for companionship. Over there, all animals are foes. Su-won's voice trembled as she spoke, recalling how even once docile cats and dogs could turn feral due to viral infections. We can only exterminate them. She watched a small orange cat licking its paw, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. Let us move on. Lin Han gently patted her shoulder. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest shopping center in Haiban City. Su-won stood at the entrance of the boutique supermarket on the basement level, her entire being frozen like a statue as she beheld the scene before her. Before her lay a mountain of supplies. The shelves brimmed with an assortment of fruits, red apples, yellow bananas, purple grapes, each one plump and enticing, glistening under the lights. In the refrigerated section, various meats were neatly stacked, beef, lamb, pork, and live fish still swimming. Is this all real? Su-won's voice quivered. She hurried to the fruit section, reaching out to grasp an apple and bringing it to her nose. The fresh aroma wafted up. There was no scent of decay, no hint of radiation. In the other world, only the high-ranking members of the settlements are allowed to enjoy such untainted fruits. Su-won set the apple down, her expression complex. While here they lay casually piled by the roadside, free for the taking. They would even be discarded if they were no longer fresh, Lin Han added. Su-won's body trembled, and she abruptly turned to a nearby trash bin. There, a stock clerk was clearing the shelves, tossing a few slightly bruised boxes of strawberries into the bin. Her pupils constricted violently, and she instinctively wanted to rush forward to stop him, but halfway through her step, she froze. She stared at the trash bin, at the few glistening red strawberries, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. Such extravagance, she spoke, her voice tinged with suppressed anger and sorrow. They have no idea how precious these things are. Lives could be lost for just a few strawberries in the other world. No, perhaps even 10 lives. Turning away, she could no longer bear to look. She briskly walked toward another section of the supermarket, the daily necessities aisle. The shelves were filled with an array of shampoos, body washes, toothpaste, and tissues, a cornucopia of goods. Picking up a bottle of shampoo, she gazed at its exquisite packaging and suddenly smiled. You know, at the lighthouse base, we made soap from animal fat and wood ash, she said softly. Every shower had to be rationed, as we never knew when we could wash again. Here, she surveyed her surroundings. There were dozens of brands of shampoo, hundreds of fragrances. She set the shampoo down and moved toward the food section. There, a mountain of beautifully packaged snacks, beverages, and instant meals awaited. Potato chips, chocolates, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots. All in abundance. Su-won picked up a bag of chips, scrutinizing the nutritional information, and suddenly asked, "Are these things really edible?" "Of course," Lin Han replied, bemused. "Why do you ask?" "In the other world, all food must undergo rigorous testing," Su-won explained. "Even food that appears normal may harbor viruses or radiation. We have a comprehensive testing protocol. Every item must pass at least 3 tests before it can be consumed." She set the chips down and moved toward the refrigerated section, where various meats, seafood, and dairy products were neatly arranged. "This meat," Su-won said, looking at the bright red beef, "in our world. We can only eat meat from mutated beasts. Though processed, it always carries a strange taste. And each time we eat, we worry about whether we might contract a virus." She paused, her voice catching. "Once, a team at our base became infected after consuming improperly processed mutated beast meat. In the end, we had no choice but." She left the sentence unfinished, but Lin Han understood her implication. In a world ravaged by chaos, infection equated to death. To avoid becoming a zombie, they had to. "Let us proceed," Lin Han gently patted her shoulder. "We should explore the upper floors." The two took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall, which housed a food court. As soon as they exited the elevator, a rich aroma enveloped them. Barbecue, fried chicken, hot pot, spicy skewers, various food stalls jostled for space. Patrons navigating through the throng with trays, seeking their desired delicacies. Su-won stood at the elevator entrance, observing the lively scene before her, her steps faltering. "What is it?" Lin Han noticed her hesitation. Such extravagance, Su-won's voice trembled. "Back there, simply being able to fill one's belly is the greatest happiness." She pointed to a young man nearby, nonchalantly dipping meat slices into a hot pot while scrolling through his phone, occasionally complaining about the meat being too fatty and unappetizing. They have no idea how precious this food is. A flicker of pain crossed Soo-won's eyes. If only they could experience hunger. Her words trailed off, as if recalling some painful memory. Thus, Lin Han's tone grew serious. We must bring back the nightmares from that world and transform them into miracles here, using the resources from that realm to safeguard the vibrancy of this one. Dr. Soo, that is the essence of our work. Soo-won remained silent for a long while. She observed the carefree diners, their faces lit with joy, their pickiness and disregard for food evident. A surge of emotion welled up within her. She vowed to protect all of this. She desired to ensure that the sunlight of this world would forever shine brightly, that its bounty would always be abundant, and that its children would grow up healthy and strong. Lin Han, she suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolute as iron. Yes, I no longer wish to play. Soo-won tossed her cup of milk tea into the trash bin. Take me to the Redstone Canyon. So soon? Lin Han was taken aback. Weren't we supposed to relax for a day? I have relaxed enough. Soo-won gazed out of the mall's floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling night scene of Haiban City. The myriad of lights, the shimmering neon, the flowing traffic, everything was so vibrant. Taking a deep breath, she turned back, her eyes burning with intensity as she fixed her gaze on Lin Han. Rather than shopping, I yearn to see those red stones transported into the laboratory. Only those can preserve the light here and illuminate the darkness over there. Lin Han looked into her eyes, which seemed to blaze with fervor, and his playful demeanor faded. He straightened his collar and extended a hand to Soo-won. As you wish, esteemed chief scientist. Chapter 41, A New Launching Point. In the real world, Haiban City. Kunlun Technology Industrial Park. Inside Special Warehouse Number 3, a massive concrete wall stood prominently in the center, with a vast 10-meter-high recess left on its surface. This was the A point of the auxiliary entrance. Lin Han gently tapped the frigid wall, closed his eyes, and mentally confirmed the coordinates. Anchor Point A, Earth side, recorded, Kunlun Industrial Park, Warehouse Number 3. Awaiting Anchor Point B, Otherworld side, recording. All right, preparations on this side are complete. Lin Han opened his eyes and addressed Li Zhan and Soo-won behind him. Our next mission is to enter the Otherworld and open the door on the opposite side. The helicopter squadron was ready. Li Zhan glanced at his watch. According to plan, we will take off from Base 01, penetrate 128 kilometers through the air, and strike directly at Redstone Canyon. Let us move out. Half an hour later, at Otherworld Base 01, on the vast helipad, 3Z, 20 utility helicopters painted in gray-black low-visibility camo were warming up, their rotors whipping up fierce winds. Flanking them were 2 WZ-10 attack helicopters providing escort, currently the strongest aerial assault force at Base 01. Board the aircraft, Lin Han, accompanied by an elite Special Forces team, swiftly boarded the Central Z-20. Dr. Soo, wait here for my signal, Lin Han instructed Soo-won. Once the secondary portal opens, you can pass through directly, safe and efficient. Soo-won nodded. Although eager to behold Redstone Canyon firsthand, she understood that such penetration missions were beyond the scope of a researcher. Target, Redstone Canyon. Altitude, 1,500 meters. Maintain radio silence. Depart. At the Tower-S command, the 5 helicopters ascended, forming a wedge formation, heading north toward the desolate wasteland. From the sky, the post-apocalyptic terrain appeared even more desolate. Abandoned highways snaked across the blackened earth like fractured veins. Swarms of zombies crawled among the ruins like ants. Occasionally, massive mutated beasts sprinted across the wasteland, though at this altitude they appeared as mere dark specks. Attention, wyvern flock in the clouds below. The pilot's voice crackled over the radio. Beneath the clouds, colossal dark shadows occasionally streaked past, carrion wyverns. Do not worry, Li Zhan's voice responded calmly. We not only applied radar-absorbing coatings, but also sprayed the beast-repellent mist developed by Dr. Soo. As long as we do not provoke them, they won't detect us. The flight proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Though there were occasional close calls, modern electronic countermeasures and evasive maneuvers allowed the squadron to successfully avoid several high-risk airspaces. 40 minutes later, a scarlet landscape emerged on the horizon, Redstone Canyon. Even from 1,000 meters above, the oppressive heat was palpable. Towering rocks jutted skyward like spears. The cracked earth riddled with fissures, and dark red crystals shimmered with an eerie radiance under the sun. Target area located. The pilot reported. Large biological activity detected below. Recommend initiating fire suppression. Approved, Lin Han ordered. 2 WZ-10s immediately nosed down, unleashing a salvo of rockets from their wing-mounted pods. Whizzing and roaring. Dozens of rockets rained down onto a flat area within the canyon. Explosions roared skyward, scattering several rock-armored giant lizards concealed among the rubble. Prepare for air assault. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, the 3 Z-20s rapidly descended, hovering 5 meters above the ground. Rappelling ropes were deployed, and the fully equipped special forces descended like avenging angels, quickly establishing a defensive perimeter. Lin Han was the last to leap from the aircraft. The scorching earth burned beneath his feet, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. This is the place. Surveying the surroundings, he selected a relatively smooth cliff face. This rock wall is ideal for opening the portal. Approaching the cliff, he pressed his palm against the stone. System, set anchor point B. Anchor point B, otherworld side, recorded, Redstone Canyon. Bidirectional anchor confirmed. Activate subspace portal. Activate. In an instant, a 10-meter-high square portal materialized on the rock face, its edges glowing with an ethereal blue light. Through the portal, the bright lights of the warehouse on the other side were visible, along with the steel tide of armored vehicles poised and ready. Portal established successfully. Lin Han exhaled in relief and called through his headset, "Captain Lee, bring the team through." Before his words had faded, a deafening roar resounded from beyond the portal. With a thunderous rumble, the barrel of a 99A main battle tank emerged first, followed by its massive, menacing chassis. Its tracks crushed the red stone beneath with crisp, cracking sounds. Soon after came a second, then a third tank. Within 5 minutes, 4 main battle tanks and 6 infantry fighting vehicles completed their cross-dimensional deployment, their dark gun barrels aimed deep into the canyon. A furious roar erupted from a distant pile of rubble. Apparently, the earlier rocket barrage had failed to slay the lead beast. A colossal, over 5 meters long, rock-armored giant lizard charged forth, accompanied by a dozen of its kin. Rock-armored giant lizard, level 2 mutated beast. The natives are not welcoming us, Lin Han sneered. Retreating behind a tank. All crews, engage at will. Li Zhan's voice was merciless. Boom. The 125mm smoothbore cannon of the 99A roared like thunder. A depleted uranium armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot round exited the barrel at 1700 meters per second, tracing a nearly invisible streak through the air before striking the lead giant lizard's chest. There was no doubt about the outcome. The tungsten alloy penetrator, capable of piercing the frontal armor of modern main battle tanks, effortlessly shattered the beast's rock-hard carapace. The tremendous kinetic energy instantly pulverized half of the creature's body. A pitiful scream was cut short as the beast was reduced to a mass of shredded flesh. The remaining giant lizards, terrified by the overwhelming firepower, turned to flee. But the coaxial machine guns and the infantry fighting vehicles' 30mm autocannons wove a deadly net, tearing them apart one by one. Within a minute, the battle was over. As the smoke cleared, Lin Han surveyed the carnage and the rich mineral veins beyond. He spoke into the comm channel. "Area secure. Dr. Su, you may come through." Moments later, the portal rippled, and Su-1 emerged, clad in protective gear and wielding a scanner. She hurried to a half-height rock embedded with clusters of fist-sized dark red crystals. With a brief scan, the device's readings instantly maxed out. "Good heavens." Su-1's voice trembled through the channel. "The purity exceeds my expectations. The energy density is so immense, even if we don't use it as battery material, it would suffice as high-energy explosives." She looked up at Lin Han, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "With this, not only can we produce batteries, but we might even replicate the energy shield technology from the other side. We must establish a sealed laboratory here immediately. Neither black rain nor radiation will wait for us." "Then let us proceed without hesitation," Lin Han said, gesturing toward the portal behind him, where engineering vehicles and construction materials steadily poured through. "This will be our new launch point." Chapter 42, Scorched Earth Otherworld, Base 01 Forward Command Center. A colossal holographic map hovered in the center of the conference room, the outline of Haishan City clearly defined. Zhao Jiangwo sat at the head of the table, flanked by Lin Han, Li Zhan, and the newly appointed commander of the Heavy Special Forces Battalion, Li Zhan. The city center was marked in deep crimson, a death zone where drone reconnaissance estimated millions of zombies swarmed. At the heart of this red sea stood an imposing skyscraper piercing the clouds, the Celestial Dome. According to data from the Lighthouse Camp, the Celestial Dome was the pre-catastrophe technological hub of Haishan City. Su-1 stood before the projection, her finger lightly tapping as she summoned the detailed architectural blueprint of the tower. The edifice comprised 3 subterranean levels housing a supercomputing center and 80 stories above ground. Among these, floors 50 to 60 contained biological laboratories, while levels 70 to 80 were dedicated to energy research. Most crucially, the building harbored an independent energy system, a nuclear fusion power station, capable, in theory, of sustaining basic operations. Pausing briefly, Suwon turned to Lin Han and inquired, "But how do we gain entry?" The conference room fell into sudden silence. Nuclear fusion? Li Zhan's eyes widened. "Dr. Su, are you certain? That is controllable nuclear fusion." Suwon nodded affirmatively, her tone resolute. "Though it is only the first generation of commercial reactors, the technology has matured considerably. If we can acquire the technical documentation for this equipment, Earth." She trailed off, yet all present understood the implication. Nuclear fusion technology represented humanity's ultimate solution to energy challenges. Mastery of this technology would not only resolve energy scarcity, but also underpin the energy demands of interstellar colonization. "We must obtain it at all costs," Lin Han said, scrutinizing the dense red markers on the map that indicated millions of zombies. Even with modern military firepower, advancing from the surface to the city center would exact a toll of thousands of casualties. Furthermore, initiating gunfire would summon more hordes, creating a vicious cycle. A direct assault was untenable. Suddenly, Captain Li Han of the heavy armored battalion rose and approached the map, tracing a circle near base 01. "We must adopt a more direct approach. This area, 5 kilometers from the base, is an abandoned industrial zone. The engineering corps can clear enough space within 3 days to establish a temporary airfield." And then, Lin Han pressed. Li Zhan's resolute face curved into a grim smile. "Request bomber deployment. From that airstrip, we will incinerate the entire city center." The room fell silent once more. "Commander, you mean incendiary bombs?" someone queried. Li Zhan's voice was low and steely, embodying the iron resolve of a soldier. "Millions of zombies? Then we burn them all, using napalm and white phosphorus. We will transform the death red zone into a sea of flames." Suwon expressed concern. "The tower is constructed of reinforced concrete and equipped with an independent energy system. It should theoretically withstand high temperatures." Li Han explained. "We don't need to burn the entire city, only enough to create a secure corridor for ground forces to penetrate the tower." "What about the flying mutated beasts?" Lin Han raised the critical issue. "The carrion drakes 1T remain idle. We will establish anti-air defenses." Li Han indicated several locations on the map. "Deploy Red Flag 16 FE surface-to-air missile systems and Land Shield 3000 close-in weapon systems around the airfield, supported by fighter escorts." He scanned the room. "This operation is not a mere raid, but a full-scale military campaign. We intend to establish the first true military base in the other world." Suwon inquired about the timeline. Zhao Jiangwo turned to the engineering commander at the table's far end. "Wang, please elaborate." A middle-aged officer stood and displayed a detailed map of the industrial zone. "According to drone reconnaissance, the area spans roughly 2 square kilometers, mostly derelict factories and concrete rubble, with 2 engineering battalions and heavy machinery. We estimate 3 days to clear and level a runway." He paused. "That is the ideal scenario. Large-scale zombie interference may prolong the effort. Then reinforce security," Zhao Jiangwo directed. Glancing at Li Han, "Your armored battalion will secure the perimeter and ensure construction safety." "Understood," Li Han affirmed. Suwon pressed on. "What is the total duration of the operation?" Wang calculated, 3 days for airfield construction, 1 day for bombing, and 1 day for ground troop ingress. 5 days total, conservatively. Li Han inhaled deeply. "This will be our largest military operation in the other world." "Operation approved," Zhao Jiangwo declared, extinguishing his cigarette and rising with steely resolve. "For the sake of nuclear fusion technology, the risk is justified." Codename, Inferno. Execute. 3 days later, near Base 01. The temporary airfield stood amid what had been an abandoned industrial zone littered with collapsed factories and shattered concrete. But over the past 72 hours, the landscape had transformed dramatically. Dozens of bulldozers, excavators, and rollers labored incessantly, leveling the ground, paving a provisional runway, and clearing debris. Within a colossal hangar adjacent to the airfield, brilliant lights illuminated the interior. Scores of Earth's premier aerospace engineers and technicians worked feverishly to traverse the 10 by 10 meter portal. All strategic bombers and fighters had been disassembled at Earth, their wings and tails shipped in segments. Now, final assembly and testing were underway. Unit 3 assembled, hydraulic systems normal. Avionics self-check passed. Unit 5 fully armed and fueled. With each report, 6 massive H-6 strategic bombers revealed their formidable presence as they rested on the tarmac. Nearby, 8 J-16 fighters stood ready for deployment. Around the airfield, missile launchers had been erected. The Red Flag 16 FE radar antennas rotated slowly, scanning the skies for any target. "Commander, airfield construction complete," Aircraft assembled and ready for takeoff, the engineering commander reported over the comms. Excellent, Lin Han said from the makeshift control tower, surveying the impressive scene below. He then radioed, all preparations complete. Permission to commence bombing mission? Permission granted, Zhao Jiangguo's steady voice responded from the base command center. This was not merely a military operation but a testament to Earth's industrial prowess in a foreign realm, erecting a strategic air force from scratch within 3 days. Pilots, board your aircraft, Lin Han commanded over the comm channel. Roger that. Half an hour later, the roar of engines shattered the silence. The 6H-6 bombers taxied in sequence down the runway, their afterburners emitting blue flames. This is Thunder Squadron, preparing for takeoff, the bomber formation leader announced. Takeoff authorized. Lin Han confirmed from the tower. The bombers accelerated and ascended one by one, followed closely by 8J-16 fighters forming an escort. Target confirmed, Haishan City Center. Death red zone, Lin Han observed as the radar screen tracked the formation's departure. 5 minutes into their flight en route to the target airspace. The escort lead reported over the comms. Hostile aerial contacts detected ahead, approximately 30 carrion drakes inbound. Copy that. Prepare to intercept, Lin Han responded calmly. Do not allow them to approach the bombers. Understood. The 8J-16s broke formation, accelerating forward. Lock target, prepare to engage. Beneath their wings, PL-15 medium-range air-to-air missiles ignited, trailing searing plumes as they streaked toward the Drake swarm. The carrion drakes were evidently unaccustomed to such an assault. Caught off guard and unable to react before the missiles reached them. Explosions erupted midair, fiery spheres blossoming as dozens of drakes were obliterated. Startled by the sudden barrage, the surviving beasts attempted to flee, but the J-16's active electronically scanned array radars had them locked. The second volley of missiles was already underway. With a swift whoosh, 16 PL-15 missiles soared into the sky, expertly tracking down the fleeing dragons. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted once more in fiery explosions, as the remaining dragons were obliterated. In less than 2 minutes, all 30 decaying dragons had been shot down, and the J-16 formation had yet to enter visual range. This exemplified the crushing advantage of modern aerial combat, beyond visual range strikes, leaving the adversary unaware of their impending doom. The threat neutralized, the escort formation reported, continuing their mission. Good. Lin Han nodded, proceeding with the task at hand. 10 minutes later, the bomber formation reached the target airspace. Having entered the designated area, they commenced the bombing run. Acknowledged. Bombing preparations initiated. 6 bombers simultaneously opened their bomb bays, revealing an array of densely packed explosives. Napalm, white phosphorus, thermobaric munitions. These were the hellish offerings specifically designed for the annihilation of large biological targets. Bomb away. At the command, hundreds of bombs cascaded down like raindrops. Boom. The first bomb detonated at the city center, instantly igniting everything in the vicinity. The flames of the napalm spread like the fires of hell. More bombs followed suit, transforming the entire city center into a sea of flames. Thick black smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Even from an airport several dozen kilometers away, one could feel the intense heat wave emanating from the inferno. Report, the first round of bombing is complete. The temperature in the target area has risen to 800 degrees Celsius, reported the bomber formation. Continue. Lin Han's voice was cold. Incinerate all the zombies into ash. The second and third rounds continued relentlessly throughout the day, as the bomber formation took turns scorching the city center. By nightfall, the once densely populated red zone teeming with millions of zombies had been reduced to charred earth. Commander, the target area has been cleared. The estimated survival rate of zombies is below 1, reported the drone reconnaissance. Excellent. Zhao Jiangguo observed the imagery on the screen. Lin Han, the ground forces may proceed. The following morning, a convoy of 50 armored vehicles slowly made its way along the burnt highway towards the Celestial Tower. Above the convoy, 4 armed WZ-10 helicopters circled protectively, ready to respond to any potential threats. Attention, a small number of surviving zombies have been detected ahead, reported the convoy commander. Eliminate them, ordered Lin Han. The mounted machine guns immediately opened fire, reducing the scattered zombies wandering among the ruins to mere fragments. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the Celestial Tower. This 400-meter-tall skyscraper, though blackened by smoke, remained structurally intact. Most of the glass curtain walls were shattered, yet the main framework stood firm. All teams, proceed according to the predetermined plan. Lin Han's voice resonated over the channel. Team 1 is responsible for the supercomputing center. Team 2 for the biological laboratory. Team 3 for the Energy Research Institute. Team 4, follow me to the top floor. Understood. 50 fully armed soldiers swiftly divided into 4 groups, storming into the building. Lin Han and 4 soldiers took the elevator, which, despite a power outage, still operated on backup power and ascended directly to the 80th floor. This area was originally the core of the Energy Research Institute, with laboratories lining both sides of the corridor. Through the shattered glass, various precision instruments and equipment could be seen inside. We found it. Lin Han pushed open a door and stepped inside. At the center of the laboratory stood a massive device, a functioning energy shield generator, though it had ceased operation. Its structure remained intact. This is the mission objective. Lin Han activated his communicator to report, currently scanning data. In a corner of the laboratory, several sealed safes awaited. Open them, he commanded. A soldier stepped forward and used a cutter to breach the safe's door. Inside, dozens of black chips were neatly stacked. Carbon-based chips. Lin Han recognized one, aware of its immense value despite lacking technical expertise. He swiftly placed the chips into a specialized explosion-proof case and continued. 10 minutes later, all teams returned to the first-floor lobby. The data from the supercomputing center has been fully copied, reported Team 1 leader. The biological laboratory samples have been collected, reported Team 2 leader. The equipment blueprints from the Energy Research Institute have been scanned, reported Team 3 leader. The core data from the nuclear fusion power station has been downloaded, reported Team 4 leader. Understood. Lin Han glanced at the tactical terminal. Mission accomplished. Prepare for extraction. He approached the building's entrance, gazing at the charred land outside. Millions of zombies had turned to ash in a single day. This is the might of modern warfare. Chapter 43, Steel Storm Commander. The AWACS radar has detected a large-scale aerial target response at 150 kilometers. They are rapidly approaching. Just as the convoy exited the ruins of the Celestial Tower, preparing to return, the urgent voice of the temporary airport control center crackled over the communications channel. Lin Han, seated in the command vehicle, glanced at the distribution of red dots on the tactical terminal, his brow furrowing. That response speed at 150 kilometers was quicker than anticipated. The operations officer beside him remained calm, immediately pressing the communicator to report the target characteristics. The numbers are incalculable. The radar screen is awash in red. The air traffic control voice trembled with shock. This was not the previous horde of decaying dragons, but a denser and more fragmented echo. Vultures. They had been drawn in by the inferno in the city center and the scent of millions of charred corpses. Vultures. Upon hearing this name, the accompanying biological expert's face paled instantly. Commander, those are the most troublesome scavengers, the expert explained at a rapid pace. Dr. Su mentioned them before. They are the size of eagles, but often act in the thousands. Their talons are venomous, and they fly at incredible speeds. The most terrifying aspect is that unlike dragons, they lack territorial instincts. Once they catch a whiff of blood, they will pursue relentlessly like rabid dogs. What is the scale? Lin Han inquired. If it's this magnitude of echo, the expert assessed the massive shadow on the screen. There are at least 100,000 of them. 100,000. The air in the vehicle seemed to freeze at that number, while the previous 5,000 dragons could be likened to a military force. These 100,000 vultures represented a natural disaster. How much ammunition does the J-16 formation have left? Lin Han immediately asked. Report, Commander. All missiles were expended in the recent engagement. The escort formation commander's voice was strained, and there are very few cannon rounds remaining. How far is the convoy from the air defense perimeter? 12 kilometers. Full speed will take 15 minutes. However, the vulture swarm is expected to make contact in 8 minutes. That leaves a time gap of 7 minutes. For the ground convoy, those 7 minutes could mean the difference between life and death. No missiles, no matter. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Han's eyes. J-16 formation, execute the sheepdog tactic. Sheepdogs? The expert raised an eyebrow. They are beasts, not a military unit. Lin Han replied coldly. Since they are beasts, they will fear thunder. 10,000 meters above, the 8 J-16 fighters, having exhausted their missiles, did not return to base. Instead, they abruptly lowered their noses, diving from the sky. All aircraft, prepare afterburners, supersonic engagement. Target the airspace above the vulture swarm. Maintain altitude difference, utilizing shockwaves for damage. The 8 steel dragons unleashed terrifying roars, their blue flames at the exhaust nozzles elongating dramatically. The aircraft broke the sound barrier in an instant. Enveloped in white sonic boom clouds, slicing through the dense black clouds above like blades. Boom! The deafening sound of the sonic boom erupted in the air, akin to rolling thunder. Although the aircraft did not directly collide with the herd of beasts, the supersonic flight generated a conical shock wave akin to an invisible hammer. ruthlessly striking the creatures below. For the acoustically sensitive and hollow-boned mutant avians, this close-range sonic boom proved to be a devastating blow. Positioned directly beneath the flight path, the thousands of vulture corpses at the forefront were instantaneously shattered by the violent shock wave, some rendered unconscious mid-air, plummeting like dumplings. The initially orderly yet frenzied charge was abruptly shattered by this unexpected thunder, causing their direct trajectory toward the convoy to veer off course. Well done. On the ground, observing the radar depicting the scattered red cloud forced to reroute, the anti-air battalion commander clenched his fist with fervor, recognizing the deterrent power of modern air forces. Even without bullets, the aircraft's shock wave serves as a weapon. However, this merely bought them time. The massive tide of beasts, driven by their bloodthirsty instincts, swiftly regrouped after a brief moment of chaos, surging toward the convoy, exuding the tantalizing scent of living beings. The convoy sped forth. Formation was irrelevant. Lin Han gripped the handrail tightly, commanding the vehicle to race along the debris-laden ruins of the highway. At a distance of 100 kilometers, they entered the optimal interception range of the Hunky 16 FE. Inside the temporary airport's anti-air command center, the battalion commander fixated on the radar screen, issuing commands. First round, fire. With 100 kilometers still to the airport, 6 Hunky 16 FE missile launchers stationed on the perimeter of the airport roared to life. 24 missiles, trailing long smoke plumes, ascended into the sky, their target not a single vulture but the densest center of the dark cloud. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles detonated in the heart of the beast horde. This was no longer a strike against individual targets, but a banquet of shrapnel and shockwaves. Each explosion carved out a vast void within the black cloud, sending hundreds of vultures plummeting like dumplings from the sky. Yet, the beast horde was far too immense. The remaining tens of thousands of vultures, resembling a swirling black tornado, relentlessly clung to the tail of the fleeing convoy despite the bombardment of missiles. At 15 kilometers, they entered the effective range of the land shield 3000. Inside the temporary airport's anti-air command center, the battalion commander observed the rapidly approaching red dots on the radar and gave the order. Open fire. Provide fire support for the convoy. Ahead, behind the walls of the temporary airport, for land shield 3000 close-in defense, guns finally revealed their fangs. Virum. This was the pinnacle of violent aesthetics that human industrial civilization could produce. For fire whips, extending several kilometers, lashed out toward the sky behind the convoy, weaving an impenetrable net of firepower between them and the beast horde. With a firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute, 30 mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, and electro-optical radar precision targeting. If the previous missiles were akin to precise strikes, then the present close-in defense guns were like an eraser. The black tide of beasts attempting to engulf the convoy vanished in a massive swath under the onslaught of these 4 fire whips. It was not merely a matter of shooting down, they were obliterated. In the face of such a dense barrage, flesh and bone were instantaneously vaporized, reduced to mere particles. 5 kilometers remained to the airport. The convoy continued to race under the protection of the close-in defense guns, yet sporadic stragglers broke through the fire net. They were descending. Biological experts watched in horror as several grotesque birds, with decaying feathers and blood-red eyes, folded their wings and dove like arrows from the sky. Their talons glimmered with a sinister green sheen under the sunlight. Thud! A vulture crashed violently against the command vehicle's bulletproof glass, producing a teeth-grinding screech. Following were the second and third, as a cacophony of impacts reverberated from the roof, akin to a hailstorm. Yet, the majority of vultures had been intercepted by the fire net of the close-in defense guns. A torrential rain of blood poured down, drenching the speeding convoy in crimson. Soon after, the dual 35mm anti-aircraft guns on either side of the runway unleashed special ahead cluster munitions. The shells formed invisible walls of steel balls in front of the beast horde. Any creature colliding with this wall would be instantly shredded. This was no longer combat. It was an industrial slaughter. After the sacrifice of nearly 30,000 of their kind, the horde of carrion creatures, driven solely by their instinct to kill, finally collapsed. They emitted fearful wails, frantically flapping their wings in a desperate bid to flee this land of death. The convoy finally burst through the airport gates. At the moment the engines fell silent, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Only the distant close-in defense guns continued sporadic fire, eliminating remaining targets. Lin Han pushed open the car door and stepped out. His foot landed with a squelch upon the ground, which was covered in a thick layer of black-red flesh. The remnants of vultures pulverized by the close-in defense guns. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, yet to everyone present, it resembled the sweet scent of victory. Calling the tower, the voice of the J-16 squadron leader echoed through the channel. Fuel is critical, requesting landing. Landing approved, came the response from the tower controller. Waiting at the airport, Lin Han looked up as 8 silver-gray aircraft slowly circled down toward the freshly cleared runway. He turned to Su Wan, who stood beside him, pale yet wide-eyed with shock. This is the steel storm you sought. Lin Han pointed toward the distant, still smoking gun barrels, then gestured at the aircraft overhead. In the face of overwhelming firepower, numerical superiority held no significance. Su Wan inhaled deeply and nodded. I understand now, she spoke softly. Previously, we only thought of how to evade them or sacrifice the lives of the evolved. But now I know how to win. Let us go. Lin Han patted her shoulder. Back to Earth. With this data, the next batch sent over will be more than just anti-aircraft guns. Under the setting sun, the colossal light gate shimmered with a deep blue glow, appearing as a portal to the future. The convoy, laden with nuclear fusion technology materials and samples from another realm, gradually entered the light gate, vanishing at the intersection of 2 worlds. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Beneath the sky on the runway of the temporary airport, 8 J-20 fighter jets were undergoing maintenance by ground crew. Not far away, several armed WZ-10 helicopters had their rotors still gently spinning, ready for another ascent. The air defense alarm had been lifted, yet a palpable atmosphere of tension lingered throughout the camp. The recent massacre of 100,000 vultures, albeit one-sided, had left every witness trembling from the visual impact of the dark cloud looming over them. Director Lin, preliminary counts are complete. A technical officer approached Lin Han, holding a tactical tablet. His face bore signs of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. The data brought back from the Sky Spire was invaluable. Lin Han was discussing the next steps for defense deployment with Li Zhan when he turned his head. Details, please. The technical officer took a deep breath, swiftly swiping his finger across the screen to display a set of intricate, 3-dimensional schematics. The crux lies in these 3 hard drives. He pointed at the screen, his voice slightly trembling. The first is the complete design and experimental data for the Helios-1 micronuclear fusion reactor. According to the recorded information, this was the most classified secret of the Sky Spire before the catastrophe. Lin Han gazed at the radiant model on the screen, reminiscent of the sun, and inhaled sharply. Although he was already aware of its existence within the Sky Spire, obtaining it felt entirely different. This was not merely an infinite source of energy. It was the ticket to interstellar civilization. With this innovation, the energy landscape of the real world will be irrevocably transformed, rendering the dominance of oil a relic of the past. Indeed, this is not a colossal apparatus requiring decades-long circular accelerators. The technical officer elaborated that it is a miniature reactor based on inertial confinement, no larger than half a shipping container, capable of supplying the entire electrical needs of a metropolis housing millions. Although it has yet to be formally deployed on a large scale, the data from the prototype is already exceedingly mature. What is the second component? Lin Han suppressed his excitement and continued to inquire. It pertains to the production process of Stardust carbon-based chips. The technical officer swiped the screen, revealing a crystal structure as profound as the night sky. A flagship product of the Tianxing Tower before the cataclysm. Not only does it vastly outperform traditional silicon-based chips in computational speed, but it also consumes less power and exhibits remarkable resistance to interference, ensuring stable operation in environments with strong electromagnetic disturbances. The electron mobility of carbon-based chips is several dozen times greater than that of silicon-based chips, meaning they can achieve higher frequencies and lower power consumption under the same processes. The technical officer added that silicon chips are prone to failure in strong electromagnetic interference environments, whereas carbon-based chips maintain stable operation. As for the third component, the technical officer swiped the screen again, pulling up data from the third hard drive, which contained the core algorithms and training data for the Tianxing-level City AI management system. The City AI management system? Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Precisely. The Tianxing Tower has invested significantly in AI research and development. The technical officer explained that this AI system was originally designed to manage the infrastructure of the entire city, including traffic, energy, and security. It possesses formidable logical reasoning capabilities. Yet its underlying code has been locked to prevent self-awareness, ensuring it will not spiral out of control. Furthermore, it appears to have been designed to complement the high computational power of carbon-based chips. According to the records, this AI system was nearing completion before the cataclysm. Initially slated for delivery to the local government for smart city development, regrettably, the disaster interrupted its delivery. The technical officer continued, Now that we have carbon-based chips, the computational power issue will be resolved. This AI system, in conjunction with carbon-based chips, will enable genuine city-level intelligent management. In other words, with this, we can create a truly intelligent city? A flicker of excitement glimmered in Lin Han's eyes. Theoretically, yes. However, training and deploying AI requires substantial time and computational resources. The technical officer shook his head. It would be challenging to fully deploy in the short term. Nonetheless, we can extract the core algorithms and apply them to our unmanned combat systems and base management. That will suffice. Lin Han nodded, turning to the technical officer. Entrusting the analysis of fusion and carbon-based chips to your technical department. Please expedite a feasibility report. Understood. The technical officer stood at attention and saluted. We are already organizing experts from relevant fields, and we expect to complete the preliminary assessment within a week. 2 days later, in the real world, at the Kunlun Industrial Park, on the underground third floor, within the highest security core laboratory. Is this the prototype blueprint for nuclear fusion? Gazing at the intricate structural diagram displayed on the large screen, even the seasoned academician Wang, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, trembled with excitement. The blue light reflecting off his glasses seemed to reveal a door slowly opening to a new era. Not only did we have the blueprint, but also complete experimental data and core material formulations. Lin Han stood beside him, pointing at the data stream on the screen. With this information, we can construct the first operational miniature nuclear fusion reactor within 3 months. 3 months? Wang removed his glasses and wiped the moisture from his eyes. If we had followed our original pace, it would have taken at least 30 years. Comrade Lin Han, you have brought back a future for the nation. He turned and grasped Lin Han's hand tightly, his wrinkled fingers turning pale from the pressure. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means we will be utterly liberated from the shackles of energy. It signifies an explosive growth in our industrial capacity. It means we will possess an absolute trump card in international negotiations. Wang's tone grew grave. Lin Han humbly replied, this is merely the beginning. Next, we have carbon-based chips and the city AI system, technologies that will fundamentally alter our industrial framework. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wang exclaimed thrice, his voice resonating. The state has already issued directives to establish the Flint Project Special Task Force, which I will personally lead, mobilizing the nation's top experts to tackle these technologies. Regardless of whether we lack personnel, funds, or equipment, as long as you voice your needs, the state will provide unwavering support. Currently, the most critical resource remains redstone. Lin Han pondered. Although nuclear fusion itself does not require redstone, our solid-state hydrogen battery technology upgrade, as well as potential future developments in high-energy weaponry, are reliant on redstone as a high-energy stabilizer. While we have opened the passage to the Redstone Canyon, the extraction volume still lags behind demand. Rest assured. Wang waved his hand confidently. The engineering troops have already been deployed. A firm directive has been issued. Even if we must excavate the mountain, we will ensure the supply of raw materials. I have dispatched 2 mechanized engineering brigades specifically for the extraction and transportation of redstone. Lin Han nodded, his gaze drifting outside. Beyond the window, the once quiet industrial park had transformed into a vast construction site. Countless engineering vehicles scurried back and forth, towering cranes loomed overhead, and sparks from welding illuminated the scene. New factories were rising from the ground, laying the foundation for the future. The machinery of the state was now operating at full throttle. Meanwhile, in another world, the war against the mother nest was just beginning. End of chapter. Chapter 45. A new blueprint 1 month later. In another realm, at the perimeter of Base 01. The fierce wind whipped up sand and grit, stinging their faces. Wang Dali tightened his tattered cotton coat and glanced back at the emaciated companions trailing behind him. In the group, the eyes of the elderly and children had become somewhat vacant, a sign of long-term hunger and radiation torment. Old squad leader, can we really get in? A middle-aged man, missing an arm, approached with a hoarse voice. I've heard that this so-called Base 01 can repel waves of mutated beasts and can take in us worthless people. Wang Dali remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead at the steel behemoth that loomed indistinctly beneath the gray horizon. It was the most awe-inspiring sight he had ever witnessed. The massive beams of searchlights pierced through the dim sky, and the towering concrete walls loomed like mountains over the earth. On the battlements, dark automatic turrets slowly rotated, emanating a chilling metallic sheen. Above the base, several sleek military drones circled vigilantly. Their buzzing hum to his ears was nothing short of celestial music. This is no mere base. It is the fabled divine realm. Regardless of whether they take us in or not, we have no retreat. Wang Dali gritted his teeth and pulled out a dirty white cloth from his pocket. Hanging it on a branch, and raising it high. Let us muster our spirits. We must not let the officers inside underestimate us. As the group slowly approached, an unusual sensation washed over him. The joints that had been subtly aching from prolonged exposure to radiation suddenly felt inexplicably lighter. The oppressive weight on his chest dissipated, and breathing became easier. My heavens! I'm not coughing anymore. Why do I feel so much lighter? Me too. This is incredible. A stir rippled through the group. Wang Dali stared in astonishment at his hands. As a former Special Forces soldier, he was acutely aware of changes in his body. This was no illusion. Upon entering this area, it felt as if the very air had been purified. The ubiquitous viruses and radiation seemingly kept at bay by some unseen force. Halt! Identify yourselves. A commanding voice rang out from ahead. Several fully armed soldiers emerged from behind cover. They were clad in the mechanical exoskeletons that Wang Dali had only seen before in the elite federal forces, cradling brand new QBZ-191 automatic rifles in their hands. The expression beneath their black visors was indiscernible, with only a chilling voice resonating in the air. Observing these guardians, resembling futuristic warriors, Wang Dali felt no fear. Instead, tears welled in his eyes. There was hope. As long as he could enter that door, salvation was indeed within reach. In the command center of the base, Lin Han stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at a group of survivors undergoing security checks in the distance, gently tapping an electronic report against his palm. Advisor Lin. Here are the statistics for this week, reported a staff officer from behind. We have received over 300 survivors this week. The leader of that group is a retired veteran named Wang Dali, said to have been in the Special Forces. Commander Lin Han personally interacted with him and gave a high evaluation. Special Forces? Lin Han turned around, flipping through the report in his hands. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Yes, as per your instructions, we accept anyone with a clean background after they undergo isolation in the purification zone, the officer continued. The population of the base has now exceeded 4,000. With the lighthouse effect expanding, small settlements and wanderers within a 100-kilometer radius are gravitating towards us. Lin Han nodded. In just a month, the changes at Base 01 were truly revolutionary. Not only had the population grown, but order had also been established. In this wasteland, a base with formidable military strength, ample energy, and a purified environment represented the sole hope for survivors. Is the logistical pressure substantial? Lin Han inquired. We can manage for now. The two settlements that migrated from the abandoned factory contain many skilled workers. After their integration, our foundational production lines are operational. Coupled with supplies transported from the real world, maintaining our current scale is not an issue. Excellent. Lin Han returned the report to the staff officer, emphasizing that those with technical backgrounds required particular attention. Our forthcoming technological assimilation will necessitate a large workforce. Understood. After the officer departed, Lin Han did not rush back, but instead turned towards the base's technical center. Despite the vigorous construction, he was more concerned about the technical materials he had brought back from the Tianxing Tower. Inside the technical center, a flurry of activity unfolded. Dozens of researchers donned in white lab coats busied themselves at various instruments. Although the conditions were relatively rudimentary, this was already the most technologically advanced location in the entire base. Advisor Lin, you've arrived. A technical lead greeted him, hurrying forward. Let us review the progress. Lin Han gestured for him to relax. How is the research on carbon-based chips and AI systems progressing? The technical lead sighed, a wry smile appearing on his face. It's proving to be much more challenging than anticipated. He led Lin Han to a large screen displaying a complex flowchart. Although we have a complete documentation of the carbon-based chip fabrication process, it is entirely different from our existing silicon-based chip technology. He pointed to several critical steps, noting that the arrangement of carbon nanotubes requires extremely precise electric field control equipment, which our current devices cannot achieve, even with full domestic support. Creating the first experimental production line will take at least 6 months to a year. And the AI system? Stuck in a similar manner, the technical lead switched the display. The core algorithms of the Tianxing class AI are designed based on the high concurrency architecture of carbon-based chips. Running it on silicon chips would significantly reduce efficiency and could even lead to crashes due to insufficient computational power. Until we produce qualified carbon-based chips, we can only conduct theoretical research and partial algorithm optimization. Upon hearing this, Lin Han did not feel disappointment. Rather, he exhaled in relief. This is reasonable. If we could easily assimilate technology that is a generation ahead in just a few days, that would indeed be absurd. It seems we need to prepare for a protracted battle. He patted the technical lead on the shoulder. No rush. We will proceed step by step. Let us first utilize what technology we can. That's our thought as well. the technical lead responded. While the core technology requires time, we have extracted some foundational material formulas and automation control logic from the data, which we have already applied in the base's construction. For instance, the new defensive walls incorporate a high-strength concrete formula learned from the materials, enhancing strength by 30. That's the right approach. Lin Han nodded in approval. By the way, what about fusion? That's a project personally overseen by Old Wang, and progress is faster than ours. The technical lead pointed to the northeast corner of the base. The location has been determined, right in the former backup power generation area. I've heard that domestically. They have comprehended the blueprints for the core components and are in the prototype phase. However, considering the unique environment of this world, it is estimated that actual implementation will still take a few months. As Lin Han stepped out of the technical center, he surveyed the vibrant base before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of steadiness. Although the advanced technology had yet to yield immediate results, the base was steadily growing stronger. The population was increasing, facilities were improving, and technology was accumulating. Lin Han, a familiar voice called from behind. Su-won approached, clad in comfortable work attire and holding a tablet. Are you here for an inspection as well? Lin Han inquired with a smile. Sort of. Su-won handed him the tablet. Here's the analysis report of the redstone samples. We discovered that the higher the purity of the redstone, the exponentially greater the energy density. Currently, the mine or around the canyon is of medium to low purity. But if we could penetrate deeper into the canyon, we might find high-purity veins? Lin Han interjected. Exactly. But the radiation levels there are too intense. Su-won shrugged helplessly. Our protective gear cannot withstand it. The good news is that domestically, they are developing new protective materials against redstone radiation based on the data we provided. Although there are no finished products yet, it should be ready soon. It seems everyone is eagerly awaiting equipment upgrades, Lin Han remarked. Indeed, Su-won turned to gaze at the developing residential area, observing the gradual improvement of their surroundings. This waiting is worthwhile, isn't it? Following her gaze, Lin Han saw the newly arrived survivors receiving supplies, the children's faces adorned with long-lost smiles, and wisps of smoke rising from the kitchen's chimney in the distance. This was no longer a cold military outpost, but a rejuvenating human home. Indeed, Lin Han replied softly. It is worthwhile. As the sun sank, casting elongated shadows of the two, new hope was taking root in this desolate wasteland. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. The Kunlun Press Conference in the Earth World, at the International Convention Center in Haiban City, the main auditorium, capable of accommodating 3,000 people, was filled to capacity. The flash of cameras was frantic as media reporters, tech bloggers, and industry analysts from around the globe crowded the space. On the big screen, a simple logo loomed, a silhouette of the majestic Kunlun Mountains, with the words Kunlun Technology emblazoned below. Hey, Jack, what do you think this Chinese company named Kunlun will unveil? A blonde, blue-eyed Western reporter adjusted his camera, asking his colleague beside him. Their slogan claims to redefine energy, which is quite a bold statement. Who knows? The reporter named Jack shrugged, a hint of habitual arrogance in his tone. It's probably just another gimmick for some graphene battery. You know, there have been too many companies claiming to create cars and batteries through PowerPoint presentations in recent years. As long as they can deceive investors, they're bold enough to make any claims. Indeed, an energy revolution? My goodness, that's something General Electric and Tesla should worry about. Their conversation reflected the prevailing attitude of the majority of Western media present, skeptical, dismissive, and tinged with a sense of anticipation for an impending farce. After all, this was a company that had been virtually unknown just 3 months prior. Despite recent rumors regarding national backgrounds, the Western world continues to maintain a psychological advantage over China in the realm of hard technology, particularly in fundamental energy materials. Suddenly, the lights in the venue dimmed abruptly, and the previously noisy hall fell silent. A spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. There was no host, no warm-up performance. A middle-aged man, dressed in a custom deep blue suit and exuding an air of elegance, walked confidently to the center of the stage. It was Shen Yi, former senior executive of the National Energy Group and current CEO of Kunlun Technology. He possessed a calm demeanor, cultivated from years in high positions, and faced the scrutinizing gaze of thousands in the audience with a poised smile. Good afternoon. His voice resonated through the top-notch sound system, steady and powerful. Humanity has relied on fossil fuels for over 2 centuries. We have grown accustomed to the roar of engines, the scent of gasoline at service stations, and the anxiety of being at the mercy of energy. As he spoke, Shen Yi retrieved a silver rectangular object from his pocket, approximately the size of a standard brick. Today, this anxiety will become a thing of the past. He raised the metallic block. This is the Kunlun Technology's first product, The Zilong, one solid-state hydrogen battery. A smattering of camera shutters erupted from the audience, though most were still bewildered. Solid-state hydrogen? What is that? Shun Yi disregarded the audience's reaction and pressed a button on the remote in his hand. A massive screen behind him flickered to life, revealing a set of data. Energy density, 3,500 Wh/kg. Safety, absolutely stable, non-flammable, non-explosive. Charging method, instant solidification filling with gaseous hydrogen. Environmental adaptability, 70 to 120 degrees. Boom. The audience erupted in disbelief. This is impossible. Jack sprang to his feet, nearly dropping his recording pen. Current lithium batteries only achieve an energy density of 250 to 300 Wh/kg. How could he claim 10 times that? This defies the laws of physics. A fraud. It must be a scam, shouted another Japanese journalist, agitated. After 30 years of research, Toyota hasn't achieved such a feat. How can a new Chinese company? Doubts, gasps, and laughter intermingled, transforming the venue into a chaotic marketplace. Shun Yi calmly observed the commotion, his smile growing more pronounced. I know what you were thinking. He waved his hand, and several staff members wheeled an unbranded electric vehicle chassis onto the stage. On the chassis was a single Zilong, one battery pack. To validate its performance, we conducted an extreme challenge under the supervision of a notary. The screen transitioned to a verified video. In the footage, a heavy SUV equipped with the same battery was parked in Mo He, the northernmost point of the country, its body blanketed in thick snow. The video displayed a real-time timestamp and mileage. This vehicle departed from Mo He at -40 degrees and traveled south. Shun Yi pointed to the screen. We all know that low temperatures are a nightmare for batteries. However, with Zilong 1, low temperatures are no longer an issue. The video commenced, showcasing the vehicle as it started, exiting the urban area of Mo He and entering the highway. The footage rapidly shifted. On the first day, the vehicle sped along the snowy highways of northeast China. On the second day, it entered the North China Plain, where the scenery transformed from snow-covered fields to withered farmland. On the third day, it continued south, crossing the Yangtze River into the water towns of Jiangnan, until the fourth afternoon, when the vehicle came to a stop in a southern city, the odometer reading 2180 kilometers. In just 4 days and 3 nights, from the northernmost Mo He to the south, traversing over 2,000 kilometers through highways, national roads, and city streets, experiencing temperature fluctuations from -40 to +20 degrees. Shun Yi's voice remained calm and powerful, stating, Not once did we recharge, nor did we refuel. This is the answer provided by Zilong 1. The hall fell into a hushed silence. In extreme cold, a single charge can achieve a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers? This is no mere enhancement. This is a paradigm shift. This is fabrication. It must be edited. Someone shouted, their voice trembling with disbelief. Shun Yi smiled. I anticipated your skepticism. Therefore, we have prepared a live experiment in compliance with national standards. He gestured, and a transparent, bulletproof glass safety chamber slowly ascended in the center of the stage. Inside the chamber, a professional hydraulic piercing testing machine was already set up, with a Zilong 1 battery pack secured in place. Many were concerned about the safety of hydrogen energy, perceiving it as a mobile bomb. In the battery industry, puncture testing is regarded as the most stringent safety assessment. Shun Yi approached the entrance of the safety chamber, as a staff member opened the heavy bulletproof glass door for him. This machine would use an 8mm diameter steel needle to pierce the battery pack vertically at a speed of 25 mm per second, simulating extreme impact and damage. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Shun Yi confidently entered the safety chamber, personally standing at the control console. The bulletproof glass door closed slowly with a faint sealing sound. In that moment, everyone understood that if he did not possess absolute confidence in his product, he would never enter such a potentially hazardous confined space. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Shun Yi pressed the control button within the safety chamber. With the hydraulic machine's operation, the thick steel needle ruthlessly penetrated the battery pack, piercing straight through. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no explosion or fire. Aside from a wisp of white smoke emanating from the puncture point, resulting from hydrogen escaping and combining with moisture in the air, the battery pack remained quietly in place, with temperature monitoring data showing no significant fluctuations. Moments later, Shun Yi pressed the start button. The motor of the electric chassis within the safety chamber emitted a faint humming sound as the 4 wheels began to spin rapidly. Shun Yi spoke into the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the hall, even after being completely pierced by a steel needle. Zilong 1 can still maintain over 95 output power until the internal hydrogen storage is entirely depleted. The bulletproof glass door reopened, and Shun Yi emerged composed. Adjusting the cuffs of his suit, his gaze sweeping across the audience as he raised his voice slightly. This is the answer we provide. From today onwards, the term range anxiety will vanish from the dictionary. From today onwards, oil hegemony will become a relic of the past. In that moment, everyone realized one thing. The world had changed. Meanwhile, at Command Center Base 01, Lin Han leaned back in his chair, watching the live broadcast on the large screen, a cup of freshly brewed tea in hand. Mr. Shun's speaking skills are impressive. He commands a strong presence, he remarked with a smile to his companion, Li Han. Naturally, Li Han replied, observing the charismatic figure of Shun Yi on the screen. He was specifically chosen for this role. Commercial negotiations and media interactions are his forte, with him leading the front. You can confidently focus on your grand projects behind the scenes. Lin Han nodded, his gaze penetrating through the screen as if glimpsing a more distant future. This is merely the beginning. When carbon-based chips and nuclear fusion reactors emerge, that will signify a true revolution. Li Han glanced at the young consultant, feeling a sense of awe. Who would have thought that this transformative gear would originate from a young man's decision to contribute to the nation? By the way, Lin Han set down his teacup. While Mr. Shin charges ahead, we should get to work. How is the new home in Redstone Canyon coming along? Chapter 47. A night of sudden change. As Shun Yi stepped out of the bulletproof glass safety chamber, the lights in the Haiban International Convention Center flickered back to life. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. It was not applause, but rather a cacophony of countless voices shouting, making phone calls, and frantically typing, merging into a tidal wave of sound. The once orderly press conference venue instantaneously descended into chaos. The Western journalists, who had initially come to mock, now appeared pale and frantic, shouting into their earpieces, desperately attempting to relay news that could potentially alter the global landscape back home. A butterfly had flapped its wings, and a storm was brewing across the Pacific. On the other side of the ocean in New York's Wall Street, the stock market was in full swing. Prior to the press conference, crude oil futures had stabilized at 75 per barrel, but the moment Shun Yi showcased the needle puncture experiment, that red line plummeted as if severed from its tether. Sell off. Liquidate everything. All oil-related stocks of ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Shell were rapidly offloaded. In the trading hall of JP Morgan Chase, a seasoned trader yelled into the phone, his tie askew and sweat pouring down his face. Disregarding any stop-loss lines, if they didn't act fast, it would be too late. The Chinese had developed a solid-state hydrogen battery, and oil was about to become worthless. Panic spread like a virus. Within half an hour, international crude oil futures plummeted by 20, triggering a market halt. Following suit, the share prices of lithium mining giants, which had monopolized global lithium resources, were halved. In stark contrast, although the A shares had closed, the Chinese concept stocks in the new energy vehicle sector soared, defying the trend. Wealth evaporated overnight, only to be redistributed in a new form. In Washington, Langley, at the CIA headquarters, a smoke-filled conference room was devoid of any electronic signals. The large screen on the wall froze on an image of Shun Yi holding the Candle Dragon battery. Has the analysis report come in? The elderly man at the head of the table, his face grim, rhythmically tapped his fingers on the rosewood surface. He was Williams, the director of operations. It has, sir. A timid analyst, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, presented a document. According to our technical experts, there are no signs of editing in that video. We have also identified the model of the hydraulic press used in the puncture experiment. It is an industrial-grade device from Siemens, and its thrust and piercing speed cannot be fabricated. So this is genuine? Williams's voice was as cold as ice. Not only genuine, but the technological gap is at least 30 years. The analyst swallowed hard. Our national laboratories have yet to conquer stable solid-state hydrogen storage, and they have achieved absolute safety at room temperature and pressure, even capable of withstanding gunfire and punctures. It's nothing short of divine magic. To hell with divine magic. Williams slammed the document onto the table. Do you realize what this means? If China monopolizes this energy technology, the petrodollar system will collapse. Our aircraft carrier fleet, our global hegemony, will turn to scrap. A heavy silence enveloped the room. This is an act of war. Williams inhaled deeply, his murderous intent unmistakable. List Kunlun technology as our highest priority target, codenamed Prometheus. Activate all our dormant assets in China, whether through financial means, personnel exchanges, or other methods. I must acquire a sample of that battery. No, I demand all their technical data. Sir, there are security personnel around Shani, and intelligence suggests that the company has military backing. Then make it clean. Williams interrupted. Even if it triggers diplomatic disputes, it is a risk we must take. For the sake of America's interests, we must either seize the spark or extinguish it. Simultaneously, the Western media landscape underwent a dramatic shift from derision to hysteria. Before the press conference, the New York Times had headlined, "A Chinese-style technological leap forward, a scheme bound for bankruptcy." 1 hour post-conference. The title quietly morphed into "Energy Hegemony, China's Attempt to Destroy Western Industry with Cheap Batteries." CNN's star anchor, with a grave expression, stated during a broadcast, "This is not merely a battery, it is a challenge to the free world. Consider the implications. If our cars, our power grids, and even our tanks rely on Chinese batteries, where does that leave our national security? This is a blatant energy threat." Foreign netizens who had previously mocked the brick battery now fell into collective silence. Almost immediately, conspiracy theories began to proliferate. This must be a theft of our technology. That Shun Yi might be an alien? There are serious suspicions that battery is radioactive. However, no matter how loud their outcries, they could not alter one undeniable truth: the era had changed. In China, the online world was in stark contrast to the panic and sour grapes of the outside. Domestic social media had transformed into a joyous sea. Keywords like Kunlun technology, Candle Dragon #1, and goodbye oil dominated the trending lists. Wow, I am not well educated, but this is incredible. Traveling 2,000 kilometers in 4 days. No more waiting in service areas to charge when I return home. Hey upstairs, your perspective is too narrow. With this invention, oil prices are bound to plummet. Tears of joy, everyone. In the past, we had to exchange 200 million shirts for a single plane. And now it's finally their turn to seek our technology. Did you see the live needle puncture experiment? Shun Yi is such a man. That's a hydrogen battery. I would have been terrified, yet he bravely operated in that glass chamber. Behind the revelry, keen observers began to sense a different atmosphere. Within Base 01, Lin Han had just hung up from a secure call. His expression was graver than before. "What's wrong?" Lin Han asked, noting that the tea in his cup had grown cold. "I just received a report from the Security Bureau," Lin Han said solemnly. In the half hour following the press conference, applications from overseas business personnel entering the country surged by 300. Additionally, we detected numerous unidentified signals attempting to breach Kunlun Technology's servers. Even some of our overseas procurement channels have faced interference. Lin Han, rather than feeling anxious, chuckled lightly. As expected, if they weren't in a hurry, it would mean our product isn't good enough. He stood and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling construction of the base outside. Let them come. The current Kunlun technology is not a sieve that can be penetrated by a few commercial spies. Turning around, his tone calm, he continued, "Shun Yi has drawn the world's fire, which has afforded us time. I propose we expedite the deployment of the mining line in Redstone Canyon during this window period. The resources produced there are the core of the Flint Project's follow-up. You seem to have an inkling of what is coming. And as for potential Western sanctions and blockades," Lin Han smirked, "Li team, from a business perspective, if Candle Dragon has to suspend exports due to a shortage of raw materials, prioritizing the domestic market should align perfectly with the principles of market economy, right?" Lin Han paused, then nodded in understanding. "That is a good excuse. I will relay this business suggestion to the command center." Of course, Lin Han resumed his seat, picking up his teacup. "I'm merely a consultant, offering a bit of problem-solving insight. The specifics of the game will depend on higher-level maneuvers." Overnight, the world was turned upside down by a little battery, and this was merely the first wave of impact brought on by the apocalyptic world. Chapter 48. Nations come to pay homage in Haiban City. The Kunlun Tower, formerly known as the Haiban Financial Center, had officially been renamed just a week prior. At this moment, the plaza beneath the tower was teeming with luxury cars, resembling a global premier auto show. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach, these rarely seen epitomes of luxury, now fill the parking lot like cabbages. Descending from their vehicles are titans of the global automotive industry. The CEO of Volkswagen Group, Akio Toyoda of Toyota, the chairman of General Motors, and the illustrious Iron Man of Tesla, these once formidable figures in the business world find themselves, at this moment, queuing in the lobby of Kunlun Building like anxious job seekers. "Sir, please present your appointment code." The receptionist, wearing a professional smile, intercepts a blond man attempting to cut in line. "If you do not have an appointment, kindly wait in the lounge over there. I am the president of BMW Group for Greater China. I need to see Mr. Shin immediately." The blond man gestures impatiently with his business card. "I apologize, Mr. President." The receptionist's smile remains unwavering. "Mr. Shun is currently meeting with Mr. Wang from BYD and Mr. Li from Geely. Your appointment is at 3 o'clock. And there are representatives from Mercedes and Ford ahead of you. Please adhere to the order." The blond man opens his mouth, but ultimately retreats to the waiting area under the mocking gazes of his peers. Not long ago, it was the leaders of Chinese automotive companies who awaited their meetings with translators and thick dossiers outside offices in Frankfurt or Detroit. The tides have now turned. On the top floor of the building, in a panoramic conference room, Shun Yi occupies the principal seat, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows behind him showcasing the bustling coastline of the seaside city. Facing him are the heads of several major domestic automotive enterprises. The atmosphere is lively and congenial. Mr. Shun, we at BYD fully support the Kunlun standard you just mentioned. Wang Chuanfu appears somewhat agitated. As long as we can utilize the Zhulong battery, we're open to standardizing the interface, even altering our chassis architecture. Indeed, Li Shufu from Geely chimes in. We have halted all research projects on internal combustion engines. The future of automobiles will consist solely of those using Zhulong and those that do not. We cannot afford to lag behind. Shun Yi nods with a smile, pushing several pre-prepared documents to the center of the table. Since everyone is willing to cooperate, let us speak candidly. Kunlun Technology is not merely in the business of selling batteries. We aim to establish a new energy ecosystem. This strategic cooperation agreement contains 3 core clauses. First, all models equipped with Zhulong batteries must adhere to the Charging and Battery Management System, BMS, protocols set by Kunlun Technology. Second, to ensure priority supply in the domestic market, we will allocate 80 of our production capacity to domestic car manufacturers that sign this agreement over the next 3 years. Third, regarding overseas markets. Shin Yi pauses, scanning every attendee in the room. We encourage you all to expand internationally. Kunlun Technology will serve as your most steadfast ally, providing the most competitive energy solutions to help Chinese automotive brands conquer the global market. The titans in attendance exchange glances, each seeing the flames of ambition reflected in one another's eyes. This is the dream they have pursued for a lifetime, having long spoken of overtaking on Benz. It is only now, at this moment, that they truly feel the steady, powerful grip of the steering wheel in their hands. Sign. Without hesitation, several pens descend upon the paper, the rustling sound echoing like the prelude to a collapsing era. At 3 o'clock, after bidding farewell to the beaming domestic leaders, Shun Yi sips his tea to soothe his parched throat. Let the foreign representatives in, he instructs his secretary, one at a time, do not disrupt the order. The first to enter is the BMW Greater China president, who had previously faced embarrassment downstairs. Mr. Shun, it is an honor to finally meet you. The German executive greets in fluent Chinese, lowering his demeanor. BMW Group is very interested in the Zhulong battery, and we hope to establish a deep partnership. We hold great respect for BMW's brand history as well. Shun Yi replies politely. However, we need to discuss the terms of collaboration. Of course. The BMW president quickly responds. We are willing to purchase batteries at a price 20 above the market rate and can provide sales channels for Kunlun Technology in the European market. After a moment's hesitation, he reveals his true intent, as long as your side agrees to technology sharing or to establish a joint venture factory in Germany. Shun Yi's smile remains. Yet his gaze turns somewhat frigid. Technology sharing? Yes, the BMW president explains. As you know, the EU has stringent antitrust laws and carbon emission standards. If the core battery technology is entirely controlled by a foreign company, it may be challenging to pass EU scrutiny. Establishing a joint factory is the best win-win solution. We can provide funding and management experience. Allow me to interject. Shun Yi raises his hand, leaning forward with his hands crossed on the table, locking eyes with his counterpart. I believe you have misunderstood something. It is not we who are seeking entry into the European market. Rather, the European market requires our batteries for survival. As for antitrust investigations, Shun Yi chuckles lightly, by all means. However, I must remind you that our production capacity is limited. Should the European market deem Zhulong non-compliant, we could sell that share to Africa or South America. I am confident that consumers there would be eager to drive vehicles with a range of 2,000 kilometers. The BMW president's expression darkens considerably. Mr. Shun, are you rejecting this multi-billion euro order? Do you understand what that implies? It implies that you will be rendered obsolete by the tides of time. Shun Yi's voice is calm, yet chilling. Without Zhulong, your prideful internal combustion engines will be comprehensively outperformed, and in terms of cost, utterly uncompetitive. I also present you with a choice. Either accept our pure supply model, with no technology transfer and no joint factory, or take a left turn and continue your pursuit of hydrogen fuel cells or ternary lithium batteries. The conference room descends into a suffocating silence. After a moment, the BMW president inhales deeply, lowering his noble head in resignation. We need to consult with the board. He concedes. Please do so. However, the next guest is Mr. Elon Musk from Tesla. I suspect his decision-making speed may be swifter than yours. Shin Yi glances at the clock and motions for the guest to leave. On this day, the elevators of Kunlun building bear witness to the transformation of numerous Western automotive giants from haughty to crestfallen. The once impregnable Western Automotive Industrial Alliance crumbles like paper in the face of an overwhelming technological divide. When the stakes are sufficiently high, the so-called alliances of offense and defense disintegrate in an instant, in a bid to secure even a single percentage of battery allocation. These century-old rivals do not hesitate to undermine one another in Shin Yi's office, even offering premiums twice that of domestic enterprises. Yet, Shin Yi steadfastly maintains a critical boundary. Core technology shall remain safeguarded. As night falls, Shin Yi stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the unyielding procession of luxury cars below. Lin Han, you were right, he murmurs to himself, when one holds the truth. There is truly no need for loud proclamations. His phone vibrates in his pocket, a message from a secure channel. The fish has taken the bait. A slight smile graces Shin Yi's lips as he replies with 2 words, net closed. Chapter 49. Black Box and Shadow War. United States, Massachusetts. Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Lincoln Laboratory. This is the most advanced defense technology research center in the United States, where countless innovations that have transformed warfare have been birthed. At this moment, the Materials Science and Extreme Environments Laboratory on the 3rd underground level is on high alert. 3 heavy blast doors are tightly sealed, and the air is thick with tension. A dozen scientists clad in fully sealed protective suits gather around a massive silvery device. Within the transparent isolation chamber of the equipment center lay a silver rectangular object, the prototype of the Halong 1 battery, which, just hours earlier, had been desperately smuggled out of China by CIA operatives. Director Williams, the sample's activity assessment is complete. Dr. Robert, the chief materials scientist, observed the data on the screen, his voice trembling slightly. Oh my God, this is nothing short of a masterpiece. Its energy density is 3,500 Wh/kg, which, for its size, is equivalent to 10 times that of our most advanced tactical battery packs. Moreover, the output is remarkably stable, showing no signs of thermal runaway. Standing outside the observation window, Director Williams scoffed. I did not come here to hear your praises for the Chinese. I want to understand its principles. I want to know how to replicate it. We are in the process of doing so, Dr. Robert replied, wiping the fog from his goggles. Preliminary X-ray scans indicate that its internal structure is extraordinarily dense. Our conventional rays cannot penetrate its core at all. It resembles a black box. Then cut it open. Williams waved his hand impatiently. Use a laser cutter or a diamond water jet. I refuse to believe that a mere battery is tougher than tank armor. Dr. Robert hesitated. Sir, such high-energy batteries often encapsulate extremely unstable chemicals. A violent disassembly could lead to what? An explosion? Williams gestured toward the lab's blast-proof walls. This facility can withstand the impact of a tactical nuclear weapon. Proceed. The White House is awaiting my report. Yes. Dr. Robert reluctantly pressed the button. The mechanical arm slowly moved, and the high-precision laser cutter aimed at the battery's encapsulation line. Commencing the cut. Power 5, focus. Everyone held their breath. A blue laser beam struck the battery's exterior with precision. There were no sparks, no explosions. Yet, at the moment the laser made contact with the metallic surface, an eerie red glow suddenly emanated from the originally silver surface. This red light did not arise from high temperatures. It resembled some form of biological pulse. Warning. High-energy magnetic field response detected. Energy levels are rising exponentially. An assistant screamed in terror. Stop. Quickly stop. Dr. Robert shouted. But it was too late. There was no grand explosion as Williams had anticipated. Following the flash of red light, the Halong 1 battery, once a pinnacle of human energy achievement, collapsed as if bereft of its skeleton, crumbling before their eyes. Indeed, it collapsed. The once rigid metallic shell softened instantaneously, and the high-energy solid-state hydrogen crystals within seemed to undergo a form of microscopic reformatting. In mere seconds, that exquisite industrial creation transformed into a lifeless heap of gray-black powder, quietly settling in the isolation chamber's tray. What is this? Williams gaped, pressing his face against the glass. Where's my battery? Dr. Robert, trembling, operated the mechanical arm to extract a sample from the pile of black powder for analysis. Minutes later, he raised his head with a face ashen as death. Carbon powder, along with ordinary polymer compounds. He appeared like a puppet whose soul had been drawn out. Sir, it has committed suicide. What do you mean, committed suicide? Williams bellowed. I do not know, Dr. Robert stammered, confusion and fear filling his gaze. Sir, this is entirely beyond our comprehension. What do you mean? We attempted every known analytical method. Dr. Robert pointed to the image under the microscope, his voice dwindling. X-rays could not penetrate. Neutron diffraction showed no response. And even the electron microscope only revealed a blur. It is as if it were a completely sealed black box. He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. What we can ascertain is that the moment the laser breached the shell, some reaction occurred that we cannot comprehend. It was neither an explosion nor combustion. It was as if by magic, it simply transformed into a pile of worthless dust. Then how was that Chinese man able to pierce it with a needle? Williams pressed. I do not know. Dr. Robert shook his head, defeat etched on his face. Perhaps the needle merely punctured a small hole, while we attempted to fully open it. Or perhaps the Chinese possess some physical law that we cannot fathom. He looked up at Williams, despair in his eyes. Sir, this is not a matter of a technological gap. This is a generational divide. It's akin to primitive people witnessing a lighter. They know it produces fire. But they will never understand why pressing a button ignites it. Williams stood frozen. Even without technical expertise, he grasped the implication. This was not a self-destruct device. It was the inherent property of the material. Or rather, the Chinese had harnessed this property to create a perfect Schrodinger's battery, until it is opened. It is the holy grail of energy. Once breached, it becomes mere refuse. And what of that code? Williams pointed to the corner of the screen. His voice laced with lingering resentment. Why did it display that message? Dr. Robert remained silent for a few seconds before slowly responding. Sir, when we attempted to interface with its data port, it seemed a protective mechanism within the chip activated. Before we could retrieve any data, it self-destruct? Yes, Doctor. Robert's voice carried a profound sense of helplessness, akin to ancient secret letters that ignite upon being opened. The Chinese never intended for us to study it. He gestured toward the corner of the screen. That was the only segment of data salvaged from the internal chip just before the battery's self-destruction, transmitted as they connected to the data interface. It was not gibberish, but a message written in standard ASCII code. Unauthorized access detected. System locked. A deathly silence enveloped the entire laboratory. Williams stared at the mocking text, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. He had invested tens of millions of dollars, deployed numerous undercover agents, and even sacrificed 2 informants, only to be rewarded with a pile of carbon powder and a taunt? Damn it! Damn it! He seized a coffee cup and smashed it against the blast-proof glass, brown liquid splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, in China, at the Kunlun building, Shun Yi gazed at the text message on his phone, target formatted. A broader smile crept across his lips. He set down his phone and looked at Lin Han, seated across from him. As you predicted, they could not resist. Shun Yi poured a cup of tea for Lin Han. They must have initiated the disassembly, triggering the molecular lock. Lin Han appeared utterly unfazed. The so-called molecular lock essentially utilizes technology derived from Redstone research, he stated coolly. The Hulong battery itself is based on solid-state hydrogen technology from before the catastrophe, but we applied Redstone's findings for protection against disassembly. He turned to gaze out at the night sky. For normal use, this poses no issue. However, for those attempting reverse engineering, it becomes an insurmountable chasm. Shin Yi picked up the thread, admiration glimmering in his eyes. This bait not only severed their hopes, but will likely leave their scientists questioning their very existence for some time. That is precisely the desired effect. Lin Han rose and approached the window. Outside, the city's neon lights still glittered against the night. Let them despair. Only then will they be compliant. His voice was calm and indifferent. Next, Williams and his team are likely to be infuriated. Inform the necessary parties to elevate the security level of the Flint plan. Furthermore, he turned to Shin Yi. Since they have acquired the answer, we must prepare for the next phase of the examination. How is the progress of Redstone Canyon's mining? It has been completed. Shun Yi spoke with a serious demeanor, stating that the first batch of raw materials would arrive at the industrial park through the side entrance tomorrow. Excellent. Lin Han nodded. Let us commence. It is not merely about batteries. I intend to demonstrate to the world what a true dimensionality reduction strike entails. Chapter 50. The knife hidden in the sleeve in the deep of night in Washington, the Oval Office of the White House was ablaze with light. A top-secret report was forcefully slammed onto the desk. The cover bore the emblem of MIT's Lincoln Laboratory, and a particular conclusion stating that the technological gap was 30 years and could not be reverse engineered was emphatically circled in red ink. Sitting behind the desk, the president rubbed his temples and looked at the advisors before him. So, we cannot steal it, nor can we dismantle it. This is the answer you provide me? Mr. President, it is not just that. The director of intelligence replied grimly. According to our informants in Huaxia, Kunlun Technology's production capacity is surging. BYD has announced that the new model equipped with the Zilong 1 will begin mass production next month. Once these vehicles hit the market, he paused. But everyone understood the implication. The moment electric vehicles with a range of 2,000 kilometers hit the shelves, the existing fossil fuel vehicle system would collapse overnight. With Huaxia mastering core technologies, it would effectively seize control of the global energy chokehold. We cannot allow them to succeed. The voice of the Secretary of Commerce was sharp and urgent. We must stifle them before they achieve economies of scale. And how do we do that? This is Huaxia, not a small Middle Eastern nation, the Secretary of State retorted. National security, the Commerce Secretary coldly articulated, and public safety. 3 days later, an unwarranted storm of encirclement against Kunlun Technology erupted across the ocean without warning. The first strike came from the U.S. Department of Commerce, which placed Kunlun Technology on the entity list, citing threats to national security, thereby prohibiting any American enterprise from supplying components or technical support. Following suit, the European Union's Transportation Safety Commission issued an emergency announcement, declaring that the Zilong 1 battery posed significant chemical instability and potential explosion risks, prohibiting any vehicles equipped with this battery from entering the EU market until these risks were entirely mitigated. Subsequently, the Western media machinery swung into full action. The New York Times featured a headline on its front page, "A Time Bomb from the East?" The Times commentator penned an article titled "The Fatal Cost Behind Cheap Energy." CNN repeatedly aired a blurry video purportedly showing the Zilong battery spontaneously combusting in a laboratory, which was, in fact, merely footage of a typical lithium battery's thermal runaway experiment. In an instant, the overseas populace, once filled with anticipation for the new technology, was plunged into panic. Wall Street short sellers seized the opportunity to stir trouble, attempting to target Chinese concept stocks associated with Kunlun Technology. This was a well-rehearsed combination of tactics, smear campaigns, administrative bans, and financial strangulation. Countless companies challenging Western technological hegemony had succumbed to this series of maneuvers over the past few decades. But this time, they had struck a steel wall. At Base No. 1, in the command center, Lin Han observed the rolling international news on the large screen, his expression as tranquil as if he were watching a poorly executed clown performance. Are they really in such a hurry? He chuckled softly, turning to the adjacent screen where Shun Yi was engaged in an encrypted call. They've got a knife to their throat. Shouldn't we return the favor? On the other end of the screen, in the top-floor office of Kunlun Tower, Shun Yi sat at his desk, his public relations team bustling behind him. Yet, rather than displaying anxiety, he wore a hint of mockery. "Consultant Lin, as per your instructions, the announcement has been drafted. However, is this approach a bit too harsh? We are pushing them to their limits." Harsh. Lin Han lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the foam. "If they seek to sever our path, then we shall uproot the very foundation of their root." Proceed. Understood. Half an hour later, Kunlun Technology's official website released a brief announcement. No protests, no defenses, only a cold, stark few lines. Notice regarding adjustments to the production capacity allocation of the Zilong 1 battery. In light of the current uncertainties in the global market and the unfounded accusations regarding the safety of the Zilong 1 battery in certain regions, Kunlun Technology has decided to indefinitely suspend battery supplies to the aforementioned regions and related enterprises in order to uphold our responsibility to consumers. Furthermore, due to limited production capacity, the Zilong 1 battery will be prioritized for the domestic market and partners with whom strategic cooperation agreements have been signed. We sincerely regret the unmet overseas orders. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. The Western automotive giants, who had been clamoring to boycott Chinese batteries, were left dumbfounded. Their original script was to force Kunlun Technology to capitulate through sanctions, yielding technology in exchange for market access, or at least to share the spoils through joint ventures. But who could have imagined that Kunlun Technology would not play by the rules? "You won't let me sell? Very well, then I shall not sell. Furthermore, I will redirect all production capacity to your competitors." Merely 2 days later, the terrifying impact of this announcement began to manifest. Within Huaxia, BYD declared that all its models would be equipped with the Zilong 1, achieving a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers, with prices only slightly higher than fossil fuel vehicles. Within an hour of pre-sales opening, orders exceeded 500,000. In stark contrast, the stock prices of venerable European car manufacturers like Volkswagen and BMW, as well as American giants Ford and GM, began to plummet dramatically. The capital market is the most astute. Investors clearly recognized the dichotomy. On one side stood future vehicles boasting a 2,000-kilometer range, requiring mere minutes to recharge. On the other, the remnants of the old era still grappling with a 500-kilometer range and cut off from battery supplies. This was not competition, it was slaughter. We're going bankrupt. Damn it. What are those fools in the White House doing? The roar echoed through General Motors headquarters in Detroit. They had initially hoped to secretly import Zilong batteries through certain channels to sustain the development of high-end models. But now that Kunlun technology had severed supplies, it was tantamount to a death sentence. Meanwhile, in Wolfsburg, Germany, at the Volkswagen Group's board meeting, there was a chilling silence. The CEO gazed at the sales data from the Huaxia market, which showed an 80% drop in sales within just a week. Consumers were holding off, waiting for BYD's new vehicle deliveries. This is not merely a market issue. It is a matter of survival. One director trembled, stating, if we cannot secure Zilong batteries, we will not survive 3 years. To Huaxia, the CEO suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with a desperate determination. No matter the cost, regardless of what the Commerce Department says, we must acquire those batteries, even if it means relocating our entire production line to Huaxia. A similar scene unfolded in France, Japan, and South Korea. The seemingly indomitable anti-Zilong alliance crumbled in an instant under the pressure of survival. Politicians, who had been chanting national security just a week prior, now faced the dual onslaught of furious labor unions and beleaguered capitalists. The automotive industry is the backbone of many Western nations. Should it collapse, millions would be thrust into unemployment, sparking terrifying social unrest. The so-called sanctions had devolved into a complete farce. The knife hidden in the sleeve had been revealed. Lin Han closed the news page. On the screen, a spokesperson from a certain nation's Commerce Department awkwardly expressed a willingness to engage in constructive dialogue with Kunlun technology. Consultant Lin, this battle has been executed splendidly, remarked Li Han beside him. Without bloodshed, we have compelled those arrogant individuals to bow their heads. The higher-ups are exceedingly pleased with this counterattack. This is merely the beginning. Lin Han rose and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the expanding base number 1. In the distance, a newly constructed automated factory was resounding with activity, heavy trucks laden with goods bustling to and fro. Deeper within the base, the auxiliary entrance leading to the otherworldly Redstone Canyon emitted an eerie blue glow. The troubles of the real world have been temporarily resolved, and it is time for us to refocus our energies. Lin Han's voice grew solemn. Captain Li, is the exploration team ready on your end? Li Han's expression tightened as he immediately straightened his posture. Report. The Vanguard team for Redstone Canyon has been fully assembled and is prepared to depart at any moment. Lin Han nodded, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space, directed toward the desolate world filled with unknowns. Excellent. Let us discover what secrets lie buried beneath that world's surface. Chapter 51. Objective, Central Hospital at Base 01, South Command Center. A colossal holographic sand table displayed an exact topographical map of Haitian City. After over a month of progress, the green safe zone on the map had expanded to twice its original size from the third water purification plant outward. Yet Lin Han's eyes remained fixed on the map's core, where a striking crimson skull symbol was marked, the Central Hospital of Haitian City. According to the Black Steel Group's legacy map, this area was designated a forbidden zone and noted as the suspected location of a level 4 mutant hive. Advisor Lin. The 1st Armored Synthetic Battalion has been assembled, reported Li Han, clad in a full tactical exoskeleton suit. He approached Lin Han with a steady, resolute voice. As you instructed. This time we mean business. Lin Han turned to observe the ironclad force preparing outside the floor-to-ceiling window. On the training ground, 10 Type 99 main battle tanks were aligned in formation, their thick barrels gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Behind them were 20 Type 04A infantry fighting vehicles and 2 full companies of fully equipped soldiers. Each soldier was outfitted with the latest exoskeleton armor, armed with QBZ-191 assault rifles, and carrying high-energy ammunition packs. Above, for G, 20 multi-role helicopters circled, their massive rotors slicing through the air with deafening roars. This was no mere exploratory squad. It was a modernized military force capable of engaging in localized warfare. Earth's support for our mission was unwavering. Lin Han withdrew his gaze and addressed Li Han. The mission is clear. Confirm whether the Central Hospital truly houses the hive. If so, destroy it utterly. If not, eliminate any threats present. Understood, Li Han replied. But Advisor Lin, what about that great fire? Su Wan interjected, holding a tablet displaying reconnaissance images recently transmitted by drones. The hospital harbored extensive underground civil defense facilities and reinforced structures, such as MRI rooms. If high-level mutants were present, they would likely be sheltering below ground. Suwon pulled up a thermal image and pointed to a specific spot amidst the ruins. Our drones detected a faint yet abnormal heat signature here. Though weak, it stands out in the month-cooled ruins. Lin Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the red dot. Exactly. The Black Steel Group would mark a skull on the map without cause. Something definitely lurks there. Regarding the hive, all intelligence thus far was speculative. Through virus sample analysis, Suwon hypothesized it was a highly organized man-made biological weapon, with the hive serving as the command nexus. Its true nature and origin, whether extraterrestrial, remained unknown. Yet one fact was certain: it must be found. Then let us proceed, Lin Han instructed Li Han. I will await your updates at the command center. Should you encounter insurmountable obstacles, retreat immediately. Do not engage recklessly. Understood. Li Han saluted and strode from the command center. Lin Han watched him depart before returning to the holographic table to access real-time surveillance feeds. Half an hour later, the convoy thundered through the gates of Base 01. Tank treads crushed gravel and skeletal debris with a harsh grinding sound. Engines roared in unison, a metallic beast's howl echoing through the desolate city. Inside the command center, Lin Han monitored the convoy via the large screen. Drone footage revealed a harrowing scene. The thermite incendiary bombing a month prior had reduced the city center to a charred wasteland. Once towering skyscrapers stood as blackened skeletons. Vehicles along the roadside were twisted metal shells. The ground was blanketed in thick ash, remnants of countless incinerated zombies. The inferno had cleared away low-level zombies obstructing the advance, allowing armored forces to penetrate deep. Lin Han muttered to himself. Otherwise, eradicating hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies would consume months. The convoy advanced swiftly along the main artery. The once overwhelming zombie hordes appeared fragile before the iron tide. Occasionally, a surviving mutant burst from the rubble, but was shredded instantly by the 30mm autocannons mounted on infantry fighting vehicles. Command center, approaching the Sky Dome building area. Li Han's voice crackled through the radio. Lin Han gazed at the skyscraper, blackened but still towering imposingly. They had been here before, cautiously infiltrating while evading zombies. Now, they arrived in tanks. Disregard the Sky Dome, Lin Han replied via comms. Continue advancing. Target, Central Hospital. Roger. The convoy pressed onward, cutting through the CBD district. As they neared the hospital, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Though the surface remained scorched, dark red fungal mats began to emerge from cracks in the ruins. They writhed as if alive, spreading over the scorched earth, seemingly drawing sustenance from the soil. Stop, Li Han commanded as he noticed the anomaly from the command vehicle. The convoy halted. Li Han exited the vehicle and approached the roadside, using a tactical dagger to lift a patch of fungal mat. The organism contracted instantly, oozing dark red viscous fluid from the torn edge, exuding a nauseatingly sweet metallic odor. What is this? A scientist accompanying the team asked, frowning. Suwon's voice came through the radio. It's active biomass, structurally similar to tissue found inside mutants. The environment is being transformed. Transformed? Li Han inquired. Yes. Suwon replied gravely. If the virus is the seed, these fungal mats are the soil. The hive is not just producing zombies, it's remodeling the environment, attempting to create a habitat suitable for its survival. Captain Li, have the scientists collect samples for analysis. Understanding these mats' composition and activity is crucial to comprehending the hive's operational mechanisms, Suwon added. Back in the command center, Lin Han's gaze sharpened as he watched the scene unfold. It appears we have found the right place, he murmured. At the front, Li Han discarded his dagger, turned toward the Steel Legion behind him, and raised his hand. All units, prepare for combat. We are entering a high-risk zone, with a synchronized cocking of weapons. Every barrel aimed at the hospital enveloped in dark red fungal mats. Whatever lurked inside would be reduced to ashes before humanity's pinnacle of industrial might. Open fire, Li Han ordered. 10 Type 99A main battle tanks simultaneously unleashed torrents of fiery wrath. Boom. Chapter 52. The hatchery. The thunderous blasts reverberated throughout the ruined city, lingering long after the shells had fallen. 10 125mm high explosive shells struck with unerring precision upon the first-floor lobby of the central hospital. A violent explosion abruptly tore through the concrete walls, sending flames and smoke soaring into the sky. Yet, a chilling spectacle unfolded. The dark red fungal carpet enveloping the building did not incinerate like ordinary organic matter. Instead, it convulsed violently, reminiscent of injured muscle. It secreted copious amounts of viscous fluid in an attempt to extinguish the flames, even visibly writhing to repair the damaged walls. This entity was alive. In front of the command center's large screen, Lin Han scrutinized the high-definition footage relayed by the drone, his brow furrowed in concentration. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the horrific scene of the hospital lobby was revealed. The once spacious outpatient hall had been utterly transformed by the blast. Yet those dark red substances connected the fractured beams and columns like a spider's web, barely propping the building from collapse. It seemed this was the reason the previous bombing had failed to obliterate the site. Lin Han spoke gravely, noting that these fungal mats not only possessed self-repairing abilities, but also secreted mucus that could isolate the air, making it difficult for conventional incendiary devices to inflict lasting damage. Unless a thermite agent struck directly, penetrating this protective membrane would prove challenging. Li, report the situation, Lin Han instructed through his earpiece. Report to the advisor. The structural integrity of the target remains intact, but internal reactions are intense, came Li Zhan's voice, crackling through the static. Thermal imaging indicated a sharp rise in biological activity within the building. It's as if we have disturbed a hornet's nest. Proceed as planned, Lin Han commanded calmly. Armored vehicles provide cover, infantry advance. Exercise caution with that mucus. Understood. First team move out. At the front lines, under Li Zhan's signal, for infantry fighting vehicles advanced cautiously. Their 30mm autocannons on high alert. 20 Special Forces operatives clad in heavy exoskeletons followed closely, their tactical boots thudding against the charred earth. Watch your step, Li Zhan warned. Gripping his modified heavy assault rifle as he vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, the fungal carpet was slick and corrosive. As they approached the hospital lobby, the metallic sweet stench in the air grew increasingly potent, detectable even through their gas masks. The moment the vanguard entered the lobby, they were stunned by the sight before them. The space was unrecognizable as a hospital. The floor, walls, and ceiling were shrouded in a thick, fleshy fungal mat, exhibiting a morbid pink hue and pulsating rhythmically. Its surface veined like blood vessels. The original registration desks, chairs, and medical instruments were enveloped in this grotesque mass, revealing only distorted silhouettes. It felt as though they had stepped into a vast stomach. Stay focused, Li Zhan admonished softly. Advance towards the underground entrance. The team spread out in tactical formation, pushing deeper into the ominous expanse. Suddenly, the life detector on Li Zhan's helmet emitted a rapid beeping. Above, 12 o'clock. Almost simultaneously, a massive fleshy tumor on the ceiling exploded, and several grotesque figures, slick with mucus, descended, emitting a piercing shriek as they lunged at the soldiers below. Rat-a-tat-tat. The well-trained Special Forces reacted swiftly, several QBZ-191 rifles firing in unison. The dense hail of bullets instantly riddled the shadows, their bodies crashing to the ground, still twitching. Li Zhan approached, nudging a corpse with his rifle. It was a zombie, but unlike the desiccated husks outside, this creature exhibited robust musculature, its skin a ghastly grayish hue, with protrusions resembling insectal spines sprouting from its back. More terrifyingly, its limbs had fully mutated into razor-sharp claws, dripping with greenish acid. Is this the result of modification? Lin Han observed coldly from the command center. Not only that, Su Wan's voice interjected, look at its wounds. There's no blood. Instead, that dark red mucus is oozing. These entities have become one with the building's fungal carpet, drawing continuous energy from it. In battle here, they possess a home field advantage. Lin Han pondered, Li Zhan. Do not conserve ammunition. Engage any living entity with full firepower. Understood. Combat erupted instantaneously. As they delved deeper, more mutants emerged from the walls, ventilation ducts, and even the floor. These beings sported forearms or had heads split open to reveal writhing tendrils, defying biological norms, resembling grotesque toys assembled by a mischievous child. Yet, against the overwhelming firepower of humanity, these fleshly abominations proved insufficient. The exoskeletons endowed the soldiers with extraordinary strength and load-bearing capacity. And backed by the fire support of infantry fighting vehicles, this elite squad sliced through the decaying mass like a heated knife through butter. 10 minutes later, they burst through to the first floor, arriving at the elevator shaft leading underground. The elevator doors had long since warped, and the shaft was thickly coated with the fungal mat, extending into an unfathomable darkness. The heat source lies below, Li Zhan noted, glancing at the tactical terminal. Depth, -3 levels, core nuclear magnetic resonance center. Drop 2 incendiary grenades to probe the way, Lin Han instructed. Affirmative. 2 team members removed high-energy incendiary grenades from their belts, pulled the pins, and tossed them into the elevator shaft. Boom, boom. The muffled explosions resonated, followed by a wave of heat and agonized screams surging from the depths. Down. The soldiers utilized the adhesion capabilities of their exoskeletons, sliding rapidly down the elevator shaft. -1, -2, -3. When Li Han's feet touched the ground, even he, a seasoned veteran, could not suppress a gasp of cold air. The space had been entirely cleared. The original walls had vanished, replaced by a vast underground hall. At the center of the hall stood dozens of towering, semi-transparent flesh sacks, each 3 meters tall, connected to thick blood vessels descending from the ceiling, filled with a pale yellow liquid. Through the translucent membrane, massive forms curled within each sac could be seen clearly. Some resembled enlarged tyrants, muscles bulging. Others appeared as grotesque amalgamations of countless limbs, evoking nausea. This is the incubation chamber. Su Wan's voice trembled in the communication channel. They are mass-producing high-level mutants. Li Han approached one of the flesh sacks, raising his weapon and activating his tactical flashlight. The bright beam pierced the liquid, illuminating the face of the creature inside. It bore no discernible features. Only a massive maw occupying half its head, filled with rows of shark-like teeth. "Advisor Lin, is this the mother nest?" Li Han asked, uncertainty creeping into his tone as he regarded the enormous sacks, their scale indeed befitting the moniker. "No, that's incorrect." Su Wan's voice suddenly grew urgent. "Look at the direction of those blood vessels." Following Su Wan's prompt, Li Han observed that the thick blood vessels connecting the sacks did not emerge from the depths of the ground. Rather, they all converged at the southeast corner of the hall, then burrowed into a massive 2-meter-wide pipe. If it were the mother nest, it should serve as the energy source. The origin of these vessels, Su Wan analyzed swiftly, but the structure here is precisely the opposite. These sacs are receiving nutrients, not supplying them. The true source is not here. This is merely a terminal node being nourished, an incubation chamber. As if sensing the influx of light, the creature inside the sac abruptly opened non-existent eyes. A fissure split its forehead, revealing a crimson eyeball that fixed a relentless gaze upon Li Han. Thump, thump. The flesh sacs throbbed violently, and the surrounding blood vessels began to wildly pump nutrients. "Not good," Li Han shouted. "They are awakening. Everyone retreat. Prepare for battle." At the moment his words fell, the nearest flesh sac suddenly exploded. Splashes of pale yellow amniotic fluid erupted. The faceless monster let out a deafening roar, its massive body crashing through the remaining flesh membrane, clawing its way towards Li Han. Behind it, dozens of flesh sacs burst one after another. A fierce battle was inevitable. "Advisor Lin," Li Han fired suppressively while loudly reporting, "confirm the nature of the target. This is not a mother nest. It is an arms factory. We have discovered a significant number of high-level mutated organisms hatching underground." In the command center, Lin Han gazed at the densely packed red dots on the screen, his expression remarkably calm. Since it is an arms factory, it must be obliterated. He pressed the communication button, connecting with the helicopter squad hovering above. "This is 01. Calling Falcon. Target, Central Hospital, coordinates locked. Prepare to deploy thermobaric bombs. Cleanse this underground rat nest thoroughly." The explosion of the thermobaric bomb echoed through the communication channel. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the command center's large screen vividly displayed the colossal fireball ascending from the Central Hospital's location. The extreme heat and pressure instantaneously turned the entire building, along with the underground hatching grounds, to ashes. Those dark red mycelial mats, flesh sacs, and blood vessels succumbed to vaporization in under a second at temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees. "The target has been destroyed," Li Han's voice crackled through the intercom, tinged with a hint of relief as he reiterated, "The target at the Central Hospital has been destroyed." Confirming the results, Lin Han watched the dissipating smoke on the screen. Yet his gaze remained grave. "Team Li, before evacuation, have the research team conduct a meticulous inspection of the underground structure," he instructed through his earpiece, "especially that pipeline. Investigate where it leads." "Understood." On the front lines, Li Han promptly organized a small team to re-enter the now-ruined hospital's underground. Despite the immense power of the thermobaric bomb, the concrete structure of the third underground level still retained its basic framework. The blood vessels, though charred, remained discernible in their paths. "Report to the command center. We have located the pipeline." A researcher's voice came through. "It indeed extends from the southeast corner. But what?" Lin Han inquired. "But it is not buried underground. It directly penetrates into the rock layer." The researcher sounded perplexed. "We attempted to track it for a distance, and discovered it continues extending southeast, at a depth of approximately 15 to 20 meters underground. Moreover, the diameter of the pipeline is even wider than what we observed in the underground hall, with the thickest part exceeding 3 meters. Lin Han's brow furrowed. A 3-meter-wide pipeline extending 20 meters underground towards the southeast? This was no mere biological tissue. It was part of a vast underground network system. Can we trace its endpoint? Lin Han asked. Unfortunately, our detection equipment has limited range. However, based on its trajectory, it extends at least over 10 kilometers and continues onward. At that moment, Su Wan's voice unexpectedly interjected, Advisor Lin, I have made a discovery. Base 01, Underground Level 2. P3 Biosafety Laboratory. Su Wan stood in front of a massive energy field detector, the screen displaying intricate waveforms and data streams. Originally intended to detect crystal core energy fluctuations, Su Wan had an epiphany to use it for analyzing the mycelial sample collected from the central hospital. The result revealed a startling phenomenon. Look here. Su Wan pointed at the waveform on the screen, addressing Lin Han, who had just arrived. These mycelial tissues, even in death, maintain a faint energy resonance. Furthermore, this resonance frequency is remarkably unique. It is neither biological electricity nor chemical energy, but a form of energy I have never encountered. Lin Han observed the continuously fluctuating curves on the screen. Although he could not decipher the precise data, he could sense Su Wan's excitement and gravity in her tone. More crucially, Su Wan retrieved another set of data. I compared samples collected from different locations and found that while their energy resonance frequencies are similar, there are slight phase differences. What does that indicate? Lin Han queried. It suggests they originate from the same source, but are at varying distances, Su Wan confirmed. Exactly. Su Wan's eyes sparkled. Moreover, by analyzing these phase differences, I can reverse engineer the direction of the energy source. She swiftly manipulated the console, and a map of High City appeared on the screen. From the central hospital's location, a faint red energy flow extended southeast. According to my calculations, the location of this energy source should be. Su Wan's finger glided across the map, ultimately halting at a coastal area. Here, approximately 60 kilometers from the city center, in the southeastern bay. Lin Han's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the location. Falling Star Bay. Yes, Su Wan nodded. Additionally, I just directed a drone to conduct a broad energy field scan in that direction. The results indicate a continuous energy transmission pathway exists between the central hospital and Falling Star Bay. Although we cannot see it, it indeed exists. Similar to blood vessels? Lin Han inquired. More akin to an extensive neural network, Su Wan displayed another image showing the energy field distribution across the entire High City. You see, the central hospital is merely one node of this network. If my hypothesis holds true, the entire underground of High City may be permeated with this energy transmission network, with all nodes ultimately converging at Falling Star Bay. A chill surged through Lin Han as he gazed at the diagram. If Su Wan's conjecture was accurate, their previous understanding of the mother nest had been entirely flawed. The central hospital was not the mother nest. It was merely a nourished terminal node. The true mother nest, the brain controlling the entire zombie network of High City, resided in Falling Star Bay. Can this be confirmed? Lin Han inquired. We need more precise detection, Su Wan replied. But I am 90% confident. Furthermore, there is another piece of evidence. She retrieved the map data previously seized from the Black Steel Group. Look, the Black Steel Group marked two potential mother nest locations on the map. One is the central hospital, and the other. Su Wan's finger traced the map, landing on Falling Star Bay. At the time, we presumed this was merely their misjudgment since Falling Star Bay is too far from the city center. Now it appears they may have discovered something long ago, Lin Han pondered, but lacked the capacity to verify it. Correct, Su Wan affirmed. And based on the energy field intensity analysis, the energy source at Falling Star Bay is at least 3 orders of magnitude stronger than that of the central hospital. If the central hospital is merely a hatching ground, then Falling Star Bay is the true mother nest. Lin Han seized upon her words. He approached the holographic sand table and displayed a detailed topographic map of Falling Star Bay. It was a vast circular bay, the center of which seemed to have suffered a tremendous meteorite impact. The surface was perpetually shrouded in dense black mist, even the drone's high-definition camera struggling to penetrate the eerie fog. 60 kilometers, Lin Han noted, his resolve solidifying as he surveyed the distance marked on the map. It seems we must prepare for an expedition. Advisor Lin, I suggest we first deploy drones for detailed reconnaissance, Su Wan advised. The environment at Falling Star Bay may be more perilous than we anticipate. That black mist could very well be a high concentration of viral aerosol. Furthermore, if it is indeed the mother nest, it will undoubtedly possess formidable defensive mechanisms. I am aware, Lin Han nodded. But before that, we need to confirm one thing. He turned to Su Wan. Can you trace the precise pathway of this energy conduit? If we are to embark on an expedition to Falling Star Bay, we must ascertain the safest route. Su Wan gazed silently at the data displayed on the screen for several moments. This is feasible, but it will require time. She remarked thoughtfully. Moreover, I shall need additional samples. If we could establish several detection points along the route, I could then construct a comprehensive map of the energy network. Very well, then begin preparations, Lin Han responded resolutely. I will instruct Li Han to gather as many samples as possible before the evacuation. Simultaneously, I shall deploy drones to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the entire path from the central hospital to Loxing Bay. Understood, Su-won nodded. Turning back to operate the detection equipment, Lin Han's eyes lingered on the faint crimson energy stream extending from the central hospital to Loxing Bay displayed on the screen. A complex mixture of fear, excitement, and anticipation welled within him. At last, they had identified the true adversary, the concealed brain behind the zombie network that controlled all of Haishan City, hidden deep within the mist. And now, their mission was to annihilate it. Chapter 54 Coordinates. Loxing Bay 3 days later, at Base 01, South Command Center. A colossal holographic map vividly displayed a red energy stream stretching from the central hospital to the southeastern coast. Su-won had completed the preliminary mapping of the entire energy transmission network, revealing that beneath Haishan City's surface lay an intricate web of invisible veins, all converging toward a singular destination, Loxing Bay. Report to Command Center. Reconnaissance Squadron has reached the perimeter of the target area. Came the voice of the drone operator through the communication channel. On the large screen, for Xi, 20 helicopters hovered approximately 10 kilometers from Loxing Bay. Equipped with high-precision energy field detectors and multispectral imaging systems, these specialized aircraft had been modified expressly for this reconnaissance mission. Commence reconnaissance, Lin Han commanded, standing before the control panel and scrutinizing the real-time images. Maintain a safe distance. Should any anomalies arise, withdraw immediately. Understood. The 4 helicopters split into 2 groups, cautiously approaching Loxing Bay from different directions. As the distance shortened, the images on the screen began to blur, not due to signal interference, but because a sinister, dense black fog had materialized, enveloping the entire bay like an impenetrable wall. Even beneath the midday sun, the fog remained so thick that it seemed to swallow all light. Report. Visible light cameras cannot penetrate the black fog, the operator announced, switching to infrared and thermal imaging modes. The screen transitioned, yet the results were disheartening. Infrared imaging revealed the fog's temperature was extraordinarily low, nearly matching the ambient environment. Thermal imaging depicted Loxing Bay as a vast black void devoid of any heat signatures. This is unnatural, Su-won muttered beside Lin Han, her brow furrowed. A typical fog would exhibit some temperature gradient, but this black mist acts as an impermeable barrier. What about the energy field detection? Lin Han inquired. Scanning now, Su-won replied swiftly, manipulating the console. The data indicated that the energy field within the fog was extraordinarily intense, at least 500 times stronger than any area previously detected, including the central hospital. 500 times. The magnitude of this figure drew a collective breath from everyone in the command center. If the central hospital was merely a breeding ground, then the energy intensity at Loxing Bay surpassed all expectations. Can we pinpoint the precise location of the energy source? Lin Han asked. Yes, but we must approach closer. Su-won responded, displaying the energy distribution map. Based on the data, the energy source lay near the center of the bay, approximately 50 to 100 meters beneath the sea surface. So, the hive is underwater? Lin Han's brow deepened. Highly probable, Su-won affirmed. Additionally, I have just analyzed the composition of the black fog. It contains an extremely high concentration of viral aerosols alongside numerous unidentified organic compounds. If our helicopters ventured directly into it, they risked corrosion or infection. Suddenly, the screen trembled violently. Report. Abnormal signals detected. Something is emerging from the sea. The operator's voice quivered with tension. The image zoomed in to reveal the once tranquil black waters of Loxing Bay churning tumultuously. Gradually, colossal dark silhouettes surfaced from beneath. What on earth are those? The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Though shrouded in mist, the massive figures bore an unmistakable presence, each spanning over 10 meters, with grotesque alien forms unlike any known fish or marine creature. Zoom in, Lin Han ordered. The drone operator immediately adjusted the focus, enlarging the image to its maximum. As the details sharpened, a collective gasp echoed through the command center. These were monsters, gigantic, twisted beings defying all biological logic. Their semi-translucent bodies were coated in thick mucus that glistened with a repulsive oily sheen under the sunlight. Some bore tentacles reminiscent of octopuses, adorned with sharp, bony spikes. Others resembled grotesque patchworks of fish heads, snake bodies, and bird wings, utterly devoid of coherent anatomy. More alarmingly, They appeared aware of the airborne drones. One creature abruptly lifted its head, revealing a maw bristling with jagged teeth. Its eyes, if such they could be called, fixed unblinkingly on the drones before it unleashed a spray of black liquid. "Watch out!" the operator shouted, maneuvering the drone evasively. The black liquid rapidly dispersed in the air, forming an expanding cloud of denser black mist. Although the drone evaded direct impact, it was engulfed by the spreading fog. Moments later, the screen flickered with static. "Report. Severe sensor interference on the drone. Communications signals weakening. Retreat immediately," Lin Han ordered without hesitation. All 4 helicopters reversed course at full speed. Yet it was too late. One helicopter was overtaken by the black fog, its exterior visibly corroding before their eyes. Enraged, the creatures leapt from the sea, their enormous tentacles lashing out to seize the aircraft. "Open fire. Cover the withdrawal," Lin Han commanded. The remaining 3 helicopters unleashed a barrage from their onboard 7.62mm machine guns. Bullets struck the monsters, splattering viscous slime, but had minimal effect. The creatures' bodies seemed elastic. The bullets merely left shallow dents without inflicting fatal damage. "Launch missiles." Lin Han's gaze hardened. "Understood." All 3 helicopters simultaneously fired their air-to-ground missiles. Explosions erupted, sending towering columns of water skyward. Yet the monsters merely staggered back a few meters, their bodies scorched but far from defeated. They continued advancing toward the helicopters. "Report. Target defenses are extraordinarily robust. Conventional weapons are scarcely effective. Abandon the damaged helicopter. The other 3, withdraw to a safe distance immediately," Lin Han commanded decisively. "Roger that." The 3 remaining helicopters accelerated away, leaving the corroded aircraft behind. Seconds later, a massive tentacle seized the stranded helicopter, dragging it forcefully beneath the waves. The screen went dark. A profound silence engulfed the command center, everyone shaken by the harrowing spectacle they had just witnessed. The monstrous entities that emerged from the sea are not only colossal in size, but also possess formidable defensive capabilities, able to withstand direct missile strikes. Even more terrifying is their apparent intelligence, allowing them to detect aerial threats and launch proactive attacks. It appears that Starfall Bay is more perilous than we had envisioned. Lin Han broke the silence, his tone remaining composed. "Su-Wan, can we confirm that this is indeed the nest?" "Yes," Su-Wan replied, summoning the final data from the energy field detection. "Based on the recent scans, the energy field intensity in the central region of Starfall Bay has reached the limits of our detection equipment. Moreover, the characteristics of the energy field align perfectly with those we discovered at the Central Hospital, albeit with greater intensity. This indicates that it is indeed the nest." Lin Han gazed at the screen depicting the bay shrouded in dark mist, his expression resolute. "Furthermore, it is a nest hundreds of times more powerful than that of the Central Hospital." He approached the holographic sand table and displayed a detailed topographic map of Starfall Bay. 60 kilometers of coastal terrain, enveloped in dark mist, along with those amphibious mutants. As Lin Han traced his finger across the map, he realized, "It seems we must prepare for a genuine expedition. Advisor Lin, I recommend upgrading our equipment first," Su-Wan suggested. "The dark mist exhibits severe corrosiveness and contains high concentrations of viruses. If we are to enter Starfall Bay, we will require fully enclosed biohazard protection gear, along with special coatings capable of resisting corrosion. And those amphibious mutants," Lin Han added, "their defensive strength is overwhelming, making conventional weapons ineffective. We need more powerful firepower or advanced weaponry." He turned to address everyone in the command center. "Notify Earth. We require support. Fully enclosed biohazard vehicles, corrosion-resistant coatings, heavy weaponry, and specialized equipment for amphibious environments. This expedition will be the greatest challenge we have faced thus far, but we must proceed, for it is the source of everything." End of chapter. Chapter 55. Targeted upgrades 1 week later, at Base 01, in the Liminal Gate Hall. The immense 15-meter-high square liminal gate flickered with a ghostly blue light, serving as a portal to another world. On this side of the gate, the formerly vacant underground garage had been transformed into a vast equipment reception area. Lin Han stood on the command platform, observing the images transmitted from the other side of the gate. On the Earth side, the underground parking lot of the Happiness Home community in Coastal City had been completely militarized, turning into a temporary equipment assembly point. Rows of brand-new armored vehicles stood in neat formation, each having undergone special modifications, their surfaces coated in a dark gray hue that reflected a metallic sheen under the lights. "Report to the command center. The first batch of equipment is ready," came the voice of the Earthside supervisor over the communication channel. "Commence transport," Lin Han ordered. On the other side of the gate, the first armored vehicle slowly initiated movement. It was a specially modified 048 infantry fighting vehicle. Its appearance markedly different from the standard model. The entire vehicle was completely sealed, with no exposed seams, and even the observation windows were covered with thick, bulletproof glass. The surface was sprayed with a dark gray special coating, resembling a solid block of metal. Report to the command center. This is the Suanyu model fully enclosed biohazard vehicle, announced the Earthside equipment expert. It has been specifically designed to combat the corrosive dark mist of Starfall Bay. The vehicle features a fully sealed structure, with an independent life support system capable of operating for 72 hours while completely isolated from the external environment. What about the corrosion-resistant coating? Lin Han inquired. It utilizes the latest developed dragon scale coating, the expert continued. This coating is primarily composed of titanium alloy nanoparticles mixed with special materials extracted from redstone. Tests confirm it can withstand strong acids, strong bases, and all known corrosive substances. Even the dark mist of Starfall Bay would require at least 48 hours to completely corrode this layer. 48 hours, Lin Han pondered, should be sufficient. The first armored vehicle entered the liminal gate, vanishing into the ghostly blue light. Moments later, it emerged from the other side, coming to a halt in the designated reception area. Subsequently, the second, third, and a total of 20 Suanyu model vehicles passed through the gate in orderly succession. The second batch consisted of main battle tanks. From the other side of the gate, 1099, a main battle tanks approached slowly. These tanks had also undergone special modifications, with the turret and hull surfaces coated in dragon scale, and their barrels and targeting systems fitted with corrosion-resistant shields. More critically, their power systems had been entirely upgraded to the Zhulong Type 1 solid-state hydrogen battery pack, significantly enhancing their endurance while ensuring complete silence, preventing the exposure of their position due to engine noise. Is the firepower of these tanks sufficient to deal with those amphibi? Lin Han gazed upon the industrially aesthetic deep blue-painted equipment, nodding in satisfaction. With these assets, we have truly acquired the capability to traverse that dark sea. Next came the individual protective gear. On the other side of the light gate, several transport vehicles laden with equipment boxes appeared. Inside those boxes were individual protective suits specifically designed for this expedition, the fully enclosed chemical protection suit, codenamed Poseidon. The voice of the equipment specialist resonated, detailing that it utilized multi-layer composite materials, with an outer layer of dragon scale coating, an inner layer of activated carbon filtration, and a special biological isolation membrane in between. Theoretically, even when directly exposed to the black mist of Falling Star Bay, it could endure for at least 6 hours. Lin Han observed the equipment boxes, nodding. That should suffice for a raid mission. Furthermore, there were weapons. The equipment specialist added. We have prepared a batch of heavy weaponry specifically for this expedition, including anti-tank missiles, rocket launchers, and some energy weapons still in the experimental phase. Energy weapons? Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the specialist explained, this is a prototype high-energy microwave weapon. It utilizes the instantaneous high power output of the Zhulong battery to emit high-frequency microwave beams. Although its range is not as extensive as firearms, it can instantaneously heat the water within biological targets primarily composed of water and protein, causing thermal damage from the inside out. It is particularly effective against mutated entities with thick shells that are impervious to bullets. Let us take it along, Lin Han decisively decided, even in the experimental stage. It is better than having nothing. The equipment transport continued for an entire day. As the last vehicle passed through the light gate, the entire reception area was filled with various equipment. 20 fully enclosed biochemical combat vehicles of the Suanyu model, 1099A main battle tanks, 5 engineering vehicles, and enough suits and heavy weapons to equip 2 companies of the Poseidon protection gear. The inventory was completed. Li Han approached Lin Han, holding a checklist. All equipment had been inspected and was in good condition, ready for departure at any moment. Excellent. Lin Han surveyed this formidable army, a surge of pride welling within him. This is the pinnacle of human industrial civilization. Even when faced with those terrifying extraterrestrial beings, humanity can rely on its wisdom and strength to forge weapons formidable enough to confront them. Advisor Lin, I have a question. Li Han hesitated before speaking. Why don't we directly employ the Air Force for saturation bombing? Wouldn't that be safer and more efficient? Lin Han turned to Li Han, then moved to the holographic sand table, calling up detailed data on Falling Star Bay. Let the military advisors on the Earth side explain this question. Lin Han pressed the communication button, connecting with the command center on Earth. Report to the command center. Captain Li Han has raised a tactical question regarding why we do not utilize Air Force bombings. The voice of the military advisor from the Earth side came through the communication channel. Captain Lee, we have discussed this issue previously. There are several key reasons. First, the nest is located 50 to 100 meters below sea level. Even if we use penetrating bombs, it is difficult to guarantee complete destruction. Moreover, we do not know its exact structure. Blind bombing could yield counterproductive results. Second, the issue of the black mist. Previous drone reconnaissance has already proven that the black mist corrodes aircraft and interferes with guidance systems. Our bombers could lose control if they enter the black mist zone, or even be shot down. Third, and most critically, the advisor's tone grew serious. The target is underwater. Conventional aerial bombardment has very limited destructive effects on deep-water targets. We do not know the specific structure of the nest, and blindly deploying deep-water bombs may not damage its core. We need a force capable of penetrating underwater and accurately locating the target. The advisor continued. The Halong submersible and underwater exoskeletons were prepared for this purpose. Only by confirming the core position can we implement a surgical strike or deploy a nuclear bomb. Additionally, we need to recover some critical samples, the advisor added. As the node of the entire infection network, the core organization of the nest is crucial for us to analyze the virus's principles and ultimately end this catastrophe. If we simply reduce it to ashes, we will obtain nothing. Understood, Lin Han nodded, his gaze at the newly arrived underwater equipment filled with newfound confidence. The land, sea, and air would collaborate, and this time it was for real. Indeed, Lin Han patted Lin Han's shoulder. Notify all participating personnel, especially the newly formed underwater assault team, to depart promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This expedition will be our largest operation to date. He pointed to the holographic sand table at the base shrouded in black mist. Our objective is to destroy the nest at Falling Star Bay. Understood. Lin Han saluted and turned to leave with purpose. Lin Han watched his retreating figure, then redirected his gaze towards the brand new equipment. Each piece of gear embodied humanity's most advanced technology. Each represented the resolve to combat the apocalypse. Now, they would carry the hopes of all, heading towards the bay cloaked in black mist, to confront the brain controlling the entire zombie network of High City hidden in the deep sea. To obliterate it. Su-Wan, how is the energy network mapping progressing? Lin Han inquired. It has been completed, Su-Wan replied, displaying the energy flow distribution map on the holographic sand table. From Base 01 to Falling Star Bay, there are 3 main routes. Among them, the coastal expressway is the shortest but also the most perilous due to the necessity of crossing 3 oceanic bridges. What about the other 2? Lin Han asked. One is an inland road, longer in distance but relatively safe. The other follows the coastline. The longest route, but it can avoid most danger zones. Su-Wan marked the 3 routes on the map. I suggest taking the coastal expressway, though dangerous. It is the fastest. Moreover, we have engineering vehicles to address any bridge collapse. Then we shall take the coastal expressway, Lin Han decided, for time is of the essence. We must reach Falling Star Bay before the nest can react. Understood, Su-Wan nodded, proceeding to make final preparations for the expedition the following day. Lin Han gazed at the route extending from Base 01 to Falling Star Bay on the holographic sand table, his expression sharpening. 60 kilometers. A true expedition. A war that would determine the fate of humanity. Tomorrow, it shall commence. End of this chapter. Chapter 56. The Eastern Advance sequence at 6 in the morning. Just as dawn began to break. In Base 01, the command center, Lin Han stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the ruins shrouded in morning mist beyond the base's gates. Behind him, the holographic sand table displayed the real-time deployment status of the entire expeditionary force. Report to the command center. The expeditionary force has assembled. All personnel are in place, and equipment checks are complete, ready for departure at any moment. The voice of Lin Han came through the communication channel, steady and powerful. Lin Han turned to face the large screen. On the screen, in the open space outside the base gates, a formidable army stood ready for action. At the forefront were 1099A main battle tanks. Their long 125mm smoothbore cannons gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. They were arranged in 2 rows, each adorned with a dark gray dragon scale coating, resembling a line of steel behemoths. Following closely were 20 fully enclosed Suyu model biochemical combat vehicles, their unusual form resembling moving fortresses. The weapon stations atop had been raised, with 30mm machine cannons and anti-tank missile launchers poised for action. Behind them were 5 engineering vehicles, including bridge-laying vehicles, floating bridge vehicles, and bulldozers. Though these vehicles lacked the imposing presence of the combat vehicles, they were crucial for this expedition, as the 3 oceanic bridges along the coastal expressway may have already collapsed, necessitating their use to construct temporary passageways. At last, the transport convoy, laden with the Hai-Long-class unmanned submersibles, Abyss underwater power armor, stormed 2 supercavitation torpedoes, and a plethora of personal protective gear and munitions, stretched over a kilometer, resembling a colossal iron dragon, quietly resting amidst the ruins. Advisor Lin, all units are in position. Li Han's voice resonated once more, seeking instruction. Lin Han approached the command platform and pressed the communication button. Captain Li, this expedition is entrusted to you. Lin Han's tone was calm, yet his gaze exuded determination. Remember, our objective is to obliterate the nest in Falling Star Bay, but the safety of all personnel is paramount. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, retreat immediately. Do not engage recklessly. Understood. Li Han's voice came through the communication channel. I will bring everyone back. I trust you. Lin Han nodded. Let us commence. Yes. Li Han's voice boomed through the communication channel. In the next moment, the base gates slowly creaked open. The foremost 99 main battle tanks roared to life, their treads grinding against the ground, emitting a deep rumble. They gradually exited the base, traversing the cleared path towards the southeast. Following closely were 20 Sunyi-type armored vehicles, lined up in formation right behind the tanks. Then came the engineering vehicles and transport convoy. The entire formation resembled a waking steel leviathan, slowly making its way into the ruins before accelerating towards Falling Star Bay, located 60 kilometers away. Lin Han stood in the command center, observing the iron torrent navigate through the debris via the drone feeds. The tanks crushed the rubble and remnants of the fallen beneath their treads, while the armored vehicles kicked up clouds of dust. The engine's roars coalesced into a metallic roar that echoed through the desolate cityscape. This was the might of human civilization. Even in the face of apocalyptic terror, humanity could still muster such a formidable army to confront the unknown perils ahead. Report to the command center. The convoy has exited the base perimeter and is advancing towards the coastal expressway, Li Han's voice relayed through the communication channel. We expect to reach the expressway entrance in 15 minutes. Received. Lin Han responded. Maintain open communication. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood. Lin Han gazed at the moving steel serpent displayed on the large screen, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. This was his first time orchestrating such a large-scale expedition. Though he was not a combatant and did not need to step onto the battlefield, as the gatekeeper, he bore the responsibility for this mission. Should they succeed, humanity would decisively dismantle the nest controlling the zombie network in Haishi City, clearing the most significant obstacle for subsequent cleanup operations. But if they were to fail, Lin Han shook his head, casting the thought from his mind. They would not fail. This convoy was equipped with humanity's most advanced weaponry. Every soldier had undergone rigorous training, and there was comprehensive support from Earth. Even when facing formidable adversaries, they possessed the capability to engage in battle. Suwan, how is the energy field monitoring? Lin Han inquired. Currently all is normal, Suwan replied. Stationed at the control console, swiftly operating various devices. The energy flow from Base 01 to Falling Star Bay remains stable, without any detected anomalies. The nest should not yet be aware of our movements. That is good, Lin Han nodded. Continue monitoring, and notify the front line immediately if any irregularities arise. Understood. Time passed incrementally. On the large screen, the expeditionary convoy had exited the urban expanse of Haishi City, entering the suburbs. The buildings here were more sparse, and the roads wider, allowing the convoy to accelerate noticeably. Report to the command center. The convoy has reached the coastal expressway entrance, Li Han's voice announced. The road ahead is in good condition, no large-scale zombie hordes detected. We are preparing to enter the expressway. Received, Lin Han replied. Exercise caution. Maintain formation. Understood. On the screen, 1099 main battle tanks were the first to ascend the coastal expressway. This highway, once a vital transportation hub connecting Haishi City with surrounding areas, had transformed into a death road following the outbreak. The pavement was littered with the remnants of abandoned vehicles, and in some areas, massive fissures marred the surface, clearly ravaged by some immense force. However, after previous clearance operations, most obstacles had been removed, and the road was largely passable. The tank convoy advanced at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, with the armored vehicles and engineering units closely trailing. The entire formation maintained a tight formation, akin to a steel dragon winding its way along the expressway. Report to the command center. The convoy has entered the expressway section, speed stable, no anomalies detected. Li Han's voice resonated once more. Expected to reach the first cross-sea bridge in 2 hours. Received. Lin Han gazed at the steel serpent progressing along the highway, a swell of pride filling his heart. This was humanity's resolve. Even in the face of apocalyptic horrors, even knowing that unknown dangers lay ahead, humanity would bravely advance to challenge seemingly invincible foes. For it is only through such courage that humanity can survive in this desolate world. It is only through such determination that humanity can reclaim its rightful future. Notify all units to remain vigilant, Lin Han commanded through the communication channel. We are entering uncharted territory, where enemy attacks may occur at any moment. All personnel must be battle-ready. Understood. The communication channel echoed with synchronized responses. Lin Han looked at the steel serpent advancing towards Falling Star Bay, his gaze sharpening. 60 kilometers. A true expedition. A war that would determine the fate of humanity. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. Crisis at the Broken Bridge. 2 hours later, the expeditionary convoy arrived at the first cross-sea bridge, the Halen Bridge. This once magnificent cable-stayed bridge, spanning 3 kilometers and connecting Haishi City with the Eastern Coastal Development Zone, had now transformed into a broken structure. The main span had fractured in the middle, with colossal reinforced concrete slabs collapsing into the sea, leaving only the lonely bridge piers standing against the somber waters. The convoy came to a gradual halt 500 meters from the broken bridge. Report to the command center, we have arrived at Halen Bridge. Li Zhan's voice returned through the communication channel. The main span of the bridge is broken, with a gap of approximately 200 meters. We need to construct a floating bridge. Approved. Lin Han's voice came through the earpiece, and the engineering troops immediately commenced operations. Alert units. Remain vigilant regarding any surface activity. Understood. Li Zhan switched communication channels. Engineering unit. Proceed. 1st and 2nd platoons. Establish a circular defense line, with the tank platoon advancing, artillery aimed at the surface. 3rd platoon. Deploy drones and high-long submersibles. I want to know what lies beneath the water. Yes. With the issuance of orders, the once still steel convoy sprang into action. 5 engineering vehicles exited the formation, advancing to the edge of the broken bridge. Among them were 2 heavy floating bridge vehicles, their massive rear bodies laden with foldable floating bridge modules. With the roar of hydraulic systems, the floating bridge modules were slowly pushed into the water. Upon contact with the surface, these modules automatically unfolded and seamlessly connected with the aid of built-in thrusters. Meanwhile, several Hai-Long class unmanned submersibles were also deployed into the water. They maneuvered like agile fish, swiftly diving into deeper waters to commence their surveillance tasks. Base 01, Command Center. Lin Han fixated on the large screen. The display was partitioned into several segments, showcasing aerial views of the broken bridge, the progress of the floating bridge construction, and sonar imagery relayed from the underwater submersibles. What is the underwater situation? Lin Han inquired. Currently calm, Su Wan replied. Monitoring the sonar data, the Hai-Long has descended to a depth of 30 meters, with no signs of large biological activity detected. However what? The background noise underwater is somewhat elevated. Su Wan frowned. It resembles a low-frequency resonance. A foreboding sensation rose within Lin Han. Notify Li Zhan to accelerate the progress. I sense something amiss. Understood. At the broken bridge site, the pontoon bridge was being constructed at an astonishing pace. This automated bridging system, specifically engineered for apocalyptic conditions, surpassed pre-war efficiencies by far. Within a mere 20 minutes, a broad steel pontoon bridge had extended nearly 100 meters across the sea, connecting to the opposite end of the broken bridge. 50 meters remained. The engineering commander reported, estimating traffic passage in 10 minutes. Suddenly, the tranquil sea surface began to ripple. At first, faint undulations appeared, but they swiftly escalated into violent turmoil. As if the water were boiling, countless white bubbles surged up from the depths, bursting upon the surface. Alarm! Sonar detected numerous high-speed targets. Within the command center, Su Wan's voice rose sharply. They are surfacing, at least 500 in number. Li Zhan, something is underwater. Lin Han shouted urgently through the comms channel. Received. Li Zhan reacted swiftly. All units, engage at will. Engineers, evacuate the pontoon bridge. Before the command concluded, the sea erupted thunderously. Countless dark silhouettes leapt from the water, raining down like a dense volley of arrows upon the engineers assembling the pontoon bridge and the shore-based sentries. These were mutated fish, unlike ordinary species. Each measured 2 to 3 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in black scales. Their fins had evolved into razor-sharp, bony spines. Most terrifying were their jaws, lined with razor-like teeth and capable of opening to grotesque angles, reminiscent of serpents. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Suanmu armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles along the shore unleashed a hail of gunfire. Their 30mm autocannons spat deadly tongues of flame, weaving a dense web of fire in the air. The mutated fish that leapt from the water were struck mid-air by large-caliber shells, exploding instantly into clouds of blood and gore. Severed limbs and fragments rained down like droplets, staining the sea a dark crimson. Yet the monsters were too numerous. As the front ranks were shattered, the rear surged forward to replace them. Moreover, gigantic mutated crabs and octopus-like soft-bodied creatures crawled onto the freshly constructed pontoon bridge, wielding massive claws and tentacles, frantically dismantling the bridge's structure. Use flamethrowers, Lin Han bellowed. Several soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor charged forward, wielding heavy flamethrowers that spewed long dragons of fire. The intense blaze instantly engulfed the monsters on the bridge. The mutated creatures emitted piercing screams as their bodies contorted violently before turning to charred husks. Tank platoon, fire. Boom, boom, boom. 10 Type 99, a main battle tanks roared to life, their 125mm smoothbore cannons unleashing explosive shells. High explosive grenades detonated on the sea surface, sending towering water columns skyward. The immense shockwaves stunned or killed underwater creatures, causing countless pale, belly-up corpses to float to the surface. Underwater submersibles have engaged. Suwan's voice returned. The sea dragons are deploying deep water bombs. On the large screen, the underwater view shook violently. Dozens of sea dragon submersibles darted among the monster swarm, skillfully evading attacks while releasing miniature deep water bombs. The muffled explosions from beneath the waves caused the sea surface to froth violently, as if boiling. This multidimensional assault instantly stemmed the monster's advance. Against humanity's modern firepower, this sheer biological onslaught appeared feeble and powerless. Now, engineers, continue the operation. Lin Han seized the moment to command. Amid the lull enforced by firepower, the engineers surged back onto the pontoon bridge. With the assistance of the last two bulldozers, the final bridge panels were swiftly laid. Pontoon bridge complete. Passage authorized. Full speed ahead. At the command, the long-prepared convoy roared to life. Tanks led the way, their tracks rumbling over the pontoon bridge with thunderous resonance. The heavy vehicles caused the bridge to dip slightly, but it bore the weight steadfastly. Suanmu armored vehicles followed closely, firing their rooftop weapon stations along both sea flanks, suppressing any monsters attempting to approach again. 10 minutes later, as the last transport vehicle crossed the pontoon bridge and ascended the highway on the opposite shore, everyone exhaled in relief. Report to command center. All personnel have crossed Halen Bridge. Lin Han's voice carried a hint of smoke and tension. No casualties sustained. 2 engineering robots damaged. Within Base 01, Lin Han gazed at the screen displaying the successful crossing convoy and finally relaxed his taut nerves. Well done, Lin Han said. Do not linger. Proceed onward. The seawater here has been tainted by blood, soon attracting even more dreadful entities. Understood. The convoy did not falter, accelerating once more and vanishing at the end of the coastal highway, leaving behind the still turbulent blood-stained sea and countless floating monster corpses. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the convoy advanced southeastward, the surrounding fog thickened progressively. What was once a faint mist transformed into a gray-black miasma, reducing visibility to less than 100 meters. The air was suffused with a nauseating stench of rot, a mixture of decaying seaweed and some unknown organism. Entering a high-risk zone, Suwan warned. The energy field intensity is rising. The edge of the black fog lies 10 kilometers ahead. Lin Han's eyes darkened as he observed the screen dimming. The true challenge had only just begun. Chapter 58. Deep Sea Terror. Having crossed Halen Bridge, the convoy officially entered the outer perimeter of Loxing Bay. The scene here starkly contrasted the ruins of Haishan City. If the city was desolation, this was an alien realm. The once bustling coastal highway was now overrun by dense mutated vegetation. These plants no longer bore the common green, but exhibited a sinister purple-black hue. Massive vines coiled like pythons around lamp posts and abandoned vehicles, their leaves dripping viscous fluids that corroded the ground into pits. The fog thickened, despite it being noon. The black mist shrouded the surroundings in dusk-like gloom. The convoy's spotlights scattered in the fog, illuminating only a few dozen meters ahead. Visibility dropped to 50 meters. Lin Han's voice crackled over the comms. Activate thermal imaging and radar-assisted driving. The convoy's speed was forced to slow. Be cautious, this fog is peculiar. Suwan's voice reported. Our sensors are fluctuating, seemingly disrupted by some electromagnetic interference. Maintain formation and close the gaps. Lin Han commanded. All turrets face outward. prepared for combat at all times. Suddenly, a scout ahead cried out. Through thermal imaging, several humanoid silhouettes appeared on the left side of the highway. Standing motionless in the darkness like silent statues, their gaze fixed upon the passing convoy. Stop the vehicles, Lin Han ordered immediately. The convoy ground to a halt. Identify the targets. All weapon stations turned swiftly toward that direction. As the spotlight beams swept over the area, the statues moved. Rather than fleeing, they lowered themselves onto all fours in an unnerving manner, crawling like lizards toward the convoy with astonishing speed. Under the light, their true forms became clear. They were creatures possessing human-like limbs, but fish-like heads. Their bodies were covered in dense blue-black scales, sharp dorsal fins sprouted from their backs, and their elongated limbs bore webbing, ending in razor-sharp claws. Most chilling were their lifeless fish eyes, murky and immense, emitting a faint green glow in the darkness. Deep divers. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. All vehicle-mounted machine guns unleashed a storm of bullets, raining down upon the charging figures. Pew-pew-pew. Bullets struck true. However, what transpired next left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. The bullets from the infantrymen's automatic rifles, upon striking the bodies of these creatures, seemed to glide off as if hitting a slick layer of grease. Their scales shimmered with a faint, undulating halo, and most bullets were deflected, leaving only shallow white scratches on the surface. Rifles are ineffective, one soldier shouted. Their scales are too slippery. Yet, under the relentless barrage of the vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, these monsters were not invincible. The 127mm armor-piercing rounds still tore through their scales, leaving them mutilated and bleeding. Nonetheless, their vitality was astonishingly tenacious. Even riddled with gaping wounds, as long as their limbs remained intact, they charged forward with reckless abandon. In a moment's lapse, several deep divers surged close. They leapt fiercely, their claws raking deep furrows into the side armor of an infantry fighting vehicle. If not for the vehicle's reinforced armor, the occupants inside would have been shredded instantly. Concentrate fire. Suppress them with heavy weaponry. Lin Han roared. Infantry. Target their joints and eyes. Machine gunners, focus on the torso. Boom. Boom. The 30mm autocannons thundered. The shockwaves from the high explosive rounds began to have some effect, blasting a few deep divers away. Though not slain outright, they were significantly slowed. But this was merely the vanguard. A piercing screech echoed from the depths of the black mist, and more red blips swarmed the radar screen. Hundreds, even thousands. They poured out from the ruins flanking the highway, from the sewers, and from the direction of the beach, instantly encircling the convoy. Damn it, we stumbled into their lair. Lin Han gritted his teeth. Open fire at will. Do not let them close in. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Conventional rifle rounds proved futile against these slick-scaled beasts. Only the autocannons and heavy machine guns inflicted meaningful damage. Yet the sheer multitude of monsters, combined with their agile movements darting between vehicles, relentlessly assaulted the convoy's vulnerable points. Attention all crews, activate the Dragon Scale close-in defense system. Upon command, each Suyu armored vehicle emitted several streams of high-voltage electric currents from its flanks. Crackling sounds filled the air as a few deep divers clinging to the vehicles were struck, their bodies convulsing violently. The watery shield enveloping them shattered instantly, leaving them exposed to subsequent gunfire that tore through their flesh, spewing black blood. Effective. The electric current disrupts their shields. Lin Han's eyes brightened. Yet this defense was reactive. Suddenly, a colossal creature, twice the size of a typical deep diver, burst from the black mist. Its scales gleamed a dark golden hue, and it wielded a massive trident forged from bones and scrap metal. A stage for mutant. It bellowed, disregarding the dense hail of bullets as it charged headlong toward the lead 99A tank. The trident, imbued with immense kinetic energy, slammed heavily against the tank's turret. A thunderous clang resounded. The 50-ton 99A shuddered violently, a conspicuous dent marking its turret armor. Damn it, the commander cursed. Main cannon, lock on. Use special rounds. Redstone armor-piercing shells. The turret rotated swiftly, the dark muzzle aligning with the giant deep diver. Sensing danger, the beast raised its trident to block, while its golden scales flared brilliantly, coalescing into a dense, tangible watery shield. Boom. The cannon erupted, spewing a dazzling blast of flame. A shell etched with red patterns launched forth. Its warhead was no ordinary explosive, but a high-energy shaped charge infused with redstone powder. Upon impact, there was no flamboyant explosion, only an exquisitely concentrated metal jet, tinged with an eerie crimson hue from the redstone energy. SSSS. The once impenetrable watery shield was pierced as if it were mere tissue paper. the trident, the formidable golden scales, and finally the creature's body were effortlessly penetrated. The jet tore through the monster's chest, exiting its back with unabated force, pulverizing a massive boulder behind it. The arrogant giant froze in place, a gaping, bowl-sized perforation in its chest, the surrounding flesh charred into crystalline blackness. 2 seconds later, its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Silence descended upon the battlefield. All were dumbstruck by the sheer power of that single shell. This is the might of redstone technology? Snap out of it. Counterattack. Lin Han's voice jolted them back to reality. Special rounds are effective. Full-line assault. Morale surged. Knowing they possessed a weapon capable of killing these monsters dispelled much fear. Tanks swiftly switched to special ammunition, limited in quantity, but designed to eliminate these high-tier adversaries. Infantry fighting vehicles employed electric currents and high-explosive rounds to clear lesser foes. 10 minutes later, as the last deep diver retreated into the black mist, gunfire gradually ceased. The highway lay strewn with monstrous corpses, their black blood pooling into rivulets flowing toward the sea. Damage assessment. 3 vehicles sustained minor damage, with no casualties. Ammunition expenditure was 15%. Lin Han exhaled deeply, surveying the carnage. He pressed the communication button, connecting to Lin Han at the base. Reporting, Advisor Lin. We were ambushed by a new variant of a deep diver. Their defense is formidable. Conventional ammunition proves ineffective, but redstone-enhanced shells yield significant results. Threat neutralized. Lin Han's steady voice came through the earpiece. Received. Lin Han, remain vigilant. According to Suwan's analysis, these deep divers are merely the outermost patrols of Loxing Bay. Far more terrifying entities lie ahead. Lin Han looked ahead. The black mist thickened ominously, resembling a yawning beast poised to devour them. Press onward, he intoned, lowering his helmet visor, his voice icy. Whatever awaits, we will obliterate it. The iron tide surged forward once more, crushing the monstrous remains beneath its relentless advance toward the darkest depths. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Electromagnetic storm. The deeper they ventured, the denser the black mist became. If before it had resembled twilight, now the convoy seemed to traverse a midnight ink, with all searchlights swallowed in darkness, illuminating only a few meters ahead. Worse still, electronic devices began malfunctioning. A piercing electric crackle filled Lin Han's headset. Initially faint, the static noise grew louder, eventually drowning out speech. The command center's voice crackled faintly, "Please respond." Lin Han tapped his helmet, adjusting channels to no avail. It was not only communications. Radar screens filled with snow and ghost images. Thermal imagers flickered erratically, alternating between clarity and obfuscation, sometimes displaying vast color blocks. "Captain, radar is down," the driver shouted anxiously. "It's all noise. We can't distinguish obstacles from monsters. GPS signal lost. Fire control system errors. Auto-aim cannot lock." A cascade of dire updates arrived. This highly mechanized convoy, reliant on modern electronics, suddenly found itself blind and deaf. At Base 01, South Command Center, the large screen displayed static. The final data relayed indicated a powerful electromagnetic interference had erupted in the convoy's vicinity. "What is happening?" Lin Han immediately inquired. "An electromagnetic storm." Suwan's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, her expression grave. The ominous black mist enveloping Falling Star Bay was not merely a biochemical barrier. It was also saturated with high-energy, charged particles. As the convoy advanced, the magnetic fields generated by these particles disrupted all radio communications and electronic devices. Could it be restored? Conventional methods would not suffice. Suwan shook her head, indicating that the interference spanned nearly all common frequency bands. Unless she paused, turning to Lin Han. "Unless we utilize the redstone frequency band." "Are you referring to that experimental communication module?" Lin Han recalled one of Suwan's earlier inventions. "Indeed. The redstone energy field possesses a unique wave frequency capable of penetrating such electromagnetic interference. We had pre-installed this module in the command vehicle of the Suanmu battle chariot for testing purposes, never anticipating its immediate necessity." "Activated immediately," Lin Han commanded decisively. The expedition convoy, Lin Han was preparing to issue orders to switch to light signal communication when the onboard terminal suddenly flickered, and a clear voice pierced through the static. Resonating within the cabin. "Lin Han, do you hear me?" It was Lin Han's voice, crystal clear and devoid of any noise. Lin Han was momentarily stunned, then elated. "I can hear you. Advisor Lin, communication was completely cut off just now. We couldn't even use the radar." "I am aware. This is an electromagnetic storm." Lin Han's voice remained calm and steady. Su-1 had remotely activated the redstone communication module on your vehicle. All command vehicles should have restored communication by now. Understood. However, the radar and fire control systems remain inoperative. Lin Han glanced at the radar screen, still filled with static. That is a physical interference. It cannot be repaired remotely. Su-1 interjected, for the remainder of the journey, you will have to rely on your eyesight and experience. Furthermore, although the redstone communication is functional, its bandwidth is limited, only capable of transmitting voice and simple data packets. That is sufficient. Lin Han took a deep breath. As long as they could maintain contact, they would not be completely blind. He promptly issued commands through the new channel. All units, heed this. Radar is down. Fire control is switching to manual mode. Activate all vehicle lights and maintain visual contact. Lead vehicle, reduce speed, and fire a flare every 30 seconds. Understood. Since high technology has failed us, we shall resort to the most primitive yet reliable methods. The convoy reformed its formation. Every half minute, a white flare ascended into the sky. The brilliant white light, while unable to penetrate the dense black mist, illuminated a small area momentarily, granting the convoy brief visibility. Beneath the stark light of the flares, the desolate coastal highway appeared particularly eerie. The mutated plants along the roadside swayed in the wind, casting claw-like shadows that resembled numerous lurking monsters. 2 o'clock direction. Movement. A machine gunner suddenly shouted. Without radar guidance, relying on the instincts of seasoned veterans and the residual light of the flare, he spotted a group of dark silhouettes attempting to approach. Rat-tat-tat. The machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. This time, there was no precise fire control lock. It was entirely reliant on the shooter's experience and the trajectory correction of tracer rounds. The group of low-level mutated beasts attempting to ambush was reduced to a sieve amidst the hail of bullets, their frail bodies unable to withstand the onslaught of high-caliber rounds. Well done, Lin Han exclaimed. It seems you can still fight even without radar. Indeed, this is precisely what we trained for back in the unit. The machine gunner grinned. Despite the absence of high-tech assistance, this elite unit displayed remarkable combat prowess. They effectively utilized crossfire, coordinated lighting, and concise verbal communication to carve a path through this blind zone. After advancing approximately 5 kilometers, a warning sounded. Energy readings ahead are spiking dramatically. Su-1's voice suddenly turned urgent. What is it? Unknown. The data is too ambiguous. But it appears to be a wall. Lin Han abruptly slammed the brakes. Thanks to a flare that had just fired, everyone finally discerned what lay ahead. It was not a wall. It was a storm. A few hundred meters in front of the convoy, the black mist seemed to solidify, swirling wildly and forming a black tornado that connected heaven and earth. Within the vortex, countless purple lightning bolts danced frantically, producing a hair-raising crackling sound. It was a wall of electromagnetic storm composed of high-energy particle streams. We cannot pass through. Lin Han's expression darkened as he gazed at the terrifying storm wall. This phenomenon could incinerate all electronic components of a tank and might even detonate munitions. There is no way to go around it. Su-1's voice came through, based on the footage relayed by previous unmanned reconnaissance drones. This storm wall stretches across the entire coastline, serving as the final barrier protecting Falling Star Bay. What shall we do? Force our way through? No. The voice of the Earthside Operations Advisor came through the headset. Find a gap. A gap? Analyzing the energy dynamics model. Such naturally occurring or artificially created energy storms can never be flawless. The advisor explained, its energy flow follows a pattern. Dr. Su-1, please send the energy analysis chart to the front line. Understood. Data transmission in progress. Upon completion, Lin Han's onboard terminal displayed a simplified line chart. Although there was no real-time video, it showed a red line representing the storm wall, with a small green gap moving slowly within it. That gap signifies a weak point in the energy flow, essentially the eye of the storm. Su-1 elucidated, it moves swiftly. You must rush through at the precise moment it crosses the road. There is only one opportunity, lasting approximately 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Lin Han's gaze fixated on the furious storm of lightning ahead, sweat beading on his palms gripping the steering wheel. This was a gamble. If they succeeded, they would breach the barrier and reach the core. If they failed, the entire convoy would be torn apart by the electromagnetic storm. Lin Han, are you afraid? Lin Han's voice resonated calmly. Afraid of what? Lin Han chuckled unexpectedly, his eyes sharpening. I've clawed my way out of heaps of corpses. Why fear a little electricity? He seized the intercom. Everyone, shift to the highest gear. Follow my vehicle. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. Lin Han's gaze remained fixed on the moving green dot on the terminal, his foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared deafeningly. 2, 1. Charge. 10 Type 99A tanks and 20 CU battle vehicles erupted with maximum horsepower simultaneously. The steel torrent surged forward like a released arrow, hurtling towards the terrifying wall of lightning storm at full speed. Closer, closer. Purple lightning danced frantically outside the windows, the crackling of electricity sounding as though it were exploding right beside them. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Boom. It felt as if they had pierced through a thick curtain of water, though it lasted merely a fleeting moment for everyone inside the vehicle. It felt as though a century had passed. Then came a violent jolt. When Lin Han opened his eyes again, the tumultuous thunder had vanished. In its place was an eerie silence. The convoy had surged through, and directly ahead, within the dense black mist, a faint yet resolute beam of light emerged. A beam of dim yellow light penetrated the darkness, slowly sweeping through the mist. It was a lighthouse. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. The lighthouse in the mist. The tranquility following the storm often evokes more unease than the tempest itself. After traversing the violent electromagnetic barrier, the convoy entered an extraordinary region. It remained shrouded in black mist, but unlike the chaos outside, here the fog lay still, like a stagnant pool. The air was devoid of wind, sound, and even the electromagnetic interference that had been persistent moments ago had dissipated. Electronic devices resumed normal function. The snow on the radar screen vanished, replaced by clear scanning images. Yet, the image revealed nothing. It was a blank expanse. The silence here was profound. Lin Han gazed out of the vehicle's window, gripping his firearm tighter, the stillness reminiscent of a grave. What about the energy readings? Lin Han's voice crackled through the earpiece. It's peculiar, Suwon responded. The background radiation levels are remarkably low, even lower than those in the urban area of High City. It's as if someone has deliberately created a zone of silence here. The convoy continued to advance slowly towards a beam of light piercing through the fog, a solitary beacon. As they drew nearer, the source of the light finally emerged from the dark mist. It was indeed a lighthouse. It stood resolutely on a protruding cliff, its white tower weathered and peeling, revealing the gray concrete beneath. Although part of the glass dome atop the tower was shattered, the light within persisted, stubbornly rotating, casting a faint golden beam across the sea every 5 seconds. Below the lighthouse, several low structures could be discerned, resembling a small observation station or outpost. Is anyone there? Lin Han inquired, astonished. In this desolate land, teeming with mutated creatures and lethal viruses, how could anyone have survived? Furthermore, how could they maintain the operation of a lighthouse? Thermal imaging indicated a faint heat signature within the lighthouse, Suwon reported, albeit weak, resembling not the body temperature of a living being, but rather the warmth emanating from an active machine. Whatever it was, the mere fact that it emitted light warranted investigation. Lin Han commanded, Lin Han, dispatch a team to scout ahead. The rest remain on alert and establish a defensive perimeter. Understood, Lin Han acknowledged, selecting several elite soldiers. First squad, follow me. Watch your step and maintain formation. A group of soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor swiftly disembarked, weapons drawn, stealthily advancing towards the lighthouse perched atop the cliff. The path leading to the lighthouse was overrun with mutated flora, the ground coated in moss and fissures. Strangely, there were neither zombies nor mutated beasts present, not even a single insect. This eerie silence intensified Lin Han's unease. He felt a lurking dread, sensing that something more terrifying than mere monsters lay hidden within the ancient lighthouse. 10 minutes later, the team reached the observation station beneath the lighthouse. The door stood ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior. A glow stick, one soldier suggested, tossing one inside. The eerie green light illuminated a corner of the room. Scattered across the floor were various papers and documents, as well as several toppled instruments. Sea charts hung on the walls, but were rendered illegible by mold. Lin Han cautiously entered the room, the crunch of broken glass underfoot echoing ominously. He paused at a desk where a thick logbook lay, its cover embossed with the words Loxing Bay Ocean Observation Station. Flipping it open, he noted the pages had yellowed and warped from moisture, many of the entries obscured. Yet, he managed to decipher some passages. September 12, 2045. Ocean temperatures have risen anomalously. Some fish species are exhibiting strange mutations. We reported this to headquarters, but received no response. September 20th, 2045. The fog has arrived, black fog. Old Chun inhaled it and went mad that very night. Attempting to leap into the sea, we had to restrain him. His skin is turning black. October 1st, 2045. The great disaster has begun. Monsters are everywhere. Communications are down. We are trapped. Lin Han flipped through the pages rapidly. Many appeared torn out. He turned directly to the last few entries. December 25th, 2045. Christmas. No gifts, only despair. The station chief decided to activate the backup generator to illuminate the lighthouse. He said, "As long as the light shines, humanity has not perished. Perhaps a ship will see it. Perhaps rescue will come." January 15th, 2046. How much longer can the generator last? Everyone is dead. I am the only one left. That thing, the one in the sea, it is calling to me. I can hear its voice. It speaks within my mind. February 1st, 2046. I can't go on. I have added the last of the fuel to the generator. I have programmed it to cycle automatically. If anyone finds this log, please do not approach the seaside. That thing is alive. The entire sea is alive. The log abruptly ended. Beside the logbook lay a long decomposed corpse, its hand still clutching a pen tightly. The other hand gripping the desk, fingers embedded into the wood. Lin Han closed the log, a heavy weight settling in his heart. This was the last record of a desperate soul. "Captain, we have found something," a soldier shouted from the adjacent room. Lin Han hurried over. It was a control room. Beside the backup generator mentioned in the log lay a peculiar device. This apparatus appeared to be of extraterrestrial origin. Composed of a cluster of glowing blue crystals and intricate metal coils, crudely welded to the generator's output. Lin Han's pupils constricted. "That is redstone crystal, and of exceptionally high purity." "Command Center, I have discovered a redstone device in the lighthouse," Lin Han reported immediately. "It seems that survivors from the early disaster retrofitted the generator with redstone to power the lighthouse." "What?" Lin Han's voice was laced with astonishment. "Survivors were using redstone that early in the disaster?" "It must have been local survivors," Lin Han speculated, observing the device, noting that the log made no mention of it. "However, based on the evidence here, this device has likely been operational for several years." "Incredible," Suwon interjected. "Redstone emerged only after the disaster. How could anyone have mastered it so early? Unless what? Unless he received some form of guidance." Suwon's tone grew somber, echoing the log's assertion that it spoke within his mind. Lin Han abruptly turned to the corpse. If it was indeed that so-called creature from the sea that instructed him, what could its intent be? Merely to sustain this lighthouse? At that moment, the redstone device flickered. Suddenly, the light beam from the lighthouse ceased its rotation, now directing straight into the depths of the sea, towards the heart of Loxing Bay. At the beam's terminus, the previously tranquil sea began to churn violently. A colossal shadow, reminiscent of a mountain, slowly rose from the waters. It was not an island. It was a terrifying entity they had never encountered before. "All personnel, prepare for combat," Lin Han shouted as he burst out of the lighthouse, yelling into the communicator, "Target acquired. 12 o'clock position. 5 kilometers away. Inside base 1. Lin Han inhaled deeply as he observed the colossal creature revealed by the beam of light on the screen. "Finally found it. All artillery, target locked." Lin Han's voice was as cold as steel. "Since it has revealed itself, we shall not hold back. Fire." End of chapter. Chapter 61. A test of firepower with Lin Han's command. The entire coastline of Loxing Bay was instantly illuminated by flames. 10 Type 99, a main battle tanks unleashed a simultaneous roar from their 125mm smoothbore cannons, high explosive shells trailing long tails of fire as they streaked through the night sky, accurately striking the monstrous entity rising from the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive explosions erupted on the water's surface, each creating towering columns of water, some reaching dozens of meters high. The shockwaves from the blasts pushed the surrounding seawater outward, forming concentric ripples. However, a shocking scene unfolded. As the smoke and mist from the explosions dissipated, the enormous creature remained unscathed. No, it was not merely unharmed. Having just returned from the lighthouse to the convoy, Lin Han quickly seized a high-powered telescope to observe. A faint blue energy shield shimmered at the locations where the shells had struck. The explosion of the shell seemed merely to cause a ripple across the shield, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, swiftly returning to its previous calm. "Conventional munitions are ineffective," came the incredulous voice of the tank commander over the communication channel. "Our shell struck as if against an invisible wall. Continue firing," Lin Han ordered through gritted teeth. "Switch to armor-piercing rounds. We must breach that shield." The tank fired again, this time armed with fin-stabilized armor-piercing ammunition, designed specifically to combat heavy armor. The round traced a brilliant arc through the air before striking the surface of the colossal creature. A sharp metallic clang resonated, audible even from several kilometers away. The armor-piercing round was deflected. It was as though it had ricocheted off a layer of imperceptible, thick armor. The round, capable of penetrating any modern tank's armor, altered its trajectory upon contacting the energy shield, veering off at an angle and plunging into the sea. "This is impossible," exclaimed the gunner, his voice trembling. What kind of shield is this? Even armor-piercing rounds cannot penetrate it? At Base 01, the command center. Lin Han furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the real-time data displayed on the large screen. The analysis of the energy shield's strength is complete, Su Wan's voice relayed. Based on the energy fluctuations at the moment of impact, the shield's energy density is extraordinarily high, over 10 times that of our most advanced known defense systems. Furthermore, it appears to be self-repairing. Self-repairing? Indeed. Each time it is struck, the energy fluctuations of the shield recover to their initial state within seconds. Our current conventional weapons cannot breach it in such a short time frame. Su Wan's tone bore a hint of gravity. This is no mere biological defense. It resembles a high-tech energy barrier. At that moment, a military expert from Earth chimed in over the communication channel. Advisor Lin, based on our analysis, this energy shield is akin to the adaptive energy field theorized in our studies. It can adjust its energy frequency and density according to the type of attack, thus enabling efficient defense. Adaptive energy field? Lin Han inquired. Yes, it is a theoretically viable defense technology, yet never witnessed in actual combat, the expert elaborated. Its hallmark is the ability to rapidly analyze the energy characteristics of an attack and adjust its defense parameters to maximize protective efficacy. This elucidates why our armor-piercing rounds were deflected. The shield adjusted its energy frequency at the moment of contact, creating a repulsive force field. What should our course of action be? Li Zhan's voice emerged from the communication channel. There are two potential strategies, the expert replied. The first is to employ multi-band attacks, launching strikes across different frequencies simultaneously, preventing the shield from adapting to all at once. The second is to utilize ultra-high energy weaponry to overwhelm the shield's self-regulating capabilities with sheer force. Do we possess such weapons? Lin Han asked. Conventional weapons are inadequate. However, the expert hesitated. The high-energy microwave weapon we brought might stand a chance. If we can identify the resonance frequency of the shield, theoretically, a relatively small energy input could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction within the shield. Just then, an urgent report crackled through from the front lines. Li Zhan immediately redirected his focus to the battlefield. He beheld the surface of the colossal creature suddenly splitting open with dozens of fissures, from which enormous appendages, resembling octopus tentacles, began to emerge. These tentacles, measuring several dozen meters in length, were covered in a hard exoskeleton, with razor-sharp bone spurs at their tips. They writhed like living serpents in the air before abruptly lashing towards the shore. Scatter! Seek cover! Li Zhan bellowed. Yet, it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. The massive tentacles struck the ground with tremendous force, stirring clouds of dust. A Sun Yu tank, unable to evade, was directly hit, its heavy armor emitting a shrill, distorted metallic sound as the entire vehicle sank deeply into the earth. Evacuate the crew, Li Zhan shouted anxiously, but even graver threats loomed ahead. With the assault of the tentacles, the apex of the colossal creature suddenly released dozens of gigantic, jellyfish-like entities, semi-transparent in form. These flying jellyfish, each measuring several meters in diameter, glimmered with an eerie blue light from within. They bore no eyes or apparent offensive appendages, yet they drifted slowly towards the shore. What in the world are those? A soldier gasped, staring in terror at the approaching behemoths. Be cautious. They may be toxic, Li Zhan warned. Indeed, as the flying jellyfish drew near the coast, a viscous purple liquid began to drip from their undersides. Upon contact with the ground, the liquid hissed and corroded it, leaving behind small pits that emitted wisps of smoke. Corrosive attack. Everyone fall back, Li Zhan commanded. Yet the flying jellyfish did not halt their advance. They continued to drift towards the convoy, their corrosive liquid falling like rain. Use flamethrowers, Li Zhan suddenly recalled. Fire may be effective against them. Several flamethrower operators rushed forward, unleashing long streams of fire. The intense flames instantly engulfed the first few flying jellyfish. What occurred next was unexpected. Upon contact with the flames, those semi-transparent entities emitted piercing shrieks. Their bodies contorted violently, the internal glow intensifying until, boom, they exploded. Each flying jellyfish detonated with the force of a small bomb, the shockwave knocking nearby soldiers to the ground. Even more alarmingly, the splattered purple liquid from the explosions exhibited extreme corrosiveness, creating gaping holes in several soldiers' protective gear. It's toxic. That liquid is toxic. Medics rushed forward to provide urgent care to the afflicted soldiers. This is not biological warfare, Li Zhan grimaced. This is chemical warfare. At Base 01, the command center, Lin Han surveyed the chaotic battlefield on the screen, his expression grim. Su Wan analyzed the attack patterns of the tentacles, and the explosion mechanisms of the flying jellyfish. We must devise a strategy to counter them. Analyzing, Suwon replied, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The tentacles' attack patterns resemble physical strikes, yet their exoskeleton is extraordinarily hard, rendering conventional small-caliber weapons ineffective. As for the flying jellyfish, they seem to store some high-energy chemical substance that triggers a chain reaction and subsequent explosion when subjected to high temperatures. Just then, a voice from the Earthside weapons expert broke through the communication channel. Based on the combat footage, the exoskeleton of the tentacles appears to consist of a super high-strength alloy, albeit with a more complex structure. The armor at their joints is notably thinner, likely to maintain flexibility, indicating a potential vulnerability there. And the flying jellyfish? Li Han inquired. The flying jellyfish store a high-energy chemical substance akin to our napalm, but with even greater energy density, the expert continued. Their bodily structure resembles a pressure vessel. When subjected to high temperatures, internal pressure escalates dramatically, leading to an explosion. It is advisable to use armor-piercing rounds to breach their exteriors before they explode, relieving the internal pressure and preventing detonation. Are there any weaknesses? Lin Han asked. The joints of the tentacles may be a weak point, where the armor is relatively thin. The flying jellyfish require a high temperature to trigger their explosion. However, if one could penetrate their internal energy sacs prior to detonation, it might thwart the explosion. Suwon displayed several images, indicating that each flying jellyfish possesses a luminescent core at its center, which could be the nucleus of their energy. Understood. Lin Han pressed the communication button. Li Han, have you heard the expert's analysis? I have, came Li Han's voice through the communication channel. Target the joints of the tentacles and aim for the core of the flying jellyfish. Let us give it a try. Tank platoon. Switch to high explosive shells and focus on those tentacle joints. Li Han commanded. Infantry vehicles, unleash your machine guns on the central areas of those flying jellyfish. With the issuance of these orders, the battlefield's firepower configuration changed instantly. Tanks ceased their assault on the colossal organism's main body, redirecting their firepower toward the flailing tentacles. High explosive shells struck the joints of the tentacles with precision. Each hit caused the appendages to convulse violently, their movements noticeably slowing. The infantry vehicle's 30mm machine guns began firing into the air, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets upon the drifting flying jellyfish. This time, the gunners targeted the glowing cores at the center of the creatures. Uft, uft, uft. Several cores of the flying jellyfish were hit, and the light within them extinguished instantaneously. Their translucent bodies rapidly deflated like punctured balloons, ultimately collapsing weakly into the sea. Effective. This method works. A soldier exclaimed excitedly. Morale surged. Although the enemy's attack methods were bizarre and formidable, they were not invincible. Identifying their weaknesses was key to overcoming them. The battle raged on for half an hour. Under the precise strikes of the human forces, the wildly thrashing tentacles were systematically destroyed, and most of the flying jellyfish were brought down. Yet, the colossal organism itself remained unscathed, its surface energy shield still flickering with a pale blue light, repelling all assaults. Command Center, we have eliminated most of the attacking units. But we cannot inflict effective damage on the main body, Li Han reported, requesting further instructions. Lin Han gazed at the enormous creature still towering in the sea, lost in contemplation. Conventional weapons indeed struggled to penetrate that energy shield, yet the recent battle had revealed that this organism was not invulnerable. It had vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Suwon, is there a way to temporarily incapacitate that energy shield? Lin Han inquired. At that moment, the voice of an Earth-based weapon expert came through the communication channel. Advisor Lin, based on the data collected earlier, the energy frequency of that shield is particularly active within a specific wavelength range. If we can employ microwaves of the same frequency, but with higher intensity, we might temporarily destabilize the shield. High-energy microwave weapon? Lin Han immediately recalled the experimental equipment prepared before their departure. It is time to put it to the test. Understood. 2 launchers have already been installed on the Sunyu command vehicle and are ready for activation, the expert replied, but they are still in the experimental phase. And their power is limited. It's uncertain whether they can affect such a large target. Regardless of the outcome, we must attempt it, Lin Han decisively ordered. Li Han, prepare to deploy the high-energy microwave weapon. Experts, transmit the frequency data of the shield's weakness to the front line. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Li Han immediately directed the convoy to adjust their formation. A specialized Sunyu command vehicle slowly emerged from the ranks, and a massive dish antenna atop it began to rise. The microwave weapon is ready, the operator reported, awaiting frequency data. Moments later, the expert transmitted the data to the command vehicle. Frequency synchronization complete. Weapon system preheating. Preheating complete. Aim at the target's central area, Lin Han commanded. Fire at maximum power. As the operator pressed the launch button, the enormous dish antenna emitted a low, resonant hum. Invisible microwave beams shot towards the colossal organism at the speed of light. Initially, nothing occurred. However, seconds later, the pale blue energy shield on the surface of the creature began to flicker violently, reminiscent of a television screen suffering from poor signal reception. Effective. The shield is fluctuating. The operator shouted excitedly. Continue. Increase power. Lin Han ordered. The power of the microwave weapon was elevated to its maximum. This time, the energy shield of the colossal organism finally exhibited visible cracks. The pale blue glow dimmed, and certain areas of the shield briefly vanished. Now, tank platoon, armor-piercing rounds. Fire at will. Lin Han seized the opportunity to command. The tanks, already poised for action, fired once more. This time, the armor-piercing rounds successfully penetrated the weak points of the shield, striking the surface of the enormous organism directly. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the sound was no longer a crisp impact, but rather a deep, resounding explosion. The armor-piercing rounds effectively breached the shield, creating massive breaches on the surface of the colossal organism, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. The giant creature let out a deafening roar, causing the entire sea to tremble with its fury. We did it, Lin Han shouted in excitement. We wounded it. But just then, the enormous organism abruptly ceased its roaring. All the wounds on its surface began to heal instantly, the torn tissues rapidly regenerating, while the damaged energy shield regained its stability, even shining more brightly than before. Not good. It's self-repairing, and the shield's strength is increasing. The voice of a military expert from Earth echoed in the communication channel. The stimulation from the microwave weapon seems to have triggered some sort of defensive mechanism. Indeed, the energy shield on the surface of the giant organism became more luminous, its color shifting from pale blue to deep blue, appearing sturdier than before. Continue the assault. Lin Han gritted his teeth, attack before it fully recovers. But it was too late. In just a few fleeting seconds, all the wounds on the surface of the colossal organism had completely healed, as if the prior assault had never occurred. The deep blue energy shield now appeared even more impervious. Command Center. The energy of the microwave weapon is depleted and requires cooling, the operator reported, and the target's shield frequency has changed. Our weapons can no longer interfere with it. Lin Han gazed at the once again indomitable giant organism, weighed down by a heavy heart. Although the previous attack had successfully inflicted damage, it seemingly enraged the creature, possibly triggering some evolutionary mechanism within it. Now, this adversary had grown even more formidable than before. Retreat to a safe distance. Lin Han's voice resonated through the communication channel. We need to re-strategize. Understood. Lin Han commanded. All units, fall back 500 meters and establish a temporary defensive line. The convoy slowly retreated, distancing themselves from the colossal being. The creature, however, showed no inclination to pursue, merely standing silently in the sea, its deep blue energy shield flickering with an eerie glow in the night. This tentative assault, while providing the human forces with insight into the enemy's capabilities, also revealed their own limitations. Conventional weapons, even with the enhancement of redstone technology, struggled to inflict lethal damage on a foe of this magnitude. The energy shield had become an almost insurmountable barrier. Advisor Lin, what shall we do now? Lin Han inquired. Lin Han contemplated the giant organism displayed on the screen. Lost in thought, the battle proved to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. This adversary not only possessed formidable physical defenses, but also boasted energy shields, and could even self-repair and evolve. To confront such a foe, it may require the invocation of more primal forces. At that moment, the voice of a combat advisor from Earth resonated through the communication channel. Advisor Lin, based on the analysis of the recent combat data, we recommend employing a multi-force coordinated attack strategy. First, utilize high-energy microwave weapons to temporarily incapacitate the shields. Then immediately deploy the Sea Dragon-class unmanned submersibles and Abyss-class underwater power armor to assault its submerged sections. Simultaneously, ground forces must continue to suppress its surface attack units. Only through a multidimensional strike can we breach its defenses. Is this plan feasible? Lin Han inquired. Theoretically, it is viable, the advisor replied, but the risks are considerable, requiring precise coordination. First, establish a defensive line and stabilize our position, Lin Han said slowly. We need time to analyze the data we have just collected and identify its true weaknesses. A flicker of determination crossed Lin Han's eyes. Moreover, it is time to prepare to deploy that trump card. A brief silence enveloped the communication channel. Li Han gazed at the immense creature still looming in the sea, its deep blue energy shield flickering with an eerie luminescence in the night. Although the previous assault had successfully inflicted damage, it had also rendered the creature even stronger. Command Center, we are establishing the defensive line, Li Han reported. How long will it take? At least half an hour, Lin Han responded. We need to analyze all the data collected to uncover the true weakness of the shield. Lin Han's voice paused. And what else? Moreover, Su-Wan interjected. The energy response from that creature is undergoing alterations. Its energy shield frequency is continuously adjusting. As if it is evolving, she added. A sense of foreboding settled in Li Han's heart. An enemy capable of real-time evolution transcended the boundaries of conventional warfare. Then what should we do? Li Han began. But the monitoring system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Captain, a soldier shouted, anomalous energy reactions are detected at the surface. Li Han immediately raised his binoculars, only to witness the surface of the colossal creature suddenly fissuring with dozens of new cracks. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Guardian of the Nest. As night deepened, the sea breeze carried a briny scent through the makeshift defensive line. Li Han stood beside the command vehicle, peering through binoculars, unwilling to show any sign of relaxation. The alarm from the monitoring system still echoed in his ears, while the fissures on the creature's surface had closed as if the disturbance had never occurred. The deep blue energy shield flickered with an eerie glow in the night, resembling a silent lighthouse or a dormant volcano awaiting the perfect moment to erupt. The convoy had retreated to a position 500 meters from the coastline, establishing a circular defensive perimeter. Tanks and armored vehicles were arranged in a circular formation, their cannons all pointed outward, creating a formidable steel fortress. Soldiers busily supplied ammunition and inspected equipment within the defensive line, preparing for the next round of combat. Command Center. The previous anomalous energy reaction has dissipated, Li Han reported. The fissures on the target's surface have sealed, and no new attack units have been detected. Understood. Lin Han's voice came through. Continue monitoring. Su-Wan is analyzing the data we collected. A few seconds of silence enveloped the communication channel. Command Center. The energy analysis results are ready. Su-Wan's voice emerged. The energy shield frequency of that creature has stabilized at a new level, approximately 30 higher than before. Our microwave weapons can no longer interfere with it temporarily. This signifies what? Lin Han's tone carried a hint of gravity. It means its defensive capabilities have been enhanced. Su-Wan elucidated. If previously 3 armor-piercing rounds were required to penetrate the shield, it may now demand 5, or even more. Furthermore, the shield's self-repair speed has also accelerated. Is this creature evolving? Li Han furrowed his brow. That could be one way to interpret it, Su-Wan replied. It appears capable of adjusting its defensive mechanisms based on the types of attacks it receives. This reflects a highly intelligent response, far surpassing that of ordinary biological entities. Li Han set down the binoculars, a heavy mood settling over him. An enemy that could self-evolve in response to attack methods had surpassed the realm of conventional warfare. It felt akin to engaging in a game of wits with an opponent of exceptional intelligence, one that also held overwhelming physical advantages. What should we do? Li Han queried. Continuing the assault will only make it stronger. Just then, the communication channel was interrupted by the voice of the Earth Combat Advisor, Advisor Lin. According to our analysis, any complex system, regardless of its apparent robustness, inevitably possesses a control center. We recommend employing a decapitation tactic, concentrating fire on its core regions. As long as we destroy the core, the entire system will collapse. But its shield. Li Han began. The shield is not all-encompassing, Su-Wan interjected. Based on the analysis of the previous attack data, the energy distribution of the shield is uneven. Certain areas exhibit significantly lower energy density than others. These may represent its weaknesses or the locations of functional organs. The voice of a weapon expert from Earth chimed in. Dr. Su's analysis is accurate. Based on the energy distribution map, we have identified 3 regions with relatively low energy density. These areas may correspond to functional organs or weak points in the shield system. Can these locations be marked? Yes. I have transmitted the data to your fire control systems, Su-Wan replied. However, please be advised that these weak points may shift with its evolution. Understood, Li Han nodded. We will seize the opportunity. Just then, the monitoring system sounded the alarm once more. Captain, a sentry shouted, an abundance of energy reactions are emerging at the surface. Li Han raised his binoculars again, witnessing the sea begin to roil violently, as if numerous colossal creatures were stirring beneath the waves. Subsequently, Enormous shadows surged up from the depths of the ocean. These were not the tentacles seen before, nor were they flying jellyfish, but rather fully formed, gigantic biological entities. They possessed human-like upper bodies. Yet their lower halves were adorned with massive, octopus-like appendages. Towering at 30 meters, equivalent to a 10-story building, their bodies were encased in dark purple shells. Muscular and exuding a sense of power. Most terrifying were their heads. Each bore a large, distorted visage, featuring both human characteristics and the dreadfulness of deep-sea monsters. Their immense eyes glowed a sinister red, akin to two blood-colored lanterns, strikingly vivid against the night. What in the world are those? A soldier gasped, staring in horror at the gigantic beings rising from the sea. Tier 3 mutants, Su Wan's voice echoed through the communication channel, carrying a note of gravity. And there is more than one. The energy response is exceedingly strong, ranking among the top levels of Tier 3 mutants. Though they have yet to reach Tier 4. They are significantly more powerful than the other Tier 3 mutants we previously encountered. The sonar screen displayed 5 red dots, representing these colossal beings. 5 Tier 3 mutants, each comparable to a small building. What are they doing? Lin Han asked. Observing the gigantic creatures, they did not immediately attack, but instead stood silently in the water. Their massive red eyes fixated upon the defensive line. Unknown, Su Wan replied. They seem to be observing us, or perhaps waiting for something. Just then, those colossal creatures suddenly opened their mouths simultaneously. However, what emerged was not a roar, but a low, unsettling hum. The sound was so deep that it was nearly inaudible. Yet its presence was distinctly felt, akin to countless invisible needles piercing the deepest recesses of the brain. Suddenly, a soldier clutched his head and fell to his knees in agony. My head hurts. Another soldier echoed the same distress, discarding his weapon and rolling on the ground. Hands clasped to his head. Soon, more soldiers exhibited similar reactions, some groaning in pain, others becoming frenzied, and a few even turning on their comrades. Psychic attack. Lin Han immediately realized the nature of the assault. Everyone, activate the soundproofing function of your helmets. But it was already too late. The humming from those enormous beings seemed to intensify. Although the soldiers' helmets offered some degree of sound insulation, they were insufficient against such a specialized infrasonic assault. One by one, they fell, some incapacitated, others losing their sanity entirely. Damn it, Lin Han gritted his teeth. This creature can directly affect the human brain. Its infrasonic waves. Su Wan's voice chimed in. The frequency they emit closely resonates with that of the human brain, capable of directly interfering with the nervous system. The ordinary soundproofing of our helmets may not fully block such a specific frequency. What do we do now? Lin Han asked anxiously. The voice of a weapons expert from Earth crackled through the communication channel. Captain Lee, based on our analysis, there are 2 countermeasures. The first is to use more advanced protective equipment, but that requires time. The second is to locate and destroy the source of the infrasonic waves, specifically the organs that produce them. If we can destroy those organs, we can immediately halt this assault. Lin Han gazed at the enormous creatures still emitting the unsettling hum. A flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Team 1, follow me. He seized a specially designed sniper rifle. The rest of you, provide covering fire. Captain, it's too dangerous. The lieutenant cautioned. Those monsters, we have no choice, Lin Han interrupted. At this rate, the entire defense line will collapse. With 5 elite soldiers, Lin Han charged out of the defensive line. Each was equipped with the latest model of protective helmets, which, though not entirely immune to the infrasonic assault, at least allowed them to remain conscious. Tank platoon, suppress their fire. Lin Han ordered. Aim for their heads. The tanks immediately opened fire. High explosive shells detonating on the heads of the colossal creatures, sending up massive splashes of water. The shockwaves from the explosions momentarily staggered the creatures, their enormous heads tilting back. Cracks appearing on their shells. While the high explosive shells did not inflict lethal damage, they sufficiently distracted the creatures, briefly halting the disconcerting hum. Scatter. Find cover, Lin Han commanded. The 6-man team immediately dispersed, using the terrain and rubble for concealment as they approached the colossal beings. The closer they got, the stronger the effects of the infrasonic waves became. Even with their helmets, Lin Han felt waves of dizziness, as if an invisible hand had gripped his brain tightly. Hold on, Lin Han gritted his teeth. We're almost there. They finally closed in to within about 200 meters of one of the colossal beings. Here, Lin Han could finally discern the details of these creatures. Their shells were adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to emit a faint glow, resembling an elaborate circuit diagram. Prominently on their chests was a noticeable bulge, the source of the most intense infrasonic emissions. Found it, Lin Han reported through the communication channel. They have vocal organs on their chests. Received. Suwon responded. According to energy reaction analysis, that is indeed the source of the strongest infrasonic waves. The voice of the weapons expert from Earth returned. Captain Lee, those vocal organs are indeed a weakness, but the shell is extremely thick and requires high-powered weaponry to penetrate. The redstone armor-piercing shells on the tanks have sufficient power, but may lack the accuracy to hit such a small target. It is recommended to use the individual redstone armor-piercing shells. While not as powerful as tank shells, they offer greater precision and should possess adequate penetration. Understood, Lin Han replied. Our equipment department has already prepared individual redstone armor-piercing shells for us. The voice of the equipment department head came through. Captain Lee. Individual redstone armor-piercing shells have been distributed to all elite teams, 3 rounds each. These bullets are specifically designed to tackle high-defense targets and have the penetration power to pierce the shells of 3-tier mutated organisms. Lin Han retrieved a specially designed bullet from his equipment pack and loaded it into his sniper rifle, aiming for the vocal organ on the chest of the colossal creature. The rest of you, provide covering fire. At Lin Han's command, the other 5 soldiers fired simultaneously, a barrage of bullets striking the creature's head and upper body. While they could not inflict fatal damage, they at least drew its attention. The colossal creature appeared enraged, emitting a deafening roar as its massive tentacles swept towards Lin Han's squad. Now's our chance. Lin Han seized the moment and pulled the trigger. The specially designed redstone armor-piercing shell flew from the barrel, tracing a dark red trajectory through the air. Thud! The bullet accurately struck the vocal organ on the creature's chest. There was no violent explosion, only a dull tearing sound. The creature's roar abruptly ceased, and a fist-sized black hole appeared in its vocal organ, dark blood gushing forth. Immediately after, the colossal creature began to convulse violently, its enormous red eyes flickering a few times before ultimately dimming. Its massive body crashed to the ground, sending up a tremendous splash of water. Effective, Lin Han exclaimed excitedly. Their vocal organs are a weakness. But at that moment, the other 4 colossal beings seemed to sense the danger. They simultaneously turned towards Lin Han's squad, their massive tentacles sweeping in like thrashing serpents. Retreat. Quick, retreat, Lin Han ordered, but it was already too late. A gigantic tentacle swept towards Lin Han with astonishing speed. Just at that critical moment, a Type 99A tank surged forward, positioning itself in front of Lin Han. Boom! The immense tentacle crashed into the tank's frontal armor with a deafening roar, sending the 50-ton vehicle sliding back several meters and leaving a deep dent in its hull. Captain, move, came the voice of the tank commander over the communication channel. We'll cover you. The tank's turret rapidly rotated, its dark barrel aimed at the attacking colossal creature. Load the redstone armor-piercing shell. The gunner quickly loaded a specially designed redstone armor-piercing shell, targeting the creature's vocal organ. Boom! The cannon fired, emitting a dazzling burst of flame. The redstone armor-piercing shell shot forth, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. The colossal creature emitted a piercing roar as its vocal organ was obliterated, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Well done, Lin Han praised. Other tanks opened fire. The remaining 3 tanks immediately engaged. Redstone armor-piercing shells flying towards the vocal organs of the colossal creatures. Under the tank's precise onslaught, the remaining 3 colossal beings were swiftly taken down one by one. As the final colossal creature succumbed, the unsettling infrasound finally dissipated. Within the defensive line, those soldiers previously affected gradually regained their awareness, gazing around in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Report the casualties, Lin Han inquired through the communication channel. 12 lightly injured, 3 severely injured, no fatalities, the aide reported. Most were affected by the infrasound, temporarily incapacitating them for combat. Very well, Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief. Medics, attend to the wounded. The rest, replenish ammunition and prepare for the next round of battle. Lin Han surveyed the massive corpses of the creatures on the ocean's surface, his emotions complex. These 3rd-tier mutants, referred to as Leviathans, while not yet reaching the 4th tier, were enormous, powerful, and possessed mental assault capabilities, making them exceedingly dangerous foes. Yet, they also had vulnerabilities. If their weaknesses could be identified, they could be dealt with. Command Center, we have eliminated those 3rd-tier mutants, Lin Han reported. However, the colossal creature remained still. The voice of the Earthside Operations Advisor came through the communication channel. Advisor Lin, according to our analysis, the target may be gathering strength. The recent battle was likely a probing attack, designed to assess our defensive capabilities and tactical responses. It may soon deploy more formidable adversaries or engage personally. Lin Han lifted his gaze toward the enormous creature still towering in the sea, its deep blue energy shield flickering with an eerie glow in the night. It stood there silently, as if the recent skirmish had been nothing more than a minor disturbance. Command Center, should we take the initiative to strike? Lin Han asked. The operations advisor's voice responded, Advisor Lin, we recommend refraining from proactive engagement for now. The target is currently in a state of silence, and initiating an attack could trigger its defensive mechanisms, potentially provoking a full-scale assault. It is advisable to observe its reactions first, if it remains inactive. We can utilize this time to refine our tactical plans. Agreed, Lin Han replied. Lin Han, maintain vigilance and await further instructions. Lin Han nodded. Yet an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. This adversary was too quiet, too quietly unsettling. End of this chapter. Chapter 63. Underwater threat. The night was profound, and the sea breeze carried a salty tang across the temporary defenses. The recently concluded battle had momentarily eased everyone's tensions, yet no one truly relaxed their vigilance. Although the third-tier mutants known as Leviathans had been vanquished, the immense creature loomed quietly in the distance, its deep blue energy shield shimmering with a strange light in the night. Command Center, energy monitoring indicates that the energy response of that colossal creature is intensifying. Suwon's voice emerged from the communication channel. It may be preparing for its next assault. What type of attack? Lin Han inquired. Uncertain. However, energy is primarily concentrated in the underwater portion, Suwon replied. I recommend enhancing underwater surveillance. Understood. Lin Han turned to his aide. Order the Sea Dragon submersible team to intensify underwater patrols. I want to know what lies beneath the surface. Yes, sir. Just then, a soldier responsible for underwater monitoring shouted. Captain, there are numerous high-speed moving targets below. Lin Han rushed to the monitoring screen. The once tranquil sonar image abruptly filled with a dense cluster of red dots. These red dots surged swiftly from the depths, forming a massive encirclement that encompassed the entire coastline. How many? Lin Han asked. At least 1,000. The monitor quaked with trepidation. They are surrounding us from all sides. 1,000. Lin Han gasped. This number exceeded conventional combat parameters. It felt more like a war. All units, prepare to engage. Lin Han commanded. Tank platoon, target the sea surface. Infantry fighting vehicles, ready anti-air fire. Captain, they are underwater. The aide cautioned. I know. Lin Han's gaze sharpened. But they cannot remain submerged indefinitely. Indeed, as the red dots drew nearer, the sea's surface began to show signs of disturbance. Initially, it was merely subtle ripples, but soon it escalated into violent surges. It was as if countless enormous creatures were rapidly moving beneath the surface, churning the entire maritime expanse. They're coming. With a shout, dozens of enormous shadows suddenly leapt from the ocean's surface. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled massive mutated sharks, others bore numerous tentacles like octopuses, and some appeared as colossal crabs encased in hard shells. Their common trait was their immense size and ferocity. Open fire. With Lin Han's command, the entire defensive line was instantly illuminated by gunfire. The tanks, 125 mm smoothbore cannons, the infantry fighting vehicles, 30 mm autocannons, and the heavy machine guns unleashed a torrential barrage upon the monstrous beings emerging from the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed, sending towering columns of water skyward as the creatures were shredded under the relentless fire, their dark blood staining the ocean a deep crimson. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Those in the forefront were felled, only to be swiftly replaced by others from behind. Moreover, they seemed to have learned. No longer leaping en masse, but instead lurking beneath the surface, seeking vulnerabilities in the defenses. This is bad. They are attacking our flank. A soldier shouted. Lin Han immediately turned his attention to the flank. There, the sea surface suddenly revealed dozens of enormous whirlpools, followed by massive tentacles extending from the vortices, reaching for the vehicles and soldiers at the edge of the defenses. The strength of those tentacles was immense. A Sunyu battle tank was ensnared and forcefully dragged toward the ocean. Sever those tentacles, Lin Han bellowed. The concentrated gunfire immediately shifted to those appendages. But their surfaces were armored, rendering standard bullets ineffective. Use anti-tank missiles, Lin Han ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several anti-tank missiles streaked through the air, precisely striking the tentacles. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce explosions shattered the tentacles into fragments, yet more tentacles emerged from the depths, continuing their assault on the defenses. This cannot continue, the aide exclaimed anxiously. Our ammunition is limited, while they keep coming. What about the Sea Dragon team? Lin Han asked. What is their attack efficacy? Report, Captain. The Sea Dragon submersibles have engaged the underwater foes, but their numbers are overwhelming, making effective suppression difficult. The Sea Dragon team leader's voice came through the communication channel. However, we have discovered something intriguing. What? These underwater monsters do not appear to be disorganized, the Sea Dragon team leader replied. They are coordinating their assault. And we have detected some form of command signal. Command signal? Yes. A low-frequency sound wave signal emanating from the deep sea, seemingly the command hub for these creatures. The Sea Dragon team leader explained. If we can locate and destroy the source of this signal, it may throw these monsters into disarray. Li Zhan's eyes brightened. This was a significant discovery. If these underwater creatures indeed had a command center, then destroying it would be akin to severing the enemy's brain. Can we pinpoint the signal source? Li Zhan inquired. Yes, but it will require time. Captain Li Zhan responded, noting that the signal source was located in a deep-sea area, which posed a significant risk to their submersible due to the immense water pressure. The voice of the operations officer from Earth crackled over the communication channel. Captain Li, based on the depth and mission requirements, it is advisable to utilize the Abyss-class heavy underwater power armor. Its operational depth can reach 300 meters, sufficient to meet the combat demands of the deep-sea region. Understood, Li Zhan replied. Prepare the underwater assault team. I will lead them personally. Captain, it's far too dangerous. The lieutenant cautioned. The underwater environment is complex, and the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Precisely for that reason, I must go, Li Zhan interjected. Only by destroying the command center can we secure victory in this battle. He turned to the communications channel. Command center. I intend to lead the underwater assault team to dismantle the enemy's command hub. Approved, came Lin Han's voice. However, ensure your safety. If the situation deteriorates, retreat immediately. Understood. 10 minutes later, a 6-member underwater assault team was fully prepared. Each member donned the Abyss-class heavy underwater power armor, a hardshell atmospheric diving suit reinforced with redstone armor, capable of maintaining operational pressure at depths of 300 meters. Their equipment included underwater thrusters, specialized nail guns, and several mini deep-water explosives. Team, move out. With Li Zhan's command, the 6 soldiers clad in Abyss armor plunged into the ocean, akin to 6 black meteors vanishing swiftly into the deep blue waters. The underwater realm was a completely different domain. Sunlight could not penetrate to such depths, enveloping them in darkness, illuminated only by the helmet's spotlights, which cast light upon a small area ahead. The pressure was immense. Even with the protective armor, one could feel the suffocating weight of the depths. Activate sonar navigation. Li Zhan ordered. A 3-dimensional image constructed by sonar appeared on the helmet's display, revealing a multitude of monstrous forms patrolling the deep sea like a vast army. Advance towards the signal source according to the coordinates provided by the Sea Dragon team, Li Zhan commanded. The 6 underwater commandos activated their thrusters, darting through the depths with the agility of fish. As they ventured deeper, the density of the monsters increased, forming a 3-dimensional defensive network that would detect and attack any intruders. Numerous enemies ahead, a team member warned. On the sonar image, a mass of red dots approached them rapidly. Prepare for combat, Li Zhan commanded. The team members raised their nail guns, weapons specifically designed for underwater warfare that could fire specially crafted metal nails propelled by high-pressure gas, capable of penetrating the shells of most aquatic creatures. As the first monster entered range, Li Zhan fired first. Whoosh! A metal nail shot forth, striking the creature, which resembled a massive shark, in the head. It rolled in the water before sinking to the ocean floor. Well done, the other team members exclaimed as they opened fire, creating a lethal net of metal nails that felled the advancing monsters one by one. However, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and they seemed undeterred by their losses, charging relentlessly towards the assault team. Keep moving. Do not linger, Li Zhan commanded. The team advanced while firing, carving a bloody path through the throng of monsters. After approximately 10 minutes of intense battle, they finally reached the location of the signal source. Before them lay a vast underwater cavern, unfathomably deep, with sonar waves unable to detect its bottom. The command signal emanated from deep within the cave. The signal source is within the cavern, Li Zhan stated. We must enter. Captain, it's too dangerous, one team member urged. We have no idea what awaits us inside. Precisely because we do not know, we must investigate, Li Zhan responded. Moreover, this is our only opportunity. The 6 underwater commandos activated their thrusters and slowly swam into the cavern's depths. Inside, the cavern was even darker than the exterior. Even with spotlights, they could only illuminate a few meters around them. The walls were covered with a peculiar biological tissue that faintly glowed, casting an eerie light within the cavern. Energy response intensifying, one team member reported. We are approaching the target. Indeed, as they delved deeper, The command signal grew increasingly potent. Simultaneously, the biological tissue thickened, forming structures reminiscent of organs. This resembles the interior of some sort of organism, a team member remarked in astonishment. Lin Han shared the same sentiment. This cavern did not appear to be a naturally formed underwater hollow. It resembled a vast passage within a colossal creature. Continue forward, Lin Han ordered. We are close. After advancing roughly 100 meters, they finally reached the cavern's end. It opened into a colossal underground chamber with a diameter of several hundred meters. In the center of the chamber floated a massive, heart-like biological structure, pulsating rhythmically and emitting low-frequency sound waves with each beat, signals that commanded the underwater monsters. We found it, Lin Han declared. That is the command hub. Guarding the heart were dozens of enormous elite monsters, more formidable than those outside, with tougher shells and fiercer attacks. Prepare for battle, Lin Han commanded. We must destroy that heart. The team members raised their nail guns and retrieved many deep-water explosives from their equipment packs. 3, 2, 1. 6 team members fired simultaneously, a barrage of metal nails flying towards the elite monsters. At the same time, 6 deep-water explosives were hurled towards the massive heart. The elite monsters retaliated instantly, their speed and power overwhelming. Even the abyss armor struggled against their assaults. One team member found himself ensnared by a creature resembling a giant octopus, its tentacles exerting tremendous force, creating a suffocating pressure even through the armor. Help me, the team member cried out desperately. Lin Han immediately turned towards him and shot the giant octopus in its eye. The creature emitted a soundless roar and released its grip. But more monsters surged in. Detonate the deep-water explosives, Lin Han commanded. As he pressed the detonator, the 6 deep-water explosives exploded simultaneously. Boom. The massive explosion triggered a violent tsunami at the ocean floor. Even from hundreds of meters away, Lin Han felt the astonishing shockwave. As the aftershocks subsided, the enormous heart lay shattered, and most of the surrounding elite monsters were either killed or wounded. We succeeded, a team member exclaimed excitedly. But just then, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Not good. The cavern is collapsing, another team member warned. Retreat. Quickly retreat, Lin Han ordered. The 6 underwater commandos activated their thrusters and hastily fled towards the cavern's exit. Behind them, the cavern was crumbling, massive rocks plummeting from above, burying everything in the depths of the sea. As they finally burst out of the cavern, they beheld a scene of utter ruin behind them. The command hub has been destroyed, Lin Han reported through the communications channel. We are en route back. Received. The voice of Lin Han resounded, announcing that the enemies on the sea had descended into chaos. Your mission has been accomplished. Lin Han lifted his gaze, and though separated by hundreds of meters of deep water, he felt as if he could perceive that the battle above was nearing its conclusion. Without the unifying command of a central hub, the underwater monsters were thrown into disarray, no longer the organized army they once were, but rather a swarm of headless flies. Under the ferocious assault of the human forces, they were swiftly vanquished one by one. The underwater threat had finally been neutralized. Chapter 64. Energy Shield. As Lin Han led the underwater assault team back from the depths, the battle on the surface had mostly concluded. The absence of a central command had thrown the underwater creatures into chaos, and they were quickly defeated under the relentless onslaught of the human army. Countless corpses of mutated beings floated upon the surface, their dark blood staining the waters a deep crimson. Well done, Lin Han's voice echoed over the communication channel. The underwater threat has been eliminated. We can now refocus on the primary objective. Lin Han removed the armor of Abyss number 34 and returned to his command post. He raised his binoculars, gazing towards the massive creature still towering in the sea. A deep blue energy shield flickered with an eerie glow in the night, resembling an impenetrable barrier that completely enveloped the colossal being. Command Center, I suggest launching an immediate attack on that gigantic creature, Lin Han reported. While there are no other distractions, we can concentrate our firepower. Wait a moment, Su Wan's voice interrupted through the communication channel. I have just reanalyzed the energy shield data of that creature and discovered some new anomalies. What anomalies? Lin Han inquired. Its energy shield is not a single layer, Su Wan replied, but rather multi-layered, and the energy frequency of each layer is continuously changing. This means that even if we identify the resonance frequency of a particular layer, it will immediately adjust, rendering our attacks ineffective. Moreover, based on previous combat records, the high-energy microwave weapon we employed earlier has become ineffective. The voice of the Earthside weapon expert chimed in. The shield has adapted to the frequency of the microwave weapon. A single microwave weapon can no longer disrupt it. What should we do then? Lin Han asked. A brief silence filled the communication channel. Advisor Lin, based on the multi-layer structure of the energy shield. We recommend adopting a new tactic, the Earthside operations staff suggested. Since a single microwave weapon has failed, we can deploy 2 microwave weapons to simultaneously attack different positions of the shield, each utilizing a different frequency. Thus, even if the shield can adapt to one frequency, it cannot simultaneously accommodate all frequencies. Theoretically, we can create multiple weak points and then concentrate our fire on one of them, expanding our success. Is this plan feasible? Lin Han inquired. Theoretically, it is feasible, the operations staff responded, but it requires precise coordination. Multiple microwave weapons must fire simultaneously, and the frequencies must be meticulously controlled. Once the shield is breached, we will have only a few seconds of time to launch our attack. Moreover, the simultaneous full-power firing of multiple high-energy microwave weapons may cause severe interference to surrounding electronic devices, Su-Wan added. We need to prepare protective measures in advance, and may even need to temporarily shut down some electronic equipment. Then let us prepare, Lin Han commanded, all units. Prepare multiple high-energy microwave weapons for simultaneous full-power firing. Once the shield is breached, launch the attack immediately. Understood. 10 minutes later, the 2 high-energy microwave weapons were ready. After cooling and recharging, they had regained their combat capability. These were large devices mounted on the Su-Yu command vehicle, resembling massive radar antennas, each targeting different positions on the enormous creature. Target locked, reported the operator. The 2 microwave weapons are synchronized and prepared to fire simultaneously. Fire! With Lin Han's command. Both high-energy microwave weapons began their full-power discharge simultaneously. 2 invisible energy waves of differing frequencies struck the energy shield of the colossal creature, targeting various positions. At first, the shield appeared unresponsive, continuing to shimmer with its deep blue glow. However, soon the surface of the shield began to exhibit multiple fluctuations, akin to a water surface disturbed by several thrown stones, creating countless ripples. The shield frequency is changing, Su-Wan reported. It is attempting to simultaneously adjust the frequencies at multiple positions to counter our attack. But the speed of frequency change cannot keep up with our multi-frequency assault. Continue the attack. Maintain the frequencies, Lin Han commanded. The 2 high-energy microwave weapons sustained their maximum power, continuously bombarding different positions of the shield. And the fluctuations on the shield's surface became increasingly violent. Finally, after approximately 10 seconds of relentless assault, 2 distinct weak points emerged on the shield's surface, one of which even displayed cracks. Success! Su-Wan exclaimed excitedly. The shield has developed weak points. All units, open fire immediately. Concentrate your attack on the largest weak point, Li Han ordered. The 125mm smoothbore gun of the tanks, anti-tank missiles, and a deluge of heavy machine gun fire were unleashed simultaneously upon the crack-riddled weak point. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted upon the surface of the gigantic creature, black organic fragments scattering in all directions. The weak point, under the concentrated firepower, had its cracks expand until it was ultimately breached. The shield has been breached, Su-Wan shouted with excitement. But mere seconds later, the gap began to heal rapidly, and the energy shield regained its integrity. The shield is self-repairing, Su-Wan warned. The breach has already shrunk by half. Continue the assault, Li Han bellowed. Do not cease. The relentless barrage persisted, but the shield's repair rate was alarmingly swift. In just 5 seconds, the breach was entirely healed, and the energy shield became impervious once more. Damn it! Li Han slammed his fist upon the command platform. The time frame is too brief. At least it proves that simultaneous attacks from the 2 microwave weapons are effective, the voice of the Earthside operations staff interjected. We successfully created multiple weak points and breached one of them. The issue lies in the shield's rapid repair speed. We are left with only a few seconds of opportunity. We need more powerful firepower or a prolonged attack duration, Su-Wan analyzed. If the 2 microwave weapons could sustain their assault, while ground forces simultaneously maintained fire, theoretically we could enlarge the breach, preventing the shield from fully repairing. But the problem is that the microwave weapons require cooling time and cannot maintain full power discharge indefinitely. This plan is feasible, but requires optimization, the operations staff responded. We can have the 2 microwave weapons alternate their attacks, allowing one to fire while the other cools down, thus maintaining continuous fire output. Concurrently, all ground forces should concentrate their fire on the same weak point, aiming to inflict greater damage before the shield fully repairs. Understood. Just as they were preparing for the next round of attack, the monitoring system suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Captain, a soldier shouted. The energy response of that gigantic creature is rapidly increasing. Li Han immediately raised his binoculars. There, on the surface of the colossal creature, anomalous energy fluctuations suddenly manifested. The deep blue energy shield became increasingly radiant, even beginning to emit a low, resonant hum akin to a machine operating at full power. Chapter 65. The hidden card. The low hum intensified, resembling a colossal engine at peak performance. Lin Han focused intently through the telescope, witnessing the energy shield enveloping the massive organism grow ever brighter, its deep blue luminescence nearly piercing the night sky. Energy fluctuations rolled across the surface of the shield like a tangible force, each oscillation accompanied by a more pronounced humming sound. Command Center. The target's energy response continues to escalate. Su Wan's voice crackled over the communication channel, laced with palpable tension. The strength of the energy shield is surging dramatically, surpassing our previously recorded maximum. Immediately, the voice of a weapons specialist from Earth resonated through the channel. Advisor Lin, based on the characteristics of the energy fluctuations. This pattern resembles the previously documented mental attack mode, but the intensity far exceeds what we have encountered before. We suspect it is preparing to unleash a large-scale mental shockwave. A mental shockwave? Lin Han inquired, similar to the infrasound attacks previously employed by the Leviathans? Indeed, but significantly more powerful, the weapon expert replied. Estimating the energy intensity, this attack could potentially cover several kilometers, enough to impact the entire battlefield. Moreover, such a potent mental assault could inflict permanent psychological damage on our soldiers. The voice of a tactical officer from Earth interjected. Advisor Lin, our analysis indicates that if it is allowed to execute this attack, our soldiers may lose combat effectiveness, even leading to mass casualties. We must breach its shield before it can strike. Yet the shield's strength has escalated to unprecedented levels, Su Wan warned. Conventional attacks will not suffice to penetrate it. Moreover, our previous use of 2 microwave weapons has proven that neither a single nor dual microwave units can breach such a formidable shield. A tactical expert from Earth spoke up. Advisor Lin, based on the recent battle data analysis, we recommend employing an energy superposition strategy. Since neither a single nor dual microwave weapons can breach the shield, we can array multiple microwave units to simultaneously fire beams of varying frequencies, creating an energy superposition effect. But we only have 2 microwave emitters, Lin Han interjected. No, we have more, came the voice of the operational officer from Earth. Upon discovering the shield's resilience, we have urgently deployed 4 additional microwave emitters from the rear. Now we can form an array of 6 emitters. The head of the equipment department from Earth chimed in. Advisor Lin, these 4 additional microwave emitters were swiftly allocated from Earth. They were originally prepared for potentially stronger adversaries. And now they are precisely what we need. Each emitter is equipped with an independent energy supply system, capable of full power operation. How powerful is the array of 6 emitters? Lin Han inquired. The weapon expert from Earth responded. Theoretically, if all 6 emitters fire simultaneously with 6 different frequency beams, the resulting energy superposition could amplify the attack power to over 10 times that of a single emitter. This is sufficient to breach any known energy shield. A logistics expert from Earth added. Advisor Lin, it is important to note that operating all 6 emitters at full power will consume an immense amount of energy. Each emitter is equipped with an independent energy supply vehicle powered by the Candle Dragon Type 1 solid-state hydrogen battery pack. While the energy supply vehicles carry ample reserves, full power firing can only be sustained for approximately 30 seconds. If this attack fails to breach the shield, we will not have enough energy for a second attempt. The operational officer from Earth cautioned. Furthermore, if misused, high-energy microwaves may cause irreversible damage to the surrounding environment. It is advised that all units retreat to a safe distance of at least 1 kilometer. Operational officer, how much time do we have left? Lin Han inquired. Based on the energy accumulation speed, a maximum of 3 minutes, the operational officer replied. After 3 minutes, it will unleash the mental shockwave. 3 minutes. Lin Han inhaled deeply. That will suffice. Lin Han, command all units to immediately withdraw to a safe distance. Equipment department, prepare to activate the microwave weapon array. Understood. Acknowledged. The entire defensive line began to retreat without delay. Tanks, armored vehicles, and soldiers all moved swiftly backward, aware that what was about to unfold could alter the entire battlefield's dynamics. The operational officer from Earth reported, Advisor Lin, while all units are retreating, we have commenced deployment of the microwave weapon array. The 6 emitters are being positioned and are expected to be ready within 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, all units had successfully retreated to a safe distance. In front of the defensive line, the 6 massive microwave emitters were fully deployed, arranged in a fan shape and all aimed at the enormous organism. Each emitter was connected to thick energy transmission lines extending back to the energy supply vehicles. The microwave weapon array is ready, an operator reported. All 6 emitters have synchronized, and energy transmission is normal. Target locked, another operator announced. All emitters are aimed at the central target. Energy charging complete. The operational officer from Earth stated, Advisor Lin, the microwave weapon array is primed. The energy supply vehicles for all 6 emitters are fully charged and ready for full power firing. Please note, once fired, we only have one opportunity. The energy supply vehicles contain enough reserves for a single full power attack. If this attack fails to breach the shield, we will not have sufficient energy for a second attempt. The weapon expert from Earth interjected, Advisor Lin, according to our calculations, if all 6 emitters fire at full power simultaneously, the resulting energy superposition should be enough to breach the target's shield. However, the shield may attempt to repair itself. We must maintain the assault until the shield completely collapses. The tactical expert from Earth added, Advisor Lin, we recommend employing an energy-focusing tactic. Unlike the previous dispersed attacks, this time we will direct all 6 emitters at the same point on the shield, creating both energy superposition and focusing effects. The 6 beams of varying frequencies will converge at the target point, producing an effect akin to an energy drill that directly penetrates the shield, rather than creating a weak spot first. The advantage of this tactic lies in its concentrated energy, enhancing penetration power, albeit requiring precise synchronization. The operational officer from Earth concurred. I agree with the tactical expert's recommendation. The energy-focusing strategy is more suitable as a final trump card. Once the shield is breached, ground forces will immediately cover the gap with firepower to prevent shield repair. Simultaneously, assault teams will prepare to breach directly at the core. Understood. Lin Han inhaled deeply. All emitters, aim at the target's central point and prepare for an energy-focused attack. Target locked, the operator reported. All 6 emitters have synchronized. All aimed at the center of the shield. Fire. At Lin Han's command, all 6 microwave emitters unleashed their full power simultaneously. 6 beams of invisible energy, differing in frequency, converged at the same point on the shield, forming a monumental energy-focusing beam. Unlike the previous scattered attacks, this time all the energy converged into a single point, resembling an invisible energy drill piercing fiercely into the shield. The reaction of the energy shield was more intense than in any prior instance. The spot struck by the focused energy beam instantly transformed the deep blue shield into a blinding brilliance, akin to glass illuminated by a laser. Countless cracks radiated outward from that point, much like a heavy hammer striking the surface of ice. The shield is collapsing. Suwon exclaimed, the energy focus effect is remarkable. The strength of the shield is plummeting. However, at that moment, the colossal organism abruptly ceased its energy accumulation. It seemed to sense the impending threat and immediately redirected all the energy originally intended for a mental shockwave into the energy shield, attempting to mend the crumbling barrier. The deep blue luminescence intensified, and the cracks on the shield's surface began to heal rapidly. Yet, the focused energy beam continued its relentless assault, and the shield's repair speed could not keep pace with the intensity of the attack. It is repairing the shield, Suwon warned. But the penetration of the focused energy beam is too strong. The repair speed cannot keep up. The voice of a weapons expert from Earth came through the communication channel. Advisor Lin, the energy-focused tactic is proving effective. The repair rate of the shield indeed falls short of the intensity of the focused energy beam. I recommend maintaining the assault until the shield is entirely breached. Another voice, that of a military advisor, chimed in. Advisor Lin, I suggest increasing the power of the launchers to dangerous levels. Though this may risk overloading them, it is the only way to thoroughly penetrate the shield. Once breached, we will launch a full-scale assault. Then let the launchers overload. Lin Han commanded decisively. This is our only opportunity. Understood. The operator promptly adjusted the power limits of the launchers, elevating them to perilous levels. The 6 launchers emitted a piercing hum. With their cooling systems working at full capacity, yet they still could not dissipate all the generated heat. The casings of some launchers even began to glow red, resembling heated iron. However, the effect was significant. The penetration of the focused energy beam grew even more formidable, causing the cracks on the shield's surface to widen continuously. Ultimately, after approximately 15 seconds of sustained bombardment, the center of the shield was completely breached, revealing a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter. We succeeded, Suwon shouted with excitement. The shield has been completely breached. The gap is over 10 meters in diameter. The military advisor's voice came through the communication channel. Advisor Lin, the shield has been breached. I recommend ordering all ground units to concentrate their fire on that gap to expand our gains. All units, open fire immediately. Li Han seized the opportunity and ordered, concentrate fire on that breach. Tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-tank missiles, all standing ready, unleashed a torrent of fire. The concentrated fire rained down upon the gap like a deluge, exploding into massive wounds on the surface of the colossal organism. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding seawater a dark crimson. The massive creature emitted a deafening roar, shaking the entire sea with its fury. But this time, it had no opportunity to mend its wounds. The focused energy beam continued its assault, and the breach not only remained unhealed but expanded further. The relentless fire from the ground forces continued to widen the wounds on its surface. The breach is widening, Suwon reported. The shield's repair speed can no longer keep up with our attack intensity. The military advisor's voice echoed through the communication channel. Advisor Lin, this is a critical moment. I recommend maintaining fire output and denying the shield any chance to repair. As long as the breach continues to widen, we can completely dismantle its defenses. Continue the attack. Lin Han commanded. Do not stop. The concentrated fire continued to pour forth, and the wounds on the massive organism's surface grew larger, with black blood cascading like a waterfall. Finally, after approximately 30 seconds of sustained bombardment, the energy shield of the colossal organism collapsed entirely. The deep blue glow vanished in an instant, revealing the true visage of the creature. It was a terrifying entity, its surface encased in a hard black shell intricately patterned like an unknown script. Within the gaps of the shell, red energy flowed, reminiscent of blood coursing through veins. The entire creature resembled a vast, living edifice. Its surface adorned with various complex structures that resembled pipes, organs, and others whose functions were utterly incomprehensible. The shield has completely shattered, Suwon exclaimed with exhilaration. We have successfully breached its defenses. The voice of the weapons expert from Earth broke through, Advisor Lin, based on energy response analysis. While the shield has been penetrated, the target's energy response remains vigorous. The energy source seems to reside deep within. We cannot directly strike the core from the outside. The military advisor's voice followed, Advisor Lin. While conventional fire can inflict damage on the target's surface, it cannot penetrate deep enough to destroy the core. Moreover, the target is rapidly self-repairing, and the surface wounds are healing. I recommend employing a penetration tactic, organizing an elite assault team to breach the target's interior through the gap and directly attack the core. But we have no understanding of its internal structure, Suwon cautioned. Venturing inside may expose us to unknown dangers. The tactical expert from Earth concurred. I support the military advisor's recommendation. Though there are risks, this is the only method to utterly annihilate the target. The assault team should comprise elite soldiers equipped with the Kunlun exoskeleton system, carrying redstone armor-piercing rounds, anti-tank missiles, and demolition devices. Simultaneously, other units must maintain fire cover to prevent the gap from healing and provide an escape route for the assault team. The military advisor's voice returned, Advisor Lin. Based on energy response pattern analysis, the target may be preparing some form of more powerful attack or defense mechanism. We must penetrate its interior before that happens and destroy the core. Time is of the essence. I recommend acting immediately. Then let us penetrate inside. Lin Han's voice resounded with resolve. Li Han, organize an assault team to breach the target's interior through the gap and locate and destroy the core. Understood. Li Han promptly responded. I will lead the team myself. The military advisor's voice interjected. Captain Li, I advise you to remain at the command post. As the frontline commander, you need to coordinate fire support to ensure the safety of the assault team. The penetration mission should be executed by an experienced elite squad. Understood. Though reluctant, Li Han complied with the order. Elite squad, prepare to penetrate. A team of 10 elite soldiers quickly assembled, each clad in the Kunlun exoskeleton system, armed with redstone armor-piercing rounds, anti-tank missiles, and demolition devices. Objective: breach the target's interior through the gap, locate and destroy the core. Li Han commanded. Other units, provide fire cover, keep the gap open, and ensure an escape route for the assault team. Understood. With Li Han's command, the assault team charged towards the colossal organism. They traversed the breached gap, disappearing into the interior of the massive creature. Meanwhile, other units continued to unleash concentrated fire on the gap, preventing it from healing while providing fire support for the assault team. This battle had reached its most critical moment. End of chapter.